Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Ding. The sign-in system has been activated. Welcome the host to the Dragon Ball world. Please choose your new identity in the Dragon Ball world. Option 1, East Supreme Kaizen. Choice 2, ZVR Baby. Choice 3, The Devil Doppura. Choose 4, Super Saiyan 4. In a daze, this electronically synthesized sound constantly echoed in my mind. Hiss. Linz let out a long groan, then slowly opened his eyes. What's the matter with the voice just now? Linz rubbed his dizzy head, a little awkward. This kind of voice seemed to appear in his own mind, but he had never had such a situation before. He remembers playing Dragon Ball Fighting last night, just to wait for 5 o'clock in the morning to collect the pieces to exchange for the Super 4 Son Goku card. It's just 5 o'clock, and there is a sudden sharp pain in the brain, and the next thing is unconscious. Ding! Welcome the host to the Dragon Ball world. Please choose your new identity in the Dragon Ball world. Option 1, East Supreme Kaizen. Choice 2, ZVR Baby. The electronically synthesized sound that appeared just now rang again. Lin stood up with a choke. What? I am crossing over. This was the first thought in his mind. After all, he did not read the novels of Chuanliu and Filu. This kind of routine has long been commonplace. Could it be? I was staying up late and died suddenly? Damn. Linz has a complicated mood. Dragon Ball is his favorite anime, and he is surprised and delighted to be able to travel through the world of Dragon Ball. But I just bid farewell to my previous life. Snapped. Linz slapped himself directly. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ah! It hurts. Should it not be a dream? At this moment, the electronically synthesized sound rang again. Please choose your own identity within 1 minute, otherwise it will be deemed as giving up and living in the Dragon Ball world as an ordinary person. This time, another sentence was added after choosing the identity. I choose Super Saiyan 4. In a face of confusion, Linz directly chose Super 4. You know, Supreme Kai, Baby, and Dapla are also good, but they are not comparable to Super 4. The most important thing is that Super 4 is more handsome than the others. Whether it is strong or not is temporary, but handsome or not, that is a lifetime thing. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing his identity and obtaining the 4th Super Saiyan transformation and form. Extra bonus, Chi control, flying technique, 10 times Kamehameha wave. The sound of the system sounded again. Linz instantly felt that his body had changed. A vast force suddenly emerged from the body, and the whole body was full of explosive power. Damn, I really became Super Saiyan 4. Go, just kidding. Linz stood up, there was a piece of glass in front of him, and his current appearance was reflected in the glass. He had long black hair on his shoulders, red eyes, golden pupils, and his eyes were unusually sharp. The whole body has red hair, and a red tail of vitality swings flexibly. It's almost the same as Son Goku of Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, but there are some differences in appearance. After blinking, the glass in front of him clicked directly, and he was blown up by Shui. I really became Super Saiyan 4. Linz swallowed hard and muttered to himself again. It took a full hour and a half before Linz recovered from the unparalleled shock. Also accepted this fact. I really died suddenly because of staying up late, and I was reborn into the Dragon Ball world I was so yearning for before, and I also turned into Super Saiyan 4 at the start. And he also figured it out, since he has been reborn, even if he doesn't want to, everything in the previous life should come to an end. A new life is about to begin. I don't know what time period is in the Dragon Ball world. Linz said to himself. But think about it, I now have the strength of Super Saiyan 4, but at any time in the Dragon Ball world, I am not too weak. If you want to protect yourself, there is absolutely no problem. Does the host sign in on the first day? At this moment, the electronically synthesized sound of the system rang again. Sign in. After accepting this fact, Linz didn't hesitate to say something in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first day of signing in and getting unlimited instant transmission, 10 times the training speed. The electronically synthesized sound of the system rang immediately. After hearing about instant transmission and 10 times the training speed, Linz was shocked again. Unlimited instant transmission is nothing more than a mobile capability after all. But 10 times the cultivation speed is very easy to use. Maybe it won't take long before he can break through Super Saiyan 4 and reach a higher level. P.S. The new book sets sale. Ask for all the data. Friends who like Dragon Ball, please collect it. Vote for some flowers and comments. Thanks. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. After another half an hour, Linz has roughly understood his new body, and has slowly mastered his power. Even the sign-in system in the body has been thoroughly studied. As long as you sign in, you can get good things, but after the first day of sign-in, there is only a 7-day sign-in, a 1-month sign-in and a 1-year sign-in. In other words, the time interval for each sign-in will become longer. Let me feel the breath nearby. After knowing everything about it, Linz was ready to feel the breath around him. Because he has mastered the control of the breath, it is quite easy for him to perceive the breath. And now he must figure out which time and space in the Dragon Ball world is now, and what time period is it. Who is the opponent or enemy he is about to face? I can feel 4 auras. 3 of them seem to be slightly stronger, 1 aura is very weak, and they are still fighting. Feeling the breath around him, Linz opened his eyes and muttered to himself. I can almost feel the stronger chi on the entire earth. These 4 auras are closer to him now. And none of them seem to be very strong. It seems that the time period I am currently in is not the late stage of Dragon Ball. In this case, the time left for growth should be very strong. Okay, let me go and see who is fighting. At this time, there were 6 figures on a small island south of Gaixian Island. If Linz was there, he would be very familiar. Ultimate Cyborg Cell, Super Vegeta, Future Trunks, Klin, and Cyborg 16th and 18th. But at this time on the 16th, half of his head had disappeared, with black smoke. Obviously lost combat effectiveness. At this moment, Vegeta, Trunks and Cell are facing each other in the sky. Hey Cell, didn't you mean that you can become a complete body as long as you absorb the number 18 of the cyborg? Go now. Let the prince see if you are bragging. Vegeta's face was arrogant, and the corners of her mouth were raised in a haughty arc, and she said to Cell. Of course it's not bragging, but you son, you have to be optimistic. With a sly look in Cell's eyes, he said to Vegeta. Vegeta's current strength is indeed very strong, his own form is not his opponent at all, read more at wuxiax.com. But as long as he absorbed the Cyborg 18 and became a complete body, no one in this world would be his opponent anymore. An arrogant fellow like Vegeta can kill him with just 1 finger. Dad, you must never do this. If Cell becomes a complete body, he will destroy the entire planet. Trunks looked angry and yelled at Vegeta. Dad is too strong. He is betting on the fate of the entire planet. Once he loses, the planet will be destroyed by Cell. Space-time in the future has suffered too many disasters, and I must not watch the same tragedy happen at this time. Even if you want to shoot your dad. Smelly boy, if you want to stop Cell, come and defeat me. Vegeta sneered at the corner of his mouth and directly attacked the Trunks. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly. It seems that if he wants to defeat Cell, he must first defeat Dad. Call out. Then Trunks also appeared in a flash and directly greeted Vegeta. Hey! Vegeta, stupid, you will know how stupid your arrogance is after a while. Cell glanced at Vegeta coldly, showing a sneer. Although it rushed directly to the robot on the 18th. Not good. Hurry up and run on the 18th, I'll stop Cell. Little bald Clin said to the 18th. Snapped. It's just that when I just turned around, a big ear scraper came on me. Clin was slapped directly into the air and plunged into the pile of rocks. Then he fainted. On the 18th, hurry up and don't be absorbed by him. If that happens, the Earth will be over. Cyborg 16 spoke with difficulty. But now I want to go, how easy is it? Because Cell had already appeared in front of the 18th, the corner of his mouth was slightly slanted, and a look of greed appeared in his eyes. It was like a hungry wild wolf saw a piece of delicious meat. On the 18th, be a part of me. This is also your destiny. After Cell's voice fell, the tail spur behind him suddenly turned into a mouthful of blood and swallowed it towards number 18. Go away, you ugly. On the 18th, he wanted to resist, but there was no chance at all. He could only watch the disgusting thing fall towards him. Call out. And just at the moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Then a red figure appeared in front of the 18th. He pinched Cell's tail spurs. What? At this moment, a look of shock appeared on everyone's faces. All his eyes turned towards the red figure. Who is he? On the 18th, her eyes became watery and big because of shock, and she looked at the stalwart figure that suddenly appeared in front of her. This red figure suddenly appeared, naturally following Cell and Vegeta's anger, and came to Lin's by instant transmission. Chapter 3. Cell, right. Linz glanced at the green ugly monster in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The second form of Cell is indeed very ugly. Especially those thick lips, it makes people feel nauseous. It seems that I was reborn in the Cell period. From this point of view, I am invincible at this time period. Linz looked at the surroundings and said to himself. Vegeta and future Trunks are just Super Saiyan. It is estimated that even the full power form of the Super game has not been reached. It seems that survival is not a problem at all. You can deal with such a cute girl, you really don't know how to pity and cherish Jade. Linz glanced at the robot number 18 behind him. With exquisite features and big watery eyes, he looked at himself with curiosity and surprise. Regardless of its appearance or temperament, she is indeed the number one goddess of Dragon Ball. You, who are you? Cell asked the questions everyone in the room wanted to ask. Me? I just passed by, but I can't understand how you treat a beautiful girl, so I want to teach you a little bit. Lin said to Cell with a faint smile. At this time, Vegeta and Trunks on the side stopped fighting. Trunks has a surprised look on his face. Because someone is taking action to stop Cell, this is a good thing. But Vegeta's face was very gloomy. The gloomy is like being able to squeeze out ink. That guy turned out to be Saiyan too. Vegeta gritted her teeth, and her voice squeezed from between her teeth, obviously very unpleasant. That familiar tale is the best proof. Saiyan. Trunks looked at Vegeta, puzzled. The guy in front of you is a bit unlike a normal human. How could it be Saiyan? But his anger is terrifying, it's like a bottomless pit. Impossible. The purebred Saiyan is the only thing left with me and Kakarot, as well as Tabor. There will never be a third Saiyan, and Saiyan with red hair all over, I have never heard of it. Vegeta murmured as he shook his head, read more at wuxiax.com. Even in the history of Saiyan, there is no such Saiyan recorded. On the ground, Cell's complexion is also very ugly. Obviously, oneself can become a complete body. He actually stopped in the middle of the road, preventing his good deeds. I will never spare this damn bastard. You damn bastard, you dare to tell me a lesson when the good thing disturbed me, I will never let you go. Be a part of my strength. Cell roared angrily, and then wanted to withdraw his tail, and then swallow Lin's. But he was embarrassed to find that he couldn't break free from Lin's hands at all. You don't have the ability yet, Cell. Linz smiled, then slammed directly. Cell's body was thrown into the air, and then he pulled hard. Boom! Then Cell's body was directly embedded in the ground. The ground under Linz's feet instantly cracked. Wow! A mouthful of purple blood spurted out of Cell's mouth. What? It's so strong. The 18th behind Linz blinked and looked at Linz's back, revealing an unbelievable look. How could Cell be played so easily? How could this person be so strong? Moreover, he seemed to be trying to save himself just now, so he tried to teach Cell. So handsome and so strong. Get out of here. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to killing. Linz kicked Cell's waist and directly kicked Cell out. Rumble. Then the body plunged into the rock. Act recklessly. But... damn. That bastard actually possesses power that I am afraid not to lose. Vegeta looked at Linz, his fists clenched and rattled. Anger was surging in his eyes. I don't hate Sion, but I really hate Sion who is stronger than me. For example, Kakarot. Their existence is a humiliation to himself, the King Vegeta. Call out. Then Vegeta's body flashed and fell directly in front of Linz. Father. Trunks hurriedly followed, for fear that Vegeta would provoke Linz. Because he felt that the human body contained very terrifying power. Absolutely surpassed myself, Dad and Cell. Hey, you fellow, is Sion too? Vegeta asked Linz with a cold face. Your attitude, are you asking people? Vegeta. Linz looked at the angry Vegeta, and said coldly. Although I like the characters in Dragon Ball. But now Vegeta was standing in front of him, and the arrogant questioning tone made him a little bit very disliked. Cut, I'm the only purebred Sion, Kakarot and Tabor. Who the hell are you bastard? Vegeta seemed to have not heard Linz's words, and asked again. What an unpleasant tone. I don't want to teach you, but don't challenge my patience, Vegeta. Linz was a little annoyed by Vegeta's questioning tone. If you are just an ordinary human or ordinary Sion, facing Vegeta's questioning, he would naturally dare not speak. But now, he is Sion with the 4 strengths of Super Sion. It exceeded Vegeta's estimate by several dimensions. Naturally, he can't stand his arrogant posture. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Humph. Teach me Vegeta. You really have a big tone. I have become the strongest Sion surpassing Kakarot. Although you are a little different from other Sions, I want to teach this prince. It is a foolish dream. But what you just said made me very upset, so I have to teach you a good lesson. The corner of Vegeta's mouth was still pursed with an extremely proud arc, and said to Linz. The current self is definitely the strongest in the universe, and no one will be his opponent. Really ignorant. Linz shook his head sympathetically at Vegeta. The Vegeta of this period is so arrogant that makes people very uncomfortable. Then I will show you who is ignorant. Haha. Vegeta suddenly screamed, and a golden flame burst from his body in an instant. The breath increased several times in an instant. Ignorant idiot, let this prince punch you down. After raising his breath, Vegeta rushed directly towards Linz. The fist was surrounded by golden arrogance, obviously there was no hand left. Snapped. In the next second, Linz slapped Vegeta's face with his backhand. Vegeta's body flew backwards faster than it rushed. Rumble. Then it smashed directly on the rock next to Cell, and the boulder shattered. Vegeta was slapped back to normal, and half of his face was swollen. Lie on the ground. What? Dad was slapped flying. Trunks' pupils shrank tightly, obviously unbelievable. Dad's current strength is definitely very strong, even the cell that has absorbed the number 17 can only be played. But this Sion who appeared suddenly, slapped his father in the air. This is too strong. And the number 18 of the android behind him, Klin and the number 16 are already a little dumbfounded, read more at wuxiax.com. You know that Vegeta was just as strong as the god of war. How could it be defeated in an instant? Cut, I don't know what to say. Linz looked at Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, and curled his lips. Originally, he didn't want to do this, but Vegeta, this guy, is too self-righteous. Without teaching him, Linz felt sorry for himself. This gentleman, it is true that my father was too reckless just now. I apologize to you for him, and I hope you don't get angry. Trunks quickly apologized to Linz with a fist. I was afraid that Vegeta's words angered this powerful stranger that suddenly appeared. Don't worry, I also see Vegeta being so arrogant, let him know what is outside, there are people outside of people. Linz looked at Trunks and said with a smile. For these fighters in Dragon Ball, I don't have any malicious intentions. When he tried to teach Vegeta, he was totally unconcealed and defiant. Thanks, thank you. Hearing Linz's words, Trunks let go of the worries in his heart and hurriedly spoke. We must know that it is not wise to establish such a powerful enemy at this time. This gentleman, my father just said that you are also Scion, do you also live on the earth? Trunks was obviously a little nervous, and asked tentatively. Linz hesitated for a moment, then said, I am indeed Scion too. The current self has been reborn and has become a complete Scion. So from the moment I chose the Super 4 status, I was a real Scion. Then may I ask Mr. S name? Trunks continued to ask. He needs to know more information about this powerful man who suddenly appeared to determine if he is hostile to the earth and everyone. My name is Linz. Linz replied. The polite Trunks is indeed more pleasing to the eye than the arrogant and ignorant Vegeta, so Linz is also willing to answer Trunks' words. When the two were chatting, Vegeta stood up tremblingly. Half of his face was raised high, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously Vegeta suffered a strong attack just now, and was a little unsteady from being slapped directly. At this time, Cell, embedded in the rock, suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It looks like there is no way to absorb the 18th, in that case. Then I will absorb you. Vegeta. Cell looked at Vegeta with a cold look. Although one must absorb the 18th in order to become a perfect body. But now that guy who suddenly appeared is so strong, it's impossible for him to absorb the 18th in front of him. In that case, just absorb Vegeta directly. Even if it is not a complete body, but absorbing Vegeta's majestic ability, it should be able to make himself very strong. At this point, Cell didn't hesitate, the tail spur behind him turned into a big mouth of blood, swallowing it directly towards Vegeta. And Vegeta, who was standing in front, was full of anger, staring at Linz, and didn't feel the danger behind him at all. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. First of all, thank you viewers for being able to see this, indicating that the previous writing is not particularly bad. I especially like Dragon Ball novels, and Philu's new book recently entered the library, and it seems that there is no Dragon Ball novel at all, so I want to write a Dragon Ball fan novel, read more at wuxiax.com. No matter the data is good or bad, I will finish this book. But in the same way, everyone's support is also very much needed, because everyone's support is the motivation for me to write down. Don't ask for rewards, don't ask for monthly tickets, I hope everyone can collect some, send some free flowers and evaluation tickets, so that the author of the street can also write down. Although I didn't think about making any money, my stand-alone computer was really boring. This book is guaranteed to update 4 chapters every day. If the other data are good, they will be added every day. I hope everyone can support the author of Ping Street. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. At this moment, Linz suddenly looked at Vegeta and Cell. What's happenin'? Trunks seemed to see Linz's strange gaze, and then quickly turned his head to see that the big mouth of the blood basin at the tip of Cell's tail had appeared on top of Vegeta's head. Be careful behind, Dad. Seeing that scene, Trunks' hairs all stand up. Quickly yelled a reminder to Vegeta. What? Vegeta was startled, and quickly looked behind him, and just turned his head. The huge mouth swallowed Vegeta's upper body directly. Vegeta's lower body began to struggle violently, but because Lin's slap just now was too heavy. Now the power of the whole body can't be used at all. Only let Cell swallow him a little bit. Cell, you bastard, let go of my dad. Trunks clenched both fists and instantly became Super Saiyan. The whole body was surrounded by golden arrogance, and the tip of his right foot touched the ground, and his body flashed out instantly. Bang! Trunks slammed Cell's face with a heavy punch. Bang bang bang! Cell's body was smashed and flew out, rubbing the ground for a distance of tens of feet. But at this time, Vegeta's entire body has been absorbed by Cell. Oh, Vegeta is absorbed by Cell, and I can feel a very bad premonition. Cyborg 16 suddenly frowned and said. Cyborg number 18 also has a solemn expression on his face. If Cell becomes stronger, it is estimated that he will still have to absorb himself. The stronger the Cell becomes, the more dangerous one's situation is. Then on the 18th, he quickly looked at Lin's in front of him. He's so calm, isn't he worried that Cell has absorbed Vegeta? Looking at Lin's with a calm face and holding his hands on his chest watching the excitement, the 18th thought in her heart. Boom! Suddenly, Cell's body suddenly swelled, and the ground cracked directly. The thick cracks of the thighs swept away in all directions. And Cell's chi expanded rapidly at that moment. Read more at wuxiax.com. Damn it, after that guy absorbed Dad, his strength became even more terrifying. Trunks frowned, and the moment the voice fell, he directly attacked Cell. You overbearing kid, get out of here. Cell looked at the Trunks flying towards him, and blasted them out of thin air, hitting Trunks' chest heavily. Trunks was suddenly smashed by the terrifying force. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and Trunks was directly injured. On the other hand, Cell has a hideous look, seeming to be suffering from some kind of pain. His body seems to be about to explode. It seems that Vegeta's energy is too strong, and there will be no way to completely control it for a while. Cell frowned, thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that I want to teach that damn bastard, and then absorb the matter of the 18th. I need to be stranded for a few days. When I have completely merged all the energy of Vegeta, I must ravage that troublesome bastard. Then he absorbed the 18th and became a complete body. Call out. After thinking about it, Cell's body flashed directly and disappeared from the sight of Lin's and others. Cell escaped. The 18th said with some surprise. Obviously Cell has just become so strong and has an advantage, why did he suddenly run away? It seems that Vegeta's energy is too strong, and Cell will not be able to digest it completely for a while. After he fully merges with Vegeta's energy, he will definitely come back to find you again. Linz turned his head at this time, looked at the 18th and said. Hearing this, the 18th frowned. To be honest, being absorbed by such an ugly monster is really better than blue yourself. Too disgusting. Damn it, I'm so useless, my father was absorbed. How should I explain to my mother? Trunks hammered the ground with regret, and said reproachfully. Trunks, don't blame yourself too much, you don't blame you at all for this matter. If Vegeta himself was not so arrogant, if he killed Cell by listening to you earlier, nothing like this would happen. Looking at Trunks who blamed themselves so much, Klin limped over and comforted Trunks. This incident was caused by Vegeta too self-righteous, so no one can blame others for being absorbed. But Dad! Trunks still clenched his fists, he didn't know how to explain to this time-space mother. Klin clearly recognized Trunks' worries, so he continued, don't worry about Trunks, this time and space still has Dragon Ball, wait until Goku defeats Cell, then let Vegeta come back to life. This matter is very simple. Really, okay. Hearing what Klin said, Trunks stood up excitedly. Of course, so you don't have to worry, we will go and tell Wukong and the others about this now. Klin nodded and said. Trunks nodded quickly, then walked to Linz and asked, Mr. Linz, do you need to go to the Temple of Heaven with us? Linz is very strong and does not seem to be a bad guy. With his help, Cell might be a big help next time he appears. No, we shouldn't be all the same, I still have something to do, let's go. After Linz finished speaking, his body slowly floated in the air, and then disappeared in a flash. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. After leaving, Qin Feng appeared on a mountain top. Try to see if you can change back to normal. Although the Super 4 form is very handsome, but this red hair, I'm afraid it will affect picking up girls. Linz muttered to himself, then his heart moved. Then all of the red hair on his body disappeared suddenly, and the black hair was not so thick. The pupils became black, no different from ordinary Scion. Has it really become the norm? Linz looked at himself at this time, wearing a black martial arts uniform, his body was obviously thinner than Super 4 form. Only the facial features are still handsome. Try again, can you become another form of Super Scion? Linz thought, and clenched his fists tightly. Hey! In the next second, a golden flame burst out directly from his body. Accompanied by the blue lightning, the black hair turned golden yellow, standing tall. The pupils turned light green, leaving only a pinch of bangs dancing in front of his eyebrows. Is this the form of Super Scion 2? Linz clenched his fists, felt the terrifying power in his body, and said with a smile. Then I tried the Super Scion 3 form again, without any pressure. However, it can be clearly felt that the form of Super Scion 3 consumes physical energy. Finally Linz became normal again. Call out! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air rang from behind. Linz didn't look back, but faintly said, What have you been doing with me? Qin Feng didn't need to look at it to know that the robot number 18 was behind him. After finding yourself to leave, she has been following behind her all the time. The 18th behind him did not speak. At this time, Linz turned his head and looked at Cyborg 18. On the 18th, he began to say, the 17th was absorbed by Cell, and the 16th was seriously injured by the little bald head to repair. I don't know where to go now. And Cell has become so powerful, I will be absorbed by him by myself. I feel safe following you. When speaking, the 18th seemed to be a matter of course. At the same time, it's a bit pitiful. At this time Linz began to look at the 18th seriously again. Uniform figure, beautiful appearance, cool temperament, read more at wuxiax.com. The goddess among the goddesses, deserves it. If that's the case, let's do it. Just follow me. Linz nodded. Anyway, I just came to this place, and I'm not familiar with it. It is also a kind of enjoyment to be accompanied by a stunning beauty. And as a qualified traverser, if you say that you don't have any thoughts on the 18th, it must be a lie. The heart of beauty, everyone has it. Then where are we going now? Seeing Linz agreed, there was a hint of joy on the 18th's face and asked. To be honest, when I followed the 17th before, they all followed the 17th. So she doesn't even know where to go now. I don't know. I heard that the western capital is very prosperous. Where can we go to eat something first, and then buy you 2 sets of clothes? Linz smiled and said. Speaking of it, I am really hungry now. Ro nodded on the 18th, the two of them flew directly towards Zidu. At this time, the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta has been absorbed. It seems that dealing with Cell now can only wait for Wukong to come out of the spiritual time house. Piccolo frowned and said. Before only absorbing the Cell of number 17, he was able to beat himself to death. Now that Cell has absorbed Vegeta and has become stronger, there is absolutely no way he can do it. Now I can only hope that Wukong can become stronger in the spiritual time house. Okay. It seems that Cell has absorbed Dad's energy and cannot immediately absorb Dad's energy. I hope Cell will not come out and make trouble in these 2 days. Trunks said with a heavy face. By the way, who was the red-haired guy before? Piccolo asked. That guy seems to be very strong. Even Vegeta was slapped flying. His name is Linz, and he is also Scion. As for where he comes from, I didn't ask. However, his strength seems to be very powerful. Standing in front of him, I can feel a huge pressure. Trunks said seriously. Intuition tells myself that Lin's strength is absolutely unfathomable. Is it also a Scion? It seems that things are really getting more and more troublesome. Piccolo frowned and said. If he is a good person, forget it. If he is an enemy, it will be quite troublesome. And for Scion, Piccolo has a natural distrust. Linz and the 18th arrived in Zidu soon. The two went to eat some food, and then went to buy some clothes. Of course, it's just for free, because although both of them are powerful, they don't have money. Fortunately, ordinary people can't help them. Can I ask you something? Suddenly said to Linz on the 18th. Obviously it was a little embarrassing, after all, she didn't ask anyone on the 18th. Let's talk. What's the matter? Linz asked casually. P.S. How many people are still reading this book? If you like this book, can you deduct a 1 in the comment area? Because the flowers are so pitiful, I voted for most of them myself. The new book really needs data support, thank you all. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Cyborg number 17 is actually my own brother, he is now absorbed by Cell, so. The 18th is obviously a bit difficult to tell. I don't seem to be good at this kind of praying for others. But on the 17th is his own younger brother, he must save him, but he doesn't have that kind of ability, so he can't beat Cell at all. So. Linz naturally guessed the mind of the 18th, and this was a piece of cake for him. But in this world, there is no free lunch. If you want to ask people to do things, you have to pay some price. So, I hope you can save the 17th. I know that with your strength, you can definitely defeat Cell. On the 18th, biting her teeth, she said something she didn't really want to say. Are you so sure I can beat Cell? Linz smiled and said in a slightly teasing tone. If you can't even beat Cell, then Son Goku guys are even more unlikely to beat Cell. This time on the 18th, he said very confidently. Although I haven't seen Son Goku yet, according to Vegeta and the others, the strength of Son Goku is at most similar to Vegeta. With such strength, there must be no way to defeat the Cell that has absorbed Vegeta. Moreover, I noticed at the time that Linz was completely calm when Cell absorbed Vegeta. Obviously even if Cell absorbed Vegeta, he didn't pay attention. Okay. I can indeed defeat Cell and save your brother No 17. But you also know that there is no free lunch in the world. Since you want me to save your brother, should I give something? Linz gave a smirk, looked at the 18th and asked. Generally, the way the ancients repaid great kindness should be to agree with their bodies. Moreover, looking at the appearance of the 18th, it seemed that there was nothing interesting to Qin Feng except for her body. This. On the 18th, Liu's eyebrows frowned slightly, as Linz thought, she had nothing to interest Linz, read more at wuxiax.com. And what Linz said was right. The two were just meeting each other by the water, which means they knew each other for less than an hour. It's already a blessing to follow him to avoid Cell, and now I have to ask him to help save my brother. Linz wants some compensation, which should be very reasonable. But the problem is that I have no money on my own right now. Even if there is, it is estimated that Linz, a powerful person, would not look down on the outside thing like money. If you can save the 17th. No 18's white teeth bit her red lips, seeming to be making a difficult decision. After half a minute, the entanglement on his face disappeared. He raised his head and said firmly to Linz, "If you can save the 17th, I will be your woman? How about?" Although the 18th had finished saying this sentence very aggressively, the jade face was blushing immediately after finishing the sentence. Just like a ripe red apple, the 18th at this time is even more gorgeous. Guru. Seeing Ho Fang biting her red lips, the jade-faced number 18 was blushing. Linz took a hard bite. Indeed, the 18th at this time is very stunning and very attractive. Do you want to agree with your body? Linz calmed down his emotions, looked at the 18th and asked in an incredible way. Although thinking that there might be such a possibility, he still felt a little surprised that this kind of words were said by the cold character 18th. What? Do you think this deal is not a good deal? Looking at Linz's expression, a thin anger appeared on the red face of the 18th. I still have a bit of confidence in my appearance, but he didn't expect to agree with me. This guy even hesitated. This is too bullying. It's not uneconomical, but... Linz wants to say, but have you considered it clearly? This is no small matter. However, she was interrupted by the 18th, her voice was a little cold, and some angrily said, "Now it's not to see what you want, but to see what I have." Although he was asking for help, his tone was quite domineering. Haha. You are domineering, all right. I promise to help you save the 17th. Linz looked at the already a little angry on the 18th, smiled and said. As a traverser, it would be a lie to say that he has no interest in the majestic and family-friendly beauty of the 18th. It is estimated that as a normal man, he will be interested. It's just that Linz feels a little weird in the way of trading. This is what you said, you can't go back on it. Hearing Linz's promise, he said quickly on the 18th. I'm afraid Linz suddenly regrets it. After all, the 17th is his own younger brother, his only relative in this world. Of course, the main reason why I was so fearless to request Linz in a personally agreeable way was that Linz was strong enough and handsome and echoed his request to find a partner. If Linz is an old man in 60s, he would never trade in this way. Okay, don't regret it. Linz nodded. Regret it? It only takes a finger to deal with Cell, and he will get a stunning beauty on the 18th. Make a profit by yourself, okay? P.S. Thank you very much for the support of so many big brothers, and the big brother who sent thousands of flowers at once. With so much data, I was surprised. Thank you so much. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Then when are we going to save the 17th? Seeing that Linz didn't mean to repent, he asked quickly on the 18th. You know that the 17th is now in Cell's body, the longer they delay the rescue, the more dangerous the 17th. If it is completely absorbed, it will be troublesome. It seems that the 18th is not as cold as described in Dragon Ball. Especially when it comes to the 17th, that kind of worry is no different from an ordinary sister next door. Don't worry, Cell will take the initiative to find it. As long as Cell is not killed, nothing will happen on the 17th. Linz said calmly. Because in Dragon Balls, the 17th and the 18th were absorbed by Cell for 10 days. After Son Gohan defeated Cell, they were still alive. Really? The 18th looked at Linz with some doubts and asked. Well, don't worry. Since I have promised you, I won't break my promise. Linz said seriously to the 18th. Even if the last 17th is really digested, it can be resurrected with the Earth's Dragon Ball. Then what shall we do now? Are you just waiting like this? The 18th looked at Linz and asked. Now that the 17th is absorbed, she is still very worried. If not. In the past few days, you should eat and drink properly, and Cell will naturally come to us at that time. Linz patted number 18 on the shoulder lightly, and said. The 18th is now her own woman, so she naturally won't have any resistance when patting on the shoulders. That's all right. Seeing Linz's confident face, the 18th could only nod her head. Since she chose to believe in Linz, she shouldn't be suspicious. Go. I seem to be a little hungry again, let's go to eat some uzayaki, I haven't had enough just now. After speaking, Linz directly took the hand of number 18 and disappeared in the original place. Time passed, 3 days' time passed in a flash. Son Goku and Son Gohan have already come out of the spiritual time house, and Son Goku went to the new Namek people and found Dende as the new god of the earth. Because Piccolo merged with the gods disappeared from the earth and the Dragon Ball disappeared. After Dende inherited the position of the gods, he created a new set of Dragon Balls, read more at wuxiax.com. And it's an improved version. The previous Earth Dragon Ball could only realize one wish at a time. However, after the improvement, 2 wishes can be realized, but the restriction of repeated resurrection has not been cancelled. And at this time in the Temple of Heaven, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and other Earth Z warriors gathered here. Son, are you sure to beat Cell? Piccolo looked at Son Goku with a serious face and asked. You must know that the strongest among them is Son Goku, if even he can't deal with Cell. Then it is even more impossible for others. I don't know, I haven't played against Cell so far, so I don't know his details. But if that guy has absorbed Vegeta, he will definitely be stronger than ever. Son Goku also said with a serious expression. Even if he could win Cell, it would be a miserable victory. But fortunately, there is Gohan. Even if he loses, Gohan will definitely win Cell. By the way, Trunks, the Linz you mentioned, is he really good? Son Goku looked at Trunks and asked. I was practicing in the spiritual time house before, so I didn't feel the breath of Linz. Listening to Trunks, it seems to be quite powerful. Well, it's really strong. Dad was easily slapped and slapped flying by him. Trunks nodded and said. Intuition told him that Linz might be better than Uncle Wukong. In this way, he is really strong. Son Goku nodded. He knows Vegeta's strength. Although he may be weaker than his current self, he can slap Vegeta with a slap. The strength really should not be underestimated. I hope he is not our enemy, otherwise it will be a little troublesome. Son Goku murmured softly. Then he continued to say to everyone. Well, while Cell hasn't appeared yet, everyone who hasn't gone to the spiritual time house to practice, hurry up and improve their strength. If Linz is also an enemy by then, it will be difficult for Gohan and himself to deal with it. In this case, let me practice in the spiritual time house this time. Piccolo said nonchalantly. Judging from the current situation, Kellen and Tien Shinyan can't play a big role. I didn't look down on them, but the opponent was too strong. If you practice yourself for a year or 2, maybe you can help by then. Okay. Son Goku and others nodded. Another day has passed. Linz and the 18th were having dinner in a restaurant. At this time, Cell suddenly appeared on the TV of the restaurant. Good morning, people all over the world. Take everyone's minutes to announce one thing to everyone. I guess you don't know me well, so I'll introduce myself. My name is Cell. Some time ago, many people disappeared inexplicably. That's why I am today. Cell introduced himself eloquently. This bastard has changed his appearance again, damn. On the 18th, watching Cell on TV, an angry look immediately appeared on his face, clenching his fists tightly. This guy has absorbed Vegeta and turned into a complete body. Linz looked at the complete Cell on the TV screen in surprise, and said in surprise. Because of the introduction in Dragon Ball, Cell has to absorb the 17th and the 18th to become a complete body. Unexpectedly, after absorbing Vegeta's Cell, he could become a complete body. P.S. The author's words, I'm a writer on Zyapija, and I haven't had any good results in writing books, so I may not write so well. I hope everyone can bear with me. The first time with such good data, I am really very worried. Every time I write a paragraph, I am afraid that everyone will not like it, it is uncomfortable. If you have a good opinion, you must put it forward, and I will correct it. If something is wrong, please help me to point it out. Thank you. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. However, there seems to be some difference between Cell's complete body and Dragon Balt's at this time, that is, Cell's facial features are exactly the same as Vegeta. It seems that Cell has absorbed Vegeta. After a few minutes, Cell disappeared from the TV, but in the end, it seemed that Linz, Son Goku and others were The general content is, one day later, he will hold a world's #1 martial arts club, when he will personally defeat Linz and Son Goku. Cell stated that it was 10 o'clock in the morning, but did not say where the location is. Said to Linz on the 18th. Do you want them to find Cell? Don't worry. I can feel Cell's chi, presumably Son Goku can also feel it. Linz raised the corner of his mouth, smiled and said. As the absolute protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku really wants to see him. One day passed quickly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo were all ready to go in the Temple of Heaven. I'm going to fight that monster again, I really feel a little worried. Klin whispered in a scared voice. Last time, he slapped him and was knocked out by Cell. Moreover, the Cell at that time only absorbed the Cyborg 17 but not Vegeta. Now that monster is probably even more powerful. Kling, if you are scared, don't go. Son Goku looked at Klin with a low morale and smiled and said. In fact, Son Goku wants to say that you won't be able to help anyway, but it's too hard to think about it. Ah! How can this be? Although it is dangerous, I'll go with you. Klin scratched his big bald head awkwardly, and said with a wry smile. Now that everyone has gone, how can I be a tortoise by myself? Big deal. Be killed again. Okay. Then everyone put their hands on my body, let's go over. After Son Goku finished speaking, his index finger and middle finger nodded his eyebrows and cast instant transmission, and then everyone disappeared directly into the Temple of Heaven. When he reappeared, he had reached a barren valley, and there was a huge ring in the middle of the barren valley. And Cell, standing in the middle of the ring. Kakarot, you are finally here. Suddenly, Vegeta's voice rang, read more at wuxiax.com. Everyone was shocked, and then they looked at Cell. Vegeta. What's the matter? It was Vegeta's voice just now. Son Goku was taken aback, and looked at Cell in a little astonishment. Could it be that Cell was controlled by Vegeta? Dad, Dad! Trunks and others were also shocked. Haha! What's wrong, is it weird? I absorbed Vegeta, so I can naturally use his voice, including all his memories. Cell looked at Son Goku and others jokingly, obviously a little proud. This bastard, return my dad quickly. Trunks' complexion instantly became angry, and then he turned directly into Super Saiyan, wanting to fight Cell desperately. Wait Trunks, you are not his opponent. Son Goku's arms crossed, blocking Trunks. The current Cell is very powerful. Even though he has reached the limit of Super Saiyan, he can feel that he is still not an opponent of Cell. At this time Inzidu, Linz, and the 18th are enjoying breakfast leisurely. Of course, Linz is the only one who is leisurely, and the 18th is already stomping his feet in a hurry. Hey, it's past 10 o'clock. Can you save the 17th? If you don't, I will go by myself. Looking at Linz with a laid-back look, the 18th spoke to Linz in a cold tone. This guy seems to have completely forgotten the best martial arts club in the world that Cell said yesterday. What's the hurry? Now the appetizer is not over yet. Aren't all the protagonists playing last? Linz was not in a hurry. Those guys Son Goku, it should take a while. If you follow the story of Dragon Balls, the world's #1 fighting champion, Mr. Misted Fool, will have to show off. Then you will be the last to play. On the 18th, he left a cold sentence, then his body flashed and flew out. "Oh, woman, I just can't hold my breath." Linz shook his head and put a piece of sushi in his hand into his mouth, followed by a flash of his body. At this time, on the ring in the barren valley, Son Goku and Cell stood opposite each other. "Son Goku, I didn't expect you to be the first to play." Cell looked at Son Goku and said with a faint smile. "Come on Cell, let me see how strong you are after absorbing Vegeta." Son Goku looked at the face exactly like Vegeta and said with a smile. "Vegeta's consciousness tells me that I must beat you, Son Goku." Cell continued. "Vegeta's awareness is very strong. Now that you have the energy of Vegeta, please satisfy him." "Is it? Then let me see if you have that ability." After Son Goku's voice fell, he flashed directly towards Cell. "Come on, Son Goku." Cell also greeted him with a look of excitement at the corner of his mouth. Bang bang bang. The two fought together instantly. So fast, I can't see their movements at all. Trunks, Piccolo, and others were all shocked. Because they can only hear a low crashing sound, as well as a popping voice coil. There was no way to see the two of them. Only Son Gohan can see the fighting movements of the two clearly. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. And just as everyone was watching the battle between Son Goku and Cell attentively, two bursts of air suddenly rang. The keen Piccolo was the first to spot the person. He looked over, then frowned, and said in a low voice, "It's Linz and Cyborg 18. Piccolo's voice was very low, but it was enough for Son Gohan, Trunks, and others to hear him clearly. "Sure enough, are they still here? I don't know if his appearance is good or bad." Piccolo spoke again. "Uncle Piccolo, I think Mr. Linz should not be a bad person. I don't feel anything evil from him." Trunks also glanced at Linz, then said to Piccolo, "I hope so." Piccolo nodded and said, "If he was not what Trunks said, then people like himself would be quite dangerous. I'll go and say hello to them." After Trunks finished speaking, he flew directly to Linz and Cyborg 18. "Mr. Linz, you really are here?" Trunks said to Linz with a smile on his face. Then he glanced at number 18 next to Linz, still with fear and anger in his eyes. "Well, be entrusted to do something," Linz said to Trunks faintly. After speaking, "I looked at the 18th, if it wasn't for the 18th, I really didn't want to come over so early. Mr. Linz, if Uncle Goku loses in a while, can you please deal with Cell?" Trunks asked tentatively, very vigilantly. After all, people met them right by the water, and they were not relatives, so there was no need to help them at all. But if Uncle Wukong is really defeated, then they really can't help it. Perhaps Linz, who appeared suddenly, would be the only hope. "It depends. If I have a chance, I should fight Cell." Linz smiled and said to Trunks. "The premise is that Son Gohan can't solve Cell. Then I will thank Mr. Linz for everyone." Hearing Linz's promise, Trunks thanked Linz excitedly. It seemed that he wanted to tell others about the good news. After Trunks spoke to Linz, he flew to Piccolo and others. At this time in the ring, Son Goku and Cell have already fought thousands of moves. Although the winner has not yet been determined, it is clear that Son Goku has fallen short. Read more at wuxiax.com. If the battle continues, it is estimated that Son Goku will definitely lose. Worse, there is a physical problem, I can't win this way. Son Goku on the ring thought with a heavy face. Although the full power consumption of my own super game is very small, after all, fighting against powerful opponents like Cell consumes extremely fast physical energy. He has reached the limit now, and the guy in Cell is still at its peak. What's the matter, Son Goku? If you only have this strength, then I'm so disappointed. Cell looked at Son Goku, who was looking ugly, and said jokingly. Even he himself didn't expect that after completely absorbing Vegeta's energy, he would become so strong. Maybe his current strength has surpassed his complete body after absorbing the 18th, right? Although I don't want to admit it, I really am not your opponent. I gave up in this game. Son Goku simply gave up the game. Because it is meaningless to continue fighting. Moreover, in such a battle, he can't consume Cell's physical energy. What? Cell was taken aback. And behind Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks under the ring were all taken aback. Obviously Son Goku hasn't reached the limit yet, and there is still a chance to win. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? What is this guy Son doing? If he concedes defeat, who can stop Cell? Piccolo's face was very ugly, and he said in a low voice. Son Goku, did you know that if none of you were my opponent, I would destroy the earth? Cell was obviously not happy, with a displeased face, and said in a gloomy voice. Of course I know, but if I admit defeat, it doesn't mean that no one will beat you. After speaking, Son Goku jumped directly off the ring. Then he walked up to Son Gohan with a confident face. Obviously, he wanted Son Gohan to fight, because in the mental time house, he felt a very powerful force in Gohan's body. It's just not awakened yet. It seems that the Cell after absorbing Vegeta is stronger than the complete Cell in Dragon Balls. Looking at Cell on the ring, Linz thought to himself. Because in front of him, Son Goku can't do anything about Cell, and the gap is not small. It is estimated that even Son Gohan is not necessarily the opponent of Cell. Time passed by. 10 minutes later, Son Gohan was beaten to the ground by Cell. Changed back to normal. Son, look at what you do you want to kill Gohan? Seeing Son Gohan, lying on the ground with his whole body wounded, Piccolo couldn't stand it a bit and cursed directly at Son Goku. It felt more like Son Gohan's father, caring more. Impossible. There is obviously a very powerful force in Gohan's body, why can't it be displayed? Son Goku frowned and said to himself. Isn't Gohan willing to release his anger at this critical moment of life? Snapped. At this moment, Cell kicked Son Gohan directly on the waist and kicked Son Gohan away. Rumble. Son Gohan's body hit a huge rock and directly smashed the rock into fragments. Then he fainted directly. Only then did Cell look at Linz with bloodthirsty eyes. The corners of his mouth were raised in an evil arc, and he spoke word by word, next, it will be you. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Following the direction that Cell pointed to, everyone looked at it, all locked in Linz's body. Are you ready to be killed by me? Damn bastard! Before you humiliated me and Vegeta, immediately I will ask you to double it back. The corner of Cell's mouth was raised with a confident arc, and he said to Linz. The current self is definitely not something that Sion can contend. Son, do you think Linz is Cell's opponent? Piccolo asked in a low tone. I don't know, but the guy Cell is really powerful. Even Gohan can't beat him, I guess it's a bit hanged. Son Goku thought for a while, then seemed to think of something, and then curiously asked. By the way, you said before that Linz was covered with red hair, but why not now? Linz now is no different from ordinary Sion. The tail behind him is the most obvious symbol. I was a little surprised just now, but now it seems that the whole body is covered with red hair, it is most likely a form of Linz, right? Trunks said with some guesswork. After all, Sion can be transformed, and no one knows what is beyond Super Sion. Perhaps in surpassing Super Sion, it might be the same as Linz before. Well, there is such a possibility. Son Goku nodded. If he really has a transformation beyond Super Sion, he can definitely beat Cell. I am just a little bit weaker. If I can surpass Super Sion, I can definitely beat Cell. He thought that Gohan could do it before, because as long as Gohan vented his inner anger, he would definitely reach that level. But now it seems that it is not easy to let Gohan, who has a calm personality, vent his anger. Do you think you can compete with me if you absorb Vegeta? Looking at Cell with a confident face, Linz smiled playfully and asked. It is no exaggeration to say that his current normal combat effectiveness is estimated to have reached 50 billion, and Cell's complete body form is only 20 billion. Even if the current Cell is stronger than the complete body after absorbing the 18th, it is estimated that it is only 25 billion. With such strength, how could he be his opponent? Read more at wuxiax.com. Don't bluff, you are probably scared now. My current strength is definitely not what you can imagine. Cell is still extremely confident, and said with a sneer. It's really ignorant, then you might as well give it a try. Linz beckoned to Cell, with a calm expression on his face. Are you, really sure? Cell seems to be really powerful. At this time, the 18th on the side looked at Linz a little worried and asked. What? Do you have so little confidence in me? You just watched from the sidelines, how did I teach Cell? Linz turned his head to look at the 18th, smiled confidently and said. Then. Okay. You must be careful yourself. Seeing Linz's extremely confident look, the 18th can only nod her head. Remind Linz to be careful. Then he stepped back dozens of steps and stood in an empty place. Cut, a lifeless bastard who is still pretentious when I die, so don't blame me for being cruel. Seeing Linz's calm and provocative look, the smile on Cell's face solidified a little bit, turning into a hideous look. Call out. In the next second, Cell's body disappeared in place. So fast. Even Son Goku was surprised, because he just saw an afterimage of Cell. If he had used this speed to compete with himself at the beginning, he would probably not be able to wait for him to admit defeat before being fucked down. Others were naturally more shocked. After all, they can no longer see Cell at all. Can Linz escape Cell's attack so fast? This is the question that comes to everyone's mind. Give me down. Something arrogant and ignorant. Cell screamed, and his body had appeared in front of Linz. The whole body was surrounded by golden arrogance, and he punched Linz directly. He is confident that this punch will directly hit Linz. Snapped. Only in the next second, the result left him stunned, unbelievable. Because of his full punch, Linz took it down with ease with the palm of his hand. What? Cell's face changed suddenly, and his ferocious expression instantly solidified. And Son Goku and others were also shocked. Unbelievable, he took Cell's fist so easily. Son Goku frowned and said. Guru. Moreover, he hasn't changed into Super Saiyan form, nor has he changed into his previous appearance. Piccolo swallowed vigorously, and also said in horror. Mr. Linz is so powerful. Trunks, Klin, and others opened their incredible eyes. Indeed, this result makes them unbelievable. But now it seems that the difference in strength between Cell and Linz is really too big. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. It's really strong. If it were me, Cell would have defeated me with this punch. Son Goku said with a wry smile. Unexpectedly, there is such a powerful Saiyan on the earth, but he hadn't noticed it before. What's wrong, Cell? Don't tell me that your power is only so little. If that were the case, you would disappoint me a little bit too much. Looking at Cell with a shocked look, Linz spoke lightly. Cell's current power is simply not enough. Less smug. I just used a little bit of strength just now. Cell recovered from the shock and grinned. But obviously, when Cell said this, his confidence was not as strong as before. Although I said that I didn't use all of my power to attack, but at least I used 7 to 8 points of power. But he was so easily taken over by this bastard guy, which meant that his power completely surpassed himself. Although I don't want to admit. But the facts are here. Really? Let me see all your power. After Linz's voice fell, he flung Cell's body handsomely out. Rumble. Then he hit the ring heavily and smashed the ring out of a big hole. Damn bastard, absolutely unforgivable. An angry look appeared on Cell's face. Both fists hammered the ground hard. Unexpectedly, the power of this bastard was so strong. He obviously became very strong after absorbing Vegeta. Linz is so strong. And now on the 18th behind Linz, looking at Linz like a god of war, the eyes are colorful. Although the 18th is the goddess of coldness, she is also a young girl after all, and she naturally has a girlish heart in her heart. For the excellent opposite sex, of course there will be a heart of worship. And Linz, handsome, powerful, and more importantly, just when he was about to be absorbed by Cell, he suddenly appeared and staged a wave of heroes saving the United States. It must be impossible to say that there are no waves in my heart. It seems that Cell is not Linz's opponent at all. In just an attack, Son Goku has already seen the gap between Cell and Linz. At this moment, the crazy Cell seemed to see Linz unprepared. Destructo Disc, read more at wuxiax.com. Then the palms directly condensed 2 golden round wheels, and threw them towards Linz. Is that my trick? I didn't expect it to be so strong in Cell's hands. Klin recognized Destructo Disc at a glance. I didn't expect that my own unique trick would be so powerful in Cell's hands. The cutting force of Destructo Disc is very strong. I wonder if Cell used 2 Destructo Discs at the same time. Can Linz follow? And Linz looked at the 2 golden round wheels without any fluctuations in his eyes. It is undeniable that the Destructo Disc's lethality is very strong, but the power of the Destructo Disc at the time is too big. The power of the Destructo Disc is not so obvious. Then Linz directly patted left and right with both hands, and the 2 powerful Destructo Discs were suddenly broken. It turned into golden energy, and then disappeared. Totally useless. The rage on Cell's face became heavy. Destructo Disc has no effect at all. Of course, it's not just Cell who is surprised, but also Klin and Son Goku. You must know Klin's trick, Destructo Disc, which hurt Nappa and cut off Frisia's tail. In that case, try this. Ultimate Kamehameha Wave. After Cell's voice fell, terrifying blue energy suddenly condensed from the palms of both palms. This is the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta's unique skills. This time, he doesn't believe that it is still useless. Ha! Accompanied by a loud shout, the ki blast in Cell's palm shot directly at Linz. The useless Cell, the gap between us, cannot be made up by these moves. Looking at ki blast shooting at him, Linz said contemptuously. Then a backhand shot. The terrifying ki blast was photographed directly changed direction and shot out of the earth. Isn't even the ultimate Kamehameha wave useless? At this time, Cell has clearly felt the gap between them. There is already a retreat in my heart. Because instinct told him that if this continues, he will be killed. It seems that your attack is over. If that's the case, let me attack, Cell. Linz naturally saw Cell's retreat. But he is not going to give Cell a chance. Call out. Then his body flashed and appeared in front of Cell in the blink of an eye. What? What? Cell stepped back subconsciously behind him. This guy is so fast that he didn't even see clearly. You are too weak in Cell, fighting with you is really no fun at all. So, this kind of boring battle should end as soon as possible. Hey! Linz's voice fell, a punch was blasted, and his fist sank directly into Cell's lower abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of purple blood spurted out of Cell's mouth, and his pupils shrank sharply. He held his belly with both hands, and after a few steps backwards, he sat down on the ground. Then began to vomit violently. Open, what's the joke? With just an understatement, did Cell lose its combat effectiveness? Son Goku and others have opened their eyes in shock. The chin is about to fall to the ground. Although I realized that Linz is very strong, he beat Cell with one punch. Isn't this too abnormal? P.S. Dear readers, beg for a wave of data, flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets, thank you. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Wow wow. Cell has a pained face, constantly vomiting light green sour water, and his belly is tumbling like mountains and seas. After vomiting acid water mixed with purple blood for half a minute, Cell's body suddenly swelled. The whole person is like a rock 2 or 3 meters high, and his chest is bulging like a toad. Wow! Then, Cell's throat suddenly widened, and then a figure spit out directly from his mouth. Father! Vegeta! Uncle North Vegeta! Looking at the figure suddenly spit out by Cell, Trunks, Son Goku, and others shouted out with excitement. That's right, it was the Vegeta that had been spit out a few days ago. It's just that Vegeta looks a bit disgusting at this time, covered in light green slime. After spitting out Vegeta, Cell obviously has no way to maintain this form. It directly changed back to the toad shape with thick lips. Cell has changed back to what he was before, and his anger has also weakened. Great! Trunks and others watched Cell change back to the appearance of absorbing number 17, and a happy expression appeared on their faces. In this way, he, Uncle Goku, and Gohan can easily defeat Cell. The 18th is also looking forward to it. She expects that the 17th will also be spit out. Wow! Cell is still vomiting, but apparently he is not ready to give up, grabbing Vegeta, and about to absorb it again. But apparently physical fitness has not allowed him to do so. Wow! There was another violent vomiting, and the humanoid number 17 was also vomited directly by Cell. The appearance of Cell is directly restored to its original worm form. No, impossible, I am the strongest ultimate robot, it is impossible to lose like this. Cell growled frantically. But at this time, he was already too weak. Even Piccolo can easily kill him. You're done, Cell. Say goodbye to this beautiful world. Lins walked in front of Cell, his palm was aimed at Cell, and the energy gathered from his palm. Hey! Then the energy ball blasted directly from the palm and hit Cell's body. Cell's body was like a smoke that was straightened by the wind, and it disappeared without a trace, without a single cell left. Did this erase Cell? Everyone looked at Lins in surprise. Read more at wuxiax.com. Until now, there is still a dreamlike feeling. Unexpectedly, a few minutes ago, they were still worried that Cell would destroy the entire world. But now, Cell himself has disappeared without a trace. And all this was done by the strange scion in front of him. Hey, you guys, don't be stunned. You can't fight, you can always save people. After easily erasing Cell, Lins looked at Son Goku and others who were still in shock, and said, "Oh, all right." Trunks and Klin nodded quickly, although they walked directly in front of Lins. "Mr. Lins, what about the 17th?" Trunks asked. In fact, he is very afraid of and hates artificial humans, but the artificial humans in this time and space seem to be different from his own time and space. Perhaps it is caused by the difference in dimensions. Of course I should quickly bring him back to the Temple of Heaven and let him recover. You don't naively think that I killed Cell to save Vegeta, right? Funny. Lins directly gave Trunks a roll of eyes. My main purpose is to save the 17th. Vegeta's arrogant and impolite guy is completely incidental. Yes, I see. Trunks nodded quickly. And then carried one with Klin and flew directly to the Celestial Temple. Although they were absorbed by Cell, they did not die. So it's totally possible for Dende to restore them. Then Son Goku and others followed. Because of the appearance of Cell, too many people have been killed. Now that Dende has created the Dragon Ball again, we must hurry up and bring all humans back to life. Let's go. Let's go and see too. Lins walked to the front of the 18th and said with a smile. Okay. On the 18th, he looked at Lin's handsome face, and then nodded. Then he couldn't help saying, "Why are you so strong? Cell was killed by you in an instant." Originally they thought that their artificial humans were the strongest people in the world. And in the record of Dr. Gero, the strongest are Son Goku and Vegeta. I didn't expect Linz to be so strong, and there is no record in Dr. Gero's database. Want to know? I'll tell you again tonight. A smirk flashed across Linz's face, and then he flew directly to the celestial temple. In the temple of heaven, Dende quickly awakened Vegeta in the 17th. Great Dad, you're all right. Looking at the awakened Vegeta, Trunks said excitedly. I can finally explain to my mother. Cut. Vegeta curled his lips, then looked at Linz with some trepidation, then his body flashed and he jumped directly down the celestial temple. Obviously, although Vegeta was absorbed by Cell, he still knew what had happened during that time. On the 17th, are you all right? The 18th looked at the fully recovered 17th with a look of excitement. It's okay, I didn't expect to be resurrected. On the 17th, he looked at his body, then at Piccolo, Son Goku, and others, and continued, these people will save me? What a surprise! After all, they were made to kill Son Goku. And he had fought fiercely with Piccolo before. You think too much, Linz is the one who saved you. On the 18th, he looked at Linz and said. After the introduction, the 18th blushed inexplicably. Linz. The 17th looked at the shy look of the 18th. This is really the first time the girl got on the sedan chair. I've never seen the appearance of the 18th, and I used to be cold to any man. So, is he my brother-in-law? The 17th looked at Linz and said with a sneer. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The man who can make his cold sister show such a shy appearance is probably his future brother-in-law. Moreover, if he is just a stranger, there is no reason to save himself. My brother-in-law really has a bit of eye to see, it's not worth my rescue. Linz looked at the discerning number 17, and said with a faint smile. When they heard the conversation between the two, No 18's face turned blue and red. This guy Linz has such a character, I didn't expect this guy on the 17th to be so familiar. He is not such a person normally. Mr. Linz, this time I really thank you for saving my dad and saving the entire planet. Trunks walked to Linz gratefully and thanked him. Without Linz's sudden appearance, Vegeta would never be saved, and the Earth is probably in danger now. So no matter whether Linz is willing or comfortable, I should thank him. I said that I saved Vegeta when I was saving the 17th, so you don't have to thank me too much. Linz said to Trunks again. Okay everyone, I think the best thing we should do now is to quickly summon Shenron, so that the humans on Earth who were killed by Cell will be brought back to life. At this time Piccolo said to everyone, Piccolo can always say it. Now that Cell has been completely resolved, it is time to bring the killed humans back to life. Well, Piccolo is right. Dende, summon Shenron out now. Son Goku said to Dende. Okay. Dende responded, then quickly took the Dragon Ball back, and summoned Shenron. By the way, Linz, do you have any wishes? At this time, Son Goku looked at Linz and asked. In any case, it is Linz's credit that the Earth was saved this time. If it weren't for him, maybe they have all been killed now. Of course. Linz nodded. I do have a wish. Then you can make a wish first. Son Goku was also polite, and said directly to Linz. Everyone agrees with Son Goku's approach. First of all, the Earth was saved this time, basically all Linz's credit, read more at wuxiax.com. Secondly, Son Goku has become the core of these people in subtle changes, so Son Goku has said so, they will naturally not refute it. It is good. Linz was also polite, nodded, then raised his head to face Shenron and said, remove the explosive systems in the bodies of the 18th and the 17th. It is not a good thing to keep these things in their bodies. Since Shenron of the Earth can't make them return to being ordinary humans, then remove the bombs in their bodies. Hearing Linz's words, the corner of the 18th's eyes twitched slightly. Then he looked at Linz a little moved. She obviously didn't expect Lin's wish to be for herself. Suddenly a feeling of happiness was born in my heart. It seems that you have found a good man worthy of trust. I am happy for you, the 18th. The 17th looked at the 18th and said seriously. After speaking, he looked at Lin's again and continued, "Thank you, brother-in-law." This brother-in-law called quite smoothly. "This is easy. Your wish has been fulfilled. Tell us your second wish." A crimson halo flashed in Shenren's eyes, and then a thick voice rang. "Well, my wish has come true. The remaining wishes are for you," Lin said to Son Goku and others. "In the previous life, I thought about getting Dragon Ball countless times, and then made a wish to Dragon Ball that I would have super martial arts, or an inexhaustible wealth. It's better to let Shenren give himself another Aladdin magic lamp, and then start the endless loop of wishing. But now, Lin's, who has all the arrogance and strength, feels that those wishes are no longer as attractive as before. But, as a bargaining chip for me to save Vegeta, I need 1 billion yuan, it should be fine." Lin's looked at Trunks and said. Although with his current strength, he can eat for nothing on the earth, but after all, there is no feeling of big money. Of course, this is absolutely fine. Trunks nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. 1 billion yuan is simply not worth mentioning for the world's richest man. And as a bargaining chip to save Dad, it is estimated that even if it is 100 billion, Mom will not hesitate. Okay, then bring me the money when the time comes. The rest is your business, you can solve it yourself. Lin's nodded, and then took number 18's hand and jumped directly down the celestial temple. The 17th also followed closely. Leave Son Goku and others to make a wish to resurrect all those killed by Cell, and then go back separately. Cell's things made them realize that their strength is still much worse, so they must continue to practice. "Brother-in-law, thank you again for saving me." On the streets of Zidu, the 17th smiled and said to Lin's. "If you really want to thank you, you should thank your sister on the 18th. Lin's looked at number 17 and said. "Of course, number 18 has a very good vision. She follows you and I think she will be very happy, so I can leave with confidence." "Go away. What do you mean by the 17th? Where do you want to go?" Hearing the words of the 17th, the 18th's Willow frowned slightly and asked. "Of course it is to marry a wife and have children and live an ordinary life." The 17th replied jokingly. "This is also the life I yearn for. Find a job, then marry a wife and have children, and return to the ordinary. Have you decided yet?" The 18th was a little bit reluctant, but there was no way to interfere with his decision, and he estimated that he would not be able to keep the 17th. P.S. Cheeky and ask for another wave of data, flowers and evaluation votes, please help vote some. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Of course, enough play is enough, it's time to live an ordinary life. Okay, I'm leaving. Help me take care of my sister. If you dare to bully my sister, even if I can't beat you, I will still beat you. On the 17th, he jokingly hammered Lin's chest, then waved his hand at the two men with a face of freedom, and left them with a leap. "Don't look, it's all gone." Looking at the 18th who looked at the direction in which the 17th disappeared with a look of dismay, Lin's grabbed it in his arms and said with a smile. On the 18th, there was surprisingly no resistance this time. "Call out." Just as Lin's and the 18th were about to leave, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. Then Trunks appeared in front of him. "Mr. Lin's, this is a 1 billion yuan card. There is no password. Take it." Trunks handed the card to Lin's respectfully. "It's pretty fast." Lin's was not polite with Trunks and took the card directly. "This is what I deserve." "Mr. Lin's, can I ask you a question?" Trunks asked tentatively. "Go ahead." Lin's handed the card to number 18, then looked at Trunks and said. You were all red hair before, does that belong to Super Saiyan's transformation?" He has always been particularly curious about this matter. It is estimated that it is not just him, but Dad and Uncle Wukong are very curious. Yes, that is indeed a transformation of Super Saiyan. But if you want to reach that level, it's unlikely, so don't care about that. Although Trunks has Saiyan's blood in his body. But after all, Saiyan is not a purebred. To know that if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, the tail is very important. Son Gohan may be able to become Super Saiyan 4 through Super Bolt's light. After all, he has a tail when he was born, but Son Goten and Trunks are probably having some difficulties. It is estimated that this is why the potential of Son Gohan surpasses Trunks and Son Goten. That's all right. Read more at wuxiax.com. Mr. Lins, if it's okay, then I'll go first. Trunks can only nod in embarrassment. Maybe that kind of form, I really can't grasp it, just now I was just curious to ask. Now the cyborg thing here is completely over. It's time for me to return to my own time and space, to solve the cyborg's 17th and 18th, and try to kill myself and then take the time machine to come to this time and space cell. Okay, there will be a period after that. Well, there will be a period later. Then Trunks went back. Where are we going now? The 18th looked at Lins and asked. It seems that after saving the 17th and killing Cell, she doesn't know what to do. Consumption, crazy consumption, experience the feeling of a rich man. Lin squinted and smiled, and said to the 18th. Okay, I should be better at this. The 18th also smiled knowingly. Then the two walked directly towards the downtown. When you enjoy a wave of life, you will start to embark on a life of cultivation. Although his current Super Saiyan 4 is very strong, it can be said that even in the face of Majin Buu that appeared 7 years later, it can be easily erased. But there are so many strong players in the Dragon Ball world. Especially in Dragon Ball Super, 12 Gods of Destruction, the strongest human being Jiren, Angel, Grand Priest, and Zeno that can instantly clear the universe, etc. Almost everyone is not in existence that he can handle. So at least before Gods of Destruction Beerus wakes up, he must have the strength to surpass Gods of Destruction. Even if there is no way to surpass, but at least not to lose to them. It will take another 7 or 8 years, and there should be no problem. And you know, Lins also has a sign-in system in his body. Time goes by day. In a peaceful and quiet life, 3 years passed quickly. In the past 3 years, Lins has improved his strength to a Super 4 full power form. At this time in Zidu, in a big villa, there is a huge gravitational chamber that bears 3,000 times the force of gravity. Hey! Lins is now in the form of Super Saiyan 4, panting heavily. He has been cultivating for 24 hours in the spiritual time room. In order to break the limit of Super Saiyan 4. What the hell is going on? I've been stuck in Super Saiyan's full power for more than a year, and there is still no way to break through. Lin's face is very bad, quite bad. In order to break through Super 4, he practiced desperately almost every day, squeezing his potential. But I always feel a little bit worse. It seems that if you want to rely on pure practice, it is difficult to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 4. Lin said to himself. Because of the battle bloodline of Super Saiyan, only in battle can he quickly improve his bloodline. Blindly cultivating in the gravity chamber, after all, is very limited, and there is no sense of crisis of life and death, and there is no way to stimulate the potential. Perhaps I should find some stronger opponents and have a good fight. P.S. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Squeak. At this moment, the door of the gravity room was opened, and the 18th stood in front of the door, frowning and said, "You have been inside for a whole day, come out and eat something." Today on the 18th, she is wearing a tight-fitting short skirt with black tight-fitting stockings. The unevenness makes the outline more attractive. In 3 years, the temperament of the 18th has also undergone tremendous changes. It is a transformation of temperament from a girl to a woman. As for why this transformation happened, it is estimated that only Linz and the 18th know it. Well, coming soon. Linz nodded, then walked out of the gravity chamber. It seems that it is not easy to break through Super Saiyan 4 and become Super Saiyan V. Because of the form of Super Saiyan 5, it has not appeared in Dragon Ball GT. Also appeared in the fan work Dragon Ball AF, Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku, Super Saiyan 5 Reg. You can know from Dragon Ball AF that there are 3 ways to become Super Saiyan 5. The first is to control the emotions of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. This is the method that the old Supreme Kai taught Son Goku. And Son Gohan was also killed by Zai Kao because of Xiao Fang, and his anger became Super Saiyan 5. As for Reg, the ancient Saiyan bloodline was born above the other Saiyan. With a combat power of 50,000 at birth, it is even more terrifying than Broly, old version. Of course, these things appear in fan works. So whether it can be used, whether oneself can become Super Saiyan 5, or whether Super Saiyan 4 above is Super Saiyan 5 appearing in AF fans, in fact, this is completely uncertain. But now that I know so many methods, I must try it out. Look at you, your body is very dirty, go wash it quickly, and then hurry up to eat. The 18th pouted, and said to Linz with some blame. Okay. Go right away. Linz took advantage of the situation and slapped one on the pretty face on the 18th, and then went to take a bath. And on the 18th, she didn't care too much. In 3 years, she had become accustomed to Linz's occasional rogue actions. After half an hour, Linz had finished washing and started eating. By the way, I may need to go to other places tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Linz asked while eating. Because it may take a long time to go out this time, and there may be some dangers, read more at wuxiax.com. So she hopes to stay at home on the 18th. Of course I go, I'm your woman, I'll go wherever you go. The 18th spoke to Linz of course. Marry a chicken with a chicken, marry a dog with a dog. Let's do it. We will leave tomorrow. Linz looked at the 18th and said. Although she was afraid of danger, she didn't want to let her go on the 18th, but since she wanted to go, she wouldn't be alone along the way. Early the next morning, the two cleaned up early and prepared a lot of food capsules. Because Linz knows that in the 7th universe, except for the Earth, the food on other planets is simply hard to swallow. So prepare yourself in advance. We prepare so much food, do we plan not to return to Earth? Looking at Linz on the 18th, he asked silently. This guy actually took 50 food capsules directly, so many foods, it is estimated that they will expire before they finish eating. Of course we will come back, but it will take 3 to 5 years for us to leave. Linz smiled and said. Unless he breaks through Super Saiyan 4, he decides not to return to Earth. Because if there is no way to break through the strength, even if you come back, you will not be able to beat gods of destruction Beerus. In other universes, there are many strong ones, so you can compete with those strong ones. Perhaps it will be of great help to one's own breakthrough. Then where are we going now? We will go to the God realm this time. After Linz finished speaking, he took the 18th and disappeared directly on the earth. When it reappeared, it had reached an emerald green place. Hey? Are we still on the earth? Looking around on the 18th, the environment is no different from the earth. It's like a beautiful grassland on earth. No, we have reached the realm of the gods. Linz shook his head. When I checked in for the first time, my system rewarded unlimited instant transmission. So even in the Supreme Kai world, you can reach it in an instant. Almost when Linz's voice fell, 2 silhouettes of weird costumes suddenly appeared in front of Linz and number 18. Linz is familiar with the 2 people in front of him, and the smaller one is East Supreme Kaiasan of the 7th universe. The red-faced guy beside him is Supreme Kaiasan's guard Jebet, who also mastered unlimited instant transmission. Who are you two? Why do you appear in the Supreme Kai world? East Supreme Kaiasan frowned, looked at Linz and asked. From this human body, he felt a sense of danger. This is the first time he feels this kind of dangerous feeling besides Majin Bu. It doesn't matter who we are and how we appear in the Supreme Kai world. The purpose of my coming is to borrow the Supreme Kai sword. Linz faintly said to Supreme Kaiasan. What? Why do you know the Supreme Kai sword? Both Supreme Kaiasan and Jebai God looked at Linz in shock. Apparently they couldn't figure out how a human being would know the existence of the Supreme Kai sword. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. I know many things. The Supreme Kai sword is just one of them. Of course, I still know what you don't know. So you don't have to be so surprised. Linz smiled faintly and said to Supreme Kaiasan. In Dragon Balls and Dragon Ball Super, it can be said that the Supreme Kai's ignorance performance in front of him is vivid and vivid. A Demon King Dapla who couldn't even beat Son Gohan in second place almost frightened him. Majin Bu was almost scared to death when he was unblocked. In the Dragon Ball Super animation, he is even more ignorant and even ignorant of gods of destruction, which is connected to his own fate. Bull Talker, he is the Supreme Kai of the universe, the god standing at the top of the universe. You are not afraid to flash your waist when you speak such a big talk. The big red-faced man Jabit on the side couldn't listen anymore. Lord Supreme Kai is the greatest god, how can there be things he doesn't know? Don't be rude, Jabit, since he knows the way to come to the Supreme Kai world, he naturally knows that I am Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Azing is obviously much smarter. Since people know how to come to the Supreme Kai world, they naturally know who they are. As expected of Supreme Kai, my vision is pretty good. I have limited time now, please take me to see the Supreme Kai world. Lin still said flatly. But at that moment, a frightening breath burst out of his body. I don't want to embarrass the two of them, but I don't want to waste time talking about them. It's not that I want to pretend to be forceful, but it's just a little faster in this way. Okay, what a strong power. Is this guy really a human? After feeling Lin's sudden release of breath, Jebite's face changed drastically. He had never felt such a strong chi before. This anger is estimated to have surpassed himself and Supreme Kai. It's hard to imagine that such a monster-like guy has appeared in human beings. You should be able to take me to see now. Linz retracted his breath and asked again. Sure enough, this method still works. Then please come with me. Supreme Kai Azing frowned slightly, then nodded. Supreme Kaiasan also has his plans. The Supreme Kai sword is very heavy, and no previous Supreme Kai has ever pulled it out. Although the human in front of him is very strong, he definitely does not have the ability to pull out the Supreme Kai sword. But it can't be pulled out, but it's his own problem. Read more at wuxiax.com. Under the leadership of Supreme Kai, a few people arrived at the place where the Supreme Kai sword was placed in 2 minutes. A mountain towering into the clouds is like an Optimus Prime. Call out. Linz pulled number 18, his body jumped up and appeared directly on the top of the mountain. Supreme Kaiasan and Jebit also flew up quickly. Then Linz walked to the side of the Excalibur, holding his right hand on the hilt. Do you want to pull out the Supreme Kai sword? Don't be kidding, no one in the previous Supreme Kai has been able to pull it out, so don't look for it yourself. Seeing Lin's appearance, Jebite said mockingly from the side. It's just that his voice hasn't finished. Hey! With a crisp sound, the Supreme Kai sword was directly pulled out by Linz easily. Shoo! He danced casually a few times, as if the Supreme Kai sword in his hand had no weight at all. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Then Linz looked at God Jebit and asked jokingly. At this time, Jebite and Supreme Kaiasan had opened their mouths in shock, their eyes protruding. The Supreme Kai sword that the previous Supreme Kai could not pull out, is actually in the hands of this human being as light as it is nothing. It also. It's too abnormal. Are these two gods in your mouth? Looking at the shocked Supreme Kaizen and Jabet, the 18th asked with extreme disgust. These two gods? I don't seem to have seen anything in the world. Indeed it is. Linz also nodded awkwardly. Because the appearances of Supreme Kaizen and Jabet at this time are indeed like the hillbillies who have never seen the world before. Don't match God at all. Cut, I don't even feel as good as the green little bit of the earth. The 18th said with contempt. The little green in her mouth is Dende, the god of the earth. Ahem, that, may I ask your first name? Hearing the unconcealed disgust of the 18th, Supreme Kai coughed twice before asking respectfully. The power of this human being is really too strong. And as the Supreme Kai of a universe, I didn't even know about this. It's too much to blame. My name is Linz. Linz is still studying the Supreme Kai sword, and he didn't look back at Supreme Kai, and said in a perfunctory manner. Then he said to himself. There is no difference at all, even if it is a weapon, it is too light, and the Dragon Ball world does not use weapons at all. At this time, Linz had already raised the Supreme Kai sword in front of him with his left hand, and then flicked the index finger and middle finger of his right hand. Click! The Supreme Kai sword broke at the sound. The sword head fell directly on the ground. What? This time, their jaws fell directly in front of the crotch. The eyeballs are more protruding. It doesn't matter if the Supreme Kai sword is pulled out, this guy flicked it lightly, and actually broke the Supreme Kai sword? Is this really a human thing? P.S. Ask for another wave of data, evaluation votes, thank you all. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Master Supreme Kai, what should I do now? Jabet still had a completely stunned expression. It has been tens of thousands of years, but this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. The extremely hard Supreme Kai sword was broken. And Supreme Kaizen also has a dumbfounded look. This is the first time he has met in this situation. Just when the two were confused, a wretched old man suddenly appeared behind them. He looked slumped, crouched, his hands behind his back. Why did an old man suddenly appear? And he was dressed in the same costume as those two gods. The 18th looked at the wretched old man in surprise and asked. The appearance of this old guy has no signs at all. It's also a god, I'm here to find him this time. This wretched old man who suddenly appeared was the old Supreme Kai who was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword. The legend is that gods of destruction Beerus was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword, as to whether it is true or not, it is unknown. However, this possibility is very high. After all, Supreme Kai and gods of destruction are connected with each other. If Supreme Kai is killed, gods of destruction will disappear. So Beerus naturally needs to make some preparations. And Linz's purpose in coming to the Supreme Kai world is naturally not for the Supreme Kai sword, but for the old Supreme Kai. Maybe he can know something about Super Saiyan 5. Hearing the dialogue between Linz and the 18th, Supreme Kai, Axon and Jabit turned their heads quickly and saw the old Supreme Kai. Excuse me, this old gentleman, who are you? Supreme Kai Axin looked up and down the old Supreme Kai, and asked suspiciously. Look at his dress, it should be the dress of Supreme Kai world. But I haven't seen this faint old man after living in the God realm for so many years. Are you talking about me? My name is Pete Toro, and I should be you, the Supreme Kai before the 15th generation. You should understand now. The old Supreme Kai squinted his eyes and said with a smug look on his face. What is it? 5 generations ago Supreme Kai. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hearing what the old Supreme Kai said, Supreme Kaizen and Jabit were shocked by the ignorant hillbilly. They have never heard of the existence of such a person. Linz directly pushed Jabit and Supreme Kai away and walked to the old Supreme Kai. Then he smiled and said, I've been admiring my name for a long time, old Supreme Kai. Hey? You are Scion? You know I exist. The old Supreme Kai looked at Lins in surprise. You must know that you have been sealed for countless tens of thousands of years, and you can't remember the long time. Moreover, his junior Supreme Kai doesn't know him, but this Scion knows him. Is it weird? Isn't the lifespan of human beings just 100 years? Except for some humans of special bloodlines. Of course, if I don't know you, I guess you are still being sealed in the Supreme Kai sword. Lin said with a light smile. You let me out of the Supreme Kai sword. Cut, those two wastes, I thought they did it. The old Supreme Kai looked at Supreme Kai Azing and Jabit contemptuously, and said with a hatred of iron and steel. Unexpectedly, as Supreme Kai, a human would be needed to save him. Shame. I came here for a purpose. The old Supreme Kai is very knowledgeable and should be able to help me. Lin smiled and said to the old Supreme Kai. There is no need to talk too much with the old Supreme Kai. Help. Okay. For the sake of freeing me from the Supreme Kai sword, I will promise you. The old Supreme Kai patted his chest confidently. In this world, I have not been able to overcome my own problems. Haha. After the voice of the old Supreme Kai fell, Lin suddenly clenched his fists, and a terrifying golden flame burst out of his body. Then Lin's appearance changed. His height increased by more than 30 centimeters, his whole body was covered with red hair, his pupils turned golden yellow, and his eye sockets turned red. A red tail dragged behind. What? What the hell is going on? The energy of this guy filled the entire god realm in an instant. Supreme Kaiasan and Jabit were once again frightened and forced to stay where they were. How could this human being be terrified to such a degree? The energy is unimaginable. At this moment, they felt that God's presence in front of Lin's could hardly be compared. Unbelievable, Scion can reach such a terrible level in the universe. The old Supreme Kai opened his mouth wide, obviously in shock. Scion knows it himself and is known as a fighting nation. It existed in front of hundreds of thousands, and Scion at that time was also very powerful. But it has never reached such a terrifying level. Moreover, in order to suppress Scion, he had studied Scion's expectations in depth. My form is Super Scion Tier 4, which can also be called Super Scion 4. To put it straightforwardly, my purpose of looking for you is to ask if you know what kind of form Super Scion's 4th level is, and how to achieve that form. Lin said straightforwardly. In the 7th universe, the old Supreme Kai is definitely a knowledge base, and maybe apart from Whis, he has the largest amount of knowledge. If he doesn't know how to break through Super 4, he will have to explore it himself. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. What? The form above the 4th level of Super Scion. The old Supreme Kai was obviously quite astonished. He didn't expect that Scion had reached this level of strength, and he wanted to know a higher level of form. If he can really achieve a form beyond Super Scion's 4th order, it is estimated that even the sleeping adult will not be his opponent, right? But I really don't know the form above the 4th level of Super Scion. Even the 4th level of Super Scion, he had only seen it in ancient books, he didn't know whether it was true or not. Yes, the old Supreme Kai knows a lot, so he should know how to get there, right? Looking at the shocked expression of the old Supreme Kai, Lins felt that there was a play. I'm really sorry, I don't know the shape of Super Scion's 4th stage, even Super Scion's 4th stage, I learned about it in ancient books. So it's not that I don't help you, but that I really can't help you. The old Supreme Kai shook his head with his hands on his back, and told Lins honestly. You don't know? How is it possible? Lins frowned. Because in Dragon Ball AF, it was the old Supreme Kai who taught Son Goku how to transform into a Super 5. Or you don't want to tell me? Lin's face turned slightly cold, he wanted to see if the old Supreme Kai was lying to himself. Jebite, Supreme Kai, and the 3 of them on the 18th are all dumbfounded. They had no idea what they were talking about. Really not, I really don't know the form above the 4th level of Super Saiyan. I did see some information about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God in ancient books. But on a deeper level, I really don't understand. The old Supreme Kai still shook his head, saying that he really didn't know the question Linz asked. You are the wise old Supreme Kai. You should know that with my strength, it is easy to kill the 3 of you. Looking at the appearance of the old Supreme Kai, Linz threatened directly. This old guy is good at it. If he didn't threaten all of a sudden, I guess he wouldn't be able to tell the truth. After all, his identity is unknown, and he is probably afraid of an incredible demon in the universe. Hearing Qin Feng's naked threat, Jebite and Supreme Kai Azing panicked instantly. This human actually wants to kill them. Read more at wuxiax.com. What's more terrifying is that he definitely has that ability. They never thought that one day they would be killed by a human. The old Supreme Kai's brows were also frowned, then he raised his head and looked at Lin seriously, and said, I don't know or I don't know. Even if you really killed us, I don't know. It seems that this old guy really doesn't know. Looking at the serious look of the old Supreme Kai, Linz thought to himself. However, he didn't have 100% hope for this kind of thing. Now that the old Supreme Kai doesn't know, he can only find another way. On the 18th, let's go. Lin's eyes returned to calm, and then he took the 18th and said. But, didn't you just say you want to kill them? The 18th asked a little puzzled. I scared them, let's go. Linz took the 18th and disappeared directly into the Supreme Kai world. Call. After Feng Linz and the 18th left, Jebite and Supreme Kai Azing sat on the ground with cold sweat on their faces. When they felt the murderous aura just now, they thought that Linz was really going to kill them. Things that are not promising. Seeing Supreme Kai and Jebit who were directly paralyzed by fright, they said with disgust on their faces. Hearing the words of the old Supreme Kai, the two looked embarrassed and ashamed. The old ancestors were so calm at such a young age, the two of them were frightened. First. Your ancestor, are you really not afraid that Linz will kill us? We are the creation gods. If we die, the whole world will slowly go towards destruction. Supreme Kaiasan looked at the old Supreme Kai and asked. In fact, I also admire the iron bones of our ancestors, and are not afraid of danger. Because that guy has nothing evil in his body, so I believe he will not kill us. Old Supreme Kai opened his mouth and explained. Of course, the most important thing is that I really don't know Lin's problem. Can you feel it? Jebai looked at the old Supreme Kai with admiration, he was his idol. You two stop talking nonsense. Come and help me quickly. I seem to have been standing for a long time and my legs are a little numb. The old Supreme Kai looked at Supreme Kai Azing and Jobit with blame, and said coldly. These two guys really have no insight. What a shame to Supreme Kai. Amount. A black line flashed across the brows of the two of them. Could it be that the ancestors really got numb because they stood for too long? At this time, Linz and the 18th played instant transmission and left the 7th universe. It's the 11th universe. Before Linz hesitated whether he was going to the 6th universe or the 11th universe. After all, both universes have strong people who can compare with him. But in the end, he chose the 11th universe. Because Jiren, the strongest human being, is in the 11th universe. If you can fight him, you should be able to break through in the battle. Even if there is no way to break through, it is estimated that the strength will be greatly improved. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking evaluation votes. Thank you all for your great support these days. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. What is this place? The 18th looked at this highly developed planet and asked Linz. This planet looks very developed, it is definitely not the Earth. This is because the Western capital, the most developed city on the Earth, can't keep up with the planet's technology at all. High-rise buildings rise from the ground, all of which are constructed of indescribable metal. This is the 11th universe. I don't know exactly what planet we are on now. Linz looked at this developed city and said. However, there seemed to be several strong breaths around him. Hearing Linz's words, the 18th was a little surprised, and then asked, "The 11th universe? What do you mean?" He has never heard anything like the 11th universe. Because it was unnecessary, I didn't tell you. Now I will give you a good generalization. There are a total of 12 universes in this world. Our universe is the 7th universe, and we are now in the 11th universe. Each universe has a very, very far distance, so it is very difficult to cross to another universe, and only certain powerful gods can do it. Of course, the distance between universes is not only the distance but also some obstacles, so it is not that you can reach another universe with speed. The reason I was able to come to the 11th universe was because I mastered unlimited instant transmission, which I told you before. Linz explained to number 18 in great detail. Obviously, the 18th was very shocked by Linz's words. This universe, actually has 12 universes? Doesn't that mean that this world is unimaginable? It's incredible. She never thought of these things. And if she hadn't met Linz, she wouldn't have known these things in her life. In fact, there were 18 universes in this world at the earliest, but 6 of them were erased by a super powerful little bit. Linz explained again. The little bit in his mouth is Zeno. The real boss who can erase a universe with a single thought. Even 6 universes can be erased? That's horrible. Although the 18th is usually calmer, when he hears that someone can erase the universe, there is still a look on his face. It's really scary. If he wants to, the remaining 12 universes can be destroyed at his fingertips. Thinking of this, Linz still feels uncomfortable. Because of his life, he was held by others. Read more at wuxiax.com. It's like being restrained in the throat, others will be killed if they use a little force. So, quite uncomfortable. If you want to change this status quo, you must become stronger. Strong enough to resist Zeno's erasure. Is that so? Unexpectedly, there are such powerful guys in the world. From Linz's face, the 18th saw the little power in his mouth. After all, a guy who can make Linz feel powerful, it must be very powerful. Okay, let's not talk about it. Now that we are in the 11th universe, let's try the food in the 11th universe. Linz took the hand of number 18 and said with a smile. He also wants to see if there are any other strong players in the 11th universe besides Jiren. Okay. Nodded on the 18th, the two fell directly on the street, then found a restaurant and walked in. After half an hour, the two were full and drunk. The food in the 11th universe doesn't seem to be terrible. Linz patted his stomach and looked at the dishes on the table after being swept away by the wind. It was as if a battle had just happened. On the 18th, he held his cheeks speechlessly, and looked at Linz contemptuously with a bored face. For you, Scion, is there anything unpalatable food? I don't know what Scion's stomach is made of. I feel like I can eat 2 cows. Just kidding, I'm very picky about food. Linz flicked his teeth and said. At this moment, a guy who looked like an ape came over. He smiled at Linz and said. 2 of you, you spent 1.05 million silver coins this time, and you will be zeroed out, 1 million whole amount. Linz was taken aback for a moment, only to remember that they seemed to have no payment currency for the 11th universe. You two want to eat Ba Wang's meal, right? As if seeing Linz's distressed look, the smile on the face of the orangutan-like waiter disappeared. This kind of thing is rare in their restaurant. Don't get me wrong, I just didn't bring the money, why don't I bring it to you later? Although the strength is strong, it is still very embarrassing to have no money to eat. Just kidding, we don't accept credit. Pop. The orangutan waiter clapped his hands, and suddenly several big guys appeared in front of Linz. How does Linz feel so familiar at this stage? It seems that this is often done in certain dog blood idol dramas. The male protagonist who was worth more than 100 million yuan took the female protagonist to dinner, and found out that he didn't have any money after the meal. Oh, everyone is a civilized person, do you have to violently solve it? Lin squeezed his fist, moved his body, and said. Depending on the opponent's posture, it can't be solved if you don't fight. Although I am not interested in fighting with these people. Since there is no money, it can only be solved by violence. Fuck me and beat that man hard. The gorilla man gave an order, and 4 or 5 men rushed directly towards Lin's. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Shoo. Only a few cracks were heard, and everyone did not see Lin's shot clearly, and the big guys flew out directly and lay heavily on the ground. Although his face looked painful, there was obviously no life worry. What? Who the hell is this guy? The big orangutan watched their security guard being put down to the ground instantly, and his body quickly stepped back, for fear that the next one lying on the ground would be himself. On the other side, someone has already started calling the police. Hey, is it General Kaesler of Team Pride? Yes, we have someone who ate the king's meal and hurt us, a man and a woman, like fighters. No one saw how he did it. Okay, please come here at once. After speaking, the guy hung up. Linz naturally saw the clerk calling. It just didn't stop it. And isn't that General Kaesler the proud combatant who participated in the power conference on behalf of the 11th universe? This kind of guy is the 4th place in the 11th universe Pride team. However, the group with weak strength, the performance in the animation is still pretty clear, but in the comics, it was easily eliminated by Master Roshi. It's simply the best of the dishes. I originally wanted to know a little bit about the basic situation of the 11th universe, but it seems that I have no chance now. The battle with the Pride team is faster than I expected. Let's go. It is estimated that there will be a battle in a while, we choose a suitable place for the battle. Lin said something to the 18th, and then walked out of the restaurant. After seeing the horror of Lin's, everyone avoided it and quickly gave way to Lin's and the 18th. Then the two chose a more spacious place. It is estimated that those guys from the Proud team will be able to find themselves soon. Sure enough, in just 10 minutes, several figures broke through the air. Shoo! Then 3 figures appeared in front of the Lin's too. All 3 of them are Proud team uniforms in red and black, white gloves and boots. They are Kaesler, Boone and Quincy, the 4th in command of the Pride team. You are the 2 guys who ate Overlord's meal in the restaurant just now, aren't you? Read more at wuxiax.com. Kaesler looked at Lin's and the 18th, with an awe-inspiring appearance, and asked. Yes, it's what we eat, how do you drop it? This time on the 18th, he took a step forward, pouting arrogantly, and said to Kaesler. Cut, it's so arrogant to be so fearless after doing something wrong. If this is the case, then I can only take you down, and when I will return the money, I will release you again. Kaesler said again. In fact, what he said was reasonable, and he put the money back when he paid it back, but obviously he didn't buy it on the 18th. Just you want to take us down? You take yourself too seriously. The 18th said dismissively. The one-eyed guy in front of him is probably not even his opponent. It's so arrogant and ignorant, I dare to say such crazy words in front of our Proud team. Boone, teach that arrogant woman a lesson, don't kill her. Kaesler ordered Boone with the brown dinosaur head. Good general, I will control my strength. Boone nodded, then looked at the 18th. It's been a long time since he stretched his muscles and bones properly. It seems that you can move your muscles and bones well today. That guy seems to have some strength. Do you need help? Linz looked at number 18 and asked. He was mainly worried that he would be injured on the 18th. Don't forget that you are not the only one who is cultivating in the past 3 years, and I have not stopped cultivating. I can still handle this kind of guy. The 18th said confidently. That's fine, don't be aggressive. Linz reminded. I have been cultivating on my own for the past 3 years, but I forgot that I was also cultivating on the 18th. You need to know that the 18th was originally a human being, so naturally it can be cultivated. The number 17 in the Dragon Ball Super is the most typical example, going straight to the end. This needs the support of strength. Come on! Boone suddenly shouted at this moment and directly attacked the 18th. The speed is fine, but in Linz's view, the speed is simply slowed down by countless frames. It's too slow, try this. The 18th's palms aimed at Boone, and the palms shot out one after another of energy balls in an instant. Boone's advancement was stopped instantly, and looking at the energy ball coming towards his face, Boone dodged in a panic. It seems that the enemy is much stronger than we predicted. Quincy, help Boone, he may not be able to deal with it. Kaesler said to Quincy beside him. Although Quincy's power is not strong, his hand to restrain the light is quite powerful. If it cooperates with Boone's whip of justice, it can achieve unexpected results. Okay, let me see to tie him up. Quincy nodded, and then his hands were like 5 fingers, and a golden light gleamed from his fingers. Call out! Just when Quincy was about to take a shot, Linz's body was suddenly placed in front of Kaesler and Quincy. The 2 palms condensed the energy ball and directly hit the foreheads of Quincy and Kaesler. If you dare to make more hands, I will let you disappear. Immediately, Linz's cold voice rang, with a sharp killing intent in his voice. What? What? The 2 were so frightened that the cold sweat instantly wetted their backs. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The golden yellow energy lines that originally appeared on Quincy's fingers instantly disappeared without a trace. Because his keen sense of danger told him that if he moved a little bit, he would definitely disappear on the spot without leaving any scum. And Kaesler paled with fright. He had never met such a powerful guy, and he was considered the 4th in command of the Pride team, but he didn't even have a chance to resist. Except for Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo, absolutely no one has done this. Who the hell is this guy? From where? Why is it so strong? Roll! The energy ball in Linz's hand disappeared, but the direct backhand was 2 slaps, directly on the faces of Kaesler and Quincy. Call out! The bodies of the 2 of them slammed into the ground like a cannonball, and the ground exploded in an instant. 2 big pits several meters wide. Wow! A mouthful of blood squirted out from the mouths of the 2 of them at the same time, and half of their faces were raised high, like 2 pig heads. Impossible! Kaesler was slapped flying. Aren't the 2 of them the best at this, woman? Boone looked dumbfounded, looked at number 18, and then looked at Linz with horror. Able to defeat General Kaesler in an instant, this guy is the strongest existence of the 2 of them. Hey, fighting with others is a distraction. You seem to disrespect me a little bit too much. Just as Boone looked at Linz, the cold voice of number 18 suddenly rang. Boone quickly turned his head, but oncoming was an energy ball the size of a basketball. Burst! Boone had no chance to evade at all, and the energy ball exploded against his face. Boone's body was blown out. Boom! Then fell beside Kaesler and Quincy. What a strong enemy, our strength can't beat them at all. Hurry up and ask Captain Toppo for help. General! Quincy showed fear and said to Kaesler. As a member of the Pride team, you can be said to be the top fighter in the entire world. They have never been so embarrassed as they are today. The 3 of them shot together, but they were defeated by a second kill. Read more at wuxiax.com. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it can only be so. Kaesler nodded solemnly. This is the only way. As long as Captain Toppo or Dispo come here, they can easily take these 2 humans. Then Kaesler quickly contacted the headquarters of the Pride team. Hey, I'm General Kaesler. Yes, we are in a dangerous situation now. Yes, yes, we ask for the help of Captain Topo and Deputy Captain Dispo. The situation is dangerous, please tell me. Kaesler hurried to the headquarters for help. Linz, don't we need to stun these guys? On the 18th, he looked at the 3 people of Kaeslau, who had lost their combat effectiveness, and asked. Being pestered by these guys is probably quite uncomfortable. No, they have already called for help, presumably the people I'm waiting for will come soon. Linz shook his head and said. These are small characters, Kaesela, so there is no need to teach them deliberately. He wants to fight hard, but Topo and Jiren. The Topo guy's strength is also quite good. After all, in the Dragon Ball Super, Topo can compete with Super Saiyan Blue, and he can also become Gods of Destruction. After becoming the Topo of Gods of Destruction, the strength should not be underestimated. And the problem now is that I don't know who is stronger in the Super Saiyan Blue between Super Saiyan 4 and Son Goku. You came to the 11th universe to find someone. Have you been to the 11th universe before? The 18th asked in surprise. Originally, he thought Linz was just a stronger scion. Unexpectedly, there are people who know each other in the universe except the 7th universe, which made his curiosity about Linz go up again. No, I just heard that there are a few stronger guys in the 11th universe, so I just want to learn from them. Linz replied perfunctorily. So this is But you guy, you seem to be hiding a lot of things from me. The 18th stared at Linz closely, as if she wanted to peel him off and study it. How come? You haven't asked me any of these things. Right. Linz said with a smile. In fact, I did conceal something on the 18th, such as being a traverser. For another example, there is a system in one's body. These things cannot be told on the 18th by themselves, and absolutely cannot be told to anyone. Cut. On the 18th, pouted and turned her head away. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Linz felt 2 strong chi and quickly approached his side. There is also a weaker air. Did they come from Topo? The breath is very strong, it seems that we can fight a good fight. After feeling the strong breath, Linz squeezed his fists slightly, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. And the blood in the body began to stir. After all, it was the first time to feel such a strong chi, so naturally I was a little excited. It is also estimated that it is because of the blood of the fighting nation in the body. After feeling such a strong chi, the cells in the body will start to excite spontaneously. P.S. Sorry, I accidentally got to the back of the text when I used to get the thank you building, but it has been changed back now. Very sorry. Then brazenly ask for a wave of data. Excuse me. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. After another 2 minutes, there was a sudden low sound of breaking through the air, and then 2 figures appeared in front of Linz and the 18th. In the front is a big bald man with a burly figure and a pair of iron fists as big as a bowl. Eyes the size of copper bells are not angry and majestic, pale yellow skin, and a pair of rough fairy ears. And the other person behind, with turquoise complexion, dark blue hair, and long square face, both of them were wearing Team Pride uniforms. These 2 are the captain of the Pride Team Topo, and the Golem Taba. What's the matter, Kaesela? You look like this, it's a bit of a shame to Team Pride. There was a bit of anger in Topo's deep voice. You know that Team Pride hasn't been so embarrassed for a long time. Sanming team members were dispatched at the same time, but they were still beaten so embarrassed. Captain, those 2 guys are not ordinary people, especially the man who is strong and a bit abnormal. Kaesela lowered his head in ashamed, but quickly raised his head and said to Topo. Is that your excuse? Topo glanced at Kaesela, then turned around and looked at Linz. Asked, what did you commit? Before Linz could answer, Kaesela said directly, Captain, the 2 of them are eating overlord meals in the restaurant. We received a complaint from the restaurant and then came over, and... Kaesler was a little ashamed and didn't say anything. Zendao, then they were beaten to the ground. Is it such a small thing? You guys go and return the money to the restaurant in my name, and go to heal your injuries by the way. Topo said to Psyker, Quincy and Boone, and then turned to look at Linz. You are a good fighter to be able to defeat Kaislal and Boone at the same time. I'll take this meal. Topo said to Linz domineeringly. Thanks a lot for that. Linz smiled and said to Topo. Since he wants to make big money, he is free. But he was also a little shocked. He didn't expect that Topo's approach was not to fight with himself as soon as he came up, but to help himself pay back the meal. When I watched Dragon Ball Super Digimon before, Linz didn't have a lot of favor with Topo, of course, nor did he dislike it. Today, this Topo is pretty good, read more at wuxiax.com. You are a good fighter. As the captain of the Pride team, I sincerely invite you to join our Pride team. From now on, I will take care of all your meals. Topo seems to admire Linz more, not only did not go to war directly, but through an olive branch. This makes Linz confused again. This big man seems to be different from Topo in his imagination. No, I must change the situation in front of me. Joke. Do you think I am someone who is short of money for a few meals? Linz sneered at Topo's olive branch. Although, he really has no money on him now. Hey boy, our Topo captain personally invited you to join the Pride team. This is a great honor. You should feel honored. Understand? Topo hadn't spoken yet, but Taba on the side said nonchalantly. The typical dog-blooded male second in a TV series. What are you? It's up to you to speak. The three have gone to heal just now, and you want to go with them too. Looking at Taba next to Topo, Linz narrowed his eyes and said coldly. As if feeling a sense of danger, Taba shrank his neck and did not speak. He has a strange feeling that if he talks more, even if Captain Topo is on his body, that guy will be able to clean up himself. Joining Team Pride is the dream of all martial arts practitioners. Are you sure not to think about such a good opportunity? Topo didn't feel annoyed, but asked again. Let's do it. You can promise to join your Pride team, unless you can beat me. Linz smiled and said to Topo. With Topo's strength, there should be no way to beat himself. Because his anger is still somewhat different from himself, he felt this when Topo appeared. Just being able to fight Topo one time, his own strength may also be able to improve some. What? Topo wondered if he had heard it wrong. Someone even said something like this to himself? Apart from Jiren and Vermit brothers in this universe, there are people who dare to speak so boldly in front of them? You heard it right. If you can beat me, I will join your Pride team voluntarily, how about? Linz said with a confident smile still on his face. It is not surprising that Topo showed this expression, after all, this guy is the top 3 strong in the 11th universe. It's really arrogant. It seems that you have defeated the 3 of Kaislal and Quincy, making your self-confidence a little too much. Topo said coldly. Even so. Linz shrugged. Well, in this case, I will fulfill your wish and let you see the strength of the proud team captain. Topo clenched his fist, and said sharply to Linz. Taba on the side looked like a good show. The guy in front of him is too arrogant. Since he said such ignorant things, let Captain Topo teach him a lesson. Teach him how to be a man. Very well, let's fight. Topo. Haha. Linz's eyes suddenly flashed, his fists clenched, and a golden flame burst out of his body in an instant. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Damn it! Light blue lightning flashed all over Linz's body, and the golden flame sprayed upwards. Obviously it became Super Saiyan 2 directly. Oh? It turns out that you can transform yourself to increase your strength. No wonder you are so arrogant. I have to say that you do have the qualifications of arrogance, and such strength is indeed far more than that of Kaislal and the others. Seeing Linz who suddenly became Super Saiyan 2, Topo was a little shocked, and said with appreciation. There is such a strong in the 11th universe. As a candidate for gods of destruction, he has no idea. This can be regarded as his own negligence. At the same time, he wanted to include Linz in the Pride team even more. It is not easy to find such a powerful human being. Come on. You also gave me a strong interest, let me take a good look at your strength. Topo made a fighting gesture with his hands one after the other, and said to Linz. Taba, who was behind Topo, stepped aside very interestingly. The strength of a person who can interest Captain Topo is definitely not to be underestimated. That guy looks very strong, are you sure? The 18th said with some concern. The big guy on the opposite side seemed to be much stronger than the guys before. Don't worry, he is not my opponent. Linz turned his head and said with a confident smile. Call out. Then Linz's body suddenly flashed out and directly attacked Topo. So fast. Topo was a little shocked by Linz's speed. But it was just shock, and this speed didn't pose any threat to him. Hey! Linz's fist whizzed directly. There was no fluctuation on Topo's face, but his right fist turned his palm and put it back. Bang! Linz's fist fell on Topo's palm, and there was a low crash. Click! The ground under Topo's feet suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. But Topo's body remained motionless, like an indestructible rock. Read more at wuxiax.com. The strength is not bad, but it is only for the average person. Topo smiled, then suddenly his left fist smashed towards Linz. Upon seeing this, Linz quickly retracted the fist he had just attacked, and folded his arms to block his chest. Bang! With a deep sound, Linz's body was directly smashed into the air by the terrifying force, and his feet rubbed the ground for a distance of tens of feet. The ground was plowed into 2 long drag marks. This guy's strength is really strong. Linz shook his somewhat sore arms, a wicked arc was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered to himself. However, he didn't have any psychological burden because of being retired by a punch. On the contrary, he was even more excited. The blood in the body began to boil. It's kind of interesting, I just stepped back so little. There are very few people who can take over 1% of my strength, and there are very few people in the universe. You are really good. Topo praised again. He thought Linz would be shocked, but he didn't. In fact, he didn't know that Linz now estimates that even 1% of his power has not been displayed. You are not bad too, it seems to be stronger than I thought. It seems that this form can't deal with you. In this case, I will use all my strength and have fun with you. Looking at Topo's confident smile, Linz suddenly grinned and said. After the sound fell, his arms suddenly shook. And he opened a posture. Haha! Then a low roar came from his throat. Hey! The golden arrogance became more turbulent, and at that moment, it seemed that the entire planet was rendered golden yellow. Damn it! The golden lightning flashed in the halo. Circles of air waves centered on Linz's body, continuously spreading to the surroundings. What's going on? What a strong sense of oppression! Didn't that guy use his real power just now? Taba behind Topo hurried his arms to block in front of him, and the tyrannical wave of air had already taken him back several steps. His eyes passed through the gap between his arms, and he said in horror. The breath alone has such a strong pressure, such an opponent, it is estimated that a finger can kill himself in seconds. Unexpectedly, so strong. The smile on Topo's face solidified a little bit and disappeared. In the end it turned into a full-bodied shock. Originally, he was surprised by the power that the guy showed just now. Unexpectedly, his strength has increased by more than 100 times now. In this case, I might really feel a bit tricky. 10 seconds later, the horrible sweeping air wave weakened a little bit, and the golden halo began to disappear. A tall figure appeared in Topo's sight. He has long black shoulders, red hair on his upper body, and solid muscles exposed on his chest. The light green pupils turned into golden yellow, and the red eye sockets seemed to add a bit of evil charm. What's the matter? The appearance and physique have completely changed. Topo looked at Linz in shock and said to himself. And the energy in this guy's body has increased more than 100-fold. Let him feel the tremendous pressure. This is my ultimate transformation. The next battle should be more intense and exciting. Linz smiled evilly and said to Topo. P.S. Ask for flowers, please evaluate tickets, ask for monthly tickets and rewards. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. I didn't expect you to become so strong. I thought you were just arrogant. Now it seems that you are pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Topo's face began to change. Before, he always had a feeling of strategizing, but now, that feeling is gone. Because of Linz in front of him, the strength he showed now has already made him feel the pressure. This guy is very strong. In this case, then I will also use my strength to fight you well. Topo also clenched his fists. At that moment Linz could no longer feel Topo's breath. It seems that although I am strong now, I still can't feel the spirit of God. Linz looked at Topo and said to himself. Because he knows that Topo can reach the realm of gods, when he is serious, he naturally doesn't feel the anger of Topo. Now let me see how powerful you are. After Topo used all his power, he rushed directly at Linz. The speed is quite amazing. Call out. Linz also appeared in a flash. Boom. In the next second, the two fists collided heavily. The entire ground collapsed in an instant, and a wave of air swept like a hurricane, sending dust and gravel away. Seeing this on the 18th, he quickly used his energy to build an energy barrier around his body. Bang! However, even so, it was still flew out by the terrifying shock wave, retreating to several tens of feet away. Taba, who was behind Topo, obviously did not react, and was directly knocked out by the shock wave. Then it hit the ground heavily. But fortunately, this guy's body is as strong as a rock, so he didn't get hurt. After Linz and Topo as the parties collided with one punch, the two also flew upside down. Linz took a dozen steps back and stabilized his figure. And Topo also regressed a full dozen feet before stabilizing. What a strong power, it seems I still underestimate him a bit. Topo put his right fist behind him, moved a bit, thought to himself. Although it seemed that both of them had regressed with this punch, he knew that the guy's power was much stronger than his own. Read more at wuxiax.com. This guy is too powerful, it seems that he can't continue to punch him. Topo's heart moved, and then the 5 fingers of his right hand pointed directly at Linz. Golden energy gas bombs condense from your fingertips. Just as flash. Topo's voice fell, and 5 energy beams flew directly to Linz. Small bugs. Looking at the energy beam that was directed at him, Linz curled his mouth in disdain. Aha! Then he burst into flames, and the golden flame burst out instantly. Topo's flash of justice was directly dispelled by the terrifying arrogance. Kihi cannon. Seeing that the flash of justice was dissipated by Linz, Topo's face was heavy, and he blasted Ki blast again. Then let you see my Ki blast. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. Linz squeezed out a calyx with both palms, and a terrifying energy ball condensed out of the palm. Aha! There was a loud shout, and then dropped out. Boom! The moment the 2 terrifying energy waves touched, they exploded directly. A huge sinkhole was blown out of the ground, and it seemed that even the air had ripples at that moment. Under the terrifying impact, Topo's body was shaken back 10 feet again. What a strong energy wave, why is this guy so powerful? This kind of guy shouldn't be anonymous in the universe. Topo's mood is getting deeper and deeper. The 3 encounters made him aware of the gap between them, and he was not that guy's opponent at all. Did he look down on joining the Pride team before, because the strength of this guy is stronger than the captain of the Pride team? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the 3-year sign-in package. Do you want to receive it? And just after Linz and Topo had a key blast confrontation, the electronically synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang out of my mind. System. I went, it hasn't appeared for 2 years, I almost forgot that I still have this kind of system. Linz muttered to himself, somewhat surprised. Because after getting the 1-year sign-in package, the system seemed to be dormant, and there was no movement for 2 years. Unexpectedly, it suddenly appeared today. Receive. Then Linz said silently directly in his mind. Ding. Successfully received the 3-year sign-in package. Congratulations to the host for getting the seconds flashing power. The electronically synthesized sound of the system sounded again. Per second flashing power. Linz's body trembled slightly, but he did not expect that the 3-year sign-in package turned out to be a flash of time. It seems that 3 years have not been in vain. You must know that Hit, the 6th universe killer, has a very powerful flash. In the match between the 6th and 7th universes, Hit, who used his flash skills for the first time, easily defeated the Super Blue Vegeta. Even the Ultra Blue Son Goku, who played Kaioken 10 times, did not win Hit in the end. And there is a premise, that is, Hit's strength is not as strong as Son Goku and Vegeta. So you can see the power of flash time. And now, Linz, who has mastered the ability to flash in seconds, has definitely greatly improved his strength. This will also become his big ultimate move, and it will definitely have a surprising effect in battle. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. For him, flashing power is indeed a very good thing now, and its practical value is very high. What's the matter with that guy? Why did he suddenly be in a daze? Looking at Linz with a dazed face and even a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Topo was a little dazed. But no matter what the situation is, since he is in a daze now, then he can just take this opportunity to defeat him. He is not a person who takes advantage of others, but this guy is quite powerful. If he can join the Pride team, it will be a very good thing for the Pride team and even for the entire universe. In order for Linz to join the Pride team, he had to be defeated by any means. Call out. After thinking about it, Topo's body suddenly flashed out, almost instantly beside Linz. Iron Fist of Justice. Topo screamed, and his fist the size of a bowl slammed directly at Linz's cheek. Linz, be careful. Seeing the scene in front of her, number 18 covered her mouth with her hands and called out in surprise. What's wrong with Linz? Don't you know if this is fighting? At this moment, he was in a daze. The power of that big guy looked very big. If this punch fell on Linz's face, it would definitely hurt. The so-called family is happy and sad. Number 18 has a look of horror, and Tuba on the other side is indeed excited. As expected of Captain Topo, he is good at grasping the enemy's weaknesses. It seems that this game will be over soon, but in the future, letting this guy join the Pride team is really not happy. Tuba muttered to himself. Call out. In an instant, Topo's fist blasted out and directly penetrated Linz's body. After image? What? How is this going? Topo was shocked, his speed and strength had been increased to the limit just now. Didn't he expect that he would not be able to hit Linz like this? And how exactly did he move, and when he moved is completely unclear. Could it be that this guy's speed is so fast? You lost, Topo. Just when Topo was extremely shocked, a faint joking sound suddenly rang from behind him. What? Before Topo had time to turn his head, a huge force hit the back of Topo's head directly. Snapped. Read more at wuxiax.com. Linz's right leg swept heavily on the back of Topo's head. Call out. Then Topo's body was like a falling meteorite, shooting towards the ground in an oblique line. Rumble. The moment Topo's body was in close contact with the ground, the dust was scattered, and the gravel shot around like bullets. And the ground was directly smashed out of a huge sinkhole. The cracks spread to the surroundings along the edge of the huge pit, looking shocking. And Topo's body is lying at the bottom of the giant pit. The flash time is really easy to use. Looking at Topo lying on the bottom of the pit, Lin smiled and said, if he hadn't mastered the flashing power just now, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to attack him while avoiding Topo's attack. But the flashing power in seconds is enough to complete a series of actions by yourself. At this time, the two talents on the 18th and Tiba reacted. Ha! This bad guy, just scared me. On the 18th, she seemed to be a little frightened, her hands covering her undulating chest. It turned out that Linz had already figured out how to deal with it, and he was still worrying about it. Ahem! At this time, Topo struggled. But the spirit of God seemed to have disappeared. And the breath wilted. Captain, are you all right? Tiba quickly ran to support Topo. This guy is really stronger than I thought, although he lost. But it's been a long time since I fought so much. Topo didn't seem to be irritated by losing the battle. Instead, he smiled himself. Hey! Linz fell in front of Topo and said with a smile, how about? Do you want me to join your proud team? Of course, it would be a good thing for the entire universe if a talent like you can join the Pride team. Even though I lost, I still hope you join the Pride team, and I will keep the position of the captain for you. Topo shrugged and said with a smile. You are really willing. But I am not interested in joining the Pride team for the time being. If I figure it out someday, I will consider it. Linz patted Topo on the shoulder and said. His impression of Topo seems to have changed a bit. This guy is really different from the cold big guy he saw in Dragon Ball Super. It is good. I was defeated by you today, I won't just give up like this, one day I will definitely defeat you. Topo said confidently. With pressure, there will be motivation to move forward. And he also has a very powerful master, that is, Master Gods of Destruction Vermit's Master Makarita. Beat me? Although it is impossible, I still encourage you, come on. By the way, do you know where Jiren is? Linz asked suddenly. In fact, at the very beginning, Jiren was still most interested. After all, the humans that appear in the Dragon Ball Super, it seems that the strongest is Jiren and Broly in the movie Dragon Ball Super Broly. Of course, he is quite self-aware, and now he should not be Jiren's opponent. Jiren? You still know Jiren? Topo was obviously surprised, and then continued, don't you tell me, you want to challenge Jiren? Why not? Linz asked with a smile. P.S. Thank you very much for your support. There are already more than 20,000 flowers. If you have flowers in your hand, you can vote for 1,000. Let this book exceed 30,000 flowers tonight. By the way, I would like to ask everyone, is it because everyone doesn't like these recent chapters? I quickly became deserted a lot. There are no flowers and evaluation votes, and very few people commented. If you don't like it, you can help me point it out. Perturbed. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. I admit that your strength is indeed very strong, and may surpass me by a lot. Although Topo was a little reluctant when he said that, after all, he was a candidate for the 11th universe, Gods of Destruction. But judging from the fact that the guy defeated him just now, he was not his opponent at all, because at that moment, he hadn't seen his movements clearly, and didn't even feel the energy fluctuations. But you don't think it is Jiren's opponent, because Jiren's strength surpasses my cognition. Really? Then I'm more interested in me. As a cultivator, challenging a stronger opponent is always an exciting thing, isn't it? Linz asked with a smile. Asked by Linz, Topo's face changed slightly. Linz is right, cultivators should continue to challenge the strong to improve their strength. But Jiren's strength makes him completely unable to give up the idea of challenge. Because the two of them are not opponents of the same level at all. Jiren has his own business, he is uncertain, I don't know where he is now. But I still advise you not to challenge Jiren, otherwise your confidence may be greatly affected. Toppo seemed to be kindly reminded. Then thank you for your kind reminder. Since you don't know where Jiren is, there will be a period later. Since Toppo didn't know Jiren's whereabouts, he didn't need to stay and waste time. Wait. Seeing Linz was about to turn around and leave, Toppo suddenly stopped Linz. What? Do you want to fight me if you are not convinced? Linz turned his head, smiled and asked. Although I am very unconvinced, I am indeed not your opponent now. This is a membership card of the Pride team. When you want to come to the Pride team to play, you can come anytime. Toppo took out a golden card and handed it to Linz. This thing is useless to me, right? I want to go to the headquarters of your proud team. I guess no one can stop it. Linz said with a faint smile. Except Jiren, no one can stop himself. But Jiren is almost not in the headquarters of the Pride team. It is true, but with this card you can spend anywhere in the universe. With this card, there will be no such small troubles as today. Toppo didn't get angry because of Linz's words, but explained. The most important thing is that he is afraid that ordinary people will offend Linz because of the money, and it will be no good to make Linz angry at that time. Read more at wuxiax.com. Is that so? That's really good, thanks. Linz took the golden card and thanked him. Although there is absolutely no need to use this kind of thing with his own strength, no one can stop him even if he eats the overlord's meal. But I don't want to hurt those ordinary people, nor do I want to waste my time. Then Linz walked to the front of the 18th. Let's go. Then he took the hand of number 18 and left the place. Are you okay? Captain. Then Toppo looked at Toppo and asked. Hey. It's okay, that guy is really strong. Toppo let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body is now sore and unbearable, that guy's foot just now is also heavier. By the way, if the order is passed on, all members of the Pride team must not conflict with Linz. Also inform the peacekeeping forces of each planet, because that guy estimates that no one can restrain him except Jiren. I understand the captain, I'll notify him immediately. Toppo nodded. If he hadn't seen Linz's greatness, he would definitely think Captain Toppo had made a fuss. But after seeing his strength, he felt that Captain Toppo was doing very right. After separating from Toppo, Linz took the 18th to consume a wave. Not to mention, this gold card from Toppo is really good. Everything you need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation is free of charge, and it is the highest standard treatment. I have to say that Toppo has a good reputation in the 11th universe. In this way, time goes by day. Linz spends most of his time cultivating, and a small part of his time is to accompany the 18th to go shopping for clothes, etc. 4 years passed quickly. In these 4 years, Jiren did not appear at all. This makes Linz quite uncomfortable. You know, his purpose in coming to the 11th universe is to fight Jiren happily. Then see if I can break through Super Saiyan 4 in the battle with him. But for 4 years, this guy hasn't appeared at all. Hey! Still no breakthrough, what is going on? It's been 7 years? It's already stuck at the 0 point of Super 4. Linz is annoyed now. In 4 years, his strength has also been greatly improved, and the energy in his body is very vast. He obviously feels that he can break through at any time, but he just doesn't understand where he is stuck. This feeling can drive him crazy. Let's feel Jiren's anger again. If this guy is still not there, then I can only go to other universes to find a way. Linz has no hope of fighting Jiren. Every day for the past 4 years, I felt his chi, but I got nothing. The time for Gods of Destruction Beerus to wake up was getting closer and closer, and he couldn't wait any longer. It is necessary to break through the current Super 4 form to be able to fight gods of destruction. Just when Linz closed his eyes and felt the breath of the nearby planet, suddenly, there was a very powerful breath that even made Linz feel oppressed. Is it Jiren? Linz's eyes opened suddenly, and he called out with excitement. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. This breath is unprecedentedly strong, far surpassing Topo, and even he feels a strong sense of oppression. In the entire 11th universe, there should be no one else except Jiren. Because gods of destruction Vermit is also very strong, but he is gods of destruction, and the breath of God cannot be felt by himself. Since Jiren has appeared, let me meet Jiren well. Linz walked out of the training room and said to himself. Why don't you practice? On the 18th, he was outside the gravity room, saw Linz walk out, and asked. I have found the person I want to challenge, so I may need to go out for a while. By the way, you will stay at home this time. This time the battle will definitely be particularly fierce, and at that time, he will definitely not be able to spare his hands to protect the 18th. If you don't believe that you are hit by the shock wave, the consequences will be unimaginable. All right. It's up to you. But you must pay attention to your safety. If you can't beat it, run away. Win or lose is actually not a shame. Even if Linz didn't let himself follow, the opponent he faced should be extremely strong. That's why I don't want to let myself take risks. Although she wanted to be with Linz, she also cleared it up, and following the past will only become Linz's burden. Okay, I promise you, if I can't beat me, I will run away immediately. Linz nodded, and then looked at number 18 indulgingly. Okay, then I'm leaving. Linz kissed No 18's forehead lightly, and then followed the powerful instant transmission directly. Call out. When Linz's body reappeared, it was already on a noisy street. Fortunately, it is still the same planet. And 5 meters across from Linz, is a proud team uniform in red and black, with a grey complexion, a clear head, and 2 big eyes. 9 points similar to the aliens in the movie, they are indeed very burly. It really is Jiren. Linz looked at the familiar figure, pursed his lips, and said. Feeling Jiren's breath face to face, the feeling of oppression is even stronger. While Linz looked at Jiren, Jiren also looked at Linz. Are you the one who defeated Topo? Linz didn't expect Jiren to speak first, and asked, read more at wuxiax.com. Yes, it's me. Introduce yourself, my name is Linz. Linz smiled and walked towards Jiren. Whether it can break through to a higher level is all dependent on Jiren. Jiren. Jiren said in a deep voice. I heard that you are the strongest human in the universe, and your strength surpasses gods of destruction. I want to challenge you. Linz said with a polite smile. You are not my opponent, I am not interested in you. Jiren's expression remained the same, and he said with an aloof expression. I haven't played yet, how would you know that I am not your opponent? Besides, a strong man like you should be lonely. Don't you want to fight a good fight? Linz was not upset about Jiren's confident expression. After all, the guy standing in front of him does have the capital to talk big. If he couldn't break through to a stronger level, he would definitely not be able to beat Jiren. Hearing Linz's words, Jiren's expression changed slightly, and then he said, if this is the case, then I will fulfill you. Linz is right, the strong are lonely, and he is no exception. Over the years, in order to track down his genocide enemies, he has been practicing desperately to become stronger. Before I knew it, I was already at the pinnacle of this universe, and no one was my opponent anymore. So I haven't experienced the fun of fighting for a long time. To be honest, he is also very eager to have a well-matched opponent and fight well. Okay, then follow me. Hearing Jiren's answer, Linz's face was happy, and then his body flashed and disappeared in front of Jiren. This is a downtown area. There are too many humans. If the two of them fight, it is easy to hurt the innocent. Although I am not a good person, I don't want to hurt innocent human beings. Then Jiren also jumped up and followed directly. The two appeared in a remote and deserted area almost at the same time. The two stood facing each other 10 meters apart. And at this time at the headquarters of the Pride team. It seems that Linz has found Jiren. Let's go and see. Toppo said with a heavy face. The strength of the two guys is a mess. If they two fight together, it is estimated that it will be very fierce. It may be able to destroy the planet at that time. The last time I did not allow Linz and Jiren to join forces was also out of this consideration. But now it seems that on-site battles are inevitable. I can only try to minimize the destructive power of this battle. Yes, Captain. Dispo, Kaislao, and others nodded, and then followed Toppo to leave the headquarters. And now it's Linz and Jiren's side. Haha. Linz suddenly roared and transformed into Super Saiyan 4 directly. The airwave instantly swept out in all directions, and the terrifying airwave directly raised 100 feet of square to the ground. Jiren's body remained motionless, as if a barrier had been built around it. The expression has not changed at all. Obviously Linz can become Super Saiyan 4, he is not surprised at all. It seems that Linz is not in his eyes at all. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. With this kind of strength, there should be no way to defeat Toppo in an instant, so use all your strength. Jiren looked at Linz and said flatly. Although this human being in front of him is considered to be rare, but if you want to defeat Toppo in an instant, there is definitely no way to do it. It seems that he is still preserving his strength, which is really boring. Don't worry, and enjoy the fun of fighting slowly, isn't it better? Linz smiled and said to Jiren. I have to see how good Jiren really is, and how far Super Saiyan 4 is compared to him. This kind of battle is not fun at all for me. Jiren said in a low voice. Because he didn't treat Linz as an opponent at all. This feeling of being looked down upon is really unpleasant. Then let me see how good you are. Jiren. Linz's voice fell, and his body burst out instantly. He fisted directly at Jiren, and his body was surrounded by golden arrogance. Call out. For the first punch, Linz's fist slid along Jiren's cheek, a difference of 5 centimeters. Shoo! Linz once again launched a storm-like attack with the fastest power, and used both fists and feet. Swish! Jiren's body swayed constantly, avoiding Linz's attacks. His hands were naturally drooping, and there was absolutely no appearance of preparing to fight back, but his eyes were still as calm as water, without any waves. It's really not so powerful. I didn't even move my footsteps, so I couldn't reach his clothes. Linz frowned slightly. It seems that his Super 4 form is not Jiren's opponent at all. There is a big gap between them. Shoo! At this moment, there were a few bursts of air, and then Toppo, Dispo, and others appeared not far away. Is that guy Linz who defeated you? Dispo looked at Linz and asked. Yes, but he doesn't seem to have displayed all his strength. His speed is probably already surpassing you. Toppo nodded and said to Dispo, read more at wuxiax.com. Dispo's speed is indeed very fast, much faster than himself. But it is definitely not as good as Linz. Because at the moment Linz attacked, he didn't see clearly. Can't even feel it. What? Faster than me? You are a little too overestimating him, Captain. Dispo snorted. He is the first Sonic warrior in the universe. That guy is absolutely impossible to have his own speed, which he is very confident. Don't be proud of Dispo, there are some outsiders and there are outsiders, that guy is really amazing. Looking at Dispo's appearance, Toppo reminded him. Before meeting Linz, he thought he was the strongest besides Jiren and Vermit. Hearing that Toppo thinks of Linz so much, Dispo is not talking. But I still don't believe. By this time, Linz had launched hundreds of attacks on Jiren. but it didn't touch Jiren's body at all. Do you only have this degree? If this is the case, the boring game can be over, and my time is precious. Jiren suddenly said to Linz coldly. The sound has not fallen yet, and the fists have been blasted out. So fast. Linz felt like he saw a dark shadow shooting at him. He can only reflexively cross his arms to resist the attack. Bang! In the next second, Linz's body flew upside down like a cannonball out of the chamber. Bang bang bang! It shot through 5 or 6 peaks in a row, and finally was directly embedded in a giant mountain behind. The mountain peak was directly smashed into a pot shape covered with cobweb cracks. Okay, so strong, this guy makes a casual punch that is so heavy. Linz's arms drooped, feeling a little numb, and his chest is also dull and uncomfortable, and he lowered his head and said heavily. Is there such a huge gap between my Super Saiyan 4 and Jiren? Cut, that guy who is overpowered, challenged Jiren arrogantly, this is a hard time. Dispo, who was watching the battle, said again at this time. The other members have the same thoughts in their hearts. Only Topo didn't think so. No matter how Linz fought in this battle, at least he has the courage to challenge Jiren. This is much better than many people, at least, much better than myself. Because I didn't even have the courage to challenge Jiren. Since Super Saiyan 4 can't compete with Jiren, let's change into Super Saiyan's full power form. Linz's pupils were shining with golden light, unusually firm. Ha! Suddenly, Linz roared again. Rumble! The giant peak behind him broke into pieces and turned into rubble in the sky. At that moment, Linz's golden arrogance turned dark red a little bit. The black hair was also coated with a dark red halo, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. The billowing heat spread to the surroundings. That guy's energy has increased again. We stand so far, we can still feel the strong pressure and burning energy. That guy is too strong, right? In the last second, I was still scolding Linz for being overwhelmed, but in the next second everyone was shocked by Linz's powerful energy. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. It's really strong. This guy is countless times stronger than 4 years ago. Now he wants to defeat me, it's easy. A look of horror appeared in Topo's eyes. In the last battle, although the guy was very strong, he definitely did not reach this level. Now this breath is so strong that he can feel a huge sense of oppression even when he stands so far away. It's really strong. Dispo also smacked his lips, and said dumbly. Judging from the anger that Linz is now releasing, he does have the ability to challenge Jiren. Oh? The breath has increased explosively. No wonder you can beat Topo in an instant. Now it seems that he does have this strength. After Linz showed his powerful aura, Jiren's immutable face also showed a look of surprise. The breath of this guy is already the strongest breath he has felt so far. The game that I thought was boring is about to end. From now on, it seems that you can have fun. Although he never said it to others, he was still very eager to show up an opponent and fight him well. Let him release it. Call out. At this moment, Linz's body appeared directly in front of Jiren. At this moment, Linz's body was surrounded by a dark red protective barrier. If an ordinary person is within 10 feet of Linz, he will be burned by his scorching energy. This is all my strength, you should also show your strength. Jiren. Linz stared at Jiren closely at this time, and said. It's really a bit of a fight, but if you want to be my opponent, you are a little bit close. Haha. Jiren's face changed in vain, and a terrifying crimson erupted from his body. Obviously Jiren also intends to fight Linz seriously. The infinitely high aura of the two directly rendered the sky red, and the strong pressure made all the mountains with a radius of several thousand feet crushed into powder. Topo and others hurried back 100 meters. Because of that powerful pressure, I might still be able to barely resist, but other people are estimated to be directly twisted to death by that powerful pressure. The next second, their bodies flashed suddenly. Topo and others didn't see the afterimage clearly, but saw two red rays of light constantly touching each other. Bang bang bang, read more at wuxiax.com. Accompanied by the deep crash sound, the popping voice coils flickered continuously. Every time the two encounter each other, the entire planet is violently turbulent, and a huge sinkhole will be shaken out of the ground. Guru. Okay, so strong, that guy is indeed faster than me, and I can't see the shadows of the two of them at all. Dispo swallowed hard, his eyes filled with incredible expressions. When Topo said just now, he didn't believe it, but now it seems that the guy's speed is much faster than himself. I have to say that you are really good. You are the first one who can fight with me to this level. Jiren and Linz kept waving their fists. Obviously Jiren felt a sense of excitement at this time. He hasn't felt this way for many years. You seem to have a lot of words, Jiren. Linz raised the corner of his mouth and said to Jiren with a smile. If it weren't for the excitement of fighting, Jiren would never say such a thing. Cut. Jiren snorted coldly, and then the bright red arrogance hovered above his right fist, and he blasted out with a punch. The strength of this punch is obviously improved again. What? Linz also screamed, then fisted to meet him. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the air exploded, and the terrifying sound blasting circle instantly swept thousands of feet. And Linz's body flew out by itself and was shocked. It's just that he retreated 100 feet, Linz punched in both arms, his breath exploded, and he stabilized his body. Happy, come again Jiren. Linz's golden pupils shone with excitement. Call out. Then Linz's body rushed out again. Swish. Boom boom boom. The two fought fiercely together again. During the battle, Linz felt that his strength was constantly awakening. With every punch out, the power seems to be stronger with the previous punch. Maybe this is the role of actual combat. Although cultivating in the room is also useful, it is simply not as good as the improvement in actual combat. Especially with the blood of the fighting nation Sion, it can continue to grow stronger in battle. This guy is a bit weird. He has reached his limit just now, but every time he attacks him, his power is increasing. Jiren thought secretly in his heart. Constantly getting stronger in the battle, I did not expect that there is such a strange guy in the world. Get me down! Jiren suddenly roared, and then swept directly at Linz. Linz quickly raised his right arm to block. Bang! Jiren's instep swept heavily on Linz's arm, and his body was swept away directly. Linz's body hasn't stabilized yet, Jiren also blasted out of thin air with a punch. The space of the barometric shock has been distorted. Oops! A feeling of danger suddenly appeared in Linz's heart, and then his arms hurriedly framed and stood in front of him. Bang! The invisible fist wind directly hit Linz's arms, and Linz flew out again. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. It's really good to be able to take my two attacks in a row. But this time, I see if you can continue. Jiren looked at Linz in surprise, and said in a low voice. He was able to take his two attacks in a row, and he stabilized his figure after only a few tens of feet backwards. It is estimated that there is only this guy in front of him. But almost at the moment when the sound fell, Jiren's body burst out again. Call out! Only a red afterimage remained on the spot, and the person had already appeared in front of Linz. The fist without fancy blasted directly at Linz. This time Jiren was obviously serious. Before his fist came, the air had been puffed. It seems that Jiren is going to be serious about this punch. Although Linz is also very good, but there is definitely no way to take Jiren's attack this time. Topo squinted, watching the battle between the two seriously, and said. But even if Linz was defeated now, his strength shocked everyone. After all, people who can be with Jiren you and me for so long have never appeared since they met Jiren. And just when everyone thought Jiren's victory was set, Jiren's fist suddenly penetrated Lin's body. What? The afterimage. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Jiren's face. Because just now, he really didn't see clearly how Lin's was hiding. And his breath did not move at all. Wrong. At the moment when he was about to hit, Lin's anger suddenly disappeared. I gave you this kick back, Jiren. Lin's voice suddenly sounded from behind Jiren. Almost at the moment it sounded, a terrifying force directly fell on Jiren's neck. Bang! Jiren's body was kicked directly into the air and fell heavily to the ground. Read more at wuxiax.com. Rumble. The ground was smashed into a huge sinkhole, and Jiren's body also stood straight at the bottom of the sinkhole. Obviously Lin's attack just now did not cause substantial damage. No, impossible. Did that guy hit Jiren just now? Am I dazzled? How is this possible? Someone can hit Jiren. Seeing what happened before him, all the members of the Pride team including Toppo were shocked. It's totally unbelievable. Jiren, the strongest in their eyes, was hit by Lin's, and Jiren didn't seem to react at all. Is this guy's speed so fast that people can't even catch his breath? Fortunately, I just vowed to claim to be the strongest Sonic warrior in the universe. Dispo felt extremely embarrassed at this time. Because the speed of Jiren and Lin's are much better than him. It can be said that it is not at the same level at all. It seems that Lin's just disappeared just now not just because of the speed. Because no matter how fast it is, there is absolutely no way to be completely free of chi fluctuations at that moment. Perhaps he has some ability to hide his breath for an instant. Toppo said in a low tone. It's fine if I didn't react, even Jiren didn't react, which is a bit surprising. And when everyone in the Pride team was extremely surprised, the surprise on Jiren's face had disappeared. The body rose slowly, and the last lens was flat. Then he said lightly, I admit that I underestimated you a bit. If I didn't guess wrong, what you just used was the ability to jump for a short time, right? The speed is so fast that I can't react. It is no longer explainable by ordinary speed. And at that moment, Lin seemed to have completely disappeared. As expected of Jiren. Lin's is not too surprised, after all, Jiren is too strong. It's not a weird thing to be able to see that I jumped in time. Trend later replied. I did demonstrate my flashing power just now, and I was able to skip seconds of time. I don't have to hide this kind of thing. Anyway, the first flashing time worked for Jiren, maybe the second time it won't work. So it's the same whether you say it or not. After all, in the Dragon Ball Super Power Tournament, Hit's second flashing power has no effect on Jiren at all. However, his current strength has long surpassed Hit, so the power of the second flashing power is naturally greater. You really have a big heart to say your own tricks like this. Jiren obviously didn't expect Lin's to tell himself directly that he could jump for seconds. In this way, I can defend and counterattack within this range. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I just want to fight with you happily. Maybe I told you that I can stimulate my potential faster and break through my limits. Lin shrugged disapprovingly, and said. Want to use me to push the limit? You think it's good, but I may have been beaten to the ground before you break the limit. Jiren spoke to Lin's very confidently. Even if I didn't know Lin's flashing power, I would never let the things happen again. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. It's not that easy to beat me down. Lin's is also very serious. The arrogance of both of them is rising infinitely, just like two born swords, their arrogance soars into the sky. Then the two did not speak, but their bodies flashed out at the same time. Bang bang bang. Low-pitched collisions sounded again one after another, and the densely popped voice coils flickered like raindrops. Okay, so strong. When did such a powerful guy suddenly appear in the universe? I have never heard of it before. Everyone in the proud team said in shock again. Logically speaking, such a powerful character, their proud team shouldn't be ignorant. Of course, the most shocking is Topo. Although the others are all members of the Pride team and have noble status, they are all ordinary humans after all. And he was appointed by Lord Vermit as a candidate for the 11th universe, Gods of Destruction. It stands to reason that if there are such powerful humans in the universe, Lord Vermit and Makarita should know. But I never heard them talk about it. At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit and Angel Makarita, who were far away in the world of Gods of Destruction, watched the battle between Jiren and Linz through the gems on the staff. There was a gloomy look on Vermit's clown's face. What's going on? Makarita, why are there such powerful humans in the universe, and I never knew it? Vermit seemed to look at Makarita blamefully and asked. This human named Linz is not a human from the 11th universe. My dear. With a faint smile on Makarita's face, she spoke softly to Vermit. What? Not a human of the 11th universe. What the hell is going on? Can human beings in other universes enter other universes without the leadership of God? Vermit's face was shocked. You must know that the distance between each universe is not only the distance, but also other elements. Without Supreme Kai's instant transmission, or under the leadership of Angel, there is no way to reach other universes. But there is absolutely no other God in the 11th universe. It's such a dear. He arrived at the 11th universe 4 years ago and defeated Topo. But you are practicing in retreat. I didn't report it, and I forgot it later. Read more at wuxiax.com. As for why he was able to come to the 11th universe, it is because he mastered Supreme Kai's instant transmission, dear. Makarita still explained to Vermit in a gentle tone. Idiot, why can you forget this kind of thing? A mere human dared to run into my 11th universe to do things, I can't spare him. Vermit's expression was extremely gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. Then he asked, hurry up and tell me, which universe is he from? Able to fight Jiren, it is estimated that it is a human of high-end universe. His name is Linz, from the 7th universe. Makarita looked at Vermit and said. Then he looked at Linz, but he knew that Lord Vermit and Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe had always had a bad relationship. 7th universe? Is Beerus's universe? Hearing that it was the 7th universe, Vermit's face became more gloomy. That guy Beerus, he was the one he hated the most among all Gods of Destruction. I remember the last time Zeno-sama arranged a universe hide-and-seek match, that guy fell asleep directly, hiding for 50 years. And actually fell asleep. The damaging Zeno became angry and almost wiped out all the universe. So since that time, all Gods of Destruction have been unfavorable towards Beerus. There is such a powerful human in the 7th universe? This guy, absolutely can't stay. Vermit narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Their 11th universe produced a Jiren and Topo, the next universe selection, they can definitely be selected into the advanced universe. Now that there is such a strong human in Beerus universe, it will definitely be able to raise the average score of the 7th universe. And this kind of thing, I absolutely do not allow it to happen. How long does it take to go to that planet? After thinking about it, Vermit felt that he couldn't wait a moment. It takes about half an hour, dear. Makarita looked at Vermit with an angry face and said. Half an hour? Let's rush over right away, and we must completely stay in the 10th universe. After Vermit finished speaking, he and Makarita set off directly to the planet where Linz and Jiren fought. By this time, Linz and Jiren had been fighting for 10 minutes. Linz has reached its limit, and both physical energy and energy have begun to weaken. But Jiren still has a uniform breath, obviously without much consumption. You are very strong, which made me feel surprised, but now you have become the end of the crossbow, this battle is over. Jiren looked at Linz who was panting heavily, and said calmly. This battle is indeed very comfortable. It's been a long time since I used my muscles and bones like this. Hey, don't jump to conclusions so early, Jiren. I haven't fallen yet, you can't count as a win. Linz exhaled heavily, gritted his teeth and said. But just now I have been fighting hard with Jiren, and now I feel sore all over. Being able to maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form is already forcibly supported. Is it? Last blow? Jiren asked back, then clenched his right fist tightly. A red arrogance hovered above his fist, and at that moment, even the space around Jiren began to twist. Obviously, Jiren intends to do real things this time and get rid of Linz. P.S. Gaikyu, a wave of flowers and evaluation votes. The data has risen very slowly in the past 2 days, so the author is also very nervous. Please give me some flowers and votes. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Jiren. Looking at Jiren, who was really real, Toppo screamed in a low voice, but Jiren didn't hear him. Is Jiren really going to kill such a good opponent? Although Jiren's personality is relatively reticent, and on the surface looks like a cold and ruthless person. But he knew very well that the reason why Jiren became like this was due to the killing of his tribe and the betrayal of his companions. Because he never believed in anyone, he developed a reticent, cold-hearted appearance. But in my heart, Jiren is not a cruel person. It seems that Linz is about to be killed. This is the first time I have seen Jiren kill normal humans. Dispo said. In the past, Jiren killed all the big evils, and the monsters that destroyed the city. Ended. A deep voice came from Jiren's mouth. Hey! Then the right fist blasted out of thin air, and the scarlet energy was like a giant dragon, crashing into Linz at an extraordinary speed. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. Looking at the red dragon, Linz tried his best to directly cast the Kamehameha wave 10 times. This is the strongest attack I can use so far. Bah! At the moment when the two energies collided, no shock wave was generated, and the 10 times Kamehameha wave of Linz was instantly swallowed by the red dragon. Then he crashed into Linz in a devastating posture. It's over. Bang! The voice came from Linz's mouth, and the red dragon had hit Linz's chest accurately. Call out! Boom 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 boom! Linz's body smashed into countless mountains in an instant, retreating thousands of miles away. In the end, it was directly submerged in the gravel pair. Have you been killed? Toppo's expression was a little sad, and he muttered to himself. I have always felt that Linz is a very good opponent, and I have been practicing desperately since I was defeated. Just to fight Linz after getting stronger, read more at wuxiax.com. It seems that it is no longer possible. And I also want to make him the captain of the proud team after serving as gods of destruction. Nothing can be achieved now. Jiren deserves to be the strongest in our universe. Today, I finally saw Jiren's power with my own eyes. Dispo is naturally not as lost as Toppo, but rather proud. Being able to become teammates with Grey Jiren is indeed something to be proud of. Awesome Jiren! That self-righteous human dared to challenge Jiren, he really didn't know how to live or die. KSLR, Quincy, and others were all in a sneer posture, and said with a sneer. He is not dead. Suddenly, Jiren turned his head and said to Toppo and others. The voice is calm. What? Not dead? Hearing this, Toppo's eyes sparkled. He was hit by Jiren's powerful attack frontally, but he didn't die? How is this possible? Of course, Dispo and others were equally shocked. The punch that Jiren had just hit Linz's chest firmly. Seeing everyone's doubts, Jiren said, at the last moment, he collected his energy wave back, forming an energy barrier, blocking some power. However, although he has not been killed, he has no ability to fight. Actually, I didn't want to kill him. So the punch just now was only 70% to 80% of his strength. If he really goes all out, even if he temporarily retracts the energy wave to form an energy barrier, he will definitely die. Origin, that's the case. Unexpectedly. The energy can be recovered at that instant to form an energy barrier. This guy is really surprising. Topo said with a look of horror. You know Jiren's attack speed is very fast. Lin still had time to recover the energy wave at the last minute. Call out. Jiren's body flashed and flew directly to Lin's side. Topo, Dispo, and others also rushed over. The ground was plowed into a 1,000-mile-long, shocking gully. At the end of the ravine, there was a pile of rubble, and Lin's body was crushed in the pile. Boom! Suddenly, the rubble exploded. Lin's body jumped up. After jumping out of the gravel, Lin's was obviously physically weak, and knelt on one knee, showing pain on his face. It's over, Lin's. You are indeed a very good opponent, forcing out 70% of my strength. After so many years, no one has ever done this. Jiren looked at Lin's with his head down, and said calmly. It is not difficult to hear that there is still some admiration in the voice. Do you think? I will feel proud of it, feel proud of it. My goal is not to be appreciated by you, I want to defeat you. The battle is not over yet, Jiren. Lin's voice was intermittent, and after speaking, he raised his head. His face was squirming, and his eyes were red, like an awakened ancient beast. I won't lose to you. Haha. Lin's body suddenly stood up, his arms shook, and he uttered a long roar to the sky. Wow! Suddenly, the entire sky changed color, and thick lightning bolts fell directly from the sky and penetrated the earth. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Rumble. The whole planet was thunderous, and the ground trembled crazily, just like an apocalyptic scene. What's the matter? Isn't that guy already seriously injured? There is still such a powerful energy. Dispo and others hurriedly avoided the giant lightning that fell from the sky. In the event of being slashed, even if it is immortal, it will definitely peel off. That guy, he seems to be breaking through. Topo stared at Lin's closely, and said in a low tone. Looking at the scene like 4 weekends, Topo's mood is very complicated. He was still worried that Lin's had been killed by Jiren, but he didn't expect that in the next minute, this guy was like an ancient beast. Suddenly awakened. Unexpectedly, really used me to complete the breakthrough. Jiren also looked at Lin's in a daze, a little unbelievable. I thought the battle was over just now. But now it seems that the real battle is about to begin. Excited, it seems that every cell is beating frantically because of this terrifying power. It seems that today, I can do my best to fight a good fight. Damn it! The thunder and lightning continued to pour toward the ground like the mouth of a bull. Haha! At this time Lin suddenly roared, and a terrifying golden flame burst out of his body in an instant. Then Lin's directly became the full energy Super Saiyan 4. Although the energy has undergone tremendous changes, the appearance does not seem to have changed this time. Topo and others looked at Lin's, who had become Super Saiyan 4 again, and spoke. No, he hasn't finished yet. At this time Jiren suddenly spoke again. It is not difficult to hear that Jiren's tone is full of excitement. Really? Just after Jiren's voice fell, Lin's roared again. Haha! It seems to be venting the terrifying power hidden in the body. Accompanied by a deep roar, Lin's golden arrogance began to directly think about the jets around him. Read more at wuxiax.com. Finally formed a long golden dragon day by day, flying out in all directions. Okay, so terrifying energy. Topo and others were instantly stunned by the golden light that spread out. This is the first time they have seen this phenomenon. The whole planet has been filled with Lin's breath. Give me a breakthrough. Haha! Lin suddenly roared, and then his form changed directly. The black hair turned silver grey, and it hung down from the waist. The red body hair also turned silver grey, and the golden pupils turned dark red. A touch of bangs swayed with the wind in front of the eyebrows, and a silver tail swayed flexibly behind him. However, Lin's previous injury completely disappeared, and his chi has returned to its peak state. Is this Super Saiyan 5? Unexpectedly, the battle with Jiren really allowed me to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan and successfully reached Super Saiyan 5. Lins was extremely excited. On this day, I waited for 7 years, and now I finally did it. This vast force, like a universe, really makes people feel extremely comfortable. He clenched his fist, and the power in his body surged like a flood. Strands of golden arrogance continued to spread in all directions. It has changed again. Is this guy a monster? Topo and others murmured dumbly. NKSLR, who said before that Lins was overwhelming and reluctant to live or die, had a flushed face, and his face was as uncomfortable as being slapped. It's incredible, I didn't expect that guy was just talking about it, he really used me to break through. And I felt a dangerous feeling in his body. Jiren's face is very complicated. On the one hand, he was very excited to face such a powerful Lins. After all, as a strong man, having been alone for so many years, he naturally longed for a well-matched opponent. But now this guy appeared, and he made a breakthrough in front of him. This makes him a little uncomfortable. Jiren, I should thank you, if you didn't have that attack just now, I wouldn't be able to break through. Lins finally recovered from his excitement, and then said to Jiren with an arc of evil charm at the corner of his mouth. Originally, I was disappointed with the breakthrough, and Jiren's punch almost killed him for most of his life. But I didn't expect that the punch also broke his bottleneck, and energy surged from his body. It seems that he has opened up his second line of Ren and Du in an instant, allowing himself to break and stand. Super Saiyan 5 is completely different from Super Saiyan 4. The chi in the body is like an inexhaustible Wang Yang. It's your chance to break through, it has nothing to do with me. But don't think you can compete with me if you change a form. If you think that way, you would be very wrong. Jiren said with a cold voice, still very confident. Although Lins is very strong now, it is not so easy to become his opponent. Is it? If you think like this, you are so wrong, Jiren. Lins smiled coldly, then his eyes condensed, and his body suddenly flashed out. Hey! Everyone only heard a crisp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! Rumble! Then, everyone saw a huge sinkhole appeared on the ground. But behind Jiren, he was already lying at the bottom of the giant pit. As for Lins, he appeared where Jiren stood just now. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. No, impossible. Jiren was defeated in an instant. This is absolutely impossible. The faces of everyone in the Pride team are filled with incredible looks. Shocked, terrified, unbelievable. Jiren is the god of war in their universe, a truly godlike man. Was defeated just now? And they didn't even see how Lins shot. Too strong, we are not in the same dimension at all. I still want to practice desperately to fight him again, now it seems, what a big joke. Topo looked ugly, laughed at himself, and said to himself. Even Jiren was knocked into the air in an instant. It is estimated that even if he cultivates for hundreds or even thousands of years, it is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve this level. Wanting to challenge Lins again is just talking. Isn't even Jiren his opponent? I can't believe it. That guy is so perverted. Quincy, Boone, Cockate and others were all shocked, and their hearts were full of turbulent waves. Even Jiren, the strongest in the universe, was knocked off by himself just now. It seems that this Lins is indeed outrageous. Get up! Jiren! No need to pretend, that little power can't beat you yet. Looking at Jiren at the bottom of the pit, Lins spoke lightly. He just used less than 20% of his power just now, so it should be impossible to defeat Jiren. Really? After Lins's voice fell, Jiren slowly stood up. Call out! His body flashed, directly in front of Lin's. I moved my neck and said to Lin's very seriously, "I have to say that you were very strong just now, and I feel pain. But then, this kind of thing will never happen. Is it? You are no longer my opponent, Jiren." Lin's also said to Jiren very confidently. "You must know that you have been stuck at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4 for 6 or 7 years. During this period of time, I just didn't break through the limit, but my basic combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. After all, he practiced 10 times faster." Read more at wuxiax.com. The stronger the basic combat power increases, the stronger after the transformation. When I was in the full energy Super Saiyan 4 form, his strength was definitely far surpassing the full energy Super 4 Son Goku and 20 times the Super Blue Son Goku. Get overwhelmed. Jiren gritted his teeth, and then his body flashed out again. Bounced towards Lin's. Shoo! The next second, Jiren launched a stormy attack on Lin's, and the space of the attack was completely distorted. Lin's body swayed from side to side, just to hide all Jiren's attacks. I said, "Now you can't be my opponent at all, the gap between us is too big." Lin said triumphantly while avoiding Jiren's attack. Indeed, he is indeed still in the excitement brought about by a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, after becoming Super Saiyan 5, his strength would have such a huge breakthrough. It feels 100 times better than Super Saiyan 4. If I am not wrong with Lenovo, the Ultra Instinct Son Goku during the Power Conference is not as strong as his current Super 5. You know that in the Power Conference, Son Goku, who understands the perfect Ultra Instinct, completely crushes Jiren. If it weren't for the last Jiren remembered his sad past and followed the sudden limit, he wouldn't be able to beat Ultra Instinct Son Goku at all. And now I am definitely better than Ultra Instinct's Son Goku, so how can Jiren be his opponent? Let's be too smug. I can't lose, I will never lose. Jiren seemed to be a little anxious because of the hundreds of missed attacks. This kind of thing has never happened in recent years. Call out. Jiren punched Lin's directly. Snapped. The next second Jiren's fist was easily grasped by Lin's. What? Impossible. Jiren looked up with horror on his face. One of his own charged blows was actually blocked by such an easy hand? And when Jiren was extremely shocked, Lin's pulled hard and directly pulled Jiren's body over. At the same time, the right knee was heavily raised. Bang! It landed directly on Jiren's abdomen. Wow! Before returning from the shock, Jiren spit out sour water in his mouth. There was a look of pain on his face, and his facial features were twisted together. Then Lin's let go of Jiren's fist, swept his leg, and landed directly on Jiren's face. Snapped. Jiren was swept away directly. Boom boom boom. The body directly penetrated several mountain peaks, and finally pulled out a ravine tens of meters long on the ground before stopping. But... damn! How could this happen? Hateful! There was a smear of blood on the corner of Jiren's mouth, and he hammered the ground heavily. Obviously, there is no way to accept this fact. Obviously I didn't pay attention to Lin's at all just now, why suddenly the role was completely changed. Although I don't want to believe it very much, I have to admit from the several attacks just now that Lin's strength surpassed him. And it is far more than oneself. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. It seems that Jiren, who has not been irritated, is not my Super Saiyan 5 form opponent at all. But my purpose of coming to the 11th universe has been completed, and I have successfully become Super Saiyan 5, so there is no need to stimulate Jiren's potential now. If this guy goes violently then, it won't be a good thing for him. Seeing Jiren hammering the ground angrily, Lin's thought secretly in his heart. In the Dragon Ball Super Power Conference, Jiren, the final burst of clothes, is indeed very powerful, not weaker than Ultra Instinct Son Goku. Maybe now I can stimulate his potential. But it doesn't seem to be necessary at all, because my goal has been achieved. It seems that after defeating Jiren, it is time for me to go back. Hateful. Rumble. Jiren suddenly hammered the ground heavily, and the huge pit on the ground instantly spread again. And Jiren's body jumped up suddenly. Wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth, he stared at Linz angrily. Today, I must defeat you. I once swore that since then I will never, and I can't lose to anyone. Jiren jumped out of his teeth, word by word. Obviously, the defeat was a huge blow to him. Recognize the facts, Jiren. There are many powerful people in this world, and there are even more powerful than you and me. You want to be undefeated forever? That's impossible. Looking at Jiren, who seemed to be a little confused, Linz spoke lightly. I am telling the truth, and I often tell myself this way. There are too many strong players in the Dragon Ball world. Angel, Grand Priest, Dragon God, Demon God, Xeno, etc. Although he can now become Super Saiyan 5, he is indeed a top-notch existence among humans. But if these guys want to kill themselves, it is probably an easy thing. I won't lose to you, I must beat you today. Jiren didn't seem to listen to Linz's words, but flashed towards Linz again with a roar. Although Jiren had gone violently, his power didn't seem to increase, but his attack was a little messy because of his loss of reason. Read more at wuxiax.com. Swish! Jiren's fists and feet shot like a machine gun, and the air rustled with each punch. But every fist brushed Linz's side and flashed past. There was no way to hit Linz. Why is this? Why can't I hit him every time? Jiren had scarlet eyes at this moment, and he muttered to himself. It seems that this can't go on anymore. This guy seems to be tireless, and his strength seems to be constantly improving. The consumption of Super Saiyan 5 is stronger than I thought. It's just for a while, and physical fitness begins to drop. If you fight a protracted battle, if you can't sustain it physically, you might capsize. After feeling the changes in his body, Linz thought secretly in his heart. Although after becoming Super Saiyan 5, a steady stream of energy is produced in the body, but at the same time, this energy also needs a very strong body to support. Obviously, my current body is not strong enough. So after fighting for more than 10 minutes, physical problems began to appear. It seems that after today's battle, I must strengthen my physical training. Super Saiyan 5 is definitely not his limit, so he needs to lay the foundation for the future. Haha! At this time, Jiren's roar sounded again, and his fists had already blasted towards Linz. It's over, Jiren! Jiren's eyes suddenly cold. And his right fist strikes like lightning. Bang! Before Jiren's fist hit Linz's body, he flew out first. A clear fist mark appeared on the chest, which obviously collapsed a bit. Wow! A mouthful of red blood spouted from his mouth, drawing a brilliant arc in mid-air. Bang! After that, Jiren's body fell to the ground and his breath had wilted to the extreme. Jiren! Seeing the scene in front of him, Toppo quickly awoke from the shock and flew directly in front of Jiren. Are you all right? Jiren! Toppo is holding Jiren, and Jiren has fainted. Don't worry. Jiren just fainted. I only used 60% of my power just now and I won't kill him. Looking at Toppo with a worried look on his face, Linz spoke. For Toppo, I have some good feelings for him. 60%? Can 60% of the power be able to defeat Jiren so easily? Had. I originally thought of having a chance to compete with you again, but now it seems that our gap is like a huge difference. Toppo was shocked at first. Then he laughed bitterly at himself and said. Competitions are available at any time. Who says that the contest must be won? Right. Looking at Toppo's helpless smile, Linz spoke again. At this time, Linz felt that his physical fitness began to decline again. The energy is too strong, and the body knows the feeling of being unable to hold it. Hey! Just when Topo raised his head to speak, suddenly two figures appeared in front of Linz, Topo, and others. Dressed as a clown, beside her is a girl with double ponytails. P.S. It's 3000 after 100 evaluation votes. If you still have evaluation votes in your hand, please vote for me. Thank you very much for asking for a wave of monthly tickets, by the way. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The anger and killing intent on the clown's face was vivid. Looking at Linz's gaze, he couldn't wait to swallow Linz alive. Then he glanced at Jiren, who was lying in Topo's arms, and his face became more gloomy. The strongest human in the 11th universe, a waste thing. Then he smashed a sentence, obviously very dissatisfied with Jiren's performance. See Master Vermit. Topo hurriedly and other members of the Proud Team saluted Vermit respectfully. Forget it, the Proud Team, you can't even beat one person, you are really embarrassing. Vermit schemed Linz, then looked at Makarita and said. Cure Jiren's injury. After speaking, he looked at Linz with a gloomy look. The human beings in the 7th universe dare to run to the 11th universe to run wild. I think you are impatient to live. He wants to tear up this damn bastard with his own hands now. How? I now estimate that I don't have that strength at all. In terms of strength alone, he is not yet Jiren's opponent. But this guy actually defeated Jiren, which means that his strength is above himself. Master, I can go wherever I want, can you be a clown? Linz tilted his head and said with a sneer. Vermit was completely ignored. Because in the Dragon Ball Super, it is clearly stated that there is a universe whose human strength surpasses gods of destruction, and that human being is Jiren of the 11th universe. Now Jiren was easily defeated by himself, and Vermit himself didn't pay much attention to it. Only, the destructive energy of gods of destruction is still quite daunting. Arrogant. Things that do not live or die are just like Beerus, and they are equally annoying. But if you want to die, I will fulfill you right away. Although Vermit was still a little worried, he was a dignified gods of destruction. Being so humiliated by a human in front of the Proud Team, this is forbearance. Then where do you put your gods of destruction face? Just you. It's not that the little master looks down on you, for a guy like you, little master, I can hit 10. Linz shrugged disdainfully. However, a somewhat solemn color appeared in the depths of his pupils, read more at wuxiax.com. Because his physical stamina is still declining rapidly. At this time, the strength has not reached half of Super Saiyan's 5 peaks, although he can still defeat Vermit. But if he is hit by his destructive energy, it will be dead. It's so arrogant, die for me. Vermit's face turned completely black, and then suddenly his arms crossed, and purple cards appeared between his fingers. Shoo! It was almost the instant the card appeared and shot towards Linz. Those cards are all condensed from destruction energy, and Linz naturally doesn't dare to hardwire them. Because from those cards, he smelled a strong sense of danger. Aha! Linz suddenly shouted, and the golden flames all over his body burst out directly, spreading like a hurricane. The ground was directly cut off by a layer, and the radius of a radius was directly raised to the ground. Vermit's cards were blown off the track. Call out! In the next second, Linz used instant transmission, and the moment he attacked, he used his flash power. He appeared directly behind Vermit, and his right foot was drawn round Vermit's neck. Snapped! Rumble! The next moment, Vermit's body hit the ground directly. Suddenly a huge pit appeared on the ground. Taste! Lord Vermit! Topo and others were completely confused. Could it be that Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit is so vulnerable in front of Linz? Kicked directly with one kick? This guy! It's too fierce! In the eyes of Topo and others, Linz suddenly a batch at this time. But Linz's attack at that instant just now consumed almost all of his stamina. It is very, very reluctant to be able to maintain the form of Super Saiyan 5 now. Trash clown, I'm in a good mood today, I will let you die. Waiting for the next meeting, Xiao, I will take care of you again. Linz yelled to Vermit, then glanced at the Macarita, and then directly used instant transmission, disappearing in front of everyone. After Linz disappeared, Vermit flew from the bottom of the pit. Although he was not injured much, he looked very embarrassed. That face is really wonderful. It feels like you can write by just dipping the brush. A bunch of useless waste. Vermit clenched his fists and pressed his nails into his palms, but Vermit didn't know it. Hurry up and tell me, where did that damn ant go? Vermit spoke to Macarita fiercely. It has been hundreds of millions of years since becoming gods of destruction. When in front of Zeno and Grand Priest, have you ever been so humiliated? And what brought me humiliation today is the man in the 7th universe I hate most. Absolutely, unforgivable. He has arrived on another planet. Dear. Macarita obviously didn't care about Vermit's anger at all, she still spoke softly. And Topo and others were so frightened by the angry Vermit that they dare not come out. By this time, Jiren had been cured and came back to life. Macarita, hurry up and take Jiren and me over. Joining hands with Jiren, I can definitely kill that damn 7th universe human. Vermit gritted his teeth tightly and said. Sorry. Defeating Linz is something I must do, but I won't join hands with you. Jiren's cold voice fell, and then his body jumped up and disappeared. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Hi, Jiren. Topo wanted to stop Jiren, but it was too late. Jiren, it's not a good thing that he doesn't give face to Vermit. Because at this time Vermit's face was already full of anger, and his eyes were burning with raging flames. Damn trash, being beaten into a bear-like look is even embarrassing to show off. Vermit stared at the ground where Jiren had disappeared, and jumped out of his teeth word by word. Had it not been for this guy's strength to be too strong, he would have destroyed him a long time ago. Topo, let's go find that guy now. You should know how to do it when necessary. Then Vermit could only cast his eyes on Topo, ordered. Topo is a candidate for gods of destruction, so he must listen to his own words. Ming, understood, Lord Vermit. Topo can only nod his head. Vermit's meaning is obvious, that is, to let yourself give up the justice you insist on when necessary and become gods of destruction. Macarita, hurry up and take us to catch up with that guy. Today no matter what, I will let him stay in the 11th universe forever. Vermit said in a gloomy voice. The humiliation just now, if you don't kill that bastard, it will definitely not be quelled. I see, dear. Macarita nodded, and then flicked the staff, and the bodies of the three of them disappeared instantly. Call out. At this time, Linz has returned to the home of the 11th universe. You are back. What's the matter? Why do you look so tired? On the 18th, he looked at Linz, who was a little prostrate, with an anxious expression on his face. It's okay, it's just too much consumption during the battle just now. We can't stay in the 11th universe, let's get out of here. Linz gently rubbed No 18's shoulder and told her not to worry. Now. The 18th seems to be a little bit reluctant. After all, I have lived here with Linz for 4 years, and I already feel at home. Now that I was leaving suddenly, it was naturally a little uncomfortable. Read more at wuxiax.com. Woman. It's always more emotional. Well, leave now. Linz nodded. I just fought Jiren, and tried my best to give Vermit himself. His physical energy was too great. The physical strength has not recovered yet. If Vermit and Jiren join hands to catch up, it will be more troublesome. That's okay, I'll prepare a little bit. Seeing Lin's serious look, on the 18th, he nodded quickly, then walked in and took out some photos of himself and Linz. As for the other things, there is nothing to commemorate. Shoo! At this moment, Vermit, Macarita, and Topo had already caught up. Yo! The speed is quite fast. Linz glanced at Vermit and asked playfully. Damn ants, now I'm ruining you. The moment Vermit saw Linz, the anger on his face was overwhelming. Then a huge purple destructive energy ball was gathered in the palm of the hand. Master, I don't want to fight right now. If you want to continue chasing, I'll hurry up and follow me and eat my fart. Bye-bye you. Linz waved to Vermit provocatively, then grabbed the hand of number 18 and disappeared again. Linz, who had been chasing after him just now, suddenly disappeared again. There was a feeling of being walked by the dog, and this feeling of humiliation made Vermit growl directly. Then the destructive energy in his hand blasted out directly, and the two nearby planets were directly annihilated. Master Vermit! Please calm down. Topo frowned, obviously uncomfortable. Although Gods of Destruction has the right to destroy the planet, he was a bit too arrogant just now. Macarita, catch up with that bastard again. I must personally cut him 1,000 times. Vermit said madly. This is the first time I have been so angry in history. It turned out to be a gift from a human in the 7th universe. If you don't kill that bastard, you will definitely have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. I guess it won't work now, Mr. Vermit. Linz has mastered instant transmission. Although my speed is very fast, I can't catch up. Even if he catches up, you can't help him if he wants to escape. Furthermore, he has left the 11th universe. Macarita said to Vermit in a soft voice. Ho ho! Hearing Macarita's words, Vermit closed his eyes and raised his head, trying hard to calm his anger at this time. He is also a very calm person. That ant left the 11th universe, did he return to the 7th universe? After calming down for a minute, Vermit gritted his teeth and asked. No, he did not go back to the 7th universe but went to the 6th universe. Macarita replied. What? 6th universe? Did the ants go to the 6th universe? Hearing Macarita's words, Vermit was taken aback for a moment, and then there was a light in his eyes. I went to the 6th universe. That's great. Vermit suddenly sneered sinisterly. Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe and Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe are brothers. But their relationship is very poor. Now that bastard ant from the 7th universe has gone to the 6th universe, as long as you contact Kampa a little bit. At that time, let Kampa take action to erase that human. It would be great if Beerus and Kampa could accumulate more grudges. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Macarita, contact Gods of Destruction Kampa in the 6th universe. Vermit said to Macarita. Although he couldn't kill the ant with his own hands, it was actually good to kill with a knife. If the battle between Beerus and Kampa can be provoked by the way, it would be even more effective. All right, dear. Macarita nodded, and then began to connect with Angel Vados of the 6th universe. At this time, on a barren planet in the 7th universe. Do-do-do. The black gem on the staff of Angel Vados suddenly flickered. Master Kampa, it's the 11th Master Universe Gods of Destruction Vermit's call request, is it connected? Vados asked your Kampa. Cut, this guy is not a good thing, I guess there is nothing good about connecting now. Obviously, Kampa also has no favors with Vermit. In his opinion, other gods of destruction can be regarded as true temperaments, but that guy is a sinister and cunning character. So for him, Kampa has no good feelings. Forget it, let's get connected. What if something happens? Kampa waved his hand and said impatiently. Okay, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded, then switched on the video. It's been a long time, Kampa, how have you been? In the gem projection, Vermit smiled and greeted Kampa with a smile. Kampa looked at Vermit. His smile was a bit disgusting. He always felt a tinge of conspiracy. He said coldly, if you have something to say, let it go. If you have a fart, I'm busy. I am really busy now. Because I am stealing in the 7th universe, bah. Here comes the Super Dragon Ball. This matter can't be discovered by Beerus, otherwise it will be quite troublesome. So if Vermit didn't have any important things, he would be lazy to pay attention to it. You. Vermit, who just got frustrated, didn't expect to talk to Kampa kindly. This guy stunned himself as soon as he opened his mouth. At this moment, he felt that his teeth were almost bent. But I can't get angry. This is Kampa. There is a human in the 7th universe. He has just left the 11th universe and now he has gone to the 6th universe. He injured many soldiers in our 11th universe. Now he is in the 6th universe. You have to be careful, read more at wuxiax.com. Vermit spoke to Kampa very seriously. But I heard that Kampa over there didn't listen carefully at all. It was Kampa and Vados who were talking on their own. Vados, don't you look at that one. It's a bit like Master Kampa. Hurry up, let's go over quickly. Okay, Vermit, I'm busy. Don't bother me for anything, hang up. Kampa casually dealt with it twice and cut the connection directly. At this time, Vermit's already pissed lungs are about to explode. He reminded him kindly that this fat pig dared to cut the connection directly. And from beginning to end, I didn't speak seriously. Don't you know that this is very disrespectful to people? And at this time in the 7th universe. Finally found the 5th Super Dragon Ball. When I gather the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, I will be able to make a wish for the most delicious food in the world. At that time, you must let the guy Beerus know what it means to make him desperate. Chi chi chi. Speaking of this, Gods of Destruction Kampa couldn't help but laughed like a rat. Master Kampa, the sound of your laughter was really offensive. Vados glanced at Kampa contemptuously, and said disgustingly. Cut. Annoying guy. Hearing Vados' contempt, Kampa could only stop laughing. This guy knows to dislike himself all day long. By the way, Vados, what did that fellow Vermit just say? Only then did Kampa think of Vermit's call. It seems to be related to the 7th universe. It seems to be a human from the 7th universe, and wounded many fighters in their 11th universe. Now I have gone to the 6th universe. Vados thought for a while and said. What? The humans in the 7th universe went to the 11th universe and hurt people. Hearing this, Kampa was startled. I just looked for the Super Dragon Ball and didn't listen to Vermit's words seriously. It is definitely not an ordinary human who can let Vermit tell himself through a video call in person. And also wounded people in the 11th universe. With Vermit's small belly chicken intestines, how could he let go of that human? Yes, now that human being has reached our 6th universe. Vados nodded and said. Cut, although I don't know what Vermit guy is making, but a human in the 7th universe dares to go to our 6th universe, I will teach him a lesson. Kampa said coldly. You must know that without the leadership of angel and gods of destruction, humans cannot cross the universe casually. Then are we going back to the 6th universe now? Vados asked. Not for the time being, how big a wave can a human being make? There is also a Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe. We will go back when we find it. Kampa is obviously not worried. In his opinion, it's just that when a human is topping the sky. As long as gods of destruction wants to kill a human being, it's just a handful of things. The top priority now is to find the 6th Super Dragon Ball. At that time, let Beerus feel the temptation of the unforgettable food, that is his ultimate goal. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Hey! I really don't understand Kampa-sama's brain circuit. I wasted so much time searching for the Super Dragon Ball just to show off the noodles in front of Beerus-sama. Vados was another wave of merciless mockery. Indeed, normal people simply don't understand the ideas in the minds of these two brothers. Lord Beerus is a bit more normal. As for Lord Kampa, alas! It's hard to say. But at this time in the 6th universe, Linz didn't just rush to the 6th universe before, he had his own ideas. After Lin's instant transmission, I took the 18th to a seemingly backward planet. Of course, this is only compared to the 11th universe. There are tall buildings on the planet in front of you, but there is no such beautiful scene of green mountains and green waters. And on this planet, but there are a few strong breaths. If Linz is not wrong in his estimation, the highest is probably 1 or 2 million combat power. And there are only 5 or 6, the others are very weak in combat power. Are we back to the 7th universe? On the 18th, he looked at the surrounding environment and asked. Because the environment here is really completely different from the 11th universe. Not yet. We are now in the 6th universe. Linz also looked around and said. Is this the planet of the 6th universe, Scion? It seems to be a little behind. Then Linz sighed. In the 7th universe, Scion was born with the desire to occupy and fight in his bones. So after the destruction of the planet Vegeta, they occupied the planet of the ZVR people. This is also the source of Dragon Ball GT Baby's revenge against Scion. Scion of the 6th universe, they are not like that. Not only do they dislike occupation, but they are more peaceful. The main job is to be employed by people, fight bad guys, and protect other people's planet. Unexpectedly, the planet Scion in the 6th universe is so backward. 6th universe. What are we doing here? Does the 6th universe also have an opponent you want to challenge? The 18th asked with some doubts. That's not true, but I do have more important things. I will tell you later. Linz said with a beating. Stingy, don't want to say that I don't want to listen yet. Don't turn your head on the 18th, muttered proudly. Toot toot. Just as the two were talking, a piercing whistle sounded suddenly. Read more at wuxiax.com. Listen to the people in front, you have entered the planet Sherida illegally, please indicate your intentions. Then several combat universe spacecraft appeared directly above Linz and the 18th. What an annoying voice. The 18th seemed to be a little upset by the sound of the whistle and the buzzing of the universe spacecraft. An energy ball is condensed directly in the palm of the palm, and the universe spaceship must be knocked down. Wait a minute, they are all ordinary people, but they can't stand your fight. Linz took number 18's hand and stopped her. The people here are just small soldiers with a combat power of several thousand. Throwing the energy ball on the 18th will definitely kill them. Although I have the ability now, I don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Cut, I can't play around, it's boring. On the 18th, pursed his mouth and withdrew his energy ball. Don't worry, I will definitely let you have enough in a while. Linz smiled and said. Then he raised his head and said to those Scion. To inform you, I am a friend of Gabe, a member of the Lhasa Defense Forces. A friend of Gabe. Scion was right after thinking about it. Gabe is an elite member of the Rasa Defense Force of the Shahada planet. He is often employed by people to go to other planets to fight bad guys and maintain the peace of the universe. So it's normal to know some aliens. Please wait a moment, two of you, I will inform Deputy Captain Gabe immediately. Scion spoke to Linz before contacting Gabe. After waiting for about 10 minutes, 4 figures flew over here. Shoo! The speed was also quite fast, and he was in front of Linz in a few seconds. Deputy Captain Gabe, the gentleman said it was your friend, please confirm. Scion on the Universe spacecraft said to Gabe. Okay, leave the rest to me, you go back first. Gabe glanced at Linz and the 18th, and then said to the Scion. Okay, Deputy Captain. Scion nodded, and then left in the Combat Universe spacecraft. After the Universe spacecraft left, Gabe fell in front of Linz and number 18. And behind Gabe, there were 3 Scions, 2 men and 1 woman. Sir, if I remember correctly, we should have not met each other. Excuse me, do you have anything to do with me? Gabe looked at Linz and asked Linz very politely. When he saw Linz just now, he was sure he hadn't seen these two people. But they came to find themselves by name, and there must be a reason. Seeing that scion of your sixth universe is so weak, so I want to help you and help you improve your own strength. Linz smiled and said to your Gabe. What? Help us improve our strength? You may not figure it out. The strength of our deputy captain Gabe is very strong, and the reputation is so great. Do you need your help? What a joke! Gabe hadn't spoken yet, and a tall man behind him took a step forward and said. Tosai, don't be unreasonable. Gabe turned his head and glared at the tall scion. Intuition tells him that the man in front of him is very strong. And he actually said he was scion in the sixth universe? I am very interested. Gabe, don't be fooled, I think the two of them are like liars. Scion, the woman behind Gabe, folded her arms in front of her chest, and spoke to Gabe lazily. Hey, clean your mouth, and talk nonsense again, I will help you break it. Hearing what the woman Scion said, she responded violently on the 18th. She doesn't seem to be too cold with that woman Scion. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Yo! This is the first time I have heard such arrogant words, but I want to see what abilities you two have. The woman Scion lowered her arms from her chest, obviously very unconvinced. After she lowered her arms, Linz could see clearly that this woman Scion was wearing a low-cut and tight-fitting long sleeves. The magnificent momentum is not at all comparable to the two flat princesses of Calvra and Cal. It is estimated that the two can't compare with each other. On the 18th, she also looked at it, and then there was a little anger on her face. Woman! It's such a magical animal, who always likes to compare. Especially in terms of figure. Although the 18th has a much higher self-confidence, she will not lose to her body, the only thing that can't be compared is the front protrusion. Fina, the visitor is a guest, so let's just say a few words. Gabe said to the female scion Fina behind him. Gabe, you have no right to order me. Fina is not as obedient as the tall scion. And with a small smile on his lips, he walked to the front of the 18th with a twist, and then said, Now, I will challenge you, do you dare to fight? This is how they Scion solved the problem. After finishing speaking, he turned to No 18's chest, her expression was full of provocation. Amount. It looks like you are miserable. Linz could see that the 18th was already quite angry. Then he shook his head, and said to Fina with some sympathy. Really? I think you should worry about your woman. Fina still said with an aloof face. On the planet Sherida, except for the bandit leader of Califula, among all the female scions, she really hasn't convinced anyone. I wish you, don't be beaten to death. After Linz finished speaking, he took a few steps back, fearing that the 18th would be too angry and hurt Chiyu. Captain Gabe, what do you do now? Do you want to stop them? The tall man behind Gabe asked. No, it doesn't seem to be able to stop it now, Fina, it's estimated that he will be kicked to the iron plate. Gabe shook his head and said. The current situation, it is estimated that even if Fina does not want to challenge, the blonde girl will not let it go. You don't have to grit your teeth and look at me, I know I'm prettier than you. Looking at the angry number 18, Fina raised her black hair before her eyebrows, and said triumphantly. I hope you can be so confident in a while. The 18th smiled suddenly, and then screamed suddenly to the ground and shot out directly, read more at wuxiax.com. So fast. Gabe was instantly stunned by the terrifying speed of the 18th, his eyes rounded. The speed just now is too fast. As for Fina on the side, her face suddenly changed at the moment her body flashed on the 18th. Snapped. Before he could react, the slap on the 18th had already landed heavily on Fina's face. Bang! Fina's body was directly embedded in a rock, and half of her face instantly turned red and bulged high. Impossible, how could she be so fast? I must have been too careless just now. Yet. Fina shook her body, and the rock behind her was directly shattered. Call out! At this time, the body of the 18th appeared ghostly beside Fina. A handful of clothes grabbed Fina's chest. Happiness! Straight open the bow left and right, and slapped Fina's face with a slap. Guru! Linz, Gabe, and others all looked at them and opened their eyes wide. How did the 18th become so sturdy? Especially Linz, he has never seen a person beaten like this on the 18th. Boom! Then, number 18 knees heavily against Fina's chest. The piercing pain caused her to fall directly to the ground. And the face has been beaten into the appearance of a pig's head. I hate two kinds of people most, one is big breasts, and the other is more beautiful than me. Unfortunately, you have it all. On the 18th, he squatted down, gently flirted with his blonde hair, and said to Fina faintly. After speaking, he stood up and walked to Lin's side. Hey! It's much more comfortable now. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiled sweetly at Linz, and said. Yes, is it? Linz can only nod in agreement. And Gabe and the others, gulping a few mouthfuls, looked at the 18th with a look of fear. This woman is really... It's so strong. Gabe, if you don't want to be like her, take me to see your king. And you should understand that the reason why I don't force it is because I don't want to hurt the innocent. Linz said to Gabe. I have one thing, and I need Scion from the 6th universe to help. And it is a very important thing. Otherwise, with the fighting power of the 6th universe Scion, he would have no interest in coming to such a place. Okay. Okay. Gabe nodded quickly. Since the woman who was able to fight Fina didn't have the power to fight back, she estimated that she would end up in the same way. And he understands that man is the most terrible guy. Then, under the leadership of Gabe, Linz, and the 18th came to the palace of Salada. P.S. Someone in the comment area said to help the 6th universe Scion for no reason. Of course not. It is not profitable and early. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Planet Sherida, in the Palace Hall. What do you mean? You asked me to gather all Scion who has a righteous heart. Who are you? Why do you order me? I am the king of Sherida and the ruler of this planet. King Sherida sat on the throne and spoke to Linz in a haughty voice. This guy who has never veiled his face unexpectedly asked himself to summon all Scion who had a righteous heart. It's too arrogant. Why do you ask me? Then I will tell you now, just rely on this. Linz suddenly smiled coldly, then squeezed his fists. Hey! In the next second, it became Super Scion, and the terrifying aura directly shook everyone in the hall back more than 10 steps, and some people with poor strength directly slammed into the wall. Gabe was also the closest to Linz, and was directly kicked out. What? It's terrifying. That guy raised it dozens of times in an instant. Seeing Linz who suddenly turned into blonde hair, everyone's eyes were filled with horror and horror. I originally planned to discuss it with you, but it seems that you are not very cooperative. After becoming Super Scion, Linz looked at King Salada with a look of horror and said. You, what's the matter with you? You were obviously not so good just now. Salada said tremblingly. Although he has the arrogance of the king, he is not stupid. Scion, who claims to be from the 7th universe, is really strong. With his current strength, it is estimated that Scion on the entire planet Shida is not his opponent. I plan to tell you, but I don't want to say it now. I will give you 2 hours now to gather all Scion who has a righteous heart on this planet, otherwise. Linz's palm suddenly shot an energy ball. Rumble. The magnificent hall was cut off in an instant. Originally wanted to get along with them, but in exchange for alienation. It's really hard to be a good person. Gabe, summon all Scion. Read more at wuxiax.com. Sherida Wang pacified the fear in his heart, and then said to Gabe. Although his arrogance does not allow himself to bow his head. But he couldn't risk all Scion being killed to defend his arrogance and dignity. Yes. Gabe quickly stood up and nodded. Fortunately, the king agreed. Otherwise, with Lin's strength, it can really destroy the planet Sherida. Then Gabe immediately went out and summoned the other Scion. And at this time on another developed planet in the 6th universe. There are dozens of figures in the same hall of Nyodai, all of which are strangely shaped people. And sitting on the throne in the middle is a guy who looks like Frisia 9 points. And this person is the great man in the 6th universe who has won the Universe Peace Prize 3 times, Frost. Of course, a good person is just a disguise for him to do evil better. Master Frost, are you really going to attack Sherida this time? A universe person respectfully said to Frost. Didn't I already say it? Frost shook the wine glass in his hand and spoke in a soft voice. But that group of Scion's combat effectiveness is not bad, especially that Gabe, his strength seems to be very strong. Even if we capture the planet Sherida, we will suffer heavy losses. The universe people continued with a heavy tone. The planet Salada is a hard bone. Every Scion has good combat effectiveness, especially the guy Gabe, whose strength is unfathomable. It is estimated that Lord Frost, no one can beat him. What's more important is that planet Sherida is not an advanced planet, and the environment is not very good. It is estimated that it will not be able to sell a good price. So he couldn't figure out why Lord Frost was going to capture the planet Salada. The troublesome Scion group? I'll pinch them to death by myself this time. Frost's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp killing intent, and he said coldly. Actually, I don't have much interest in that kind of garbage planet. Mainly. The Lhasa defense team on the planet Shida, dominated by Gabe, is everywhere to maintain peace. I have disrupted my plan many times because of their appearance. So this time, I must completely destroy them. It's great, if Master Frost comes in person, he will be able to wipe out those Scions with ease. Hearing that Frost was about to go in person, the universe people instantly became excited. Because he was very afraid of death, if Lord Frost ended up in the name of suppressing the robbers as usual, they would probably be killed. I'm going to prepare. After speaking, the universe people walked out of the palace. Scion, this is the result of your nosy business, no wonder I am. Frost drank the red wine in his glass, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. At this time, hundreds of Scion gathered on the Neo Grand Plaza in front of the palace of the planet Sherida. Mr. Linz, except for those who go to other planets to perform missions, the other Scions are here. Gabe respectfully said to Linz. This world was originally a world that admired the strong. After seeing the power of Linz, Gabe naturally did not dare to offend. Yes, now you pick out Scion who you think has a heart of justice. Linz nodded and continued. That's right, that's why he came to the 6th universe Sherida, the first planet of combat effectiveness. In order to find Scion who has a righteous heart, and then become a super game god. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. In the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku became Super Saiyan God through this method. Inject the power of 5 Scion who has a righteous heart into the body of another Scion who has a righteous heart. In this way, you can become a Super Saiyan God. The premise is that all 6 people must have a heart of justice. In fact, he has now reached the form of Super Saiyan 5, and logically speaking, he does not need to become Super Saiyan God at all. Because besides being able to feel the spirit of the gods, there is almost no much effect. But Linz had his own plan in mind. He remembered seeing it on the internet, saying that Super Saiyan God was not a transformation derived from Super Saiyan 3. Its essence is Scion's normal state of possessing and releasing the spirit of God in the body. In other words, Super Saiyan God is only a basic form, and it can be transformed again. For example, Super Saiyan Blue color is Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan God. Of course, it can also become Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, or even Super Saiyan 5. Anyway, I have mastered the Super Saiyan 5 form, and by then I have realized the spirit of God, and reached the realm of Super Saiyan. Then I will merge Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan into 5 fusions, and then I will definitely become stronger than ever. Even if you can't beat Xeno and Grand Priest, it's probably more than enough to deal with Angel. Of course, at the beginning, he thought about returning to the 7th universe, and then let Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan pour their hearts into their bodies. It can also become Super Saiyan God. But it's still not right after thinking about it. First, I always feel a little uncomfortable for them to help become a Super Game God. Second, when I go back now, it is estimated that Son Gohan has not been with Videl, and there is no way to gather 5 Saiyan who has a heart of justice. So I chose Saiyan from the 6th universe. And in comparison, they are more suitable, because Saiyan in the 6th universe is different from Saiyan in the 7th universe. Mr. Lins, it's already chosen. These 20 people have 100% righteousness. They have been with me for a long time, I can guarantee you. Soon Gabe selected 20 Saiyans with a righteous heart. And for these 20 people, he is very confident. Yes, if I can succeed in a while, I will teach you to become Super Saiyan. Lins looked at Gabe and said. For now, Gabe has done a good job, and he is quite satisfied. Are you talking about the way you were just now? Hearing Lin's words, the guy quickly asked excitedly, read more at wuxiax.com. He desires to become stronger, and very much desires to become stronger. In this way, I can protect more planets and more people. Okay. Lins nodded, and then dispersed the other Saiyan, leaving only the 20 people selected by Gabe. Becoming a Super Game God does not depend on the number, but on whether you have a righteous heart. So of these 20 people, only 5 people can be screened out in the end. Next, select 5 more people, the 5 you are most sure of. Lin said to Gabe. Whether you can successfully become Super Saiyan God, that's it. Then, according to Lin's words, Gabe eliminated 15 people again, leaving only 5 Saiyans. Well, the 5 of you will hold hands. I need you to inject your righteous heart into my body. Lin said to the 5 Saiyans. The 5 were also obedient, holding hands, and the 2 at each end put their hands on Lin's back. Then the bodies of the 6 were suddenly wrapped in golden waves. 1 second. 2 seconds. For a full minute, Lins didn't feel anything strange at all. What's the matter? Why don't you feel it at all? Lins frowned and muttered to himself. Logically speaking, the steps are all right. The 5 Saiyans who have a righteous heart are not the same, and their hearts are injected into the body of another Saiyan who has a righteous heart. Is there any of these 5 people who have no righteous heart? Or is it? I don't have a heart of justice? You must know that the prerequisite for becoming a Super Saiyan is that all 6 Saiyans must have a heart of justice. At this time, the 5 Saiyans seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, and directly sat on the ground. What's wrong, Mr. Lins? Failed. Gabe looked at Lins frowning and asked. Although I don't know what he is doing, looking at Lin's expression, it should be unsuccessful. Lins didn't seem to hear Gabe's words. And just when Lins was about to try again, suddenly a giant universe spacecraft landed on the planet Chita. Stopped in midair in the dark. Captain Gabe, the thief from Universe is here. A Saiyan ran up to Gabe in a panic and said in a panic. What? Universe thief? This group of innocent bastards actually hit their minds on our planet Sherida. Gabe clenched his fists tightly. I have been fighting with them before, but for other planets. Unexpectedly, they even dared to fight against the idea of the planet Salada this time, and this time I must annihilate them. The breath that suddenly appeared is a bit strong and evil. Is it Frost? Lins thought secretly after feeling the breath. It should be the guy who can be linked to the universe thieves and has such a strong breath. But this time, it is really not the right time. Soru, the 5 of you will stay here and follow Mr. Lin's orders. The others will follow me to see. Gabe spoke to the 5 scions beside Lin's, then spoke to Lin's and King Sherida before leaving the palace square. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. After Gabe left, Lin's tried 2 more times, but still failed. Lin's was already a little upset. Didn't it succeed? At this time, the 18th came over, looked at Lin's who was upset, wiped off his sweat, and asked with concern. Tried 3 times, without success. Lin's shook his head. This made him wonder if he didn't have the heart of justice? Or is it because he is more special? After all, although he is now the real scion body, his soul is not scion. So it is very likely that this is the reason. But since there is no alternative, let's take it for nothing. Then Lin's felt the air around him, and Gabe's air was already quite weak. The guy Gabe's performance just now was pretty good, let's take a look. Lin's thought for a while, and then took the 18th instant transmission directly. Frost, why are you doing this? I'm such a fool. I have always admired you so much and regarded you as my idol. It turns out that you are the mastermind behind this group of universe thieves. Gabe clutched his chest, with a smear of blood on the corner of his mouth. His face was full of disappointment, and asked Frost. He never imagined that he won the Universe Peace Prize 3 times, and his most idol would be such an evil person. I'll tell you because you are a dead person right away. It's because you damn scion repeatedly obstructed the king from colonizing other planets, that's why the junk planet like Sherida became my target. So all the scions on the planet Salada should hate you, understand? Ah! After Frost finished speaking, he let out a cold laugh. Gabe regrets and disappoints. Well, my time is limited, you troublesome scion, let me disappear. After Frost's voice fell, a yellow energy ball condensed from his fingertips. With a fingertip, the energy ball fell directly towards Gabe and the other scion. It's over. Unexpectedly, I would be killed by Frost. Gabe laughed mockingly, without fear, only endless regret. Call out. Just when the energy ball was about to hit Gabe and others, a beam of energy suddenly flashed. Read more at wuxiax.com. Then the energy ball exploded directly. What's the matter? Who is it? Seeing that his energy ball was destroyed, Frost hurriedly looked at the place where the energy beam came from. I saw a strange figure. Mr. Lin's. At the moment Lin's appeared, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on Gabe's face. It really is you. Frost. It's really not the right time for you to come. I'm getting angry right now. Lin's looked at Frost, his voice cold. What? Are you angry? You dare to disturb my good things. Frost clenched his fists tightly. No matter who that guy is, I must kill him. Annoying things. Lin's furrowed his brows, and then directly exploded an energy ball with his right hand. Boom. The next second, the energy ball suddenly exploded. Frost and hundreds of universe people were directly swallowed by the explosion wave. There are 4 or 5 universe spaceships, which were swallowed instantly. Gabe and Scion all present were shocked. Frost, that is the strongest existence in the universe except Hit the Killer. Was he instantly obliterated by Lin's? And there are hundreds of universe thieves. Lin, Mr. Lin's, thank you very much. Gabe's excited voice was trembling. I originally thought that I was bound to die, but Lin's didn't expect Lin's to directly wipe out Frost and others. There is no chance to resist even a little bit. Mr. Lin's, thank you for saving us. Gabe's voice fell, and all Scion looked at Lin's religiously. Lin's actually didn't want to pay attention to Gabe and the others. Just now he shot and killed Frost, mainly because he was in a bad mood and needed to vent. Lin's look, why is there a golden light on them? Suddenly on the 18th, he pulled Lin's arm and said. Linz hurriedly looked over and saw the golden halo appearing on the bodies of hundreds of scions, like waves, surging layer by layer. Their anger has not improved in any way. Gabe, let everyone hold hands and inject your heart power into my body according to the posture just now. Linz quickly said excitedly. Perhaps this time, it can really succeed. Because Linz saved their lives just now, everyone is grateful to Linz, naturally very obedient. Gabe and another scion put their hands on Linz's back. In an instant, Linz suddenly felt a change in the energy in his body. Sieve. Then a golden beam of light rose into the sky, directly connected to the universe stars. Damn it! Then thunder and lightning flickered, violent storms and rain, and the entire planet Sherida trembled violently. The sky and the clouds have been completely rendered into a golden color. This apocalyptic scene lasted for 5 minutes before it dissipated a little bit. And Gabe and Scion behind him are all collapsed and paralyzed to the ground. Linz's body was wrapped in the flame-like aura of the sun, and his pupils and hair turned flame red. In the Dragon Ball Super, after Son Goku became Super Saiyan God, except for the color of the hair and pupils, the shape did not change much. But Linz's form has also changed. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection, ask for evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. I can't feel Mr. Linz's breath at all. What is going on? Gabe put his arms in front of him, blocking the dazzling light. I could feel Mr. Linz's anger before, but at this moment, he couldn't feel it at all. What happened just now? Have you changed back to Super Saiyan 4? Number 18 looked at Linz blankly and muttered to herself. It is very similar to Super Saiyan 4, the same sturdy body, with red hair and red tail. No, it's not Super Saiyan 4. The hair and eyes have turned red. The 18th shook his head again and said. There are indeed some differences, and they look younger and handsome. At this time, Linz's body slowly fell to the ground, and the flame-like air around him had slowly disappeared. Finally succeeded. Linz clenched his fists excitedly, he felt a qualitative change in his body, and his body seemed to be stronger. It seems a little different from the Super Saiyan God that Son Goku became. Son Goku seems to have become Super Saiyan God on the basis of normalcy. And now I am more like Super Saiyan God based on Super Saiyan 4. This force, although not as strong as Super Saiyan 5, is definitely not much weaker. Linz swallowed excitedly and said to himself. And the physical fitness is more abundant, and the recovery ability is stronger. In the future, using the form of Super Saiyan God to fight, you will not worry about the lack of physical fitness like the previous Super 5. This feeling is really great. Originally, I had no hope of becoming a Super Saiyan God. I didn't expect Frost to accidentally hit and knock down to help me a lot. Linz was a little grateful for Frost's appearance. Let yourself absorb more of Scion's mental strength with a righteous heart, perhaps mixed with other things, and become a stronger Super Game God. Linz loosened both fists, and then directly withdrew from the Super Game God form. Although I have become Super Saiyan God just now, I still need to understand the spirit of God, so that I can control the form of Super Saiyan God freely in the future. Looking at how happy you are, it's already done. Coming over on the 18th, I was also happy for Linz. Well, it has been successful, I have successfully become Super Saiyan God. It seems that this trip to the 6th universe is quite a bargain. Read more at wuxiax.com. Linz is still quite excited. If it's just Super Saiyan God, it doesn't need to be so excited. But the Super Saiyan God he has become is obviously much better than Son Goku and Vegeta. It can be said that it is not a level at all. Then Linz looked at Gabe and said, "Thank you this time, Gabe. As a thank you, I will tell you how to become Super Saiyan." What? Can I become Super Saiyan too? Gabe was startled first, then a surprised expression appeared on his face, and he asked quickly. Of course, everyone Saiyan has the possibility of becoming Super Saiyan, and your basic combat effectiveness is almost the same. You only need an opportunity to become Super Saiyan. Linz nodded and said. Gabe can be considered a great help, so he told him how to become Super Saiyan. Opportunity? Gabe wondered, a little bit unclear. Yes, the very important thing to become Super Saiyan is anger, which is an opportunity. Now you only need a suitable opportunity to release your anger and become Super Saiyan. Linz continued to explain. Because Saiyan in the 6th universe is peace-loving, which is different from Saiyan in the 7th universe. So the S cells in their bodies are definitely enough. So it is easier to become Super Saiyan. I see, thank you again, Mr. Linz. Gabe thanked him excitedly. If you really become Super Saiyan, then you can protect more people and more planets. Well, you can be regarded as helping me, and I have also helped you get through the difficulties on the planet Salada. We are not owed to each other. There will be a period later. The purpose of coming to Shahada has been achieved, and there is no need to continue here. I also need to find a place to practice, and control the form of Super Saiyan God as quickly as possible. Linz then left the planet Sharada with the 18th. After leaving Sharada, Linz went to the Namek Ball of the 6th universe. With the power of Shenron Palunga, Gabe and others forget about Super Saiyan God. Although I told Gabe how they became Super Saiyan, I didn't want the 6th universe to create more Super Saiyan God. After doing all this, Linz did not rush back to the 7th universe, but practiced in the 6th universe. Time passed day by day, and a month's time almost passed by in a flash. At this time, Kampa and Vados, who were looking for the Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe, also successfully found the 6th Super Dragon Ball. Has returned to the 6th universe. The 6th universe, Gods of Destruction. Vados, I remember a month ago that Vermit said that the 6th universe came with a human from the 7th universe, right? Kampa asked while eating lunch. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded and said. It seems to be called Linz, and he is still in the 6th universe. P.S. I'm very entangled in writing these chapters, because the big brothers in the comment area said that there is no need to go to the Super League to become a Super 5. In fact, I want to make the future Super League form can be the Fusion God Chi, this will be stronger. Also, everyone said that it was Saiyan who killed the 6th universe. I personally think it is unnecessary. The protagonist is now the Super 5 plus a special Super Game God's strength. It can be said that it is a strong elephant, even if Gabe and the others become a Super Game. In the protagonist's view, it is just a group of ants, it is insignificant at all. Moreover, the prerequisite for becoming a Super Game God is to have a heart of justice, so if you use it all, you will kill Saiyan in the 6th universe. This may personally feel uncomfortable for me. For those who don't agree with these chapters, I'm really sorry. The last few comments in the comment area really made me very worried. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Is he back to the 7th universe now or is he still in the 6th universe? Kampa asked casually while eating. I don't have much interest in a human being, but since it is the human being in Beerus and their 7th universe, I have to take a good look. He's still in the 6th universe. In this month, he has made some big moves in the 6th universe. Vados answered faintly. Something happened? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Kampa raised an eyebrow, but he was interested, and asked. You should see for yourself. Vados waved the staff in his hand, and a projection appeared in front of the two of them. In the projection, it is Linz killing Frost and others. What? That damn bastard, dare to kill people in my place. Kampa, who had a laid-back look just now, looked at the projected image, and the tableware in his hand shattered directly, with anger in his eyes. Appearing in the 6th universe has already made me quite unhappy, and now I have killed the people in the 6th universe. This bastard, it seems that the old birthday star hangs himself, and he is impatient. Vados, I remember that there is a guy named Hit in our 6th universe who is a very powerful killer, right? Kampa squinted and asked suddenly. Killing a human being in the 7th universe, there is no need to let himself, gods of destruction, take part in himself. Yes, the number 1 killer in the 6th universe. Did Master Kampa want to ask Hit to assassinate Linz? Vados asked. Yes, go tell Hit now, kill the human in the 7th universe within 3 days, otherwise, I will destroy him. Kampa said very aggressively. After all, it's just a small human being. It's a bit too out of status to solve gods of destruction personally. Let the Hit go, just right. Although Hit is known as the number 1 killer of the 6th universe, if he dares to violate his own meaning, he will completely disappear in an instant. It is gods of destruction that human beings have no way to compare. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded, and then left the gods of destruction world directly. In the early morning of the sun, Linz stretched. After a month, I finally fully grasped the form of Super Saiyan God. Read more at wuxiax.com. It looks like you can go back to the 7th universe after you clean it up. Linz said to himself. It has been 4 years since I left the 7th universe. After all, Majin Buu should be released immediately and resurrected. As soon as Linz's voice fell, his brows wrinkled slightly. Because he felt a strong breath. This breath is much stronger than Frost and the others, and it also carries a strong killing intent. Is it Hit? The human beings in the 6th universe, apart from the killer Hit, may not have such a strong aura. Call out. Just after Linz had finished speaking, a burst of air suddenly sounded, and then a purple figure appeared in front of Linz. The man is slender, with purple skin, purple windbreaker, hands in his pockets, and his expression is indifferent. A fierce murderous aura exuded all over his body. And this person, Linz is quite familiar. It is Hit, the top killer of the 6th universe. It's just that he actually found himself. Could it be that Frost's remnants paid for Hit to assassinate him? Your Excellency is Linz. Hit raised his head to look at Linz, and asked indifferently. Yes, I am. I've been admired for a long time, Hit. The number 1 killer of the 6th universe. Linz smiled, looked at Hit and said. He actually knows me. Is it him that gods of destruction Kampa asked me to hunt? It feels like an unfathomable bottomless pit. Although I feel the breath is very ordinary, but as a killer keen intuition tells me that this guy is very dangerous, very dangerous. When Hit and Linz faced each other, Hit's brows wrinkled tightly. As a killer, he is extremely sensitive to danger. Moreover, Linz's confident smile made him a little uneasy. Are you here to kill me? Seeing Hit, who raised his brows slightly, Linz also seemed to realize Hit was a little jealous of himself, so he smiled and said. Yes, someone wants me to kill you. Hit nodded honestly, and then went on to say, but now it seems, I can't do it with my strength. After speaking, Hit's voice was a little unnatural. This is the first time that I have said such words without confidence. Moreover, neither of them played against each other. You are a little self-aware. With your strength, it is impossible to be my opponent at all. I ask you, is Frost's remnant party who asked you to kill me? Linz looked at Hit and asked. You killed Frost. Hit was stunned, obviously a little surprised. Many people don't understand Frost, but they are very clear about what he does. Whenever someone pays himself a steamed bun to kill Frost, he will not hesitate. However, it is not Frost's remnant party. Hit shook his head. When performing tasks before, I would never say these things at all. But today, perhaps because the other party is too strong, he actually answered his question in a ghostly manner. It's not Frost's shrimp and crab general, it seems that it is the dead fat pig gods of destruction Kampa. Linz slowly raised his head, looked at the sky, grinned at the corner of his mouth, and showed a provocative smile. He knows that Angel has the ability to monitor the entire universe, so now, it is estimated that Kampa and Vados are watching them both. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. And at this time in the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe, Kampa's face was pitch black, like cooked pork liver, quite ugly. The reason is that Linz just said, Gods of Destruction Kampa. A mere ant, a human being like a small bug, dare to call himself that way. Giggle, I didn't expect that guy's eyesight is unique. It's worthy of being a member of Beerus-sama and their universe, and even their evaluations of Kampa-sama are surprisingly consistent. Kampa's angry face turned black, but Vados on the side was laughed from ear to ear. Except for Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus in the 7th universe, no one seems to have dared to call Lord Kampa by a dead pig. Shut up, Vados, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Kampa yelled at Vados with an iron face. If it's not that I can't beat this guy myself, I really want to rub him on the ground. That damn little ant originally didn't intend to kill you personally, but he dares to humiliate me so much, then I must break your neck by myself. Vados, take me there quickly, I will kill him myself. Then, Kampa said to Vados angrily. It takes 10 minutes to get to that planet. Is Lord Kampa sure? Vados asked with some confusion. Kampa, this guy is very lazy, so I have to check it out, otherwise he will start talking endlessly again. Even if it is an hour, I have to kill the bastard who insulted me with my own hands. Kampa was obviously determined. Well then. Vados could only nod his head, and then the staff in his hand lightly nodded the ground. The bodies of the two were covered by white light, and they soon disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. And on the other side. You actually know Gods of Destruction Kampa. Hit was shocked again, but he didn't expect the human in front of him to know Gods of Destruction. There are not many people in the universe who know the existence of Gods of Destruction, and there are also very few people who live for 1,000 years like their own. If I don't know him, do you think he will let you kill me? Linz shrugged, then looked at Hit and asked, How? Do you want to kill me now? Give Hit himself a choice. With my strength, I can't kill you at all. I gave up this task. Hit's voice was still cold and said. His keen intuition told him that if he wanted to kill Linz, he must be the one who died in the end. In addition, Gods of Destruction Kampa's lofty and dazzling posture I really don't like. However, I still want to feel your strength, because you are the first human to make me feel dangerous. Okay, then I will fulfill you. Linz nodded. Hit is also considered to be the top powerhouse in the universe. In the 6th universe, he is estimated to be the same as Jiren in the 11th universe. He has no opponents and is very lonely. So naturally also eager to appear a strong opponent, read more at wuxiax.com. It's just that this desire is buried in their hearts. Hearing Linz's promise, Hit's face was obviously slightly excited. It seems that it has been a long time, and it hasn't played all the strength for a battle. Haha! Linz roared suddenly, and the flame-like aura burst out of his body in an instant. Linz's body was standing in the flames, and its shape changed. With red hair and body hair, his pupils also turned red. What? Transformation. I can't feel his anger at all. Is this the realm of gods? Hit's expression condensed, and the stormy sea rolled in his heart. After 1,000 years, he naturally knows many things that ordinary people don't know. For example, God realm, gods of destruction, etc. Although Linz could no longer feel angry after transforming, the feeling of danger became more intense. Linz in front of him is indeed very powerful. It is the right choice to give up the task by himself. Come on Hit, let me see your strength. After becoming Super Saiyan God, Linz beckoned to Hit and said. If this is the case, then I take it seriously. I don't know if flash time is useful to him. Hit took his hands out of his pockets, clenched his fists, and made a defensive posture one after another, thinking secretly in his heart. Call out! The next second, Hit's body suddenly rushed towards Lin's. In that second, Hit's breath disappeared completely. Is the flash time skill? Lin smiled faintly. Hit's current flashing power can only jump for seconds. And his own flash time power can jump for 0.5 seconds. Even if you don't use the flash time power, the time point you are standing on has far exceeded the flash time power of Hit seconds. So he can't be his opponent at all. Hey! Hit's fist suddenly flashed out and blasted towards Lin's chest. Call out! After image. Hit's fist directly pierced Lin's chest, and he realized that it was the afterimage left by Lin's. The speed of this guy is too terrifying. After he missed a punch, Hit quickly turned his head and saw Lin's head appeared 5 meters away, with his arms folded in front of his chest, with a relaxed look on his face. His speed is too fast. The point in time he is standing has exceeded the second time of my flashing power jump, so flashing power is completely invalid for him. Hit frowned, thinking in amazement. But he didn't want to give up either. It is not easy to meet such a strong opponent, so he is ready to try again. Hey! Hit's body flashed out again. Shoo! After that, he continued to use the flash power to launch an attack on Lin's. This time Lin's did not evade, but stretched out a hand to block Hit's attack. Bang bang bang! Hit's attack was also quite fast, 4 afterimages appeared directly, and they continued to attack Lin's in all directions. But Lin's took them all one by one. Although I don't want to admit it, the gap between me and him is like a world apart. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful human in the world. Hit's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He attacked hundreds of punches, but didn't hit a punch at all, and Lin's easily blocked them. Lin's, please fight seriously and let me see your true strength. Hit finally couldn't help but say. Dodging blindly in this way gave him a feeling of being looked down upon. This is the first time I heard such a request, then I will satisfy you. Lin's voice fell, and his body disappeared instantly. Bang! In the next second, his fist fell heavily on Hit's chest. Wow! A mouthful of sour water spouted from his mouth, and Hit's body flew out like a cannonball out of its chamber. Boom boom boom! It directly penetrated dozens of buildings, leaving a shocking gully on the ground, and then stopped. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Hit had just struggled to stand up, and another mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Puff! The whole person was lying on the ground again, holding his belly with both hands, and his face showed a sharp pain. A punch, just hurt me like this. How terrifying is this guy's strength? Hit's evaluation of Lin's took another step. The two of them are not opponents at the same level at all. Fortunately, he gave up the task just now, otherwise, he could kill himself in an instant. And Gods of Destruction Kampa gave himself an order instead of hiring himself to kill Lin's, so giving up this assassination is not bad for his own rules. Hey! At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Hit. Vados, Kampa! Is it finally here? Feeling the power of the tyrannical god, Lin's mouth raised slightly. With his current strength, there is no need to worry about Kampa at all, he does not pose a big threat to himself. Like Kampa. The moment he saw Kampa, Hit's brows wrinkled tightly. I didn't expect Kampa to come in person. Useless waste stuff, claiming to be the #1 killer in the 6th universe, it's really rubbish, and it has lost the face of the 6th universe. Wait for a while, I will clean up the ants of the 7th universe first, and then I will clean up you well. Kampa's expression was extremely gloomy, he glared at Hit hard, and said coldly. Then he looked at Lin's. This bastard thing not only kills in his own universe, but also calls himself a fat pig. Absolutely unforgivable. Hit gritted his teeth, but did not dare to refute. gods of destruction wanted to destroy himself, it only took a moment. "Damn bastard thing, are you ready to be killed by me?" Kampa squinted, killing intent in his eyes. "It seems that I haven't wanted to kill a person in millions of years. Want to kill me? Just rely on your rubbish gods of destruction. Read more at wuxiax.com. Come and try it." Linz beckoned to Kampa, his face full of disdain. And this disdainful expression made Kampa, who was already furious, burned with anger. This self-reliant bastard dared to blatantly scold himself for rubbish in front of him. It seems to be impatient to live. That guy is so arrogant that he called Kampa rubbish. Does he have the strength to ignore Kampa? Hit looked at Linz in shock. "You know that Kampa is gods of destruction, he dominates all things in the universe. It is easy to destroy a human being." At the same time Hit is also very envious of Linz. Why doesn't he want to directly anger Kampa? "Oh. It looks like a fierce battle is about to be fought. It seems that I need to prepare a little bit." Vados sighed, looked at Linz and Kampa, who were full of gunpowder, and said. After that, the staff in his hand gently waved, and a grass-green energy barrier would envelop a place with a diameter of 5,000 feet. Such a place should be enough for the two of them to fight, and more importantly, their battle will not spread to the entire planet and surrounding planets. "You bastard, your ability to offend me is really strong. But the more proud you are now, the worse you will die later." Kampa's face was somber that he could squeeze out the ink, gritted his teeth and said to Linz. "Ding! The 7-year sign-in package has been distributed. Is the host open?" Just as Linz was about to respond to Kampa, the electronically synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang out of his mind. "Has it been 7 years?" Linz was stunned. He didn't expect time to pass so fast. It has been 7 years since he came to the Dragon Ball world. Turn on. Now that the gift package has been distributed, it is of course not to be missed. Maybe there will be something good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the 7-year sign-in package, obtaining destructive power, no side effects 10 times Kaioken. The sound of the system sounded again. Destructive power and no side effects Supreme Kai. Linz was overjoyed. It seems that the system is still very user-friendly. As soon as I was preparing to fight gods of destruction, the system rewarded the power of destruction. You must know that although you are very confident of your own strength, the destructive energy of gods of destruction cannot be underestimated. If it is accidentally touched, it may disappear directly. So you may be at a loss when fighting. But after possessing the power of destruction, I won't be afraid of any gods of destruction's destructive energy. What's the matter, little ant, didn't you just be arrogant and arrogant? Do you feel scared now? But even if you are kneeling in front of me and crying and begging me, I will never forgive you." Looking at Linz in a daze, Kampa thought that this guy realized the horror of gods of destruction, and began to fear himself and was frightened. But today, even if he kneels and begs himself, he will never spare him. After receiving the sign-in package, Linz came back to his senses. After hearing Kampa's words, he smiled jokingly and said, "I was thinking about how to kill your fat pig. I will give you the same thing. Even if you kneel in front of me and beg me for a while, I will never let you go." Linz, who possessed destructive power, had no fear at all at this time. As long as if Angel Vados doesn't make a move. P.S. There has been a problem with the mentality in the past 2 days, and it will not be revised in the future. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. What an arrogant and ignorant ant, I will let you know the power of gods of destruction right away. It is definitely not comparable to you bugs. Kampa feels that if he continues to communicate with this guy, he will definitely be pissed off. So he can't say anything if he fights first, and then see if he is still so sharp. After the sound fell, Kampa's palm directly condensed an energy ball. The energy ball instantly became the size of a barrel mouth. This is a meeting gift for you. Call out. The energy ball blasted directly at Lin's. Looking at the energy ball flying towards him, Lin's eyes remained unchanged, and he casually slapped his right hand backhand. It seems to be an understatement. The energy ball was shot directly and landed on the ground 10 feet away behind him. Rumble. The ground exploded in an instant, and layers of mushroom clouds rose into the sky. What? It looks like a bit of strength, no wonder it's arrogant to such an extent. Kampa squinted his eyes and stared at Lin's closely. But it was just a greeting, and then the real battle. Call out. The next second, Kampa suddenly flashed out, very fast. Sure enough, it is Gods of Destruction, much faster than Hittite. Seeing Kampa's speed, Lin said in surprise. In the original Dragon Ball Super animation, Kampa didn't seem to show his speed and strength. In the comic Gods of Destruction, it seems that the performance is very poor, coupled with this bloated posture, so many people think that Kampa is very weak. But you must know that Kampa is also Gods of Destruction, and the strength is definitely not too weak. Of course, for Lin's, Kampa's attack poses no threat at all. Moreover, it is clear that Kampa is still retaining his strength. Bang! The fists of the two people slammed together, and suddenly a heavy pressure came from the place where the fists collided. Rumble! The ground exploded directly. You were able to take my punch. You are a little bit more capable than I thought. Read more at wuxiax.com. Kampa grinned and said to Lin's. Is it only a little bit? Soon you will change this stupid idea. Lin's also smiled coldly. Although Kampa didn't use his full strength, he only used half the power of the Super Saigo. It's such a big talk when you die, this is an arrogant little bug. Kampa obviously didn't take any advantage in words, but another fist blasted towards Lin's. Lin's also greeted him. Boom boom boom. The two of them kept fist to fist, knee to knee, constantly touching their bodies. A pillar of soil whirled like a tornado from the feet of the two of them, plowing the ground into a shocking trace. Every collision will shoot out energy waves, constantly destroying the ground. It's so fast, even I can't see the movements of the two of them clearly. Hit was already struggling to stand up, watching the battle between Lin's and Kampa, and said in shock. Originally he thought he was strong enough, but now it seems that he is far from the real strong. Bang! The two fists collided heavily this time, and then their bodies retreated at the same time. Kampa went back more than 10 feet, while Lin's went back 7 or 8 feet. Obviously, Lin's had the upper hand slightly in this collision. I didn't expect you to be a dead fat cat with 2 tricks, much better than I thought. Lin's looked at Kampa and sneered. It is estimated that Kampa has not really shown his strength in the Dragon Ball Super, so I feel that Kampa is very weak. But judging from the battle just now, this guy's strength is indeed very strong, and his bloated figure does not seem to affect his speed. Kampa's face was extremely gloomy. I originally thought that 3 or 2 punches would be able to completely solve this arrogant little bug, but I didn't expect to waste such a long time. The most important thing is that I did not take any advantage. Damn thing, I just played with you just now, now I'm going to be serious. Kampa's face was gloomy, and his voice said coldly. Really? That's a coincidence, I just used less than half of my power. Lin's raised the corner of his mouth and responded coldly. Of course, the general power that I said was only half the power of the Super Saiyan. If you become a Super Saiyan 5, you will be able to defeat Kampa soon. It's just that Super 5's physical energy consumption is too great, and you have to make good use of the battle first to get familiar with the Super Race God. Every sentence is annoying, it's exactly the same as Beerus's bastard. Next, let you feel the hellish fear. Haha! Kampa screamed suddenly, and the terrifying blue-purple arrogance spurted directly from his body. The blue-violet arrogance pierced the sky like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Damn it! At that moment, the sky and the earth became dim, and light blue thunder and lightning continued to flicker. The whole planet looks like an apocalyptic scene. It's interesting, I didn't expect Kampa to be so strong. It seems that Vermit didn't use all his power last time. Looking at Kampa in front of him, Linz muttered to himself softly. But last time he didn't give Vermit the opportunity to use his full strength. Since Kampa is serious, then I will fight hard and use actual combat to hone the super game god form. Linz also shook his arms. Ha! A loud shout came from his throat, and a flame-like aura burst out of Linz's body. It was also soaring into the sky, squeezing each other with Kampa's blue-purple arrogance, and resisted. P.S. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. After raising the chi to the limit, the bodies of the two burst out almost at the same time. Bang bang bang. Then I saw the continuous flickering of the explosive voice coils, and the red and purple colors were constantly colliding and entangled. Rumble. The ground continuously exploded and collapsed. Had it not been for the protective barrier built by Vados with energy, it is estimated that other planets in the surrounding area would have suffered as well. The two clashes in this way lasted 10 minutes. Ho ho! Kampa and Linz have separated, and the two are standing opposite each other. Kampa puts his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Obviously physical fitness has been severely tested. After all, people are fat, their physical stamina is consumed faster, and Kampa hasn't practiced for so long, so the endurance is naturally not comparable to Linz. Damn! If you use all your power, your physical energy will be consumed too severely. It will be difficult to defeat that guy with your strength if you continue to use it. If you knew this a long time ago, you have practiced well before. Kampa already had regrets in his heart. But in this world, there is no regret medicine sold, and it is too late to regret now. On the other hand, Linz's breath is still very high, without any consumption at all. Super Race God is really suitable for continuous fighting. If he fights in the Super 5 form for such a long time, it is estimated that he will lose his energy. Linz thought a little excitedly. This is also the reason why he insists on coming to the 6th universe to become a super game god. Super Saition's battery life and recovery ability are very strong. The physical strength and energy are almost at a peak state, and the recovery ability is extremely strong. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku constantly uses Super Blue to fight Super Saigo during the power contest. The Super Blue power can carry out a surprise battle, and then become a super game god to recover. And now I want to use the same method to deal with a stronger opponent. Looks like Master Kampa will lose soon. It's really sad news. Vados looked at Linz and Kampa, who were very different, and acted first. Linz has almost no physical consumption, but Master Kampa can't hold on anymore. It is estimated that it will not be long before Master Kampa will be defeated. Unless Master Kampa uses destructive energy. This damn bastard, although I really want to teach him a lesson, it seems I can't do it now. If this is the case, then destroy it for me. Read more at wuxiax.com. Let this bastard understand that even if he has the strength to surpass gods of destruction, he is absolutely impossible to be an opponent of gods of destruction, because gods of destruction can destroy anything in the universe. Kampa looked at Linz, thinking angrily. Then, a huge purple energy ball condensed from the palm of his hand. Are you ready to use destructive energy? In this case, I will give you a little surprise. Looking at the energy ball condensed in Kampa's palm, Linz raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. It just so happens that the system rewards the destructive power, so let's see if Kampa's destruction is more severe or his own destructive is stronger. After thinking about it, Linz also has a huge purple energy ball condensed in his palm, with silver lines surrounding the outer ring. This familiar feeling. That is destructive energy? How is it possible? Impossible. How can an ant-like human be qualified to master the destructive energy that gods of destruction can master? Seeing Lin's palm also condense the destructive energy ball, Kampa's pupils shrank tightly. It's totally unbelievable. It is impossible for a human being to master the noble destructive ability. The blind eye method, it must be the blind eye method, it's just trying to scare myself with ordinary energy. Kampa shook his head and resorted to satanic self-deception. What's going on here? Lin's actually mastered the destructive energy, and didn't hear Whis say that there is a candidate for the seventh universe, gods of destruction. It doesn't make sense. Seeing Lin's also condensed destructive energy, Vados was also a little puzzled. Except for gods of destruction and the candidate gods of destruction, other people can't grasp the destructive energy at all, including Angel. But if there is a candidate for gods of destruction in the seventh universe, I should know. It's weird. Damn ants, want to lie to me with blindfolds, I will destroy you now. The energy balls of both men were lifted high above their heads, instantly swelling to the size of half a basketball court. Kampa roared. Ha! Drink! At the same moment, the two of them pushed hard with both arms, and the energy ball above their heads directly collided. Rumble! OM! Click! Several noises rang almost at the same time. The collision of two huge destructive energy balls did not cancel each other out as imagined, but generated a violent explosion wave. The resulting explosion wave directly blasted Lin's and Kampa away. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted from Kampa's mouth. Lin's also felt a sweetness in his throat, but swallowed it forcibly, feeling that his body was about to be shattered by the terrifying shock wave. Under the terrifying shock wave, even the energy barrier built by Vados appeared clear cracks visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the intensity of the explosion wave just exceeded Vados' estimate. Is that guy really a human? Why does he seem to have such terrifying power at a young age? Hit at this time has completely lost the calm and calm of the past, watching Lin's mutter to himself. Fortunately, Vados blocked Hit with an energy barrier when the blast wave hit. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely be killed by the blast wave. Oh! This time it was really strong. It's a bit beyond my expectation. Vados curled his mouth and looked at the crack on the barrier with some speechlessness, and said. And there is a small barrier around Vados's body, so that she didn't even fall on a single particle of dust in the terrifying explosion just now. But... damn it, that bastard's destructive energy turned out to be real. Kampa's face has turned into pig liver color at this time, quite ugly. The situation is very embarrassing now, his own strength is not as good as this human, and he also has the destructive energy. In this case, then I have no chance of winning at all. It seems that your destructive energy is nothing more than that, so use whatever power you have. Kampa. Lin stared at Kampa coldly and said jokingly. Damn bastard, there should be a limit to being overwhelmed. Kampa gritted his teeth angrily. If even the destructive energy has no effect on him, then I really can't help it now. Because his physical stamina was already declining, he was injured in the explosion just now, and his strength has long been out of reach. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the limit is. Gods of destruction, vulnerable trash, get me down. Lin's cold voice suddenly sounded. Then his body rushed directly to Kampa. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Bang! Lin's speed was so fast that Kampa, who was already injured, didn't react at all. Lin's fist had fallen heavily on Kampa's chest. Then the body flew out directly. Click! The barrier that had been cracked just now was directly smashed by Kampa. The body slid against the ground for several hundred feet before stopping. At this time, Vados used his staff to understate Lin's gas sword. Just enough. Mr. Lin's. Master Kampa is the gods of destruction in the sixth universe. You can't kill him. Vados looked calm and spoke to Lin's in a flat tone. Just enough. It's hilarious. If it was me who was lying on the ground at this time, would you let Kampa be enough? Probably not. Is it possible that Kampa can only kill me, and I can't kill him? Lin sneered coldly. It was a bit ironic. It's my duty to protect Master Kampa. It's okay to make a small fight. Since Master Kampa has fainted, you haven't suffered, so stop here. Vados still said calmly. If Gods of Destruction is killed, even if you are negligent, all your functions as angel will be stopped. And I will definitely be blamed by Master Zeno and Grand Priest. This kind of thing must not happen. It seems that the state officials are only allowed to set fires and the people are not allowed to light the lights. The sneer on Lin's face solidified a little. Slowly retracted his destructive chi sword. If this is the case, then, let me learn about Angel's greatness. Since Vados wants to stop himself, it just happens to see how strong Angel is. Haha. Lin's arms shook suddenly, and the flame-like aura instantly rendered the entire planet into flames. And Lin's spirit is more terrifying than when he fought Kampa just now. My God! I would ignorantly ask Lin's to fight me with all his strength. If he really punches with all his strength, I guess there will be no scum left. Hit swallowed hard and sighed. The number one killer of the 6th universe is at this moment, as if he has become a salted fish who can only shout. P.S. The data in the past 2 days is really poor. Dear readers, there are monthly tickets, flowers, and evaluation tickets. Please vote for the author of Zyapija. Thank you. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Interesting kid, it seems that even my identity is well understood, and even dare to challenge under the premise of knowing my identity. Vados smiled slightly, thinking in his heart. Although this guy is very strong, even Master Kampa has been defeated, but does this still have the ability to fight himself? It can be said that it only takes a moment of effort to defeat Master Kampa. At this time, Lin's arrogance has been infinitely high. What? Lin's roared, and then attacked Vados as quickly as possible. Call out. Lin's speed can be said to be very fast. Hit couldn't see clearly at all, and could only vaguely see a ray of light flashing by. Hey! The next second, Lin slid his fist against Vados's body. Although it was only 5 centimeters away, it didn't come across. Swish! Lin's attacked again, and the speed became faster. But the result was the same, they all slipped close to Vados's body. Never hit Vados at all. Is this the integration of Ultra Instinct into normalcy? The spontaneous dodge ability is really scary. Linz knows that angels like Vados and Whis have all cultivated Ultra Instinct to the extreme. That is to integrate Ultra Instinct into normalcy. In this way, they can maintain the Ultra Instinct form anytime, anywhere. And it will not consume physical energy and damage the body like Ultra Instinct Son Goku. It seems that although my Super Game God can defeat Kampa, it is impossible to fight Angel. Linz frowned, thought. Because of his dozens of attacks, he didn't even touch Vados' clothes. This shows that there is a huge difference in strength between the two of them. Stop it. Mr. Linz. If you want to hurt Master Kampa in my hands with your current strength, that is impossible. Vados said while looking at Linz, who frowned slightly. It is undeniable that a human being cultivated to this level is indeed very good. Even the gods of destruction of one universe was defeated by him. But there is still a huge gap with Angel, even if he can't use his full strength to fight. Should I stop? Let's see if the power of my Super Saiyan 5 can agree or not. Read more at wuxiax.com. Lin suddenly smiled coldly and directly withdrew from the Super Game God form. Then he squeezed his fists and opened his arms in a posture. Ha! With a roar, a golden arrogance burst out from his body in an instant. Directly omitting the previous 4 forms, it became Super Saiyan 5. The long silver hair behind him is straight to the hips, Super 4's hair is hanging down his shoulders, and Super 5 is directly on his chest, with a touch of bangs dancing in front of his eyebrows. The whole body was covered with silver body hair, and the pupils also turned into two colors of silver and dark purple. The golden flames drifted around like a long dragon. What? This kid, there is such a powerful force hidden in his body. This is incredible. Seeing that Linz has changed another form, and his energy has been greatly improved. The humans in this 7th universe are really amazing. It is indeed very rare to be able to cultivate to this level with the potential of a human being. If you give him enough time, he will definitely have the potential to surpass Angel. And Hit on the side was completely petrified, and he didn't know what words to use to describe his shock at the moment. Before meeting Linz, he felt that his strength was definitely the top power among mankind. But now it seems that I am really too far behind. It looks like you are shocked? Vados. After becoming Super Saiyan 5, Linz looked at Vados faintly and said, "It is indeed a little surprised, you should be the first human being able to become such a powerful man." Vados smiled slightly and said, "It was the first time I saw such a powerful human being. But I want to kill gods of destruction from my hands, but it's a bit worse." Vados is also quite confident. Linz is indeed very strong now, but there is still a big gap between it and Angel. How much is worse, you'll know after a try. Linz didn't bother to talk nonsense with Vados anymore, his body flashed again, and the golden flames all over his body were instantly blown away. There was a golden light on the fist, and it shot towards Vados like an arrow from the string. "Oh! It seems that it has indeed improved a lot of strength," Vados said a little surprised. Because Linz's power and speed seemed to have been greatly improved. If he used this transformation to fight with Master Kompa in the first place, Master Kompa would not be able to hold on for 3 minutes. Linz's fist blasted out, but it did not hit Vados just like the attack of Super Saiyan. It seems that even Super Saiyan 5, there is still a gap between Angel and Super Saiyan. Angel's strength seemed to be stronger than he expected. If this is the case, then try my strongest attack. If there is still no way, then you can only give up. Linz's eyes suddenly became firm. Flash time. Suddenly, Linz's body disappeared directly in front of Vados. This guy actually has the ability to jump time. Vados was suddenly taken aback, obviously a little unbelievable. Time ability, that is the ability that no gods can master. This human being is really amazing. Call out. When Whis was shocked, Linz's body appeared directly behind Vados, his fists banged out. Vados quickly turned his head and waved the staff in his hand, and a barrier appeared in front of him. Click! Linz's fist fell on the barrier, and the buzzing sound and the crisp breaking sound rang at the same time, and the barrier was directly smashed by Linz's punch. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for evaluation ticket. Thanks. Thanks. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. After Linz's fist smashed the energy barrier, it landed directly on Vados' staff. The power of terror made Vados' body tremble slightly. Although he didn't retreat, the ground under his feet sank 1 centimeter. Did the attack work? Seeing Vados' feet collapse a bit, Linz's face showed excitement. Although it is only a little effect, at least it can touch Angel Vados. This little guy is so powerful. Vados was also stunned, his own barrier was shattered by his brute force. Although he only used a little energy, he could be defeated, which was enough to show that Linz was powerful. Come again. The blow worked, and Linz blasted towards Vados again. What an annoying little guy, I don't have time to play with you. Vados' willow eyebrows frowned slightly, a faint voice fell, and then his body suddenly disappeared. Call out. Gone. The next second appeared directly behind Linz. Linz did not react at all. Snapped. Vados' hand knife has lightly landed on Linz's neck. What? Linz snorted, then suddenly his mind went blank, and the golden flames all over his body disappeared instantly. Then it went back to normal. Bang! Then the body fell to the ground, knelt to the ground on one knee, panting violently. Is this the strength of Angel? I didn't see her movements clearly just now, and I didn't even have a chance to evade. After regaining consciousness, Linz had a dull look, and the stormy waves rolled in his heart. 1 second before he thought his strength could shake Angel, the next second he was hit back to normal with a light blow. Is Angel's strength so unfathomable? It seems that although he has been able to become Super Saiyan 5, he is still weak and vulnerable in front of these real powerhouses. Even Angel can lose his combat effectiveness with a single blow. What about Grand Priest and Zeno? It seems that the road of cultivation can't stop for a moment. Hit by the side was already shocked and at a loss. I always thought that the woman was Kampa's servant, who was responsible for preaching for Kampa, taking care of Kampa's life and so on. It turns out that she is the most powerful person. Read more at wuxiax.com. Even Linz, who was so powerful as to be unimaginable, lost his fighting power with just one tap of her. How powerful is she then? Then Vados left with Kampa, who was unconscious. Are you okay? At this time, Hit walked up to Linz and asked. It's okay. Linz stood up, shook his head, and said while looking at the direction Vados was leaving. Vados just let himself lose his fighting ability in an instant, and didn't hurt himself. It has almost recovered slowly now. I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful, but did you use the flash power just now? Hit curiously asked. When Linz and Vados fought, he felt like he had performed a flash of time. But it is not particularly certain. These things have nothing to do with you, so you should think about how to deal with Kampa. Linz patted Hit on the shoulder, and then left the battered battlefield. With Kampa's cautious character, it is estimated that Hit, who is unfavorable, will not be spared. Especially, after being knocked out by yourself, you will definitely get angry when you wake up. Then Linz returned to where he lived. The entire hotel is protected by Linz with an energy barrier. Just in case, if there is no barrier of Vados. It is estimated that the entire planet will be destroyed. The 18th will definitely be affected, and its own energy barrier should be enough to withstand the power of the planet's explosion. You're back? The whole planet was shaking just now. Did you do it again? As soon as he entered the room, the 18th asked. Well, count it. Linz nodded. Are you okay? You don't look good. The 18th naturally brought a glass of water over, looked at Linz, who was not pretty, and asked. It's okay, let's clean up and go back to the 7th universe in a while. Linz shook his head and said to the 18th. I was defeated by Vados in an instant just now. Fortunately, she didn't want to kill her, otherwise she would have been cold. This made him realize that his strength is still much worse. Therefore, it is necessary to practice well, and it is best to merge the 5 forms of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan. In the 7th universe, the spiritual time house is a holy place for cultivation. As long as you practice there for a few years, your strength will definitely improve. In this case, even if there is no way to defeat Vados, it is estimated that it will not be as embarrassed as today. Are you going back? I'll clean up now. On the 18th, nodded quickly. It has been 4 years since she was out, and she also wanted to see her brother number 17. After a simple cleanup, Linz and the 18th returned to the 7th universe Earth. It's just that the Earth at this time is quite embarrassed, and there are traces of destruction everywhere, and the original high-rise buildings have become pieces of ruins. The bodies of Linz and number 18 appeared in mid-air. What's going on? How is the Earth destroyed like this? On the 18th, turning around and looking around, I couldn't believe it. It feels like I'm in the wrong place. It seems that Majin Buu broke the seal. There are 2 auras in the west, one of them is Son Goku, and there is a very evil aura, it should be Majin Buu. After feeling those 2 breaths, Linz thought. There should be no other enemies at this time. Let's go and see. P.S. seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking collections and monthly tickets. Thanks. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Call out. Lin's and the 18th body flashed and appeared directly above a city that had been destroyed. At this time, there were two familiar figures above the ruins, namely Majin Buu and Son Goku, who had absorbed Son Gohan. At this time, Son Goku wears a Padala earring on his left ear. Son Gohan, have they been absorbed? Linz looked at Majin Buu wearing the Son Gohan martial arts uniform, and said lightly. What a strong breath, who is it? By the way, it's Lin's anger. Unexpectedly, after 4 years of absence, his anger has changed drastically. Son Goku was taken aback for a moment, then a look of shock appeared on his face. This guy disappeared for 4 full years. When he came back again, his chi had improved so much. When Linz left, he was able to change into the form with red hair all over his body. That is a form they haven't mastered so far. Maybe his current strength is far above the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Another powerful fighter appeared, but it is absolutely impossible to be my opponent, Majin Buu. Majin Buu naturally found Linz too, so he looked at Linz and said confidently. Having absorbed Son Gohan, no one in this world can be his opponent anymore. Call out. At this time, Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of Linz. It's been a long time, Linz, you seem to be much stronger. Son Goku greeted Linz with a smile. You have also become stronger, but the earth seems a little embarrassed. Linz looked at Son Goku, then at the ruins under his feet, and said. The guy Majin Buu is really amazing. I could barely handle it when he first came out, but now he has absorbed Gohan, Piccolo, and Goten. I am no longer his opponent at all. The smile on Son Goku's face gradually turned into a solemn look. But when he looked at Linz, there was a sudden light in his eyes. Correct. Didn't you just look for someone who fits with you? I almost joined Dende just now. Now Linz has appeared. With his strength, if the two are combined, a super fighter will be born. Read more at wuxiax.com. Linz, hurry up and bring this earring to your right ear, so that we will be able to defeat Majin Buu after we fit together. Son Goku quickly threw the earrings to Linz and said. Mixed. Are you kidding? Son Goku. To deal with a small character like Majin Buu, do I still need to fit with you? Linz was stunned, then said to Son Goku. But this guy is also familiar. Although I have lived on the earth for 3 years, I haven't had much communication with Son Goku and other Earth warriors. Unexpectedly, I would let myself fit into him as soon as I came. It seems that Majin Buu is also pressing for anxious. What? You mean Majin Buu is a small character? Son Goku looked at Linz in surprise, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Majin Buu, who has absorbed Gohan, is so strong that he can't compete with him in the Super 3 forms. In my eyes, Majin Buu is no different from a little fly. Linz replied faintly. Now I have been able to transform into Super Saiyan 5, and after 7 years of cultivation, plus 10 times the cultivation speed. The basic combat power may be stronger than the current Son Goku's strongest form. And after fighting with Jiren, Vermit, Kampa, and Vados, I couldn't get much interest in Majin Buu at all. Therefore, in Lin's eyes, Majin Buu is at best a little fly. You can slap to death with one hand. Hearing Lin's arrogant words, Son Goku frowned, and then said, Linz, I know your strength has become stronger, but Majin Buu is definitely not comparable to Cell, especially after he absorbed Gohan. Maybe he has become the strongest person in the world now. So I still hope you can fit with me so that we can definitely defeat Majin Buu. Son Goku pleaded again. Obviously, this period of Wukong has not become like Gukong in Dragon Ball Super, has become wise and warlike, but put the earth and everyone's life first. As I said, Majin Buu is just a small fly in my eyes. There is no need for such a thing at all. Linz looked at Son Goku and spoke again. And at this time in the Supreme Kai world. My ancestor, it turns out that Linz is back. If he can fit with Wukong, he can definitely defeat Majin Buu. God Jebite looked at Linz in the crystal ball with excitement, and said. Idiot, since Linz is back, I don't need Potala earrings at all. The elder Supreme Kai gave God Jebita a big eye, and cursed a little bit of hatred for iron and steel. What? Is it true that Linz said that Majin Buu can be defeated by his own strength? God Jebite asked in shock. He could not remember how strong Linz was, but the fear Majin Buu left in his heart was still very strong. So for Linz, I don't believe it. It seems that he successfully mastered the form above the 4th level of Super Saiyan, and I felt a familiar and terrifying feeling in his body. The old Supreme Kai squinted, staring at Linz in the crystal ball, and said. This feeling, very familiar, made him feel heart palpitations. And, even Linz 4 years ago could easily defeat Majin Buu. Old Supreme Kai continued. The 4th level of Super Saiyan is completely different from Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Really? Jebai God looked shocked, obviously he couldn't believe it. Can Linz defeat Majin Buu 4 years ago? In that case, that guy is too scary. Now that 4 years have passed, his strength must be even more terrifying. And listening to the meaning of the ancestors, Linz has now mastered a more powerful Saiyan transformation form. Without the word, Majin Buu is very powerful, but there is still a huge gap between it and Linz. Watch it. The old Supreme Kai believed in Linz very much and said to God Jebit. Oh! Hearing the high praise of Linz from the ancestors, God Jebit naturally believed it very much. And he also very much hopes that the words of the ancestors are true, so that universe will be spared. On the earth, Majin Buu absorbed Piccolo and naturally gained his keen hearing, and he heard the dialogue between Linz and Son Goku clearly. Hey, you arrogant fellow, listening to your tone seems to be able to beat me. Majin Buu appeared in front of Linz and Son Goku, looked at Linz confidently, and said. Of course, I only need a finger to wipe you out of this world. Linz smiled and said to Majin Buu with a playful expression. What Linz said is true. He who has mastered the destructive energy, only needs to say destroy to your Majin Buu, and he will completely disappear from this world. Even if he has the ability to regenerate against the sky, it is useless. What? One finger can beat me? Wow, haha. You really laughed at me. A human being said so innocently. It seems that you don't know how strong I am now. Only then can I say such laughable words. Majin Buu heard Linz's words and smiled while hugging his belly. It was like hearing the best joke in the world, tears came out of laughter. Laugh to your heart's content. Because soon you won't be able to laugh. Linz looked calm, watching Majin Buu speak lightly. Cut. Arrogant things, your energy seems to be very strong, and it must taste good when it becomes chocolate. Majin Buu's voice fell, and his body rushed directly towards Linz. Son Goku hurriedly hid aside when he saw this. Because I've learned Majin Buu's power just now, after this guy absorbed Gohan, he became a strong metamorphosis. His own Super 3 form is not his opponent at all, read more at wuxiax.com. Call out. Majin Buu's attack speed is quite amazing. Originally, Son Gohan's strength surpassed Super Saiyan's 3 Son Goku, and now it is absorbed by Majin Buu. After the combination of the two, the overall strength is naturally stronger. The slight side of Linz's body escaped Majin Buu's attack. Although Majin Buu's current strength may be stronger than the normal Linz. But Linz has mastered the flash time skill, Majin Buu can't beat Linz at all. Cut, I was hidden away. Majin Buu frowned slightly. Obviously, I also realized that Linz is unusual. Hey! Shoo! Then Majin Buu attacked Linz again. But the attack did not hit Linz even once. Fast speed, what's the matter with that guy? He didn't even transform, and he was able to easily evade Majin Buu's attack. And, the moment he dodged, it was as if he had completely disappeared, and he couldn't even feel his breath at all. Son Goku looked at Lin's in disbelief and muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, Majin Buu, who was completely unable to contend with Super Saiyan, couldn't even hit Lin's with a single punch. This guy. It's horrible to improve in 4 years. Your speed is too slow, Majin Buu. Lin's glanced at Majin Buu playfully, then his body suddenly disappeared. Bang! In the next second, Majin Buu seemed to have received a heavy blow, and his body flew straight down diagonally. Rumble! At the moment of landing, a huge sinkhole was smashed into the ground. Okay, so fast. It knocked Majin Buu into the air in an instant. And I didn't even see Lin's movements clearly. No, it's not something that can be done quickly. It's like disappearing completely in an instant. Son Goku's heart was tumbling with the stormy sea, watching Lin's and whispering. If it is fast, even if it is fast, you should be able to feel Lin's breath, but just now. Lin's anger completely disappeared. This is a bit too unreasonable. It seems that Lin's has learned a new trick in the 4 years since he disappeared. Boom! At this time, the ground exploded. Majin Buu's body jumped up, his face was full of gloom and cold. Obviously Lin's attack just now made him angry. Damn it, dare to attack me! I will never let you go! Majin Buu roared suddenly, and the purple flame burst out from his body. The terrifying airwave spread out in circles. Sneak attack? Do you still use sneak attack to deal with your rubbish? Lin smiled, and his body disappeared again. Then a knee hit Majin Buu's chin hard. Majin Buu flew out directly again. I still can't see his movements, only at the last moment of the attack. Son Goku frowned and whispered. It's normal, Lin's current strength is not what you can imagine. The 18th on the side looked at Son Goku and spoke. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Son Goku glanced at number 18, then looked at Majin Buu and Lin's. Perhaps it is true, Lin's current strength is indeed far surpassed himself. Asshole, you really annoyed me this time. I will let you know that the more you anger me like this, the worse you will die later. Majin Buu wiped his nosebleed and looked at Lin's angrily. Although Majin Buu seems to be crazy, he is still very clear in his heart. After all, he has absorbed Son Gohan and Piccolo, and Majin Buu's IQ has also improved. The human being who suddenly appeared in front of him was indeed very powerful. Even though he is fast, he can't see clearly. It seems that if you want to defeat him, you can only absorb Son Goku. In this way, he would definitely be able to kill this human easily. Fortunately, I had done a long time before and saved a hand, and didn't take back half of my tentacles. It just happens to come in handy now. After thinking about it, Majin Buu glanced at Son Goku's direction. And at this time, the half of Majin Buu's tentacles had shallowly approached behind Son Goku. As if he felt the look in Majin Buu's eyes, Son Goku's eyes suddenly became alert. Be careful, Son Goku! Suddenly, the 18th beside Son Goku reminded him in surprise. But it was over, the half of the tentacles directly fell on Son Goku's body, instantly wrapping Son Goku. Ha ha ha! What an idiot who doesn't have a long memory, knowing that I don't have any resistance yet, I deserve to be absorbed. With a thought, Majin Buu took the purple sticky thing that had wrapped Son Goku back and wrapped it around himself. Go, Mr. Goku was absorbed. Watching this scene, the god Dende, who was hiding on the ground watching the battle, called out in horror. Unexpectedly, Majin Buu even absorbed Mr. Wukong. Now, all hopes are pinned on Mr. Lin's. In the world of gods of destruction, God Jebet is also horrified. Unexpectedly, Mr. Goku was so careless, knowing that Majin Buu has this ability and Piccolo and Gohan have been absorbed, and they are so relaxed and vigilant. Even Mr. Wukong has been absorbed, what should I do now? God Jebet stomped his feet in a hurry. Now, Majin Buu will definitely be even more powerful. What's the hurry, watch it carefully. Did you not see that Majin Buu did not change after he absorbed Wukong? The old Supreme Kai scolded God Jebet. Although Wukong may be more nervous at times, he is very clever when fighting. Since he already knows Buu can absorb others, he will not be without any defense. So he felt that Wukong seemed to be absorbed by Majin Buu deliberately. Read more at wuxiax.com. Maybe he has his own plans. After absorbing Son Goku, Majin Buu didn't seem to feel that his body had not changed at all. Turning his gaze to Lin's, he sneered and said, "Even Son Goku has been absorbed by me now. Now I will kill you." Majin Buu's voice fell, and his body rushed towards Lin's again. "Okay. In this case, I will show you the true power." Lin sneered, then his eyes suddenly focused. He clenched his fists tightly, and a flame-like aura suddenly burst out of his body. Then it directly became the form of the Super Game God. Majin Buu had just rushed over, and before Lin's had reached Lin's, his body had already flown upside down, and half of his head had disappeared. Purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Then Majin Buu groaned in pain. Obviously. Although he has the ability to regenerate, he can still feel the pain. After absorbing humans, the strength has indeed increased substantially, but at the same time the regenerative ability will be weakened, and the pain nerve will be more obvious. And the old Supreme Kai in the Supreme Kai world, after feeling the terrifying spirit of Lin's, a look of horror appeared on his face. No wonder he felt a familiar feeling as soon as Lin's appeared. It turned out that the guy had reached the realm of gods. A Scion was able to do this, it really shocked him. As time passed, Majin Buu was already tortured by Lin's and was wounded all over. The breath has also dropped particularly noticeably. What the hell is Son Goku? Hasn't someone been brought out for so long? Lin's raised his brows and said to himself. Others may not know, but I know that Son Goku was absorbed deliberately. He deliberately entered Majin Buu's body and rescued Gohan, Piccolo, Son Goten, and others. As soon as Lin's voice fell, the opposite Majin Buu cried out in pain. At the same time, a lot of white gas began to emerge from the small hole on the top of the head. It is obviously very painful to hold his head with both hands. Call out. At this moment, Son Goku's body suddenly appeared in mid-air, holding the collars of Son Gohan, Piccolo, Son Goten, and Trunks in both hands. Is it finally out? Son Goku looked outside, then looked at the 4 people in his hands, and said excitedly. My plan was very successful, and all 4 of them were rescued. Then, Majin Buu's strength will be greatly weakened. Thank you Lin's, if you didn't buy time outside, I guess there would be no way to save Gohan and the others. Son Goku flew directly in front of Lin's and thanked him with a smile. Since I've been rescued, let's step aside. Majin Buu is too weak, I'm a little impatient with it. To be honest, fighting Majin Buu was really boring. So this battle can be over. What? Don't you need our help? Son Goku was stunned and asked. No need. Lin's shook his head. At this time, Majin Buu roared angrily, already turning into the original Buu appearance, angrily hammering his chest. Oh! Primordial Buu screamed suddenly and furiously attacked Lin's. Damage! Looking at the original Buu rushing over, Lin's fingertips condensed a purple energy ball. Call out! In the next second, it directly penetrated the body of the original Buu. Then he saw the body of Primordial Buu disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a purple light spot. Majin Buu's horrified screams echoed for a long time between heaven and earth. P.S. Gaikiha Flowers monthly evaluation ticket, thank you. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Accompanied by Majin Buu's screaming screams, his body has turned into purple light spots, and finally disappeared without a trace. Guru. Son Goku and Dende, who was watching the cat on the ground, exhaled almost at the same time, their eyes widened unbelievably. All the Earth warriors were helpless, and in the end they swallowed so many people and almost destroyed Majin Buu in the universe. Was it wiped out so easily? End. The previous battle between Lins and Majin Buu was completely foreplay. I can't believe it, the energy shot from the fingertips of that guy Lins directly caused Majin Buu to disappear. How did that guy practice? Son Goku is still incredible. You know that Majin Buu's regenerative ability is very powerful, and ordinary energy attacks can't cause him damage at all. Originally, he thought that he needed to get along with Lins if he wanted to deal with Majin Buu. Unexpectedly, what he said was true, Majin Buu was a little bug in his eyes. It can be easily wiped out. 2. Great, the Earth has waited for a long time, everyone can be resurrected. Dende exclaimed excitedly. When Gohan and Uncle Piccolo were absorbed by Majin Buu, he thought that the Earth was going to die. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lins would be so powerful. And at this time in the Supreme Kai world, the old Supreme Kai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. While shaking his head, he murmured to himself in a panic. The purple energy from Lins just now. No, impossible, except for Lord Beerus, how could anyone have that kind of energy? Ancestor, what's the matter with you? Majin Buu has been wiped out by Lins, we should be happy. God Jebite said with a look of excitement. Speaking of which, Lins is really outrageous, just a little bit of energy destroyed Majin Buu. That guy was an ancient demon, and the 5 Supreme Kais were unable to deal with it at the time, so he killed 4 of them. Useless things, don't you feel that there is something wrong with Lin's energy just now? The old Supreme Kai glared at God Jebet and roared loudly. Why can this useless guy become Supreme Kai? Yes, what's the problem? Read more at wuxiax.com. God Jebet scratched his head awkwardly. The energy just now can wipe out Majin Buu in an instant. It is indeed very strong, but there is no big problem. What an ignorant idiot, Lins just displayed destructive energy that only gods of destruction can master. The old Supreme Kai stared at Lins in the crystal ball and said in a heavy tone. Destroying energy. God Jebet is still stunned, he has never heard of this thing? Ruzai can't be taught. Looking at the ignorant God Jebel, the old Supreme Kai didn't want to say anything. Lins is just a scion. He actually mastered gods of destruction's exclusive destructive ability. I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing for the entire universe. After Majin Buu was destroyed, Son Goku and Dende retrieved the Dragon Ball, and then made a wish to revive everyone. The killed Vegeta and Klin, those who died many times, were also resurrected by Namex Dragon Ball. The Earth has returned to its original state, and the panicked universe has also returned to calm. And at this time in the Temple of Heaven, Mr. Lins, thank you very much for saving us all and saving the Earth. Son Gohan, Klin, Piccolo, and others all expressed gratitude and thanked Lins. If Lins hadn't eliminated Majin Buu, it is estimated that everyone would have disappeared now. And the Earth, even the entire universe is destroyed. You don't have to thank me, Majin Buu was killed because we want to live on Earth. Lins clasped number 18's shoulder and said. Although Lins said so, everyone is still grateful. Especially Son Goku. Because he knew that Lins had the ability to destroy Majin Buu in an instant. However, after he was absorbed by Majin Buu deliberately, he didn't do that. Instead, he waited until he rescued Gohan and Piccolo before destroying Majin Buu. Mr. Lins, you have now become the savior of the entire planet. Everyone in the lower realm is like everyone else and wants to thank you face to face for your rebirth. At this time, Dende walked up to Lins with a happy face and said. In fact, 7 years ago, Lins became the savior of the Earth after killing Cell. Thanks in person? I don't have so much time to waste now, it's boring. The next time I need to practice in the spiritual time house for a while. During this time, I hope no one will bother me. Linz looked at Dende and said. If it is a past life, I dream of becoming the savior of the world. But now, it feels totally boring. I now want to improve my strength as soon as possible, at least to the extent that I can compete with Angel. Only in this way can we have a little self-protection. Is it a mental time house? Okay, I promise that no one will disturb Mr. Lin's training. Dende nodded quickly and said respectfully. You guy is really very powerful. I really hope to have a chance to compete with you. Son Goku walked up to Linz and said with a smile. If you want to compete with me, let's break through to the realm of gods first. Linz also smiled and said to Son Goku. Hearing Linz's words, both Son Goku and Vegeta were stunned. They hadn't heard the word God realm at all before. The God realm you are talking about is the same as when you eliminated Majin Buu? Son Goku quickly asked. At that time Linz was very powerful, but he couldn't feel Linz's anger at all. It's like I can't feel the anger of Supreme Kai and others. Roughly the same. Linz nodded. But even if Son Goku and Vegeta reach the realm of gods, they cannot be as strong as themselves. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Can we also become that form? By the way, you quickly tell me how can I become the God realm you said? Son Goku looked at Linz excitedly and asked. As a fighting freak, Sion is naturally very enthusiastic about this stronger form. Of course, Vegeta is more interested than Son Goku. After all, after being suppressed by Son Goku for so many years, he is very eager to surpass Son Goku. It is estimated that only Vegeta can understand that mood. It's just that 7 years ago, he and Linz didn't get along very well, so even though he was very interested at this time, he was embarrassed to ask. I told you the realm of gods, don't you find a way to teach you by yourself? How about I help you chew and feed you the next time you eat? Linz said with a look of excitement, and said with a sneer. I can tell them about the God realm, but I can't help them complete it, right? That's not necessary. Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly. But now that I already know the realm of God, I will definitely find a way to reach that level. Okay, what should you do? I'm going to practice. Linz finished speaking and walked directly into the spiritual time house with number 18. At first, he didn't want to let the 18th follow to the spiritual time house, after all, the environment there was quite bad. But think about the current strength of the 18th is a bit weak, so take advantage of this period of time to practice well. I will be able to protect myself in the future. When Linz and the 18th walked into the spiritual time room, Vegeta strode directly to Son Goku and asked sternly, Hey Kakarot, what the hell is going on with the God realm you two just talked about? I was embarrassed just now, but now Vegeta couldn't help it. This time, I have to walk in front of Kakarot anyway. Ah! It's like this, it's a very, very powerful transformation. When fighting Majin Buu, Linz changed. Although he didn't feel his aura at all, it was outrageously strong. Son Goku said to Vegeta without any secret. He didn't want to surpass anyone like Vegeta, but simply wanted to become stronger, pursue a higher level, protect the entire planet, and protect everyone. But the bastard didn't tell us that we should reach that state like this. Vegeta clenched his fists, obviously very unhappy. This feeling of knowing the realm of God but not knowing the method is more uncomfortable than not knowing it. Hey, don't worry about this, we can ask Shenron, even if the Earth Shenron doesn't know it, Namex Palunga must know it. Son Goku grinned and said to Vegeta. Call out. After Vegeta listened, he jumped directly and jumped out of the Celestial Temple. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hey Vegeta, wait for me. This guy is too fast. Son Goku murmured, and then jumped down. After Linz and Son Goku left one after another, Son Gohan, Klin and others also left the Temple of Heaven. And at this time in the spiritual time house, Let's try first if the 5 super game gods of Super Saiyan can be perfectly combined. Linz took a deep breath and said to himself. This is also his main purpose for coming to the spiritual time house. Aha! In the next second, Linz directly became Super Saiyan 5. Begin trying to slowly elicit the spirit of God. Linz began to slowly release the spirit of God. Hey! And just when he was about to release the spirit of God, he directly withdrew from the Super Saiyan 5 form. It's like 2 powerful forces repelling each other. It seems not as simple as imagined. However, he had expected that it would not be so easy to succeed, so he didn't think it was comparable. Anyway, I still have a lot of time to study. On the other hand, a person on the 18th is also practicing very seriously. In this way, time passed day by day, and it has been a full year since Majin Buu was wiped out. In this year's time, Linz will let him practice in the spiritual time house for 1 day every month. After all, cultivation is a very boring thing, and 1 year of cultivation in that environment is a very tormenting thing. And at this time in the gods of destruction world of the 6th universe, Master Kampa, Master Beerus is already awake. Vados said lightly to Kampa on the side. Cut, is this skinny finally awake? Kampa curled his lips and said coldly. I could wait for Beerus to wake up and waited for a year. Vados, hurry up and connect to Beerus. Then Kampa said to Vados. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded, and then began to contact Angel Whis of the 7th universe. 7th universe, gods of destruction. Beerus licked his cat's paws with a look of sleepy eyes, and asked Whis in a lazy voice, Whis, how long did I take my nap this time? 39 years. Lord Beerus whispered and calmly replied. Ah? Have you only slept for 39 years? No wonder you don't feel awake at all. Beerus grew lazy and opened his eyes hard, still feeling very sleepy. Speaking of which, Master Beerus's sleep time is really short this time, what's the matter? Whis asked curiously, too. Because in the past, Beerus had to sleep for at least 50 years for a nap, and it was normal for 100 years. In contrast, this time is really short. What happened? Hearing Whis's question, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light burst into his eyes. Because I had a dream of foreknowledge, a very strong person appeared in the dream, as if he was my strong enemy. Beerus thought for a while and said to Whis. What? Lord Beerus's dream rival? Whis was stunned, then smiled, and jokingly said, Beerus-sama's dream hit rate is not high. Last time you dreamed that your idol would move next door to us. Didn't it happen? Chapter 60. Chapter 60. This time is different, this time the foreknowledge dream is very real, so I only woke up after sleeping for so long. Beerus said very confidently. In his foreseeable dream, that guy's strength was comparable to his own, which made him excited and a little annoyed. The excitement is because as a gods of destruction, it has been a long time since I met a close opponent. Whis is too strong, and every time he is practiced against him, he is always played mercilessly. So there is no good fight. Although the gods of destruction Quitella in the 4th universe can compete with himself, he cannot fight between gods of destruction, otherwise both universes will disappear. Now that there was such a vigor in his dream, he naturally wanted to fight hard. At the same time, there was a human being able to contend with himself in his universe, which was unacceptable as a gods of destruction. Oh! Is that so? Then Lord Beerus knows the name of the rival in your dream. Whis still glanced at Beerus suspiciously, and asked. I did not observe the 7th universe carefully in the past few decades when Mr. Beerus was asleep. So I never heard that such a powerful guy appeared in the universe. It is probably just an ordinary dream of Lord Beerus. Humans who can contend with gods of destruction are rare. It may take a few 100,000 years, or even millions of years, to be able to appear such a one. Name. What kind of god is it called? What a super god! Oh, forgot to forget. Beerus waved his hand and said irritably. Obviously he is not good at thinking about this kind of thing. He remembered that he was his rival. As for the name, he really didn't remember it well. Hey Whis, you quickly use your abilities to help me find that guy. Beerus looked at Whis and said. Whis is Angel, his abilities are much stronger than him, and it is estimated that he can help him find the rival of his dreams. What are you kidding about, Lord Beerus? You don't even remember the name of your rival, how can I find it for you? Whis gave Beerus a big eye and said. Although I have this ability, but I don't even know the name, how can I find this? Cut, petty fellow. Beerus glanced at Whis, and then began to think about the guy's name seriously. What kind of god is it super? Read more at wuxiax.com. Super Scion God. Super Tooth God. Ah. Can't remember. Beerus scratched his ears and said distraughtly. The appearance of that guy made myself quite uncomfortable. Toot toot. At this moment, the gem on the Whis staff suddenly flickered. Hey? It's my sister's call. It looks like Master Kompa is looking for you for something. Do you need to connect? Master Beerus. Whis looked at the gem, then looked at Beerus and asked. Kompa. Cut, what did that fat pig ask me for? There must be nothing good. Beerus said with a look of disgust. This fellow Kompa didn't agree with him, but he rarely contacted him. Now he contacted himself as soon as he woke up, there must be nothing good. By the way, Whis, why does Kompa's fat pig know that I'm awake? Did you say that? Beerus looked at Whis and asked. Oh. I just chatted with my sister just now, and accidentally mentioned it. Whis smiled, covering his mouth, and said. Eventful. Connect. See what's the matter with that fellow Kompa. Beerus waved his hand and said. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, then connected to the call. Hey Beerus, it's been a long time. Kompa asked Beerus with a sinister smile. Seeing the face of a fat pig will always be a little annoyed for no reason. Beerus glanced at Kompa disgustingly, and then said a little impatiently, Is there any fart? Kompa didn't seem to be upset because of Beerus's directness, but said without change, Beerus, did you know that a very powerful human appeared in your 7th universe? I heard, he wants to defeat you and take your place as the new gods of destruction in the 7th universe. Chi. After speaking, Kompa did not forget the insidious sneer. What? Humans in the 7th universe? Want to take my place? Ha. Dead fat pig, you are eating a lot of shit. You even said such brainless words to make me angry and defeat my human beings, what are you kidding me? Beerus laughed and cursed at Kompa. How can human power be compared with gods of destruction? Kompa, the fat pig, is a little more reliable without telling lies. Believe it or not, when that guy takes the place of your gods of destruction, you will regret it then. Don't blame the brothers for not reminding you. By the way, that guy has the same destructive energy as us, hee. Toot toot. After Kompa finished speaking, he directly hung up the call. The 6th universe, gods of destruction. She, you two should fight together. At that time, it's better to let Beerus kill the bastard, and it's best if Beerus gets beaten up. It's exciting to think about it. After the call, Kompa chuckles. Master Kompa, you seem to have become smarter. Vados looked at Kompa with a sinister smile and spoke. Of course, I have always been very smart. I really want to see the embarrassing look of those two guys who are hurting both sides. In this case, Vados, let's go to the 7th universe again. I can't miss this wonderful scene. Kompa rubbed his chin for a moment and said to Vados. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Master Kampa is going to make trouble in the 7th universe at this time, isn't it a bit inappropriate? What if Linz finds out and he wants to kill you again? Besides, your relationship with Lord Beerus is not very harmonious. Vados looked at Kampa with a look of excitement, and spoke to Kampa slightly jokingly. Che, that's why I am going to see the fate of that guy. Kampa curled his lips, feeling angry at the thought of being so insulted by that bastard. Okay. Since Master Kampa is so persistent, let's go. Vados could only nod his head, and at that time, he would carry Master Kampa back. Then the two set off directly to the 7th universe. Whis, what does Kampa mean? Does the 7th universe really have the kind of guy who masters destructive energy? In the Gods of Destruction world, Beerus raised his eyebrows, looked at Whis and asked. Although he doesn't believe that there is a second human in this universe who has mastered the destructive energy, out of curiosity, Beerus still wants to ask. Indeed. Sister told me before you woke up. Our 7th universe does have such a guy. Whis nodded, this is what Sister Vados told herself. There is a human named Linz in the 7th universe who defeated Lord Kampa with absolute power. Moreover, he also possesses destructive energy, so Master Kampa's destruction is of no use to him. At the beginning, I was really surprised that human beings were able to defeat gods of destruction, and the gods of destruction that was defeated could not fight back. This kind of thing hasn't happened for many years. Although Lord Gods of Destruction Kampa in the 6th universe is really weak. What? 7th universe really has such a guy? Beerus was stunned, his face full of disbelief. How could I never know before? Moreover, I had never heard of such a thing before my lunch break. Hey Whis, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Beerus looked at Whis blamefully, and said. Isn't it a trivial thing that a human with destructive power appears in the universe? It stands to reason that, as gods of destruction, I should be the first to know about this. Didn't Master Beerus just woke up? And as soon as I woke up, I was struggling with your foreseeable dream. How can I say it? Whis rolled his eyes at Beerus and said. Cut, as far as you can tell. Read more at wuxiax.com. Beerus glared at Whis. To be honest, sometimes I really can't understand this guy, but I can't help it, I can't beat him. Otherwise, I really want to give this guy a good punch. Correct. Beerus seemed to think of something. Will that human being be the rival in my dream? I just dreamed that a strong opponent appeared, and now such a guy appeared in the 7th universe. If they match, maybe he can be the same person at all. Is there such a possibility? Whis didn't agree, because he really didn't have much hope for Beerus' dream. It's a coincidence, maybe there is a great possibility. Whis, what is the name of that human? Beerus quickly asked. Perhaps after knowing that guy's name, he might be able to think of the name of the rival in his dream. My sister seems to be Linz, she is Scion. But he has been able to reach the realm of God with his own power, and can transform into a super Scion god or something. Whis thought for a while and replied. These are the original words of Vados. Super. God of Scion. Yes. That's the name. My closest rival is Super Scion God. Beerus's pupils shrank tightly, and suddenly remembered. That's the name. Super Scion God. Hey? Is Lord Beerus's dream real? It's really unbelievable. Whis looked surprised. He didn't expect Master Beerus's dream to be true. This is a bit unexpected. Whis, you should know that Scion is there now. Beerus looked at Whis with a serious face and asked. Unexpectedly, it was Kampa who told him the news of his dream rival. No, why would Kampa know so clearly? Did that guy fight Kampa? Yes Beerus, Linz is now in the 7th universe North Galaxy, a remote planet called Earth. Whis nodded. After my sister told herself about Linz, she learned a little bit about it. The Earth of the Northern Galaxy. Beerus's slender eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Now that I can become the rival in my dream, and Kampa talks about it, it seems I need to take a good look at that guy. Human beings who have mastered the destructive energy, hope that he will not be too weak and let himself down by then. Be prepared for a little bit. Let's go to the Earth of the Northern Galaxy now and see that Super Saiyan God. After Beerus finished speaking, there was no sleep. Okay, Lord Beerus, wait for me to bring some snacks. Whis nodded, and then walked out of the hall to prepare. After half an hour, the two figures quickly shuttled through the universe. The speed is very amazing, and it has been swept across several planets in an instant. By the way, Whis, why does Kampa Guy know about the existence of Super Saiyan God? Does he and Kampa also know each other? Beerus asked curiously. It stands to reason that even if the human beings in the 7th universe are strong, Kampa, as the gods of destruction in the 6th universe, shouldn't know it. Because Lins has been to the 6th universe. It seems to have beaten Master Kampa violently. Whis spoke to Beerus faintly. This is what my sister Vados told herself. What? The fat pig of Kampa was violently beaten by a human. Beerus's pupils shrank again, obviously unbelievable. Is a human being able to fight gods of destruction? P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking evaluation votes. Kneel and thank. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Yes, it is. Master Beerus, you should take a good look at it yourself. That scion called Lins is indeed very strong, maybe his strength can catch up with you. Whis handed his staff directly to Beerus, and let him see for himself the battle between Lins and Kampa at that time. Cut, what a joke, if I was really defeated by a human being, I will give him the position of gods of destruction. Beerus gave a soft crack and said confidently. A human being able to defeat Kampa is indeed strong enough, but there is still a huge gap between Kampa and his own. Then a TV-like picture appeared on the jewel of the staff. It is the direct battle between Lins and gods of destruction Kampa. Lins's whole body braved the flame-like aura, apparently becoming Super Saiyan. Yes, it's like this, the whole body is covered with red body hair, red hair, exactly the same as in my dream. Beerus narrowed his eyes and said in a low tone. After waking up, he was indeed a little vague about this guy's appearance, but as soon as he saw Lins, he suddenly remembered. It overlaps with the figure in my dream. It's exactly the same. Lins seemed to say something to irritate Kampa, and then the two began to fight. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Lins defeated Kampa by an absolute advantage. But the scene of Lins and Vados fighting did not show up. Kampa, this useless fat pig, was defeated so easily and was knocked out by others. It really lost gods of destruction's face. After watching the entire video, Beerus looked a little ugly and cursed Kampa. But at the same time, I was quite surprised that the human named Lins was indeed very strong. He defeated Kampa almost with absolute strength, which was a repressive advantage from the beginning. How about Beerus-sama, are you confident to defeat Lins? As if feeling the surprise of Beerus, Whis asked with a faint smile. Anyway, I think that human being is really strong. It is estimated that even if it is not as strong as Lord Beerus, there will never be much difference. Humph. Even if you reach the realm of gods, you're just a human being, and you won't be able to withstand a single blow in front of me. Beerus said proudly. I want to admit that a human being is strong, unless he really shows his strength in battle. Otherwise it is absolutely impossible. I hope there will be no possibility that I will stop at that time. Read more at wuxiax.com. After Whis sighed, the two of them disappeared into the universe again. And at this time above the earth. Today happens to be Bulma's birthday party, and most of the Earth's warriors are invited. Originally, Son Goku was cultivating on the planet King Kai, but he couldn't stand the strong invitation of Bulma and Shishi, so he could only rush back to Earth. And at this time in the Temple of Heaven. Linz, Bulma, she seems to have invited us to a birthday party too, shall we not go now? The 18th looked at Linz and asked. After all, they were kindly invited, and I heard that there are luxurious lucky draws. Although I don't lack those things now, it should be pretty good to go for fun. Wait. It's probably too early in the past. Linz said while eating the delicacies made by Bobo. Wait for someone by yourself, and wait for 2 important roles. By the way, Mr. Linz, it is true that I am also in the ranks of Ms. Bulma's invitation. So I may be going to the party. Dende said to Linz with a look of embarrassment. He didn't have any interest in prizes or food, mainly to get together with Gohan and the others. Why don't you follow Dende? I'll be here later. I heard that Dende is going too, so I can go with Dende. All right. Then you come here quickly. Nodded on the 18th, and then the 2 of them left the Temple of Heaven with Dende. Time passed by 1 minute after another, and about half an hour passed. Coming. Linz raised his head suddenly, muttering to himself sharply in his eyes. He felt a very strong spirit of God, which was far above Kampa. Obviously, this spirit of God is definitely the 7th universe gods of destruction Beerus. This gas has entered the northern galaxy, and it is estimated that it will reach the Earth in a few minutes. It seems it's time to meet the strongest gods of destruction in the past. I don't know how much Beerus is better than Kampa. Linz smiled, and then his body disappeared into the celestial temple in a flash. And on the luxury cruise ship for Bulma's birthday party, it was very lively, and basically all the people with good looks came. Yo Linz, I didn't expect you to come too. As soon as Linz appeared, Son Goku walked over and said to Linz with a smile. What? Can't I come? Linz looked at Son Goku and asked. Unexpectedly, the cultivator Son Goku would also come to this kind of gathering. You know, in Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku is completely uninterested in this kind of interest. Of course you can. I just think you should be cultivating, and I don't like to participate in such gatherings, but seeing you also participate in it, my heart is more balanced. Son Goku continued smiling. I was called over by Shishi and Bulma. Now I see that neither Vegeta nor Linz is practicing at the party, and I feel much better. I'm not here to attend such a boring party, I'm here to wait for someone. Linz said to your son Goku. If it's just a party, I'm really not interested. Wait for someone? What are you waiting for? Son Goku asked in surprise. Isn't everyone here? Who is Linz waiting for? You will know soon. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Vegeta naturally heard the conversation between Linz and Son Goku, and his brows wrinkled slightly. The person who can let Linz come out and wait in person shouldn't be a small person. But no matter who will come, I don't allow anyone to disturb Bulma's birthday party. And at this time in the Supreme Kai world. The old Supreme Kai put his hands behind his back, his face appeared solemn like never before. It's over, this time is really over. Why would Lord Beerus wake up at this time? And, depending on his direction of action, it should be the northern galaxy Earth. The old Supreme Kai hesitated and muttered to himself in a heavy tone. This is what I worry about the most. A year ago, when he knew Linz had the power of destruction, he was worried about this happening. Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, that is the god at the cutting edge of the universe. He has the right to destroy anything in the universe, and Linz also has the exclusive ability of Gods of Destruction. Once Master Beerus knows about it, it will definitely trigger an unprecedented battle. This war may even destroy the entire universe. And now, the thing that worries me the most has happened. Lord Beerus went to the northern galaxy, most likely Linz, who was on the Earth. If this is the case, the biggest catastrophe of the universe is about to come. Ancestor, what's wrong with you? Is something happening in the universe? God Jebite looked at the old Supreme Kai, who was walking around with an anxious look, and asked in a puzzled way. If it weren't for something big in the universe, the ancestors would not be like this. At this time, the expressions of the ancestors were the same as when they knew that Lins had the power of destruction. Idiot, can't you really feel it? The old Supreme Kai looked at Godjabit coldly and asked. How can this guy feel so ignorant? Can't you even feel the anger of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus? What? Jebai looked dazed, obviously he didn't know what the old Supreme Kai was referring to. It's really unfortunate for the entire universe to let this guy be Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai shook his head helplessly. Then he said weakly, Master Gods of Destruction Beerus has awakened. Gods of Destruction. Lord Beerus. Read more at wuxiax.com. I did feel a spirit of God just now. Could it be that the spirit of God I just felt is Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus? Godjabit swallowed, and he did feel a strong spirit of spirit just now. But because it was so far away from them, he couldn't determine who it was. A year ago, my ancestors told myself about Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. The Gods of Destruction coexisting with their Supreme Kai has the right to destroy everything in the universe. As long as he wants, even the entire universe can be destroyed by him. It is definitely the strongest existence in the universe. Who else but him? Old Supreme Kai said angrily. But Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus wakes up, don't you need to be so scared? Didn't you tell me before that Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai are in a symbiotic relationship? So even if he is Gods of Destruction, he probably won't kill us. Jebai asked weakly. You don't really have a brain when you say you are an idiot. Don't you have a good sense of the direction Mr. Beerus is going? The old Supreme Kai was already disappointed with Godjabit. This guy is really stupid than a pig. And he doesn't use his mind at all. I don't know how this kind of guy became Supreme Kai. It seems, as if you have reached the North Galaxy. Is the place where Master Beerus is going to be the Earth? Godjabit felt the powerful spirit of God, his eyes widened suddenly, and said in horror. In this direction, the Earth should be right. If so, Lord Beerus will definitely meet Lins and Son Goku. And the guys in Son Goku didn't even have a fuel-efficient lamp. At that time, I might say something stupid to compare with Master Beerus. The ancestors said that Gods of Destruction is absolutely impossible to be defeated by humans, and he can destroy the entire universe with a touch of his finger. If Lord Beerus is provoked and angered other planets, it will definitely be a huge catastrophe for the entire universe. This is indeed a more serious matter than their Supreme Kai being killed. What I am most worried about right now is that Master Beerus is going to Lins. That guy Lins is very powerful, maybe he has touched the realm of Gods of Destruction. If the two of them start a battle, the shockwave alone can make the universe disappear. The old Supreme Kai said in a very heavy tone. Master Beerus's chi is getting closer and closer to the Earth. At their speed, it is estimated that they will reach the Earth in 3 or 4 minutes. We have to find a way to prevent Mr. Lins and Lord Beerus from meeting. At this moment, Godjabit seemed to have suddenly come online with IQ, and said seriously. Yes, as long as the two of them don't see above, then this universe catastrophe may be calmed down. The old Supreme Kai nodded, and finally felt that Godjabiter had such a little brain. In this way, you go to the Earth now and let Lins leave the Earth. No matter what method you use, you must let Lins leave the Earth, and the farther the better. This matter is about the life and death of universe, you should understand the seriousness. The old Supreme Kai spoke very solemnly to Godjabit. Jabith wanted to speak but stopped. Is there any way I can get Lins to leave the Earth? Okay. I will try my best, ancestors. But he nodded anyway. Now it's about the safety of the universe, and there is no other way to do it. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. It's best to let the two guys Son Goku and Vegeta leave the Earth. Those two guys are also the cause of trouble. The old Supreme Kai reminded again. Or it can be said that none of those scion saves trouble. Just as a precaution, the best way is to prevent Son Goku and Vegeta from meeting Mr. Beerus. Then, I will try my best. God Jebite could only nodded faintly. Those guys, all of them are very arrogant and self-righteous. How can they listen to this little Supreme Kai? It is estimated that Mr. Wukong can still listen. As for Lins and Vegeta, they don't take themselves seriously. Then Jebit went directly to the earth via instant transmission. Hey! Lord Supreme Kai, why are you here too? On the luxury yacht, Son Goku asked in surprise. You know, Supreme Kai generally doesn't come to Earth. Why did Yaxing come to play on Earth today? Hey Vegeta, did you secretly invite Master Supreme Kai? You guy, you don't usually see it. Son Goku turned his head to look at Vegeta, thinking that God Jebit was invited by Vegeta. Cut. I'm not going to invite such a guy. Besides, I can't get to the Supreme Kai world. Vegeta put his arms on his chest and coldly cast aside Jebita, and said. The Supreme Kai world is a place where even Kakarot's instant transmission cannot go, unless there is a human atmosphere there. Yet, Vegeta, you won't move instantly, you really can't go to the Supreme Kai world. Son Goku said heartily, then looked at God Jebit and asked. Then Lord Supreme Kai, who did you call here? The black line on Jebit's forehead quickly said to Son Goku, Mr. Goku, it's not the time to talk about this. After speaking, he walked directly to Lins and said eagerly, Mr. Lins, can you leave the earth temporarily? It only takes 1 day, no, half a day is enough. And the words of God Jebit made everyone startled. Isn't Supreme Kai coming to Earth for a birthday party? But to let Lins leave the Earth? Why? Why should I leave the Earth? Lins lightly sipped the juice in his hand, smiled and asked. In fact, he knew that Supreme Kai must have felt the spirit of Beerus. I probably guessed that they would come to Earth, so I let myself leave quickly. This one. Even if I beg you, you only need to leave the Earth for half a day, and you can do whatever you need me to do in the future. Jebai looked embarrassed. He is not a liar too, so he was very embarrassed at this time. If you want to tell me Gods of Destruction is about to reach the Earth, let me hide this kind of words quickly, don't have to say. Lin still smiled lightly, and whispered to God Jebit. He estimated that this was what he had to say to himself, and his purpose was to wait for Beerus to come and fight him well. Now Jebit persuades himself to leave. Isn't this a joke? Read more at wuxiax.com. You, how did you know Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus? And knowing he is coming to Earth? God Jebite's body trembled violently, his eyes widened, and he looked at Lins in disbelief. Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus himself was told by his ancestors a year ago. It stands to reason that most humans do not know the existence of Gods of Destruction. Even Wukong and Vegeta don't know, why did Lins know? And since Lins knows Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, he should be very aware of the power of Gods of Destruction. But I can't see that he has a little bit of jealousy and worry at all. Of course I know. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? I know a lot of things you don't know. Lin still said calmly. This, in order to avoid the destruction of the entire planet and even the entire universe, I beg Mr. Lins to leave the planet and take refuge for half a day. God Jebit naturally knows that it is definitely impossible to use his own strength to be hard. So I can only move with emotion. Although this is detrimental to Supreme Kai's face, it can be said that Supreme Kai's face is not worth mentioning when compared with the safety of the entire universe. Don't worry, there will be nothing wrong with the Earth and the universe. And, you're really long-winded. Don't bother me anymore, I'm not in the mood to hear you talk about you here anymore. Lins looked at God Jebit, and suddenly said coldly. I've been talking about it like this, it's really a bit irritable. And he didn't even mention leaving. This. Jebai God's face is very complicated. If Linz is so persistent, he really has no way of doing it. Ugh. Then he sighed and walked in front of Son Goku and Vegeta. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, why don't you two go to King Kai to practice? Since Linz insists on staying, he can only persuade Son Goku and Vegeta. Anyway, try to persuade you to count one by one. Master Supreme Kai, we all heard what you said with Linz just now, hehe. Is the gods of destruction Beerus you are talking about really that powerful? Son Goku smiled slyly and asked. Looking at the appearance of Supreme Kai, it should be quite powerful. Have you all heard? Okay. Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus is indeed very powerful, it can be said that it is completely different from any opponent you have met before. He only needs to move his fingers to make the entire universe disappear in an instant. Now that Son Goku and others have heard it, God Jebit can only tell the truth. Anyway, I was really not suitable for lying. What? You can make the universe disappear with your fingers? Lord Supreme Kai, you're too exaggerated. Son Goku and others were stunned, and then a look of horror appeared on their faces. Is there such a strong guy in this world? It's incredibly slow. There is no exaggeration at all, it will only be stronger than I said. Jebite said sternly. You just said. Gods of Destruction Beerus. At this moment, Vegeta frowned suddenly and asked in a deep voice. Yes it is. God Jebet nodded. Do you know Vegeta? Seeing what Vegeta looked like, Son Goku asked. If Vegeta didn't recognize it, it wouldn't be this expression. I seem to have heard it somewhere, very familiar, but I can't remember. Vegeta frowned and said. It's really familiar, but I just can't remember it. If he was in his throat, this feeling made him quite uncomfortable. I said you two hurry up and go to King Kai's planet to hide. Master Beerus is coming soon, otherwise it will be too late. God Jupiter stomped his feet in a hurry. 2 minutes had already been wasted. Lord Beerus's anger was already close to the earth infinitely. Hey, since that Lord Beerus is so powerful, if I don't see him and ask him some tips by the way, I'll regret it. Son Goku smiled, obviously not going to leave the earth as well. Oh, this result is totally expected. God Jebit has already given up. Telling these scions about the horror of Lord Beerus is simply playing the piano against the cows. They didn't understand it. But they were so excited. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang from the sky. Who wants to ask me some tips? Chapter 66. Chapter 66. At the moment the cold voice sounded, God Jebit's body stagnated, and then he trembled violently. Linz raised his head and saw two very familiar figures. One is the purple cat man, and the other is Gentle, both of them are wearing strange costumes. These two are the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, Beerus, and Angel Whis. At this moment, Beerus had his hands behind his back, looking down at the crowd on the cruise ship with a proud face. After scanning slightly, he fixed his gaze on Linz's body. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. That guy seems to know that we are coming and is waiting for us. Lord Beerus. Whis glanced at Linz, who was also looking at both of them. And the performance is very calm, with a shallow arc at the corner of his mouth. Obviously they already knew they were coming. This guy has reached the realm of gods, and it's normal to be able to feel the breath of gods. Beerus didn't feel strange either. As for why he was so calm, it is probably because he defeated Kampa, which made him feel too inflated. But soon he will understand that this kind of excessive expansion is a very dangerous thing. Hey? Are the two of them Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus? Well, I can't feel the strong breath at all. Son Goku looked at Beerus and Whis, then scratched his head, and said carelessly. Indeed, he couldn't feel the anger of Beerus and Whis at all. Mr. Goku, be quiet, you can't feel the anger of God, but please don't doubt the power of gods of destruction. God Jebite pulled Son Goku's arm from the side and reminded him in a low voice. Because of the breath of gods of destruction, he felt as vast and unfathomable as the sea of stars. At this time, Piccolo, Klin, and others were also curiously looking at Beerus and Whis. There was really nothing great from them. It is estimated that God Jebit is too nervous. It's just like meeting the Demon King Dapla and Majin Buu back then. This is the expression at the beginning. Broke in. Gods of destruction Beerus. The moment Vegeta saw Beerus, his pupils shrank tightly, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. I remember. Vegeta's body retreated subconsciously. I originally felt quite familiar when I heard Gods of Destruction Beerus talk about Gods of Destruction Beerus. Now that I suddenly saw the cat's face, my memory suddenly came up. When he was very young, this guy had been to the planet Vegeta. For a comfortable pillow, he stomped his father under his feet. At that time, One Look completely lost his ability to move, and he couldn't move when lying on the ground. Read more at wuxiax.com. Up to now, he has left a big shadow in his heart. Call out. Long time no see, King Vegeta. The bodies of Beerus and Whis suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Beerus first looked at Vegeta and asked in a cold voice. Beerus, sir. Vegeta's voice trembled a little, and then he asked, why do you come to a planet like Earth? Hearing Vegeta's trembling voice, everyone looked over. This guy Vegeta is a bit weird today. He seems to be afraid of this Beerus. He used to be very arrogant. He has never been like this before. Piccolo looked at Vegeta and thought to himself. Can make the arrogant and conceited Vegeta so scared, then this Beerus should indeed be a very, very scary character. On the side, Dende was more scared than Vegeta, and his body was shaking violently. It feels like a mouse meets a cat. Hey Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Son Goku also looked at Vegeta and asked. Speak less Kakarot. Vegeta glared at Son Goku. If you think of Beerus earlier, you will definitely listen to the words of God Jebit and take Kakarot to the planet King Kai. Can't I come to this planet? Beerus asked in a cold voice. When, of course not, Mr. Beerus, please take a seat. Vegeta shook his head like a rattle, completely devoid of the arrogance of the past, and said respectfully to Beerus. Vegeta, what is going on? This Beerus is really strong. Son Goku still looked dumbfounded, looking at Vegeta's appearance. He was very afraid of Beerus. Ask for flowers. So far, Vegeta has not had such a look. Kakarot, if you don't want to die, you better shut up. Vegeta warned Son Goku coldly again. At this time, Beerus finally walked towards Linz. Oh, oh. The corners of the eyes of Vegeta and Jebit twitched fiercely. Beerus stopped when he walked to Linz. Linz, on the other hand, was drinking juice with a leisurely look. Hey, you just defeated the so-called Super Saiyan god of Kampa. Beerus looked gloomy, with a condescending gesture, looking at Linz and asked coldly. Yes, it's me. I've been admired for a long time, Beerus. Linz put down the juice in his hand, stood up, met Beerus's gaze, and said with a smile. You actually know me? But it's so hot that a mere human dared to call me by my name. Beerus was stunned for a moment, then a slight anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. It is arrogant enough to dare to call his own name directly. If the fire is big, I can help you get rid of the fire, what do you think? Linz still smiled and said calmly. At this time, Linz and Beerus looked at each other, smelling of gunpowder. Something arrogant, do you think that by defeating the fat pig of Kampa, you have the capital that is rampant in front of me? Beerus narrowed his eyes, and said to Linz with a cold light in his eyes. In my eyes, there is no difference between you, so don't take yourself too seriously. Linz's voice is still very calm. And this kind of needlepoint conversation with Maimang made God Jebit and Vegeta sweat. If this continues, the battle between the two will be triggered. Very well, I haven't seen a guy as arrogant and ignorant as you in millions of years. I will let you know that being arrogant in front of me requires a painful lesson. Beerus squeezed his fist, apparently already completely irritated by Lin's. After all, since becoming gods of destruction, few people have dared to talk to themselves like this. Then I will wait and see. Lin squinted his eyes, and after speaking, their bodies slowly floated in the air. Mountain. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. I remember you can become the so-called Super Saiyan God, hurry up and show it to me. After their bodies floated in the air, Beerus said coldly to Linz. Although he had seen it in the video provided by Whis before, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Is it the same as the Super Saiyan God in my dream? Okay. If you want to fight with you, you really need to be transformed. Linz nodded, then looked straight, and clenched his fists tightly. Beerus's strength is not something his normalcy can contend. Haha. Suddenly there was a loud shout, and the flame-like aura suddenly burst out of the body. The whole person was wrapped in a surging aura. That is Super Saiyan God. Among the warriors of the earth, everyone except Son Goku has never seen Lin's Super Game God form. So seeing this form at this time was naturally extremely shocking. It's really dazzling, like a god descending. The breath has completely disappeared, and it seems to have indeed become a god. Piccolo murmured. Will that guy be Beerus's opponent? Vegeta looked envious, and at the same time quite nervous. If he weren't Beerus's opponent, the whole earth would suffer. Oh! This Lin's spirit is really strong. It seems that Lord Beerus can have fun today. Whis looked at Linz, who had become Super Saiyan God at this time, and spoke lightly. In mid-air, Beerus's pupils shrank slightly. Yes, it's exactly the same as the rival I predicted in my dream. A human being should possess such a powerful spirit of God, no wonder it can defeat Kampa. Beerus' words clearly affirmed Lin's strength. This level is indeed comparable to the general gods of destruction. But in front of me, it is still far away. Defeat? To be more accurate, I was beaten up violently. Why? Do you want to avenge your good brother? Linz looked at Beerus and said lightly. A battle with Beerus is inevitable. So Linz won't talk to Beerus. Although that guy Kampa doesn't like him much, he is my brother after all, and your self-righteous attitude makes me dislike it very much. So I'm ready to teach you a lesson. Beerus grinned and said to Linz. In fact, the guy Kampa was beaten by the human in the 7th universe, and he didn't feel angry at all, and he could use this to taunt him when he met in the future. But this guy thought that after defeating Kampa, he would be able to contend with all the gods of destruction. This ignorant thought made him a little unhappy. Read more at wuxiax.com. If you want to teach me, let me see if you have that strength. Beerus. Linz beckoned to Beerus, indicating that he could move. Beerus frowned. This human being was really crazy. Things who are arrogant and ignorant, do they really think that they are my opponents when they reach the realm of gods? Today I will let you understand that gods of destruction is also different. After Beerus's voice fell, his body burst out instantly. The speed was quite amazing, and then he hit Linz with a punch. Bring it on. Linz narrowed his eyes slightly, and showed a serious look. It is undeniable that although Kampa and Beerus are both gods of destruction, there is still a big gap between them. Beerus's strength definitely far surpasses Kampa, there is no doubt about this. Linz also punched out. Boom! The fists of the two collided in an instant, a popping voice coil appeared, and the surrounding air appeared ripples. Even the cruise ships on the sea were shifted by the invisible pressure shock. After a punch, Linz and Beerus both stepped back. Good boy, the strength is really strong. Beerus seemed to be excited by this punch. He didn't expect Linz's power to be so strong. After Beerus's voice fell, his body flashed out again. Linz greeted him again. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the two disappeared in an instant, and one after another huge blasting voice coils appeared in the sky. A huge amount of pressure keeps pouring down. It's so fast, I can't clearly see the movements of the two. Son Goku, Vegeta, and others can only see the popping voice coils appearing one by one. As for Piccolo, they can't see clearly. Things have already developed to this point, it seems that I can't help anymore at all. God Jebel looked at Linz and Beerus, who were already fighting together, and said faintly. After speaking, instant transmission went directly back to the Supreme Kai world. You can only discuss with your ancestors after you go back to see if there are other ways to stop them. Bang bang bang. Above the sky, the two still didn't use any energy, but kept touching with their fists. Even so, the huge pressure from the collision made the ground begin to collapse, and a series of terrifying cracks spread around like giant snakes. If you fight like this, the earth won't be able to hold it. Linz looked at the ground, frowned and said. Both himself and Beerus have not displayed 10% of their power, and they have already caused such a gods of destruction to the earth. If 30% of the strength is used, random shock waves can make the earth disappear. I'm still distracted at this time, you don't put me in your eyes too much. Beerus seized Linz's chance of distraction, and suddenly smiled successfully and smashed Linz's face hard. Linz was directly flew hundreds of feet away with a punch. Bah! Sneak attack, right? Linz steadied his body, spit out, a look of anger appeared in his eyes. Instant transmission. Flash time. At the same time, Linz directly used instant transmission and flash. I arrived in front of Beerus almost instantly, and then he pressed his right knee heavily on Beerus' chin. Bang! With a muffled sound, Beerus's body flew upside down. At this time, Linz's body suddenly appeared on the deck of the cruise ship. Whis, can you help build an energy barrier where I fight with Beerus? Linz said to Whis. Although you can make it yourself, it will consume a lot of energy. Now we have to fight Beerus, we can't just consume it casually. Okay then. Just treat it as to protect these delicious food. Whis thought for a while, then nodded. Anyway, if Lord Beerus defeats Linz in the end, how the earth will deal with it is a matter of one sentence. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Then the staff in Whis's hand lightly tapped the ground, and a huge grass-green energy barrier rose directly from the ground. What's the matter? Does that guy have such a strong ability? Vegeta, Son Goku, and others glanced at Whis, with unbelievable expressions in their eyes. This guy hadn't spoken before, but followed Beerus quietly, so everyone subconsciously regarded him as Beerus's servant. But I didn't expect to have this ability. Linz didn't have time to pay attention to the shock of everyone, but his body flashed, and he returned to the air again. In this way, he can fight with Beerus with confidence. Cut, that bastard Whis, why listen to that human like that? It's really annoying. Beerus curled his lips and said to himself coldly. But that's all, anyway, my purpose is to fight this human being. If you don't arrange it properly, it is estimated that Guy 18 is worried that this planet will be affected, and will not fight with all strength. Call out. Beerus appeared in front of Linz again. He touched his chin and said lightly, you do have some strength. The attack just now really made me feel a little bit of pain. After millions of years, you are still the first human to make me feel pain. Where is this? The pain you will feel next will definitely be more than 100 times more than now. Linz raised the corner of his mouth and said to Beerus confidently. Cut, if you praise you, you don't know how many caddies you are, right? I didn't even use 10% of my strength just now. Beerus frowned and said coldly. Such an arrogant human being, this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant human being. Today I don't want to teach this arrogant thing well, and I am sorry for the title of the strongest gods of destruction. That's a coincidence. Like you, I didn't use 10% of the strength. Linz shrugged and said. This year, in the spiritual time house, his basic strength has been greatly improved. So now his Super Game God form and Super 5 form are far from the same as a year ago. It's really sharp. But when I slam you on my feet in a while, I don't think you are so arrogant. Beerus barked his teeth, grinning, and said fiercely. Every word of this arrogant guy is so unpleasant. Then see if you have that ability. Linz smiled coldly, and then his body burst out. Now Whis has built an energy barrier on the battlefield between the two of them, so Linz is not worried that the Earth will be destroyed. Call out. Linz's speed is quite fast. This guy, are you serious about it? Read more at wuxiax.com. Seeing Linz, who was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, Beerus's expression sank slightly. Obviously I didn't expect Linz's speed to be so amazing. Then quickly put his arms in front of his head and blocked Linz's fist. Bang! In the next second, Linz's fist slammed heavily on Beerus's arms. The power of horror poured out in an instant. What? A heavy fist fell on Beerus's arm, and Beerus's face changed suddenly. A look of shock also appeared in his eyes. Obviously, Linz's power shocked him. Beerus's body was blasted by a punch for several hundred feet before it stabilized. It seems that I underestimated this guy a little bit, but it's only interesting like this. It would be too boring if it was defeated by me all at once. Shocked, but apparently Beerus was not angry, but rather excited. After all, I haven't fought well for tens of thousands of years, and it is natural to be excited when I finally meet an opponent who is close to each other. Hey! The next second, Beerus's body appeared directly in front of Linz, and he punched out his fist without fancy. The same force sank and hit Linz's chest. Linz was thrown into the air with a punch. Then he rushed to Linz again. Hey! Beerus is indeed much stronger than Kampa. Linz rubbed his chest, then came out. Bang bang bang! There was a low collision sound in the sky again, the explosive voice coil kept flickering, and the shock wave shocked barrier kept humming. Okay, so strong, I can't see the movements of the two of them at all. Is this the power of gods of destruction, Beerus? To beat Linz to this level, it seems that Lord Supreme Kai didn't lie, gods of destruction is really a mess. Son Goku, Vegeta, and others were shocked. The strength that the two showed at this time far exceeded their imagination. It's just that they didn't know that the two of them didn't fight with all their strength at all. Even the general power has not been displayed. I really want to fight the two of them. Son Goku pursed his lips excitedly and said. Seeing the two of them fighting, the blood in Son Goku's body was boiling. Over time, Linz and Beerus have fought for more than 20 minutes. However, the anger of the two men still seems to be very high, and there is no tendency to weaken at all. And the desire to fight is getting higher and higher. Good guy, I can actually force half of my power for hundreds of millions of years, but no human has ever done it. Kampa is planted in your hands without complaining at all. Beerus pursed his lips and said excitedly. It's been a long time since I fought so happily. So much nonsense. Linz snorted coldly, clenched his fists, his arrogance exploded from his body, and his body burst out again. Linz was also very excited about the fight at this time. This kind of battle is indeed much more exciting than fighting Kampa. Call out. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. Then two figures appeared on the deck of the cruise ship. What? Who are these two guys? Son Goku and others quickly looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. To be precise, one person has one cat. This guy is simply a fat version of gods of destruction, Beerus. Son Goku looked at the purple fat cat and said in surprise. The clothes of the four of them are very similar, and there is no way to feel their breath at all. Are they also gods of destruction? Piccolo said in surprise. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. It should be Uncle Piccolo, I feel exactly the same thing as Lord Beerus in his body. At this time, Dende said to Piccolo with a frightened face. This dangerous feeling of oppression is exactly the same. Hey! Why are you here, sister, and Master Kampa? At this moment Whis stood up suddenly, looked at the two of them who appeared suddenly, and asked with a smile. Yes, the two people who suddenly appeared were Kampa and Vados. Master Kampa said he wanted to see the battle between Master Beerus and Linz, so I came here. Vados answered faintly. So that's the case? But Master Kampa came to the 7th universe without Master Beerus' approval. Master Beerus might be a little angry. Whis looked at Kampa and said. The two brothers have always been at odds. Cut. Am I afraid of that skinny and angry? Kampa raised his head proudly, and besides, he is busy dealing with Linz's bastard now, so there is no time to pay attention to himself. Master Kampa has grown bolder. Sister, the food of our 7th universe Earth is really good, I'll take you to taste it. Whis gave Kampa a blank look, then said to Vados. Really? In this case, I have to taste it. Vados' eyes shone brightly. For a foodie, the allure of food is hard to stop. Whis and Vados are both angels, but they are also full of foodies. When the two were looking for food, Kampa looked at the battle between Beerus and Linz. Cut, that ant's strength seems to have become stronger again. Seeing Linz who was hitting you with Beerus, Kampa raised an eyebrow and said. However, during this year, Vados also carried out high-intensity training for himself. The time now has also greatly improved. Today, apart from watching the excitement, I have to take revenge. After Beerus defeated the smelly ant, he must kill him himself. At this time, Beerus and Linz naturally discovered the arrival of Vados and Kampa. What did that fat pig come to 7th universe? Even if I ran over without my consent, it seems to be itchy. Beerus glanced at Kampa, frowned and thought to himself. But the most important thing is to fight Linz. Read more at wuxiax.com. He found that this guy is quite weird, and whenever he improves his strength will also increase. There is no way to suppress him at all, which annoys him a bit. This fellow Kampa dared to go to the 7th universe to wander around. It seems that the lessons learned last time were not enough. Then today, let him deepen his memory. Linz also glanced at Kampa who was standing on the splint, and said coldly. Now that he has delivered it to the door, I will beat him again in a while. It happened to be blocked by Vados last time, and it feels like it's not enjoyable yet. But the most important thing now is to defeat Beerus first. The two looked at each other and then fought together again. At this time, the two of them had improved their strength to 70% or 80%, and the entire Earth was trembling violently every time they collided. Hey Beerus, even a human of your own universe can't solve it. Gods of Destruction is too weak for you, too embarrassing, right? Seeing Linz and Beerus fighting hard to separate, Kampa began to mock Beerus loudly. Cut, that bastard! Hearing being mocked by Kampa, Beerus frowned, distracted for a while. This guy was violently beaten by Linz, and he was knocked unconscious directly. Now that he still has the right to laugh at himself, it really doesn't have any face. Bang! At the moment Beerus was distracted, Linz pressed his knees heavily against Beerus's belly. Wow! Beerus's pained expression condensed, and his body bowed into a prawn. Then Linz swept his leg and swept Beerus's cheek, and his body suddenly fell like a meteorite, hitting the barrier wall. Hateful! Kampa this bastard! Beerus rubbed his cheek, his face full of anger. Not because he was hit by Linz, but because the bastard Kampa spoke suddenly and distracted him. That's why I was hit. She, look at your embarrassed look, Beerus, who claims to be the strongest gods of destruction, which is really laughable. And Kampa smiled sinisterly and continued to mock. His purpose is to anger Beerus, and then make the two of them fight more intensely. In this way, the two of them can lose both. Beerus can only keep this account in first, and wait until Linz is settled, and then clean up Kampa. After thinking about it, Beerus attacked Linz again, and the two instantly fought together. As your good brother, seeing how hard you are playing, let me help you. Beerus. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, Kampa smiled sinisterly again, and then a purple energy ball condensed in his palm and threw it towards Linz. Linz, be careful! Son Goku suddenly reminded him. Then he looked at Kampa angrily. Why is this guy who suddenly appeared so insidious? Obviously the two of them were fighting fairly, but he was about to make a surprise attack. Linz had already felt Kampa's little movements. Then he turned around and took a quick shot. Kampa's energy ball was shot directly into the air. But at the same time, Beerus' fist also fell on Linz's face. The strength of the two is equal at this time. As long as one party is distracted, it will definitely suffer. Boom! Linz was fisted by Beerus and buzzed the energy barrier. The energy inside the barrier built by Whis can't spread out, but the outside can attack inside the barrier. This damn fat pig, it seems to be really tired of living. Linz clenched his fists tightly and cast an angry look at Kampa. On the other hand, Kampa has an expression that you bite me so badly. Kampa, you bastard, who can help? Beerus was also quite angry. Originally, the two of them had a fair fight, but Kampa, the bastard, was ruining one after another. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Hey, Beerus, don't treat it as a donkey's liver and lungs. I'm here to help you. You can't beat that guy anyway, right? Kampa looked at Beerus sarcastically. This guy Beerus is too arrogant. If he stimulates him like this, he might be able to exert even more power. Oh! Don't forget who was stunned by a human, Kampa. Beerus replied coldly. This guy was beaten like a dead pig, and he still has the face to ridicule himself here. Cut! Hearing this, Kampa's face suddenly changed. This incident was a great shame to him, and his anger began to roll when he thought of it. Wait, well, die the fat pig, I will definitely give you a lesson that will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Linz glanced at Kampa with a cold look, and his tone was as cold as 10,000 years of ice. This kind of attack behind the scenes is indeed quite irritating. Really? In that case, let me clean up you first. Kampa also gritted his teeth tightly. It's okay for Beerus not to mention that he was knocked out just now. As soon as he mentioned it, he felt angry and couldn't control his sanity. My own time strength this year has also been greatly improved, now I will find him to settle accounts. Call out. Kampa's body flashed and went directly into the barrier. Get off, Kampa, this guy is my opponent. Seeing Kampa preparing to join the battle, Beerus shouted loudly. Hey! You can't beat you anyway, just let me come. Beerus. Kampa suddenly smiled coldly, and then attacked Linz. Quickly get out of the dead pig, that's my prey, who will allow you to intervene. Beerus also followed behind, his body bursting out. The two attacked Linz almost instantly. Are you going together? Come on then. Linz shook his head, and greeted him with a flash of his body. Anyway, they have to be cleaned up, so how can we go together? The three of them fought fiercely together, and the speed was quite amazing. Son Goku, Vegeta and others could not see the movements of Linz and Beerus at all. Those two gods of destruction have been singing the opposite of the tune, but now they seem to have joined forces. In this case, it is very difficult for Mr. Linz to win. Although Son Gohan couldn't see their battle clearly, he understood the current situation. The strength of one gods of destruction is ridiculously strong. If the two work together, it is estimated that Linz will not be an opponent no matter how powerful it is. It's true, I think we should help Linz, after all, we are all humans. Son Goku nodded, his face a little heavy. After all, to fight against people of gods of destruction's level, they may not be able to help at all. Maybe you will be defeated in an instant. That said, but with our strength, even if we add up, we are hitting rocks with pebbles, which is not helpful. Piccolo shook his head and said, I am not afraid of death, but even if they are on it, the situation will not change in any way. Dad, do you remember that Mr. Lin said about becoming a Super Saiyan God? Then you asked Shenron about the way to become a Super Saiyan God. At this time, Son Gohan said suddenly, if Dad can become a Super Saiyan God, he will definitely be able to contain a gods of destruction, and Lin's will not be in a one-on-two situation. In this case, Lin's is more likely to win. Yes. How did I forget this? If I can become Super Saiyan God, maybe I can fight Lord Beerus. Son Goku suddenly shot an aura in his eyes and said. But, if you want to become a Super Saiyan God, you need 5 Saiyans who have a righteous heart to inject their energy into the body of another Saiyan who has a righteous heart. We now only have 5 Saiyans in total, which is impossible to accomplish. I was suddenly overjoyed just now, and soon a basin of cold water was poured down. Let Son Goku take a hit. It is not easy to find another Saiyan, and it is even more difficult to find someone with a righteous heart. Mr. Lin's is now lacking in skills, otherwise maybe he can. Son Gohan looked at Lin's who was fighting fiercely in the sky, and said with some regret, read more at wuxiax.com. Hey! That guy doesn't necessarily have a pure heart, so even if he is there, he may not be able to complete it. At this moment Vegeta said coldly. This is not against Lin's, but the fact. Then, do we have no other way? Everyone had a look of joy just now, but now they all turned into bitter faces. That one. When everyone was disappointed, Videl suddenly walked over. What's wrong, Videl? Should you go back first? It's too dangerous here. Son Goku hurriedly walked to Videl's side and said in a fondly tone. I'm fine, Gohan, don't worry. I just heard everyone talk about Saiyan again. Is there a lack of Saiyan? Videl looked at Son Gohan with big watery eyes and asked. Well, if you want to become a Super Saiyan God, you must have 6 Saiyans who have a righteous heart, but now we only have 5 people. Okay, you don't have to worry about things like that. Son Gohan smiled and said to Videl. Now that the earth is in trouble, of course I also want to make a contribution. Also, maybe I can help you with this matter. Videl blinked mischievously and said to Son Gohan. What? Son Goku, Vegeta and others looked shocked and looked at Videl. Does this little girl know what she is talking about? What they were looking for was a new Saiyan with a heart of justice. I'm pregnant, Gohan's flesh and blood should be considered Saiyan too. After Videl finished speaking, his face was shy, and everyone showed shocked expressions. At this time, in the barrier, Beerus and Kampa seemed to be fighting over who hit Lin's for the first time. It can be said that he did his best. Bang bang! The two punched at the same time, and Lin's took both punches. The moment the fist touched, Lin's body was directly retreated. Then he slammed into the barrier wall. Damn, 2 dead cats! Lin's curled his lips. The combination of the two is indeed a little bit tricky for his super game god form. Chi chi chi, what little ants! Where did your arrogance a year ago go? Can you only retreat now? Kampa smiled coldly, and said to Lin's defiantly. Quickly get out of Kampa. Beerus turned away from Kampa and cursed. No way, as gods of destruction, I really can't fight Kampa directly. That way, both universes will be destroyed. Hey! Didn't you see that I pushed the bug back? You can't do it with your own strength. So you should thank me, Beerus. Kampa said with a smug expression on his hips. Hey little ants, come and hit me again if you have the ability. Slightly. Kampa grimaced at Lin's and provocatively stuck out his tongue. This is the first time I have heard such a cheap request, but, I will satisfy you. Lin squeezed his eyes and slowly loosened. And the corners of his mouth suddenly evoked an arc of evil charm. Seeing Lin's eyes, Kampa suddenly felt anxious. Ha ha! Suddenly a low roar came out of his throat. The golden arrogance erupted instantly. Lin's spotty hair with heating turned silvery white, and his hair also turned silvery white, hanging straight down his waist. Obviously, at this moment Lin's directly became Super Saiyan 5. Okay, so strong, does Lin's hide such a terrifying transformation? On the deck, Son Goku and others were shocked thinking about becoming Super Saiyan God. He always thought that Super Saiyan God was Lin's best strength, but he didn't expect him to transform again. And now they can feel Lin's anger, which means that this is Saiyan's new transformation, not the realm of God. Kampa had seen Lin's Super Saiyan 5 transformed, so his face changed, not too shocked. Beerus is different, because he didn't know that Lin still retained strength, and retained a very strong strength. That bastard, who has always reserved something, is really uncomfortable. Beerus clenched his fists tightly. It seems that it is not easy to defeat him. Kampa, didn't you just want to experience the feeling of being beaten again? I will fulfill you now. Flash time. Lin's raised the corner of his mouth, and then his body suddenly disappeared. What? It's completely gone. Both Beerus and Kampa had shocked expressions on their faces. Because Lin's anger completely disappeared in an instant. Call out. When Lin's appeared again, he was already in front of Kampa. There was a devilish expression. Bang! Then he pressed his knee heavily to Kampa's chest. Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking came from Kampa's chest. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted directly from the mouth. The body flew out like an arrow from the string, and hit the barrier heavily. Of course Lin's was not prepared to let Kampa go so easily, and his body followed. With his right hand into a palm, he pressed Kampa's head against the barrier. I didn't even look for you, you dare to mess with me, you are really brave. Dead pig. Lin's cold voice fell, and another knee fell heavily on Kampa's chest. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Kampa's mouth again, and the spirit of the whole person wilted instantly. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Bang bang bang. Lin's hit the knee 3 times in a row, but the force control was quite precise, which only made Kampa feel the tearing pain, but it did not make him comatose. Since the last time in the 6th universe, he knew that he wanted to kill gods of destruction a little unlikely. Angel Vados will definitely stop him, and even if he really kills Kampa, Angel Vados can resurrect Kampa through the ability to look back in time. Killing Kampa in this way is a waste of toss. It's better to let this mean fat cat experience the pain. Ah! A painful moan came from Kampa's throat, and blood was constantly overflowing from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Vados, who was enjoying the food on the deck of the cruise ship, stopped and looked into the barrier. As long as Master Kampa is life-threatening, she will do it. Oh! That Mr. Lin seems to be stronger than I thought, much stronger. And my sister didn't tell me that he can still become this form. Whis also focused his attention on Lin's, and said lightly. Now Lin's, it can be said with certainty that his strength has surpassed Master Beerus. It is possible to defeat Lord Kampa in an instant. If Lin's turns into this form early in the morning, it is estimated that Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus will not be his opponents together. Unless Lord Beerus displays Ultra Instinct. Unexpectedly, this guy is stronger than the last time I saw it. He grew up so terribly in just 1 year. I used to think that given him 1,000 years of time, he might have the potential to surpass Angel. It seems that it won't take that long at all. Vados frowned slightly and said to Whis. It's true. Sister. His potential is indeed very strong, maybe he can become our colleague in the future. Whis smiled and said. In the barrier, watching Kampa being beaten by Lin's in a humiliating manner, Beerus clenched his fists subconsciously. At first he thought that Kampa would feel very happy when he was beaten up, and he even went down and laughed at Kampa. But it does not seem to be the case now. In any case, Kampa is his twin brother. The two were usually at odds, but when he saw Kampa being beaten, Beerus was still a little angry. This bastard doesn't take gods of destruction too seriously. Beerus frowned tightly, clenched his fists, and rushed towards Linz directly from behind. Feeling the movement of Beerus behind him, Linz clasped Kampa's head directly, and turned around and threw it towards the rapidly flying Beerus. Beerus was so fast that he couldn't brake when he reacted. Bang! The bodies of the two directly collided and flew out at the same time. Beerus pushed Kampa away, and Kampa's body fell softly. The staff in Wiss's hand lightly nodded, and Kampa's body fell in front of the two of them. Ah! A painful moan came from Kampa's throat, obviously suffering from intense pain. Hey, really, I told Master Kampa not to come, I have to watch the excitement. Now Master Kampa has turned into a lively scene. Vados sighed and said to Kampa sympathetically. In fact, when they left the sixth universe, she thought that this might be the result. Immediately afterwards, the staff in Vados's hand was swung lightly, and a burst of grass-green energy enveloped Kampa, and Kampa's injuries soon healed. Read more at wuxiax.com. But his face was completely blue at this time. Then he raised his head and looked at Linz with endless anger in his eyes. That damn bastard! Obviously I have become very strong, why I was defeated by him in a humiliating way. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Kampa's fists clenched, his nails digging into the flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. Humiliation, anger. But there is nothing he can do. When he thought he had become strong enough, he did not expect Linz to be far above him, standing at a height beyond his reach. At this time, in the barrier, Beerus's face was also quite ugly. Although I had a dispute with Kampa just now, to be honest, the two of them indeed joined forces to deal with Linz. But he didn't expect that under the joint efforts of the two gods of destruction, this guy would actually destroy one. If this is to let other gods of destruction know, especially the two guys Quitella and Vermit, then he and Kampa will definitely become the laughing stock in gods of destruction. Such things must not be allowed. Since that bastard has shown all his strength, then I will accompany you in a good fight. A serious look appeared in Beerus's eyes. In fact, from the beginning to the present, I did not fight with all my strength. Because he has always felt that a human, no matter how strong he is absolutely not qualified to let himself go all out. But now it seems that if he doesn't fight with all his strength, he might end up with Kampa. This is something that I absolutely don't allow to happen. Linz, right? You let me remember your name, and the next is the real battle. Beerus's eyes were slightly narrowed, cold light flashing. Ask for flowers. Haha. Then there was a sudden roar, and the terrifying purple flame instantly vanished. The entire barrier was directly rendered purple. The spirit of Beerus exploded at that moment. Very good, I also want to see how strong gods of destruction Beerus is. Linz smiled coldly, almost at the same time, their bodies burst out. The two beams of gold and one purple are like two meteorites, colliding together under everyone's gaze. OM. In the next second, the harsh buzzing made everyone subconsciously cover their ears. Rumble. The whole earth shook violently by the earthquake. Click. Click. Then there was a crisp cracking sound, and looking along the sound, we saw that a clear crack had appeared on the energy barrier. And it continues to spread around. Oh! Unexpectedly, the confrontation would be so intense. A flash of surprise flashed across Wiss's face, but it quickly disappeared. He thought that his condensed energy barrier was enough to withstand the full fight between the two, but it seemed that the battle was much fiercer than he thought. Later, Wiss waved his staff again to strengthen the barrier. Because of the next battle, the destructive power should be stronger. After Linz and Beerus made an attack, the two retreated to both sides. It seems that the full strength of Beerus is still very strong. Linz moved his arm and said inwardly. In the form of Super Saiyan 5, the body is very strong, but I still felt a tingling sensation. In contrast, Beerus was even more shocked. Because he can't use his whole arm a bit now. Unexpectedly, after exerting his full strength, he would still be so embarrassed. Call out! At this moment, Lin's body flashed toward Beerus again. Seeing Lin's, who was so fast, Beerus didn't panic at all. The body leaned slightly to the side, hiding Lin's fist. Swish! Lin's punched several times in a row, but was evaded by Beerus each time. And there is a feeling of ease. Ultra Instinct. Lin stopped his attack, looked at Beerus, and said. In addition to his own strength, Beerus has another point, that he has mastered Ultra Instinct that other gods of destruction have not mastered. So he is the strongest gods of destruction, and he deserves it. Although it is still in an imperfect state, it has already occupied a great advantage in the battle, mountain. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. You know Ultra Instinct? It seems you know a lot. Beerus looked at Lin's in surprise, and said in shock. You must know that Ultra Instinct is the power of God. In the gods of destruction of the 12 universes, only oneself understands the imperfect Ultra Instinct. For human beings, Ultra Instinct is definitely a very mysterious thing. It is simply an existence that is impossible to touch. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him would know Ultra Instinct, which surprised him very much. I know a lot. But you just mastered the imperfect Ultra Instinct, this kind of ability can't help you beat me. Lin smiled and said to Beerus. Do you even know this? I have to say that you really surprised me, but even the imperfect freedom is enough to deal with you. After Beerus finished speaking, his arms suddenly shook, and a terrifying purple flame burst out of his body again. Then the body suddenly looked like a swimming dragon and flashed towards Lin's. Although the speed did not seem to be very fast, but in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin's and punched Lin's. Lin's hurried to one side of his body and dodged Beerus' fist. He almost dodged and kicked Beerus with his right foot and raised his leg. Beerus's expression did not change in any way, but his body voluntarily stopped the attack, and gently withdrew back, just to hide Lin's high leg. Try this! Ha! Then Lin's palms blasted directly towards Lin's, and 10 energy beams shot out from the fingers in an instant, towards Beerus. Seeing the sudden energy beam, Beerus's expression changed slightly. However, the body hides all 10 energy beams from a rather strange angle. And at the moment Beerus evaded all Lin's attacks, 2 destructive energy balls were condensed in the palms of both palms, and then he threw it towards Lin's. This kind of thing is useless to me. Lin slapped the 2 energy rackets directly. I have to say that Beerus, who used Ultra Instinct, is really a little bit tricky. However, he still has his whole cards not to be displayed. Does the destructive energy really have no effect on him? Although I don't want to admit it, it seems that I want to beat this guy, it's a bit difficult. Beerus frowned tightly. Before coming to Earth, he felt that only 30% of his strength was enough to defeat a human being himself. But now he has used all his power, and he has also used Ultra Instinct. Unexpectedly, there is still no way to defeat this guy. If you continue to fight like this, you have a high probability of being defeated. Whis, it seems that Lord Beerus will be defeated soon. Looking at Lin's and Beerus in the barrier at this time, Vados smiled and said, read more at wuxiax.com. Okay. Although Lin's is very strong, his form seems to be very stamina consuming. And although the Ultra Instinct of Lord Beerus has not been fully grasped, the stamina consumption is not large, and Lin's current attack on Lord Beerus seems to be there is no substantial harm. So if it is a protracted battle, Lord Beerus may not necessarily be defeated. Whis thought for a while and said. The advantage of Ultra Instinct is its super strong muscle dodge ability. It does not require the brain to think at all, and the body can respond spontaneously. Lin's also attacked dozens of times just now, but never hit Lord Beerus. If this continues, his physical fitness may be a severe test. That guy has other hole cards. He seems to be able to jump in time. Vados spoke again. What? Can jump time? Is a human being able to control time as much as we do? Hearing Vados' words, Whis was obviously a little shocked. The ability to control time can only go back 3 minutes. But once you master the ability of time, you will definitely be in a very advantageous position in battle. If Mr. Linz really mastered the time ability, then I didn't say anything before. Whis looked at Linz and said. At this moment, Beerus suddenly felt good news. That guy's energy seems to be weakening. That's right, Linz's anger seems to be weakening. I understand, this guy didn't deliberately wanted to retain his strength at the beginning, but because this transformation consumes too much energy, and the God realm consumes relatively little, so he will always fight in that form. That's it, if that's the case, then I'm sure to win this battle. Feeling the changes in Linz, and inferring Linz's weaknesses by the way, Beerus suddenly gained a lot of confidence. The corner of his mouth also evoked a smug arc. As long as I continue to consume his physical energy with Ultra Instinct now, I can easily defeat him even without Ultra Instinct. Although this is not so glamorous for him. At this point, Beerus attacked Linz again. Do you think my stamina is weakened? Gods of Destruction's mind is really not so good. Now I will show you my true strength, Beerus. Seeing Beerus rushing towards him, Linz's mouth suddenly changed. Flash time. Then a low voice came from his throat. The next second the body suddenly disappeared. It made Beerus' fist empty. What? Disappeared. Beerus's face changed drastically in an instant. That guy's stamina have obviously dropped. Why is the speed so fast? Wrong. Not only was the speed fast, but at that moment, Linz's anger completely disappeared. It's like disappearing into space in an instant. Snapped. In the next second, Beerus hadn't reacted yet, and there was a fiery pain on his face. Linz's instep was already heavily drawn on Beerus' face. The body flew out directly diagonally. Finally, he hit the energy barrier heavily. No, impossible. That bastard's anger has dropped significantly, why is it still so fast? Moreover, I didn't feel his movements at all. Beerus was shocked. This made him completely unclear what was going on. Surprised, isn't it? Idiot, I really thought that my stamina would drop after fighting like this. Just as Beerus was extremely surprised, Linz's cold voice rang from his ears again. Beerus hadn't reacted yet, and his body was knocked out again. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. What's going on? Why I can't feel his breath at all. Beerus was completely shocked this time, although he has always maintained an imperfect Ultra Instinct form. But he couldn't feel Linz's anger at all, so even if his body reacted spontaneously, he couldn't make any judgments. In this way, he would only be passively beaten, and there would be no way to counterattack at all. Too great, Gods of Destruction. Beerus is completely inferior. Although Linz has long been known to be strong, it is too abnormal. Son Goku and others watched the battle at this time in dismay. Although they had no way of seeing exactly how Linz attacked, they could clearly see Beerus being beaten. That bastard's strength surpasses Gods of Destruction, which is really uncomfortable. Vegeta frowned, watching Linz speak in a low tone. Think about it, 8 years ago, he arrogantly challenged Linz, but now, he is already at the top of the pyramid. Not only has he become Super Saiyan God, but even Beerus is not an opponent at all in front of him. Also as Saiyan, his heart is naturally quite uncomfortable at this time. More importantly, he is like Saiyan, with the purest royal blood. I can't believe that Saiyan has such terrifying potential. Piccolo said enviously. Linz was able to become so powerful, it was surprising that Son Goku and Vegeta could also be. I thought I was about the same strength as Son Goku back then, but I didn't expect it to be so big now. And this gap will continue to expand with time. At this time, in the barrier, Beerus, who had been hit twice, already felt hurt. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Damn bastard, absolutely unforgivable. Beerus got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a strong killing intent. Since becoming gods of destruction, he has never suffered such humiliation. Even other gods of destruction have never made myself so embarrassed. Now that the humans in his universe are doing this, he really can't accept it. I definitely won't let you go, you bastard. Beerus snarled frantically, and a terrifying purple flame burst out of his body in an instant. At that moment, the purple arrogance directly hit the top of the barrier, and the entire barrier was like a giant purple glass ball shimmering with purple light. Then Beerus's hands were suddenly flat, and countless purple balls of destructive energy appeared behind him, surrounded by silver lines. Damage! Beerus's deep voice fell, and the purple energy ball fell directly towards Linz like raindrops. It seems that you are really pressed into a hurry, Beerus, knowing that this kind of thing is useless to me at all. Linz smiled coldly, and also faintly said the word destroy. Suddenly a purple energy wave shot towards the countless energy balls. Read more at wuxiax.com. Those little raindrops melted into it directly as if they touched a water column, and disappeared. Idiot, this is my purpose. Beerus's voice suddenly sounded, and when it appeared again, it was already in front of Linz. There was a successful smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he slammed a punch into Linz's lower abdomen. Hey! Beerus's fist landed on Linz's belly, but it penetrated directly. Remnant, afterimage. Beerus was dumbfounded, his attack just now used a violent attack. On the surface, he attacked with destructive energy. But in fact he was waiting for this sudden attack. Didn't expect to be seen through by this guy? And even cleverly avoided his fist, but the question is his real body? At this point, Beerus' brows burst into cold sweat, and then he quickly turned his head and looked around. Just when Beerus turned his head, there was a big fist in front of him. Bang! The fist hit Beerus' face hard. What? A scream came from Beerus' mouth, and his body flew out again. Obviously, after Linz performed his flashing skills, the time he stood was not beyond Beerus's reach. So his little tricks of bashing are useless to Linz at all. Oh! It looks like Lord Beerus was beaten badly. Whis frowned slightly. Although before coming back, I thought that Beerus might not be able to deal with this situation. But I didn't expect this Linz to be so strong. After displaying all his power, Lord Beerus was simply vulnerable. If Master Beerus can't discover Linz's flashing skills, he will definitely lose. Vados spoke. At this time, Kampa pricked his ears to listen to the conversation between the two. Secretly figured out how to defeat Linz, that stinky ant. No, elder sister, even if Master Beerus knows that Linz uses flashing skills, he can't beat Linz. I just observed it. Linz's jump time is about 0.5 seconds. Sir Beerus can't keep up with this time. If it is an opponent whose strength is weaker than Lord Beerus may still have a chance to win, but Linz is already stronger than Lord Beerus, so I can't win. Whis shook his head and said to Vados. The end of this game is already destined. Now it's time to see Linz wants to play. Cut, that bastard's strength, can't even Beerus win. In this case, I think there is no hope of killing him. Hearing what Whis said, Kampa's face was a little unsightly. After being humiliated twice, and there is still no way to avenge him, this feeling is naturally quite aggrieved. At this time, Beerus, half of his face was already raised high, with blue-purple blood stains hanging on the corners of his mouth, and he looked embarrassed when he thought of it. Damn, or asshole! I am going to kill you! Beerus snarled frantically again, as if his extreme anger made him lose his mind. Kill me? You don't have that ability anymore. And, it's a bit boring to fight with your brothers, so it's time for this boring battle to end. Lin said coldly. Beerus, who played Ultra Instinct, is already his strongest form. But this is still not Lin's opponent, so if you continue to fight like this, it won't be interesting. After Lin's voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared. This time, he used both instant transmission and flash, so Beerus had no chance to evade. Bang! Lin's fist slammed into Beerus' face, as he moved back behind Beerus. Call out! Lin's body suddenly disappeared again, and he was behind Beerus when he appeared. Raise the hand knife high, the hand up and down. Bang! The moment the deep voice sounded, Beerus' pupils shrank suddenly, and then he lost consciousness and his body fell softly. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Master Beerus has been defeated. Looking at the falling Beerus, Whis spoke lightly. Then the staff in his hand waved, and the huge grass-green energy barrier disappeared. Beerus's body also slowly fell in front of Whis and Vados. This is the first time I have seen such a strong human. I guess Mr. Beerus will be a little crazy after waking up. Vados looked at Beerus, who had been knocked out, and said. Yes. Lord Beerus is also very arrogant. Being defeated by a human being Lin's today will definitely hit him very hard. Whis nodded and said. However, he was not in a hurry to wake Beerus, because with the character of Lord Beerus, he would definitely have to fight again if he wakes up now. It is estimated that Lin's will stun again. Hey! At this moment, Lin's body also fell on the deck. Then appeared in front of Kampa. Lin's at this time still maintains the form of Super Saiyan 5. Although he has been fighting for a long time, his anger is still very high. This is the result of his practice this year. Originally, Super Saiyan's 5 loads on the body and the consumption of physical energy were very, very huge. But now, Super Saiyan's 5 consumption has been very small. Even after a few hours of fighting, he can easily maintain the Super 5 form. Dead fat pig, I didn't expect your good brother to be knocked out by me too. Linz raised the corner of his mouth and said provocatively to Kampa. This guy must have thought that Beerus could beat him, and then came to pick up the leak. But this kind of result, he probably didn't think of it. However, the matter of his sneak attack on himself is not over yet. If this kind of guy doesn't teach him a lesson, he will never remember it. Damn worm! Kampa gritted his teeth, the sound of the word ant has not fallen. Snapped. With a crisp slap in the face, Lin slapped his chubby face with a heavy slap. At this moment, the originally fat face swelled up high, like a purple meat bun. It seems that you are useless except for sneak attacks behind your back. You can't even speak. In this case, I will teach you well today. Linz looked at Kampa coldly and said. In the 6th universe, I wanted to kill this guy, but Vados really couldn't do it at the moment. Today, we must teach him how to behave, teach him how to speak, and let him know that such a thing as a sneak attack from behind is not correct. Read more at wuxiax.com. I'm going to kill you, you damn little bug. There was a fierce pain in his face, Kampa's face went black, and then he roared angrily. As gods of destruction, dignity is very important. Being stunned had already made him feel that his face was lost, and now he was hit directly in the face. This hurts self-esteem more than directly stunned. Snapped. As soon as Kampa's roar fell, Lin slapped Kampa's face again. There is no way to fight back in the hands of the little bug. Who do you think is the little bug? Linz looked at Kampa with a sneer and asked. Kampa's feeling of being elevated makes him very unhappy. On the other side, Whis looked at the scene before him, looked at Vados and asked, Aren't you going to stop it? Sister. After all, Kampa is also the gods of destruction in the 6th universe, and is considered Angel Vados's apprentice. Have you forgotten our angel's purpose? We can only take action when gods of destruction's lives are threatened. Besides, I tried to persuade Master Kampa before I came here. He doesn't listen, so it's okay to learn something. Vados spoke lightly. Obviously, when Kampa's life is not threatened, she will not take action. On the other side, Son Goku and Vegeta were dumbfounded. The two gods of destruction have been defeated jointly, and now they are directly slapped gods of destruction. People like Son Goku and Piccolo may not have a clear understanding of gods of destruction. But Vegeta knows exactly how terrifying gods of destruction is. At this time, the strength of Linz has completely refreshed their cognition. 5 minutes have passed. Basically, every time Kampa utters a dirty word, Lin's slap falls on Kampa's face. He has been slapped more than a dozen times. Kampa's face has been fully raised, like an air-filled ball, and his eyes have become slits. But there was still a cold light from inside that slit. Anger. Endless anger filled Kampa's heart. But the only remaining reason told him that he could no longer speak. When speaking, it is only oneself who is injured. In the future, he must have revenge. It seems to be much more honest now. If that's the case, just have a good night's sleep. Looking at Kampa, who was only glaring at him, but didn't dare to speak anymore, Lin slashed directly at his neck with a knife. What? Kampa's expression was taken aback, he snorted, and then passed out directly. From start to finish, Kampa didn't even have a chance to fight back. Looking at Kampa and Beerus who fell on the ground, Linz walked up to Whis and Vados and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry you both, you accidentally knocked out your pet. I don't think you two would mind it." Whis and Vados got up, Whis smiled and said, "Master Beerus and Master Kampa are gods of destruction, not pets." But this time the two gods of destruction were defeated by Mr. Linz. It is estimated that they will be depressed for a long time, and it is estimated that they will work hard in the future. "Okay Whis, I'll take Master Kampa and go. The food in the 7th universe is really good." "No good, I will taste it alone next time." "Good sister, you are welcome to come often." Vados did not answer Lin's question, but spoke to Whis, and then left the 7th universe with Kampa. "If this is the case, then I will also take Master Beerus back. By the way, is Mr. Linz interested in gods of destruction?" Whis asked suddenly. "Because the 7th universe now lacks a candidate gods of destruction. And Linz seems quite appropriate. I don't have that idea for the time being, but we welcome Whis to come to the earth to taste food." Linz shrugged and said to Whis, "I still want to ask Whis some questions about Ultra Instinct. If you can master Ultra Instinct, your strength will definitely get a huge breakthrough. Maybe after mastering Ultra Instinct, his strength can surpass Angel." Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Ah, since Mr. Linz kindly invited me, then I must be embarrassed to refuse. Whis covered his mouth and smiled, and said with a somewhat happy smile. Obviously, the mention of Gourmet Whis is particularly happy. "Well, when Mr. Whis comes to the earth next time, I can prepare some food for you. It is definitely the best, unique in the world." Linz also smiled and said very confidently, "If you can let Whis guide Ultra Instinct with a good meal, it is very cost-effective. His current strength has far surpassed the gods of destruction level, but he should not have reached the angel level. If you master Ultra Instinct, you can definitely reach the level of angel." "Okay, then I will thank Mr. Linz in advance. Then I will take Mr. Beerus back first." Mr. Linz beat Mr. Beerus so embarrassed, "I guess I'll be tricky when I go back." Whis nodded, and then flicked his staff, and a grass-green energy ball wrapped Beerus in it. "You are all used to playing tricks, and there is nothing wrong with a beating," Linz said lightly. "Hey, it makes sense. I will try again next time, then there will be some time later." Whis waved his hand to Linz, and then disappeared directly on Earth with Beerus. After Whis, Beerus, and others disappeared, everyone came over. "Are you okay?" The 18th looked at Linz with some worry and asked. I'm the strongest man in the universe, how can something happen? Don't worry. Linz rubbed No 18's hair and said with a smile. Then you are still pretending to be so weak in front, making me worry. The 18th pouted and said. Actually, I wanted to help out at that meeting, but Linz had told myself long ago that he would never allow her to intervene when he was fighting. That's why I didn't go to help. The most important thing is that she is also afraid that she will mess with Linz. Although his current strength is very strong under Linz's training, there is still a big gap with those of gods of destruction. Even if it goes up, it is estimated that it will become a burden to him, but it will drag him down. Linz, you guys are too strong. If it weren't for today's battle, I didn't know that besides the super game god, you could become a stronger form. By the way, is your current form also a Super Saiyan transformation? Son Goku said to Linz excitedly. There was a look of envy in his eyes. Read more at wuxiax.com. Saiyan, who is also fond of fighting, naturally desires to become strong. This form is called Super Saiyan V. To reach this level, I must first become the kind of Super Saiyan 4 that I was covered with red hair before. Linz said to Son Goku. In fact, all the conversations between Son Goku and the others could be heard clearly. They also sincerely want to help themselves and then compete with gods of destruction. So I am still a little moved. So Linz's tone is as kind as possible at this time. So your previous form was Super Saiyan 4. In other words, after breaking through Super Saiyan 3, will it be Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku asked curiously. Vegeta on the side also stretched his ears and listened carefully, for fear of missing Linz's words. In fact, Super Saiyan 4 is not a form above Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4 is also known as the ape-shaped Saiyan. To be precise, it should be an evolution in blood. Actually, it is the same as Super Saiyan God. Both transformations are considered new forms. The former belongs to bloodline evolution, and the latter belongs to advanced upgrades. Linz explained to Son Goku according to his own understanding. And Son Goku just nodded his head, he seemed to understand. In any case, these two forms are very powerful. But Linz has mastered both forms at the same time, which is really amazing. Then, can Kakarot and I become Super Saiyan 4? Please, excuse me. At this moment Vegeta couldn't help but ask. He wants to know more about the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 than Super Saiyan God. Because he feels that the evolution of the bloodline is more suitable for him, after all, he has always cared about his bloodline of Saiyan. Linz looked at Vegeta, but he didn't expect this arrogant guy to use the word excuse me. In fact, it's easy for you to become Super Saiyan 4, much simpler than Son Goku, Vegeta. Linz said to Vegeta. The prerequisite for becoming Super Saiyan 4 is the tail, which can be transformed into Super Saiyan, and the moon or the light of the Super Bolt's light. In the end, it is to be able to maintain one's sanity in the form of a giant ape. As the royal family of Saiyan, Vegeta can easily control reason in the form of a great ape. So Vegeta is easier to become Super Saiyan than Son Goku. Now just let his tail grow back, and it's basically done. What? Really? Hearing Linz's words, Vegeta was taken aback, and then an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Please. Mr. Linz's advice. Vegeta quickly bowed to Linz and said respectfully. As long as you become Super Saiyan 4, you can definitely surpass Kakarot. This is something I have dreamed of accomplishing for more than 10 years. But now, it seems very hopeful to achieve this hope. Naturally it is extremely excited. If you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you must first make your tail grow again. The tail is the source of Saiyan's strength. The second is to become a giant ape, and then change back to a human form in the form of a golden giant ape, and you are done. Linz spoke to Vegeta concisely. Yuan, is that so? Great, thank you Mr. Linz. After Vegeta listened, he quickly thanked Linz. Was it so easy to become a Super 4? Now I just need to let my tail grow again, and it's done. Hey? Speaking of it, Vegeta is indeed more suitable to become Super Saiyan 4, but I think Super Saiyan God is more suitable for me. Son Goku smiled and said. And now they are also fully equipped to make themselves a Super Game God. Well, today I made an exception to tell you so many things, what to do next you think about it yourself. Let's go. After Lin spoke to Son Goku and others, he left with the 18th. In the next time, I will find a way to comprehend Ultra Instinct, and strive to reach the level of Angel as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. After Lin's left, he went straight back to the Temple of Heaven to continue his cultivation. My strength is still too bad. If my strength surpasses Angel, I will definitely kill Kampa directly in front of Vados today. Therefore, cultivation must never stop. In this way, half a month time passed quickly. Vegeta, through Lin's teaching method, first made a wish for Shenron Palunga of Namek to grow his tail again. Then an artificial moon was created, which successfully became Super Saiyan 4. Of course, as a condition of instant transmission to Namek, Vegeta promised that Son Goku would help Son Goku become Super Saiyan God as long as he became Super Saiyan 4. So after Vegeta became Super Ranked 4th, Son Goku got his wish and became Super Saiyan God. At this time in the Temple of Heaven, Vegeta and Son Goku suddenly appeared. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, what do you two do when you come to the Temple of Heaven? Dende looked at Son Goku and Vegeta who appeared suddenly, and asked. Both of them are cultivators. If nothing happens, Son Goku and Vegeta will definitely not come to the Temple of Heaven. Dende, is Lin's in the spiritual time house? Son Goku asked. The two of them came to the Temple of Heaven this time mainly for two things. First, thank Lin's for telling them how to become Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. This second, the two of them are now so strong, so I want to see how big the gap is with Lin's. Mr. Lin's is in the spiritual time house, but he should be practicing now. Dende nodded and said. The implication is that the two of them don't bother. Although Dende and Son Goku have a pretty good relationship, as a god, he doesn't want the two guys Goku and Vegeta to annoy Lin's. Lin's strength is unfathomable. If he really irritates him, then it will be in trouble. Then let's go in and find him by ourselves. After Son Goku finished speaking, he directly passed Dende and Bobo, and walked towards the spiritual time house. Mr. Wukong, don't you go in yet. If you go in like this, Mr. Lin's will be angry. Dende quickly stopped. It's okay Dende, let's go in and thank Lin's. Son Goku smiled, regardless of Dende's obstruction, and walked into the spiritual time house. After the two walked in, they found a very incredible scene. Lin's and the 18th are practicing. To be more precise, Lin's has been passively beaten all the time, just evading. What's going on? Is it domestic violence? Son Goku looked at the scene before him and said in disbelief. Is it possible that Lin's is better than Lin's, but he has to endure the pain of this domestic violence? Cut, the women Saiyan is fond of seem to be stronger than the other. Read more at wuxiax.com. Vegeta curled his lips, thinking of Bulma. Now his own dignified King Vegeta has completely become a strict wife. Otherwise, I would not participate in boring activities like birthday parties. After feeling the appearance of Son Goku and Vegeta, Lin's and the 18th stopped practicing. What are you two doing here? Lin's looked at the two people standing at the door and asked. Hey, Vegeta and I are here to thank you specifically. Son Goku smiled, then walked towards Lin's. It seems that both of you have successfully broken through. Yes, it's the first step to being a strong one. Lin's looked at Son Goku and Vegeta, nodded and said. In fact, the breakthrough of the two was completely expected. Because they were fully equipped for the breakthrough. However, I think you two are more like challenging me. Will the two scions remember to make a special trip to thank themselves? Obviously joking. Obviously, after the two broke through, they couldn't hold back their desires and wanted to challenge themselves. Please Linz first generate the whole story, let me see the gap between us. Vegeta directly said his true thoughts. He was here to challenge Linz, although he knew in his heart that they might still have some gaps. Then you guys just came here. It's already a bit boring to practice with me on the 18th. You two are just on top. Linz smiled and said to the two of them. Although only half a month has passed since he was outside, he has been in the spiritual time house for 3 full years. Just to comprehend Ultra Instinct. Really, really. Son Goku and Vegeta were overjoyed, but they didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Ask for flowers. Of course. Linz nodded, these two guys, just so you can try the Ultra Instinct, you understand. Since someone has practiced with you, then I have to go out and breathe. The 18th spoke to Linz in relief. Then he walked in front of Son Goku and Vegeta and paused. Said, come on. I wish you two have fun. After speaking, he walked directly out of the spiritual time house. Hearing the 18th, Vegeta's brows frowned subconsciously. Why did he always feel a kind of uneasy emotion? Well, become your strongest form. After he left on the 18th, Linz spoke to Son Goku and Vegeta. 0. It is good. The two nodded and responded. Although Son Goku usually likes to test in battle, he started to show his strength little by little from the normal state. But facing Linz, he didn't dare to deal with it normally, because in that case, he might lose combat effectiveness in an instant. Ha ha. Ha. Both of them shook their arms at the same time, and a low roar came from their throats. Then two arrogance bursts from the body instantly. Son Goku was surrounded by flame-like auras, his hair and pupils turned bright red, apparently becoming Super Saiyan God. It is exactly the same as Son Goku, the Super Game God in Dragon Ball Super. And Vegeta's body was surrounded by golden arrogance, which was jet-like. The appearance has undergone a great change at this time. The whole body is covered with red hair, and the spire hairstyle is tall and erect. Unlike Linz, Vegeta's pupils are light blue. It's exactly the same as Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, the only difference is that she doesn't wear that saucy blue leather pants. It's interesting, come on. Linz waved to Son Goku and Vegeta and said. Hey? Are you not going to make a transformation? Hearing Linz's words, Son Goku asked in surprise. He has become a Super Saiyan God completely different from the previous Super Saiyan God, and his strength has been greatly improved. And Vegeta has also become very powerful. Is Linz going to fight them too as usual? For the two of you, normalcy is enough. Linz smiled and said. Mountain. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. What? Mr. Linz, although I know you are very strong, even if we break through our limits, we cannot be your opponent. But if you fight with us in a normal state, it's a bit too big, right? Vegeta looked at Linz unconvincedly, and said. Obviously he also felt that Linz looked down on both himself and Kakarot too much. After all, the strength of Super Saiyan 4 is very powerful, and Super Saiyan 2 is definitely an earth-shaking change, which can be described as a world of difference. And Kakarot's Super Game God form is also very powerful. And Linz meant to let the two of them shoot together. This does make him a little bit unbelievable. Are I entrusted with the university? You will know when the battle begins. Linz smiled and strategized. In this case, let me first learn about Mr. Linz's strength. Kakarot, you don't need to do it yet. Vegeta spoke to Son Goku. He didn't want to join forces with Son Goku, no matter what. At the same time, he still didn't believe that Linz could defeat them with normalcy. Okay Vegeta, then you will come first. Son Goku nodded, but he didn't care too much about who came first. It just so happened that he could watch the battle between Linz and Vegeta. So, offended. Vegeta spoke to Linz, and then suddenly his body flashed out. Indeed, the speed of Vegeta, which became Super Saiyan 4, has been greatly improved. The body came to Linz in an instant, and he punched directly, without fancy. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is very powerful, so there is no need to use those fancy things. Looking at Vegeta's fist, Linz gently moved his body to the right, hiding Vegeta's fist. Vegeta saw Linz hiding behind him, and followed him with a sweep of his legs. Linz could only take 2 steps backwards, and he could barely escape Vegeta's leg sweep. Mr. Linz, you are indeed a little bit exaggerated. Your normal strength can't beat me at all. Although Linz evaded the 2 attacks, they obviously suppressed Linz in aura, so Vegeta was more proud. Is it? Then you try again. Linz smiled confidently. And when the sound fell, the brilliance of silver and light purple intertwined suddenly appeared all over the body, and silver lines kept rising up around the body. At that moment, Linz's pupils suddenly turned silver grey. How is this going? Read more at wuxiax.com. Vegeta and Son Goku watched Linz's changes. They were stunned, and then there were expressions of surprise on their faces. Is this the new form of Linz? But it seems that it hasn't changed much. The only thing that has changed is the silver aura and the changes in the eyeballs. There hasn't been any growth in the breath, and the usual calmness is like a trickle of the mountain behind Baizai Mountain. Son Goku felt Linz's anger at this time, and said, there is no enhancement at all, and after Super Saiyan transforms, his anger will become irritable and fierce. At this time, Linz's breath didn't get stronger, but rather calm. It can be determined that Linz did not make a super game transformation. Although the chi has not increased, I feel something dangerous. Linz must have become stronger. Vegeta frowned and said, try it first. Vegeta. Son Goku said to Vegeta. Whether there is any improvement, and to what extent, as long as a good fight is needed to understand. Okay. Vegeta nodded, then looked firmly at Linz. Call out. In the next second, Vegeta's body rushed over again. Hey! The same fist struck Linz firmly. But this time, Linz moved slightly, hiding Vegeta's fist. It didn't seem to be fast, but it avoided Vegeta's attack very accurately. Hidden? What's the matter? Vegeta frowned. He clearly saw Linz's speed is very slow, but he just happened to hide his fist. It must be a coincidence. Linz's anger has not improved at all, and it is absolutely impossible to escape. Vegeta gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. Call out. In the next second, Vegeta's body rushed over again. Swish! The fists blasted out one after another, and the air rustled with fists. Every punch seems to be able to hit Linz, but when he is about to hit Linz's body, he will be just avoided. It was a coincidence once or twice, but so many punches didn't hit Linz, then Vegeta knew it was not accidental no matter how stupid it was. In other words, that guy's strength has indeed been greatly improved. So that he became Super Saiyan 4, and he couldn't even touch his body. This guy Linz is really a monster. Unexpectedly, it was only half a month, and this change happened to him. The breath has not improved, but the evasion ability is super strong. Vegeta has been attacking with all his strength, but it has not hit Linz's body once, even the clothes are not touched. Son Goku said with a shocked face on the side. Saiyan was the same, but he didn't expect the gap between them to be so huge. Okay, Vegeta, you can't touch me at all with your strength, so let's go with you too. Son Goku. Linz looked at Son Goku and said. Yes, this is the result of my 3 years of labor. During the 3 years in the spiritual time house, I comprehended Ultra Instinct by my own ability. Although I am still in an imperfect state, I must be able to comprehend the perfect Ultra Instinct. Of course, this requires Son Goku and Vegeta to accompany themselves in training. Hey! Then let me try it too. Son Goku moved his body in excitement, and then his hands claws into a combat posture one after another. Go together, Vegeta. Then the two of them flashed out almost at the same time, their bodies turned into two golden and orange afterimages, and they rushed towards Lin's. And Lin's breath is still very calm. Both feet did not leave the original position, and the body kept shaking left and right, which was to avoid all the attacks of Son Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Swish! The fists of the two kept blasting out, leaving behind shadows one after another, as if the shadows of the fists were directly intertwined into a dense net. But even so, their fists did not touch Lin's body from start to finish. And obviously, Lin's is still at ease in the face of the fierce offensive of the two. What's the matter? Obviously, Vegeta and I are already very fast. And Lin's just stood there, didn't move at all, but could completely evade all the attacks of the two of us. At this time, Son Goku's gaze was a bit solemn. He didn't understand what kind of ability Lin's was using, it was so weird. This guy's speed is so fast, he can't touch his body even with his full strength. Vegeta's face is also quite ugly. Originally thought that after becoming Super Saiyan 4, how much would the gap between himself and Lin's be closer? But now it seems that the gap between them has not narrowed, but is getting bigger and bigger. He has become a Super Saiyan 4 form, and Lin still seems to be maintaining his normal state now. This gap is difficult to bridge. What happened to the two of you? After the breakthrough, is the strength still like this? If this is the case, it would be too boring. Lin's dodges the attack of the two with ease, and said faintly. However, the strength of the four Super Game Gods and Super Saiyan 18, even the imperfect Ultra Instinct, is completely beyond the reach of the two of them. Less look down on people. Vegeta frowned, then squeezed his fists, and then his breath suddenly rose. The golden arrogance instantly rushed up like a sharp sword, and Son Goku was also unwilling to show weakness. The bodies of the two attacked Lin's again. Shoo! The two punches faster and faster, but Lin's is still very calm. Easily avoided all the attacks of the two. A little bit of time passed, a full hour later. Hoo-hoo! Son Goku and Vegeta are already out of breath, standing 5 meters away from Lin's, panting heavily. Although the physical energy consumption of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God are quite weak. But the full offensive for an hour made it difficult for the two of them to support. And Lin's is also uncomfortable. Because the imperfect Ultra Instinct consumes a lot of money, even in the past 3 years, Lin's has slowly mastered the control of Ultra Instinct to regulate his physical stamina. Okay, I surrendered. You guy is really a monster. After playing for so long, he didn't get into your body at all. Son Goku grumbled and waved his hand, and said. After speaking, he changed back to normal and gave up directly. It's really uncomfortable, I'm obviously already so strong, but I'm not Lin's opponent at all. And Vegeta was also angry. I always feel like being played around. This kind of battle made him feel like he couldn't use it. Unexpectedly, after increasing their strength, they would still be played around. Then what is the significance of their increasing strength? I won't fight anymore, it's so annoying. Vegeta also murmured, and then returned to normal. Then take a good rest. Read more at wuxiax.com. But since the two of you are here, don't want to go out from this place easily, hee. Lin suddenly smiled evilly and said to the two of them. Two such good sparring partners, I wouldn't let them leave easily. And at this time in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe, Whis and Beerus are practicing. Master Beerus, I have been practicing with you for several days, shall we take a break? Whis said to Beerus with a bitter face. This guy, since the return of the Earth, has completely changed like a person. I used to be very keen on food and sleep, but now it's better, I want to cultivate and become stronger. I don't seem to be interested even in my favorite food and sleeping. It seems that the defeat in Lin's hands has caused a big blow to Lord Beerus. No, you have to help me understand the perfect ultra instinct, otherwise I can't stop. Beerus said firmly. To be defeated by the humans of your own universe is a great shame for yourself. If you want to wash away this shame, you have to become stronger, defeat the two guys in the same way, and stun. Oh. Whis sighed, and then had an idea, and said, Master Beerus, I can let you go to that place to practice. If you are there, you can definitely do more with less. The main reason is that it has been half a month since they left the earth, and he really wants to eat the delicacies of the earth. Is there? Although the environment is harsh, it is indeed more suitable for cultivation. Beerus thought for a while and said. If I put it in the past, I would never go to that place to suffer. But now, he desperately wants to become stronger and desperately wants to defeat Linz. So it is indeed a good place to go. Okay, please, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled, and then with a stroke of the staff in his hand, a purple crack appeared in the sky. Beerus frowned slightly, then his body flashed and jumped directly in. Ah, so you can go to the earth to enjoy food. Master Beerus, please practice in it. Whis smiled successfully, and then his body disappeared directly into the gods of destruction world. At this time on earth, Linz tortured Son Goku and Vegeta in the spiritual time house for a month and then the three came out. Mr. Linz, you are out. Dende and Mr. Popo watched Linz and Son Goku walk out of the mental time house, and they hurriedly asked. Then he looked at Son Goku and Vegeta, with a bitter expression on his face. Obviously, the time spent in the spiritual time house was not good. Okay. By the way, do you have anything to eat? My food in the spiritual time house is too unpalatable. Linz looked at Dende and Bobo and asked. Yes, wait a moment. Mr. Popo, trouble you? Dende nodded quickly, then turned his head and spoke to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo's cooking skills are quite good. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Popo nodded, and then went to prepare. Linz, then Vegeta and I will go back first. Son Goku looked at Linz and said. Why? Don't you leave without finishing your meal? Linz looked at the two, smiled and asked. No, I can't get used to the food here. Vegeta shook his head quickly, and then fled away from the celestial temple. I'm leaving too, bye. Son Goku hurriedly waved his hand and left the temple of heaven. Wasn't Wukong and Mr. Vegeta like this before? Dende looked at the back of the two fleeing with a dazed expression, and said. It seems that in the spiritual time house, the two of them were well educated by Linz. Tell them not to go, they have to go. After half an hour, Bobo prepared a large table of food, which looked very delicious to be honest. Guru. It's been a long time since I saw so many dishes. Okay. Let's get started. Looking at the dozens of dishes in front of him, Linz swallowed, just about to start, suddenly a figure appeared. Call out. Whis body suddenly appeared in front of Linz. Fuck, this guy is really here, is it time? This is a dog nose, right? Linz looked at Whis and thought to himself. Wow, so many delicious foods, it seems that I came at the right time. Whis stared at a large table of food with beaming eyes, completely ignoring Linz and others. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Mr. Linz, don't you mind if I eat together? Whis stared at the delicious food on the table and asked shamelessly. Linz clearly saw Whis's apple move. Look at Mr. Whis like this, gods of destruction Beerus abused you, didn't give you food or how to drip. Linz smiled and asked jokingly. Really? But speaking of this, Mr. Linz, you are the culprit, because you defeated Lord Beerus, so now he pulls me to practice with me every day, just to be able to become stronger and defeat you. Whis said righteously. Blam me, It's okay to want to eat. And I can provide you with different styles of food every day, but you need to accompany me to practice for a day, and... Linz paused, with a sly look on his face. And what? Whis asked curiously. And you want to tell me something about Ultra Instinct? Linz continued. What? You guy, you know I will Ultra Instinct. Whis was stunned, looking at Linz a little surprised, and said. You must know that many people know gods of destruction Beerus, and the identity of Angel is generally unknown. On the surface, they are just an afterthought of gods of destruction. Of course, Ultra Instinct is not a compulsory course for every angel or even angel apprentice. Linz asked rhetorically. You know, in the second season of Dragon Ball Super Comics, trainee Angel Myers also mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Even trainee Angel knows, Mr. Linz really knows a lot. Whis looked at Linz and said. Guru. But at this time, Whis' stomach screamed in despair. Amount. Okay, then. I promise you that, isn't it just a day? Hurry up. Every dish looks very delicious. Whis rubbed his hands, and then immediately began to wind up. There is no such thing as the calm and gentle image of the past. Hey, I said, can you have some gentle points? Save me some. Looking at Whis, who was disregarding his image, Linz quickly followed and gobbled up. Good guy, I haven't seen any food in my life. Wow, it's so delicious. Then, Whis let out a scream of ecstasy, and the whole person was like a spring breeze. Amount. Mr. Popo, it seems that the food is not enough. Go ahead and prepare a little bit more. Dende looked at Linz and Whis dumbfounded, and then said to Mr. Popo with a wry smile, read more at wuxiax.com. I used to think that Mr. Gaku and the others were enough to eat. Unexpectedly, these two are even more edible than Wukong. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Popo nodded, and continued to prepare meals without complaint. Belch. It took a full hour before Linz and Whis bulged and burped. It's so delicious, I have never eaten such delicious food in hundreds of millions of years. Whis exclaimed contentedly. Thinking about these hundreds of millions of years, I really lived on a dog. Then you really don't live for hundreds of millions of years. Coming to the earth often in the future. Every kind of food on the earth is a delicacy for you. Linz looked at Whis and said. Oh, of course. But the premise is, the earth will not be destroyed by Beerus. Whis smiled and said. Don't worry. With Beerus's strength, there is still no way to destroy the earth. Linz said confidently. Although Whis just said that Beerus was practicing desperately, it was not easy to compete with himself. As long as he is alive, Beerus cannot destroy the earth. Mr. Linz is really confident enough. But Master Beerus's cultivation talent is also very strong. Maybe, if you meet next time, Lord Beerus will be able to beat Mr. Linz. Whis seems to be quite confident of Beerus' potential. Really? Then I am a little looking forward to seeing Beerus next time. By the way, we have something to say before eating. You have to accompany me to train for a day and tell me about Ultra Instinct. Linz treacherously looked at Whis and said. Satiated with wine and food, now is the time to fulfill the promise. Oh. It seems that gluttony is not a good thing, I regret it. Whis frowned and murmured quietly. Unexpectedly, I just asked Mr. Beerus to be entangled, but now it's all right, and I have another one. Okay. I can only stay on Earth for one day at most. Now that he had agreed to Linz, Whis had no way to go back and could only compromise. Anyway, Ultra Instinct is not a secret. It's just to train stronger fighters for the 7th universe. Well, it will definitely not take more than a day. Let's go to the spiritual time house. By the way, Dende, please Mr. Popo, please help us bring in some non-heavy food every 10 minutes. As for the ingredients, let the 18th go help out. Linz said to Dende. A day on the earth, that is a year in the spiritual time house. Anyway, Whis had just forgotten, and could not stay on Earth for more than a day. Okay Mr. Linz, I understand. Dende nodded quickly. Then Linz and Whis walked into the spiritual time house. What? The flow of time in this room is so slow. As soon as Whis entered, he immediately felt the difference in the room, which should be hundreds of times slower than the Earth's time flow. Unexpectedly, there is such a magical place on the Earth. It is impossible to create such a time house with Angel's ability. I seem to be fooled by you. Good promise, Whis looked at Linz and said. Don't care about these details, anyway, you have already agreed. As Angel, you won't be able to refute it. Besides, every week Dende and Mr. Popo will send us very, very delicious food, absolutely delicious you can't imagine. Linz said to Whis seductively. Whis is passionate about food, but it is not a person who has no principles for food. He promised Linz, naturally he also had his ideas and plans. Okay. I won't just promise anyone again in the future. Whis shrugged. But when he arrived in the Gods of Destruction world, he also helped Master Beerus practice, and he had no food yet. It seems. It's a little better than the treatment in Gods of Destruction. Whis, please tell me about Ultra Instinct first. Linz cuts directly into the subject. This is also the main purpose of finding Whis in his own routine. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Linz, you have actually touched the threshold of Ultra Instinct, right? Whis looked at Linz and spoke lightly. Amount. That's it. Linz nodded, he did touch the threshold of Ultra Instinct. Then Linz's thoughts moved, and the brilliance of silver and lavender intertwined suddenly appeared around his body, like a flame. The pupils turned silver-gray, and silver lines continued to rise from the whole body. Amazingly imperfect Ultra Instinct. This is the Ultra Instinct that I have realized by myself. Like Beerus's Ultra Instinct, it is an imperfect Ultra Instinct, right? Linz continued. Maybe your Ultra Instinct Beerus is different? That is, Beerus Ultra Instinct consumes very little physical energy, which can be said to be almost no consumption. But Linz's Ultra Instinct consumes a lot, even in 3 years he has learned to adjust his consumption when using Ultra Instinct. But it still consumes a lot of money, and it will damage the body. 933. It's not the same. Mr. Linz and Mr. Beerus Ultra Instinct are completely different. Whis shook his head and said. Different? Isn't Beerus also imperfect Ultra Instinct? Linz asked in surprise. Because in the Dragon Ball Super, Whis personally said that Beerus Ultra Instinct has not yet reached the perfect level. Master Beerus Ultra Instinct is really not perfect. But your Ultra Instinct is completely different. Strictly speaking, Ultra Instinct can be divided into 2 categories. Although your type is also Ultra Instinct, it belongs to the wrong Ultra Instinct. Whis explained faintly. What? Wrong Ultra Instinct? How is this possible? Linz said in shock again. In the Dragon Ball Ultra Power Conference, Son Goku really understood this imperfect Ultra Instinct. When I was almost defeated by Jiren, I realized the perfect Ultra Instinct again. And when Son Goku realized the perfect Ultra Instinct, all gods of destruction stood up. Obviously, it is not wrong as Whis said. Well, you can be called the Omen of Free Heart. Even if you continue to comprehend in this situation and reach the perfect Ultra Instinct, you will consume very quickly in battle, and you will have huge damage to your body. Although Mr. Beerus is also an imperfect Ultra Instinct, it does not consume any physical fitness and does not cause damage. Read more at wuxiax.com. So you think, the Ultra Instinct of the 2 of you are the same? Whis continued to explain to Linz very seriously. Just like yourself, this Ultra Instinct will become the norm when you reach the perfect top peak Ultra Instinct. There will be no consumption at all. And if Linz continues to comprehend with his own ideas, even if he obtains the perfect Ultra Instinct by then, he will definitely not be his opponent of Ultra Instinct. The battery life gap between the two is too big. Probably understand. In other words, the Ultra Instinct between you and Beerus is correct, and mine is a fake. Lins nodded, seeming to understand. But indeed, after Son Goku realized the perfect Ultra Instinct, the consumption was quite huge. There was no way to last too long, and was defeated by Jiren in the end. But Angel can maintain the perfect Ultra Instinct form anytime, anywhere, without any consumption at all. It's not a fake, it's a high imitation. Whis smiled and said. In fact, Lins, as a human being, can comprehend this Ultra Instinct by himself is already quite powerful. Well, whether it's counterfeit, high imitation or Pinduoduo 9 yuan and 9 free shipping, this Ultra Instinct is really expensive, so just give up. Then in the next year, please also ask Mr. Whis to teach me how to perfect Ultra Instinct. Lins looked at Whis sincerely and said. I can't help it, although I know everything about the story of Dragon Ball Super. That's why I can comprehend Pinduoduo's Ultra Instinct by myself. However, there is no record of Angel's Ultra Instinct training method in Dragon Ball Super. And with my own Dogecoin system, after dropping a 7-year sign-in package, I don't know where I died. So now I can only ask Whis. Okay. But Mr. Lins, don't hold on too much hope. After all, Lord Beerus has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, and he has only realized the imperfect self-consciousness. As for the gods of destruction in other universes, although there are angel counseling, they don't even understand the imperfect Ultra Instinct. So in a year, even a genius estimates it's a bit difficult. Whis doesn't look down on Lins, but Ultra Instinct is really not so easy to understand. This can be seen in the 12 gods of destruction, only Master Beerus realized the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Try it. Perhaps, it succeeded. Lin smiled and said. After all, I can stare at the protagonist Guanhuan. Then Mr. Lins, please feel my Ultra Instinct first. Abandon your current Ultra Instinct form and fight with your normal strongest power. But please remember, don't think about any moves when attacking and avoiding, try to completely separate your consciousness from your body, just let your body respond spontaneously. Of course, it is very difficult to do this. Whis gave Lins a serious guide. Fine. Lins nodded. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and his arms wriggled with snake-like veins. Call out. In the next second, the body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Whis. Swish! Lins launched a stormy attack on Whis in seconds. The speed is very fast. No way. Mr. Lins. Although your speed is very fast, you have been thinking about how to hit me, so your body is still under the control of your consciousness, so your speed is greatly limited, and you can't fully display it. Whis easily avoided all Lin's attacks, and reminded Lins faintly. Lins naturally knows, but it is not easy to completely separate consciousness and body. He had known it 3 years ago. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Of course, if Ultra Instinct is so easy to comprehend, it is estimated that all gods of destruction will be comprehended under the guidance of Angel. And I only have 1 year now, and I hope that within this year, I will make a breakthrough. Go ahead, Mr. Lins. After giving some guidance, Whis continued to speak to Lins. In fact, he also hopes that Lins can understand Ultra Instinct in a year. After all, Lins is the human of the 7th universe, and he is the angel of the 7th universe. 7th, the overall strength of universe is improved, which is good for them. The 7th universe is always in the bottom, and it is a bit embarrassing in front of the other angels. Call. Okay, go on. Lins took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Call out. The next second, Lins attacked Whis again past. But this time, Lins seems to be a little bit slower than before a little bit. And it looks a little bit crappy, like a baby who has just learned to walk, the movements are quite blunt. Oh? Don't be too deliberate. Mr. Linz. If you deliberately separate your body from your consciousness like this, even if you realize ultra instinct again, it will be the same as your previous one. Wyss looked at Linz, who was restarting, and said. Although Linz has made a little progress, but in this case, the final result is still the same as before. It's really not easy. It seems that 1 year is a bit short. Linz gave a wry smile. However, being able to stump all gods of destruction's self-consciousness, I definitely can't understand it in a few minutes. In this way, half a year has passed in the spiritual time house. And at this time in the 11th universe, Vermit, the careful guy, naturally couldn't forget Linz. More than a year has passed, but his hatred for Linz has not diminished over time, but has grown stronger. The 11th universe, gods of destruction. There are 4 figures at this time, namely gods of destruction Vermit, Angel Makarita, and candidate gods of destruction Topo, and the 11th universe Supreme Kai Kai. Topo, do you know where Jiren is now? Vermit asked suddenly. Jiren is at the Pride Team headquarters at this time. Did Vermit-sama have anything to do with Jiren? Topo looked at Vermit and asked. But I was thinking to myself that there is nothing good. After all, the relationship between Jiren and Lord Vermit was not very good last time because of Linz. Go and bring Jiren here and tell him I have something to tell him. Vermit said gloomily. Read more at wuxiax.com. He thought of a solution to the human being in the 7th universe, and this solution would definitely be able to solve the human being. But I guess Jiren won't be here, Master Vermit. Topo frowned and said. Although Lord Vermit is gods of destruction, Jiren has a bull-tempered temper, and he had a conflict with Lord Vermit last time, so he probably didn't want to come to gods of destruction. And I definitely can't force him to bring him here. He will definitely come. Vermit smiled sinisterly, and then said to Topo, just tell him, I have a way for him to find the people who killed his master and his entire clan. What? Lord Vermit has a way to know the evil men who killed Jiren's clan. Hearing Vermit's words, a look of shock appeared on Topo's face. He knew very well that the reason why Jiren had become so reticent, ruthless, and completely distrustful of anyone was because of this. After his master was killed, all his companions left him. So from then on, he felt that trust was meaningless. This is why they have worked together for so many years, but Jiren never regards them as partners. Speaking of which, although Jiren is the strongest human in 21 universe, he is also a poor man. Over the years, he has been looking for the worries of his family and killing his master. The pressure on my back is much greater than those of them. Of course, I am gods of destruction, this kind of thing is a small thing to me. The corner of Vermit's mouth raised, and he said with a cold smile. On the side of Makarita, Willow brows frowned slightly. But he did not speak. Since Vermit-sama, you know the demon who killed Jiren and the rest of the family, why don't you say it earlier? Ask for flowers. Topo asked somewhat unhappily. I also just got the news that I just learned how to let Jiren find that demon enemy. And Topo, pay attention to your tone when talking to me, understand? Vermit glanced at Topo and said. Ming. I understand, I'm sorry, Lord Vermit. Topo seemed to realize that he had lost his temper, so he nodded quickly. Then Topo left the world of gods of destruction with the help of Supreme Kai. Do you really want Jiren to know who his enemy is? Dear. After Topo left, Makarita looked at Vermit and asked. If Jiren really knew who his enemy was, it might not be a good thing. I naturally have my plans for this matter. A confident look appeared on Vermit's face. 2 minutes later, Kay again appeared in the Gods of Destruction world with Topo and Jiren. Do you know who my enemy is? Jiren asked Vermit with a straight face, bloodthirsty killing intent flashing in his eyes. Calm down Jiren, I do know that Me has found a way to destroy that person in your clan, and I only learned about it recently. Vermit spread his hands and said to Jiren. What method? Jiren asked quickly. For so many years, I can't sleep at night, because after falling asleep, I always dream of scenes of the whole family being destroyed and partners betraying. So he dare not fall asleep. All the time, I was thinking about finding those demons and killing him with my own hands. Hearing Jiren's tone, Vermit was quite upset. But think about how to use this guy well this time, so I don't care about him. There is something called Super Dragon Ball in the universe, he can realize any wish of anyone. As long as you can find the Super Dragon Ball, I think it's easy to know the identity of your enemy. And, don't you want to be recognized by your master Jiiking? Maybe Super Dragon Ball can do the same. Vermit said to Jiren with an evil smile on his face. What? Super Dragon Ball? Jiren was stunned, he had never heard of such a thing. Mountain. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Can that thing really help me find my enemy? Jiren asked in disbelief. Because in the previous decades, I have been looking for enemies, and I am also looking for ways to find them. But for decades, there has been no progress, and no clues about the enemy have been found. And this Super Dragon Ball, I have never heard of it. Of course, Super Dragon Ball can realize any wish. Vermit nodded and said. This is not a lie to Jiren himself, the Super Dragon Ball is made by the Dragon God Salama. The strength of the Dragon God Salama is very powerful, and it is estimated that even the Grand Priest will not let it go. Therefore, it is natural to realize such a small wish. It's a pity that Super Dragon Ball is only distributed in the 6th and 7th universes, and as the gods of destruction of the 11th universe, you can't go to these 2 universes casually. The 6th universe is nothing, the 7th universe's gods of destruction, but Beerus, that guy, and himself have always been inconsistent. If I went to the 7th universe by Beerus and found out that I would file a complaint with Xeno, I would be in trouble. This is why I didn't go to Super Dragon Ball myself. Then, where are those Super Dragon Balls? Speaking of other planets. Jiren asked quickly. No, the Super Dragon Ball is not in the 11th universe, but in the 6th and 7th universes. I actually want to help you find it, but as gods of destruction, you can't go to other universes, so you still need to do this yourself. Vermit sighed, seemingly regretful. I have to say that his acting skills are still good, at least successfully let Jiren believe his words. Is that so? Jiren thought for a while, then looked at Vermit and said, I'm really sorry about what happened last time, Master Vermit. Thank you for telling me these things. Indeed, this matter is too important to him. If you can really find your enemy through the Super Dragon Ball, and even resurrect your master, then Vermit is your benefactor. I will definitely repay his kindness in the future. I am the gods of destruction in the 11th universe. You are the strongest human in our universe. You are the one who helps your own universe. This is what I should do. Vermit said naturally. Okay Jiren, let Supreme Kai take you back to prepare. After Vermit finished speaking, Kai left with Jiren. Toppo looked at Vermit with some admiration. To be honest, what Master Vermit did made him admire Master Vermit a little bit. Toppo, tell me your identity and responsibilities. After Jiren left, Vermit asked Toppo with a serious face. I am the captain of the Pride team, responsible for the peace of the entire universe and protecting the entire 11th universe. Read more at wuxiax.com. At the same time, I am also a candidate for the 11th universe, Gods of Destruction, responsible for maintaining the reputation of the 11th universe, making the 11th universe the first senior beyond the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes. Universe. Toppo answered very seriously. That's right, I am very clear about my identity and responsibilities. Then, I want you to go to the 6th and 7th universe with Jiren now. The sinister smile on Vermit's face appeared again. What? Should I go together? That's right, Linz is a human in the 7th universe. If there is his hindrance, Jiren alone may be a little hard to deal with. If I go, I will have a helper. Toppo nodded, thought for a while and said. I have been in the world of gods of destruction for more than a year, and Makarita knew that I was practicing. His own strength has also been greatly improved. Even if he can't beat Linz now, he should be able to entangle him and find time for Jiren to make a Dragon Ball. Do not. Your responsibility is not like this, I want you. Vermit attached to Toppo's ear and said something insidiously. What? What? Hearing Vermit's words, Toppo's expression instantly stiffened, then his brow furrowed, his face extremely heavy. Toppo, I know you are a man of love and justice, but you have to know who you are. As a candidate for the 11th universe, gods of destruction, you should know your responsibilities. The future of the 11th universe is something you should consider. I hope you don't let me down, Toppo. Vermit said to Toppo in a cold voice. But in that case, how disappointed Jiren should be. It is still difficult for Toppo to accept Vermit's opinions. This is really cruel for Jiren. The destruction of the whole family has caused him to endure too much pressure and pain. Toppo, don't you want me to destroy Team Pride? Also, do you think Jiren can really resist my destructive power? Vermit has clearly begun to threaten Toppo. Because 7th, that bastard human in universe must die. It doesn't matter if he is not killed by his own hands. I see, Master Vermit. I will follow Jiren. Toppo, you know, Vermit does what it says. For a gods of destruction, killing some people and destroying some planets is simply a trivial matter. Well, you can figure it out, you are still the captain of the Pride team and the best candidate for the 11th universe, gods of destruction. Get ready to prepare. Vermit patted Toppo on the shoulder and said. Outside, the day passed quickly. In the spiritual time house, Linz and Wiss's practice is nearing completion. Okay Wiss, we don't need to practice today, let's enjoy life. Linz walked directly to the small room at the entrance of the spiritual time house. It was filled with a whole table of delicacies. Oh? Mr. Linz actually figured it out today, not bad. Wiss said something teasingly. In the past year, this guy has been cultivating day and night, and he has tossed himself hard enough. When this guy cultivated, he was more deadly than the shocked Lord Beerus. Wiss, speaking of it, I still need you to teach me something. While eating, Linz said suddenly. What? Wiss raised his head and asked. It's very simple, just let you teach me the word of God. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Linz smiled and said to Wiss. In fact, the words of God just remembered it suddenly. It doesn't have much effect. If there is any use, then the only use is to make a wish. To summon Super Shenron and make a wish to Super Shenron, you must use the word of God. I haven't thought of what I need to do with Super Dragon Ball, but it should be useful someday. What? The word of God. In addition to being interested in cultivation, Mr. Linz is also interested in the word of God? I'm really surprised. Wiss looked at Linz and said. In fact, he understands that the words of God are of no use to Linz at all, because God can communicate in human language completely. The so-called live to grow old and learn to grow old, there is no end to learning, right? Learning one more foreign language is naturally useful. Linz joked perfunctorily. Okay. Then this last day, let me teach you the word of God. Wiss nodded. Anyway, Linz has stepped into the understanding of God, so it is reasonable to learn the word of God. A day later, WHIS-18 and Vados walked out of the spiritual time house. Okay, I'm going back now. I've left Master Beerus in that place all day. I guess he's going crazy. Celestial Temple, Whis said to Linz. I was thinking about having a meal, and I went back after eating. Unexpectedly, Linz would be routine for a whole day. Strictly speaking, it is a whole year. Going back now, Lord Beerus is probably already in a rage. Okay. Thank you very much indeed this time, Whis. I will come to Earth often in the future, I will never do your tricks again. Linz smiled and said to Whis. Oh, okay. There will be a period after that, and there will be you too. Whis spoke to Linz, Dende, and Bobo, and was about to leave. Wait, Mr. Whis. When Whis wanted to leave, Dende stopped Whis. Oh? Is there anything else Mr. Dende has to do? Whis asked. That's it. I prepared some food for Mr. Whis, which is a bit of a refreshment. At this time Dende hurriedly handed a box to Whis and said. Dende knows that the people who can make Mr. Linz value so much are certainly not ordinary people, read more at wuxiax.com. And this guy has a very good relationship with gods of destruction Beerus, maybe his actions now will bring benefits to the planet. If you can exchange some food for peace on the earth, that would be very cost-effective. Oh! Whis was stunned, then smiled, and said, Dende is really interested. After receiving the gift box, Whis disappeared directly on the earth. Thank you Dende and Mr. Popo for taking care of them these days, I think I need to go back too. After Whis was gone, Linz spoke to Dende and Bobo. Unknowingly, he has been cultivating in the spiritual time house for more than 10 years. The current cultivation has been considered a small achievement, and you can slow down a little bit and do some other things. Hey? Mr. Linz doesn't practice anymore. Dende said in surprise. To be honest, Linz has been in the Temple of Heaven for more than a year, and he is really used to it. Well, there must be a limit to cultivation. Okay, I'm leaving. There will be a period later. Linz waved to Dende and Mr. Popo, and then disappeared directly into the Temple of Heaven. 3 days later, Linz decided to go to the unknown star and find the last Super 4 planet. This time in the spiritual time house, with the help of Whis. He has mastered the correct Ultra Instinct. Just like Beerus, both belong to the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Although it is the correct version, it always feels a bit too weak. Although I have mastered the imperfect self-consciousness, I think it will take a little bit of time to comprehend the normal Ultra Instinct of Whis. So he is going to collect the Super Dragon Ball. The Super Dragon Ball was made by Salama, the last dragon god of the Grand Priest. The strength of the dragon god Salama is definitely terrifying, and it is estimated to be comparable to the Grand Priest. Even, maybe it's still above it. But these are all speculations, because the Dragon Ball Super didn't clearly show the strength of the dragon god Salama and Grand Priest. It's just that someone who can create a Super Dragon Ball is definitely not weak. So perhaps, Super Dragon Ball can directly upgrade your Ultra Instinct into a perfect form. Call out. Linz's body appeared directly in the space above the unnamed star. I have to say that the unlimited instant transmission is really very easy to use. As long as it exists in the universe, it can be easily reached. I don't want the instant transmission of the Idrit people, but also feel the breath. Is this Super Dragon Ball? Linz is now in space, looking down at the huge dark red planet. It's really huge. According to the introduction of Dragon Ball Super, each Super Dragon Ball is 3 times the size of the Earth. Then Linz suddenly shot a purple energy ball from his fingertips. Rumble. When the energy ball fell on the Earth, it exploded directly, and then it buzzed. Then I saw cracks spreading along the source of the explosion. And in that crack, a golden light was shot out. Click! Layers of dark red skin fell off, and the unknown star turned into a huge orange dragon ball. Inside are inlaid with 4 red stars. Super 4 planets. I don't know if it can be installed in the system space. Looking at the huge Super Dragon Ball, Linz smiled and said to himself. Then, with the thought, the huge super dragon ball suddenly disappeared from the front, and was directly brought into the system space by the system. Although the dog system hasn't rewarded me for several years, it still works a bit. After feeling the super 4 planets in the system, Lin smiled and said, "Now that the super 4 planets have arrived, it seems that it is time to take over the other super Dragon Balls of Kampa." At this time, the story of Dragon Ball Super has begun. It is estimated that Kampa has already collected other Super Dragon Balls, as long as he finds a way to get his Super Dragon Balls. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe, 2 familiar figures appeared. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Hey, who are you two? You dare to come to the Gods of Destruction world of my 6th universe? Are you tired of living? Beerus looked at the 2 strong men who suddenly appeared in his god realm, and said coldly. 2 human beings, dare to appear in their own god realm? Master Kampa of the 6th universe, please don't get angry. Let's introduce ourselves first. We are from the 11th universe. I am the 11th universe candidate Gods of Destruction Topo. This is my partner Jiren. Topo hurried forward and said respectfully to Gods of Destruction Kampa. No matter which universe's Gods of Destruction is, they are quite terrifying. They do have the power to destroy themselves and Jiren. Because of the destruction energy, it's very scary. Even if Jiren has the strength to surpass Gods of Destruction, it is pure strength and does not include the use of destruction by Gods of Destruction. I don't care which universe you belong to, tell me your purpose, otherwise, you will stay in the 6th universe forever. Although more than half a month has passed since he was humiliated in the 7th universe, Kampa's irritation has not disappeared at all. Instead, it is getting deeper and deeper. So when I saw these humans, I felt a sense of inexplicable disgust. Hearing Kampa's words, Jiren's expression twisted slightly, and his fist was also clenched subconsciously. Is Gods of Destruction all such arrogant and annoying appearance? Master Kampa, please take a step to speak. Jiren, wait for me here first. Topo said to Jiren, and then took Kampa with him for tens of feet. Make sure Jiren doesn't hear the conversation between them. What you said should have enough reasons for me to let you go. Otherwise, dare to break into my god realm. Even if Vermit comes, I will take his skin off. Kampa stared at Topo coldly and said. Our goal is to kill Linz. Does Kampa-sama think this reason is enough? Topo looked at Kampa and spoke firmly. What? Kill Linz, that damn little bug. Kampa's expression was stunned, and then an angry flame appeared in his eyes. He has been in a very bad mood lately, he almost has no thoughts about food and sleeps well. It's because I was thinking about how to kill Linz, this bastard bug. But thinking about it, there is no way at all. That guy's strength is too strong, and he is like a kid in the kindergarten right now. There is no resistance at all. And Vados didn't help himself to beat that guy. So day by day, I will be very depressed. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yes, kill Linz. That guy Linz offended not only Master Kampa, but also our 11th Master Universe Vermit, as well as me and Jiren. We have been humiliated by him, so our mood is the same as Master Kampa. Looking at Kampa with an angry face, Topo probably understood how much Kampa hates Linz. It is estimated that compared to Master Vermit, they are all worse. It seems that things are much easier than imagined. Hey! Although I really want to kill Linz, you too want to kill Linz, right? Kampa suddenly smiled coldly and said to Topo. The 2 guys in the 11th universe in front of them are indeed quite powerful. It is definitely the top existence among human beings. But this is only for ordinary people. For Linz's pervert, the 2 of them can't be regarded as opponents at all. Linz, who has mastered the destructive energy, needs to say destruction to them. It is estimated that the 2 will disappear. Indeed, even if the 2 of us are teaming up, they are not Linz's opponents. That's why we traveled far and wide, crossing the universe to talk about cooperation with Master Kampa. As long as we cooperate, Lins can definitely be killed easily. Topo gave a wry smile. Want to fight Lins? That is indeed impossible. Because I learned from Lord Vermit that the 6th universe and gods of destruction Kampa and Lord gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe joined forces and were knocked out by Lins. This shows that after the guy left the 11th universe, his strength has been amazingly improved. Even if it is himself, Jiren, Kampa, and Vermit-sama, it is estimated that it is impossible to be Lin's opponent. Cooperation. It seems interesting, let's talk about it. Kampa seems to be interested. The strength of these two guys is really good. Especially the big-eyed monster just now, maybe the strength is above him. Maybe they really have a way to beat Lins. It's not bad to listen to their thoughts first. We need the Super Dragon Ball of your 6th universe, Lord Kampa. Topo directly picked out his intentions. What? Super Dragon Ball? Did Vermit tell you? Kampa was stunned, then asked. Yes, Master Vermit told me. As long as we have a Super Dragon Ball, we can make a wish to make Lins an ordinary person, and then leave it to Master Kampa for you to handle. Topo continued. This is what Master Vermit meant. He said, Kampa will definitely agree. Because the two of them belong to the same category. Super Dragon Ball. Kampa rubbed his chin and thought about it. He had collected 6 Super Dragon Balls by himself, but after searching for the 7th Super Dragon Ball for 2 full years, there was no whereabouts at all. The purpose of my initial search for Super Dragon Ball was simple, that is, I simply wanted to make a wish for the best food in the world. Then let Beerus, Niuhao Zhao, taste the sense of hopelessness. But since being fattened by Lins, this interest has completely disappeared. He wants to kill the bastard who humiliated him twice now. Okay. I have 6 Super Dragon Balls here, and I haven't found the last one. I will give you 1 month to bring Lins to me. If you can't, I don't care which universe you belong to, I will destroy you by myself, understand? Kampa didn't think too much, and said directly. Ro. 1 month is enough. Topo nodded, but this time they came prepared. The 11th universe was originally an advanced universe, with extremely advanced technology. Before coming to the 6th universe, they had already made a perfect plan. Finding the 7th Dragon Ball is not a difficult task for them. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. After the two reached an agreement, they returned to Jiren. It's done, Jiren. We will know your enemy soon. Topo walked up to Jiren and said to Jiren. Topo, if you go against Vermit's wishes like this, you may be killed by Vermit. Jiren looked at Topo and said in a heavy tone. I know. But we are partners. I know the psychological pressure you have been under over the years, and I don't bother to kill Lins by that means. One day, I will defeat him with my own hands. Topo said to Jiren with a firm gaze. Yes, I agreed to Vermit, but I didn't want to follow Vermit's intentions. Such a dirty method will only embarrass the 11th universe. Just now, I just wanted to fool Kampa's Super Dragon Ball over. After all the Super Dragon Balls were collected, he made a wish for Jiren to find his enemy. Then go to the 7th universe to challenge Lins, even if he is killed, it doesn't matter. Vados, take out the Super Dragon Ball. Kampa said to Vados. Okay, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded, and then gently waved the staff in his hand, and 6 huge orange dragon balls flew out of it. Just like a few huge planets, it surrounds the gods of destruction world. Hey, gods of destruction, the candidate for the 11th universe, right? These are 6 Super Dragon Balls. Remember, you only have 1 month. If you don't bring Lins back, I will destroy you. Kampa said coldly to Topo and Jiren. The two looked at each other, revealing a look of joy. Unexpectedly, Kampa had collected 6 Super Dragon Balls alone, which saved them a lot of time. Okay, then Master Kampa is waiting for the good news. Topo made a face to Jiren, and then took out something similar to a universe shuttle box. That is what Vermit gave them to collect the Super Dragon Ball. And just when Topo was about to collect the 6 Super Dragon Balls. Call out! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of the 4. What? What? Apart from Vados, Jiren, Topo, and Kampa were all shocked. Then his eyes widened and looked at the troublesome figure. Familiar, so familiar. Besides Linz, who else? Why is this guy coming? Read more at wuxiax.com. Kampa murmured to himself, blinking his silly eyes. Cut, this guy appeared, it seems that things are not that simple. Both Topo and Jiren showed solemn expressions on their faces. I felt very smooth just now, but now. Lin's sudden appearance, it is estimated that the difficulty of finding Dragon Ball has directly increased to 10 stars. Hello, they are all familiar faces. I didn't expect you guys to get together. It really surprised me. Linz looked at the 3 of them jokingly, and said with a sneer. If these people gather together, it is estimated that they will have something to do with them. After all, in the original work, these people are completely disjointed. And the only one who can connect them together is probably only the matchmaker in the middle. Damn bugs, garbage ants, what are you doing in the god realm of my 6th universe? Kampa looked at Linz grimly, and questioned angrily. No way, now he will be very angry when he sees this guy, and the uncontrollable anger surges in his body. So anger made him forget the danger of Linz. It's so mindless, I don't have a long memory. Call out. Just as Kampa's voice fell, Linz's body disappeared instantly. Snapped. The next moment, the crisp slap in the face directly broke the silence, causing Jiren and Topo's bodies to tremble. Kampa's body flew out directly. Rumble. Then he inserted directly into his palace. And Lin's body appeared where Kampa was just now. Open, what's the joke? Is this a lie? Topo's eyes widened, and he was shocked. Kampa is gods of destruction anyway. The true gods of destruction was slapped and slapped by Linz? I didn't see it clearly, and even gods of destruction Kampa himself didn't react at all. Cut, this guy's strength has been greatly improved. Jiren also said in shock. Although Linz used to be very powerful, it had to undergo various transformations to have that tremendous power and speed. But just now, he hadn't made any transformations at all, and his speed and strength had reached a terrifying level. If he were to transform again, it would be terrifying. Although I have been cultivating desperately for more than a year, it seems that there is no comparison at all. Looking at the shocked Topo and Jiren, Linz said in his heart, just kidding, although it was just a momentary thing, but I used Ultra Instinct, Instant Transmission and Flashing Power 3 abilities. If there is no way to fly a Kampa, that would be too shameful. Then Linz's thoughts moved, and the system directly absorbed the 6 Dragon Balls surrounding the gods of destruction world into the system space. It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort at all. I didn't expect to get all the Dragon Balls right away. What? The Super Dragon Ball was taken away by Linz. Only then did Topo and Jiren react, their faces changed drastically. They are here for the Super Dragon Ball. Obviously got it just now. Didn't expect the duck with its mouth to fly? Mr. Linz, please return the Super Dragon Ball to us. Topo and Jiren stepped forward and said to Linz. What does it mean to return the Super Dragon Ball to you? Super Dragon Ball is originally a thing of no owner. Those who have the ability will get it. Furthermore, even if this thing has a master, it belongs to the 6th universe and the 7th universe. It's a shit for both of you. Looking at Topo and Jiren who were a little anxious, Linz said coldly. Super Dragon Ball really has nothing to do with the two of them. This. Topo and Jiren are speechless. Linz is right, this thing does not belong to them, but belongs to the 6th and 7th universes. This is what Master Kompa gave us just now. We are really useful. Please return it to us. Topo spoke again. Jiren clenched his fists tighter. If Linz is really unwilling to hand it over, then he has to grab it. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Kompa gave it to you? Sorry, this thing is in my hands now? Nothing will work. Linz tilted his head, smiled coldly and said. Super Dragon Ball is also very useful for myself. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded in Kompa's palace, and Kompa's body jumped up and appeared again now in front of Linz. Half of his face was raised high, his eyes flushed, burning with raging anger. Unexpectedly, in his own god realm, he would be slapped and slapped by this guy. And still in front of other universe humans. Shame, great shame. But Kompa has learned well now. Although he was very angry this time, he didn't dare to swear anymore. Hey, don't you two want to kill him? He is right in front of him. As long as we take action together, we can definitely defeat him. Kompa looked at Topo and Jiren, and said in a low tone. With his own strength, he is not Linz's opponent at all. But the two guys in the 11th universe seem to be quite good, maybe if the three of them work together, they can compete with Linz. Hearing Kompa's words, Jiren and Topo frowned, obviously neither of them wanted to join forces with Kompa. In this case, even if they defeat Linz, they will not have any sense of accomplishment, and they will even feel some shame. Linz, I'll say it again, the Super Dragon Ball is very useful to me, please give me the Super Dragon Ball. Jiren looked at Linz very seriously and said. This matter is indeed very important to myself. I really want to know who my enemy is. This incident has tortured me for many years. Sorry Jiren, although I don't hate you, but Super Dragon Ball is also useful for me, so don't think about it. Linz shrugged and said faintly. Now that the Super Dragon Ball is in his pocket, if he sends it back now, it doesn't fit his personality. In this case, although I disdain to fight together, but it can only be so. Jiren clenched his fists tightly and said. Topo and Jiren have similar ideas. Although they don't want to join hands, they can only join hands with Kompa in order to get back the Super Dragon Ball. It's not that I look down on you, just like you, I won't pay attention to three more. Don't you just want to fight? Come on. My forehand is itchy. Linz is naturally not afraid of the threats of the three of them. Although the strength of the three of them is indeed top-notch existence in the universe, in their own eyes, they are not worth mentioning. Although I really don't want to fight with this guy, I don't seem to have a choice now, go to Jiren together. Read more at wuxiax.com. Topo gritted his teeth and said to Jiren. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and the spirit of God burst out from his body in an instant. Aha! And Jiren also screamed, and then a terrifying aura erupted from his body, instantly surrounded by scarlet flames. It seems that in this year's time, the strength of the two of you has really improved well. But at this level, I still don't have the qualifications to compete with me. Linz said coldly. Shoo! And just after Linz's voice fell, the bodies of Jiren, Topo, and Kompa burst out almost at the same time. He directly attacked Linz. The arrogant guy, who doesn't change his body, looks down on people too much. Seeing Linz didn't even choose to transform, Jiren thought with a frown. However, it is also a good thing for him to support him like this. So that he can defeat him in the shortest time with all his strength, and then get back the Super Dragon Ball. Swish! The three of them kept punching and kicking at Linz, and the sound of breaking through the air and the new popping voice coil kept appearing. The three attacked very fast, but they were all avoided by Linz. How is this going? Obviously, he didn't make any transformations, and he was able to avoid the attack of the three of us at the same time, and he was able to do so. Topo's face was a bit heavy at this time. The longer the attack, the worse his mood. Jiren and Kampa were also very surprised. Ask for flowers. Could it be, is this guy comprehending Ultra Instinct? Suddenly, Kampa's pupils shrank tightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. If it weren't for Ultra Instinct, it would be impossible for that guy to avoid the attacks of all three of them at the same time. But Ultra Instinct even the gods can't comprehend, only Beerus alone comprehend the imperfect Ultra Instinct. This guy, a small human bug, how is it possible? And when he was in the 7th universe half a month ago, he didn't comprehend Ultra Instinct at all. This is only half a month. This is absolutely impossible. Dead pig, fighting with me is still distracted, do you look down on me? Just when Kampa was extremely shocked, Lin's voice suddenly rang. Bang! The next moment, before Kampa could react, Lin's fist had fallen heavily on Kampa's chest. Wow! A mouthful of sour water came out of his mouth, and Kampa's body flew out directly. While Lin's flew Topo, Jiren, and Topo's fists followed. Seeing the fists attacked by the two, Lin's body flashed extremely sensitively, avoiding the attack of the two. Then he used his flashing power and appeared directly behind Jiren and Topo, and two energy balls hit their backs. Oops! Feeling the burning sensation behind them, Jiren and Topo's faces changed. But before they could make any evasive actions, the energy ball exploded instantly. Boom! The air was filled with billowing blue smoke, and Jiren and Topo's bodies were directly blown out. Two dark holes appeared on the back of Team Pride's uniform, and their backs were scared with blood. This bastard, there is no solution now. Feeling the burning pain in his back, Topo said solemnly. Together, the three of them pose no threat to Lin's. Moreover, he was playing around with the three of them at all. No matter what, I must get back the Super Dragon Ball. After Jiren said something, he rushed to Lin's again. Mountain. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. At this time, Jiren was obviously already moving, with scarlet flames lingering all over his body, and blasted towards Lin's. But Lin's, who understood Ultra Instinct, could not be hit by Jiren at all. No matter how Jiren attacked, he couldn't hit Lin's at all. It seems that even if the three of us join forces, they are not Lin's opponents. That guy has become too great. Topo's expression is quite complicated. A year ago, although he and Jiren had also been defeated by Lin's one after another, there was not such a huge gap. And now Lin's actually made him feel a sense of despair. It's as if there is no way to beat it. It's like a huge gap. Jiren, in order to help you find your enemy, I have betrayed Lord Vermit and help others to the end. Today I will help you get the Dragon Ball over anyway. Topo looked at Jiren, who was being teased by Lin's, frowned and muttered to himself. The so-called justice, I don't want it. Topo's fists were clenched tightly. Then the pupils suddenly changed. The original yellow pupils shot out purple light, and the red arrogance of the whole body completely turned purple. The Pride Team uniform on his body disappeared, and a red mark appeared on his body. Oh! This guy turned into gods of destruction for Super Dragon Ball. It seems that this thing is really important to them. Lin's dodges Jiren's attack while looking at Topo. You must know that in the Dragon Ball Superpower Conference, Topo gave up his justice and became gods of destruction Topo in order to survive the 11th universe. But now, in order to grab his own Dragon Ball, he turned into gods of destruction, which surprised Lin's. After all, Topo is not an impulsive person. Cut, the guy in the 11th universe has turned into gods of destruction. However, even this estimate is not Lin's opponent, it seems we still underestimate him too much. Gods of Destruction Kampa is no longer willing to come forward and compete with Lin's head-on. The few minutes of fighting made him understand that even if the three of them joined forces, they were not Lin's opponents. Master Kampa finally realized it. Mr. Lin's strength can now be said to be infinitely close to angel. Vados, who had been silent at this time, suddenly said. In fact, Vados was also very surprised by Lin's performance just now. Because when I saw Lin's half a month ago, his strength was not so strong, and he did not comprehend Ultra Instinct at all. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, his strength would have been so greatly improved. If this continues, it is estimated that within a few years, he will be able to overtake himself in Whis. What? Close to Angel's strength? What a joke, he is just an ordinary human being. Kampa curled his lips, although the words came out of Vados's mouth, the credibility was almost 100%. But he didn't want to believe it, he didn't want to believe it. Because if this is the case, then the gap between them will get bigger and bigger. Wanting to kill him has become an illusion. Even if his strength surpasses Angel, then Vados will not be able to continue to protect himself. Maybe he will be killed by her then. Read more at wuxiax.com. No, such a thing can never happen. If Master Kampa still regards Linz as an ordinary human being, then Master Kampa's IQ may need to be improved. Vados smiled and sarcastically said directly. Anyway, taunting things like Kampa is pretty commonplace for Vados. Hearing Vados' ridicule, Kampa unexpectedly did not respond or refute this time. Because at this time, he felt a very dangerous feeling. Once Lin's strength surpasses Angel, his own consequences can be imagined. Linz must not be allowed to grow like this. Must kill him. After thinking about it, Kampa's body rushed over again. However, no matter how Kampa and Jiren attacked, they still couldn't touch Lin's body. Jiren, you two get out of the way quickly. At this moment, Toppo's voice suddenly rang. Kampa and Jiren turned their heads and saw Toppo's body floating in mid-air. With both palms held high, a huge purple energy ball is held above his head. There is a terrifying destructive power in it. Jiren and Kampa quickly stepped back. That idiot, Linz is not afraid of such things at all. Kampa cursed secretly. If the destructive energy was useful, he would have killed Linz thousands of times. At this time, Toppo spoke. Linz, the Super Dragon Ball is very important to Jiren. Please return the Super Dragon Ball to us. Otherwise. Toppo's words are not finished, but the meaning is quite obvious. That is, if Linz does not hand over the Super Dragon Ball, then he will use destructive power. Tisk tusk tusk, I said Toppo, you are also a smart person, you don't really think this kind of thing will be useful to me, do you? Linz shook his head, looked at Toppo jokingly, and said. Hearing Linz's voice, Toppo raised his brows. That's right. If destructive energy is useful to Linz, why would gods of destruction Beerus and Kampa lose to him? Although it may be useless, I still have to try it. Toppo's expression suddenly became firm. Aha! There was a loud shout, and then the energy ball held high in both palms directly blasted towards Linz. Don't show off this kind of garbage. Looking at the huge destructive energy ball, Linz directly shot out a purple light. Damn it! Then the light directly pierced the energy ball and disappeared without a trace. Well, I have no interest in continuing to play with you. The purpose of coming to the 6th universe by yourself is to get together the Super Dragon Ball, and then see if you can use the Super Dragon Ball to realize the true perfect Ultra Instinct. Now that the Super Dragon Ball is all available, it's almost time to play, so it's time to end this battle. Hey! After Linz's voice fell, his fists instantly changed into Super Saiyan 5. Call out! Then the body burst out suddenly. The speed is very fast, even after improving his strength, Jiren can't see clearly. You should know that Linz has been in the spiritual time house for more than 10 years, although he has been studying transformation and Ultra Instinct for a long time. But the basic combat effectiveness is also increasing every moment. Therefore, the form of Super Saiyan 5 at this time is not comparable to that of the first transformation. Bang bang! The two muffled noises sounded almost at the same time, and Jiren and Kampa flew out at the same time. Rumble! Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted directly from the mouths of the two of them. Instantly lost combat effectiveness. No, impossible. In an instant, Jiren and Kampa lost their fighting power. Has this guy really become so powerful? Toppo's eyes widened, looking at Lin's in disbelief. Bang! Only in the next second. A huge pain suddenly came from the back of his head, and his consciousness instantly blurred. Easily defeated the three, and Lin's body had disappeared in the Gods of Destruction world. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. The reason Lin's didn't kill Jiren, Toppo, and Kampa directly was because Kampa couldn't kill himself under the protection of Vados. Although I now feel that my strength is infinitely close to Vados, it is estimated that there is still a group gap. Moreover, Vados' time ability is something he has never had before. As for Jiren and Toppo, although both of them came for the Super Dragon Ball, I had a good impression of them before. So there is no need to kill them. I am not a murderer. Call out. Lin's body appeared on a deserted planet. Okay, let me see Super Shenron now. With a thought, Lin's took out the 7 Super Dragon Balls directly from the system space. 7 huge energies directly surrounded the entire barren planet. Call out. Lin's body flashed and appeared in the universe. Above the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Come out. Super Shenron, I want to send my wish. Word of God. Lin's uttered a spell to summon Super Shenron to the 7 Dragon Balls. After Lin's voice fell, 7 orange, 18 yellow Super Dragon Balls suddenly flashed with golden light. At that moment, it seemed that the entire 6th universe was rendered golden yellow. Even Lin's narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next instant, a golden light that was stronger than the planet suddenly flickered. The surrounding planets were directly shaken out, and that golden dragon instantly turned into a golden dragon. The body is extremely large, the size of a dozen or so planets. Roar! Suddenly a dragon roar sounded. Super Shenron opened his mouth wide, and instantly swallowed a dozen or so planets. Even Lin's body was directly swallowed by Super Shenron. It's just that Lin's body is wrapped in a golden protective cover, so it's okay at all. And in the belly of Super Shenron, there is another Shenron, but the size is much smaller. But in front of Lin's, he was still a behemoth. Humans who have summoned me, say your wishes. I can help you realize any wish. Word of God. Shenron's deep and powerful voice rang. Can any wish come true? Lin's thought for a while, then suddenly asked. Yes, any wish can be realized. Super Shenron nodded and said. Can you erase Xeno and Grand Priest? Lin smiled and asked. Amount, read more at wuxiax.com. No. Super Shenron was taken aback and shook his head. Although he was created by the dragon god Salama, he did not possess that ability. Because even Lord Dragon God himself can't do this kind of thing, otherwise he won't be sealed. Can that give me abilities that cannot be erased by Xeno? Linz continued to ask. Amount. Nor, Xeno is above everything in the world. There is nothing he wants to destroy, nothing can be spared. My ability cannot prevent Master Xeno from erasing it. But I can help restore what was erased by Xeno. Super Shenron opened his mouth and explained awkwardly. I didn't expect this human being to know so much. It seems to know Xeno well. That's useless. Lin spoke lightly. A black line flashed across Super Shenron's forehead. No one has ever said that Super Shenron is useless. The last wish, let me master the perfect ultra instinct of Angel. If you can't use this, then you can go. Linz looked at Super Shenron and spoke again. Angel's ultra instinct. This is a trivial matter, there is no problem at all. Super Shenron nodded. The strength of the dragon god is not comparable to that of the little angel, so there is no problem with something like ultra instinct. You're pretty good at it. Linz nodded, and said a little excitedly. Originally I wanted to try my luck, after all, let Shenron directly improve his strength, there is no such precedent in Dragon Ball. I didn't expect it to be a success today. Mumbling. Super Shenron's eyes flashed with a red halo. Well, your wish has been fulfilled, so there will be a period later. After Lin's wish was fulfilled, Super Shenron said, and then it turned into 7 golden rays of light and disappeared from Lin's sight. Sure enough. I felt a huge change in my body. The perception ability is more acute. Lin said excitedly. Originally, he just wanted to try it, and didn't have much hope. But I didn't expect it to be really successful. Mastered the perfect ultra instinct, now it is estimated that the strength is comparable to Whis. Linz clenched his fists and said confidently. If you know that ultra instinct is so easy to get, you don't waste time to comprehend it. And when Linz was extremely excited, suddenly Topo and Jiren chased them again. The bodies of the two appeared in front of Linz. Cut, you two are really annoying. Do you think I won't kill you? Linz looked at Jiren and Topo and asked coldly. These two guys, if they continue to entangle like this, maybe one of them is unhappy and kills them. If there has been no way to find an enemy and embrace the enmity of the clan, I would rather be killed by you. Jiren took the initiative this time and said to Linz. Hem of the genocide. Your purpose of looking for Super Dragon Ball is to find your genocide enemy. Linz looked at Jiren and asked. I thought it would be useful for them to find the Super Dragon Ball. Unexpectedly, it was so simple to find Jiren's enemy. Yes. But, just now you made a wish with Super Dragon Ball. After making a wish, the Super Dragon Ball cannot be used again for a year. It seems we need to wait another year, Jiren. Topo looked at Jiren and said comfortingly. Although reluctant, there is no way. That's it, and they can't beat Linz at all. Wait a minute, if it's just such a simple little thing, maybe, I can help you. Linz suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, smiled and said. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. In fact, anyone who has watched Dragon Ball Super knows that Jiren's participation in the Power Conference is not for the safety of the 11th universe, but to get the prize Super Dragon Ball, and then figure out his genocide enemy, and Jiren has become extremely powerful. It can be called the strongest human, but there is always a very regretful thing in his heart. That is, he didn't get recognition from his master Ji-Ching from beginning to end. So he really wanted to resurrect Ji-Ching and get recognition from him. And the gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe told Jiren about the Super Dragon Ball. Jiren will go to the Power Conference. What? Can you help me? You really want to help me? Hearing Lin's words, Jiren's face showed an incredible look. Although he and Linz are not life and death enemies, the relationship between the two is not a friend. And he fought twice before. Unexpectedly, he even said to help himself now. This makes Jiren hard to believe. But the Super Dragon Ball has once again disappeared in the 6th and 7th universes. Even if it is collected again, it will take a year to make another wish. Topo also said incredulously. For small things like Jiren, there is no need to use Super Dragon Ball. Kill a pig with a slaughter knife. Looking at the disbelief in their eyes, Lin smiled and said. In fact, Shenron of Namek can fulfill Jiren's wish. Why do you want to help me? Jiren looked at Linz and asked. Because I am a good person, is this reason enough? Linz looked at Jiren, lowered his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Of course, he is indeed a good person. But helping Jiren Linz also has his own ideas. There should not be many people who can kill Jiren's master in the 11th universe. You know Jiren's master, Ji-Ching, is also a powerful warrior. The only powerful humans in the 6th universe are Topo, otherwise the Pride team will not only participate in the power conference, but guys like Topo and Dispo will definitely not do this kind of thing. Then there is one more person, that is the gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe. He had this matter to destroy Jiren's whole family and kill Jiren's master. Read more at wuxiax.com. If this is the case, when Jiren knows that his genocide enemy is Vermit, he will probably fight him desperately, right? Then I will have a good show for myself. Of course, this is just my own guess. If it's not what Vermit said then it's all about being a good person and helping Jiren. Jiren. Topo looked at Jiren, and seemed to be seeking Jiren's opinion. I believe you, with your strength, there is no need to lie to me. If you can really let me find my genocide enemy, I will be your Jiren in the future. Jiren was very serious and said sternly. My biggest wish is these two things. If these two wishes come true, I don't seem to have much to do. Is that so? That was an unexpected gain. By the way, I ask you one thing. I guess Vermit told you about the Super Dragon Ball, right? Linz looked at Jiren and Topo and asked. Vermit really told us. Topo obviously hesitated, but Jiren nodded directly and said. Because of this incident, I still have this gratitude to Vermit in my heart. Only when Topo told himself the true purpose of Vermit, he felt that the bastard didn't deserve to be grateful at all. He still looked down upon himself as always. Use this yin and evil, shameless means. He told Topo that the purpose of finding Super Dragon Ball was not to help Jiren find his enemies. Is that so? Topo. Linz looked at Topo and asked. According to the character of Vermit, he should not be that helpful. If so, it is impossible for the Dragon Ball Super to tell Jiren about the Super Dragon Ball at the beginning of the power conference. Now suddenly talking about Super Dragon Ball, obviously there are other plans. Hearing Linz's words, Topo's face changed slightly, and then he looked at Linz in an incredible way. Who is this guy? It doesn't matter if he is strong, he even knows these things. Obviously he is a human being, and he has an unfathomable feeling. Seeing you, the things Vermit entrusted to you have something to do with me, such as kill me, right? Looking at Topo with a surprised look, Linz spoke again. Now based on his own strength, Vermit himself knew very well that it was impossible to kill himself. So looking for Super Dragon Ball is probably to deal with yourself. It's really a lot of trouble. What? How do you know? Topo's face changed drastically again. This guy completely guessed what Master Vermit was thinking? That's right, Master Vermit explained that. But no one knew about it at that time, and later told Jiren himself, and he was unwilling to follow Vermit's orders. Because he thinks that, nomas, is not something a righteous soldier should do. Sure enough. From this point of view, Kampa and Vermit, two reckless dogs, are killing me. People who have murderous intentions towards me, I won't keep you. Linz shot fierce killing intent in his eyes, clenched his fists and said in a low voice. If you have not mastered Ultra Instinct, you may not be the opponent of Vados and Makarita. But after mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct, I can definitely compete with them. Wanting to kill gods of destruction is not something that I can't do. If this is the case, then I must let them understand that if you want to kill yourself, you must pay a painful price. Then, I'll take you first. Vermit. Nephew. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Okay Jiren, I will take you now to find your enemy's method. Linz thought for a while, looked at Jiren and said. Jiren nodded quickly, he couldn't wait to know what kind of demon actually killed all his people. You two are holding my body. Linz spoke to Jiren and Topo, and the two hurriedly followed suit, putting their hands on Linz's shoulders. Call out. In the next second, the bodies of the three people were now in place at the same time. When it appeared again, it had already reached an emerald green planet. Hey! The three of them appeared directly above the small town where seemingly buildings were built. In front of the room, there are two Namek people who are all green. Hey! Mr. Linz! Suddenly, an older Namek person recognized Linz. Well, I'm here to disturb you again, Grand Elder. Linz smiled and said. The old man in front of him is the Great Elder of the 6th Universe Namek. I met him a year ago. At that time, I became a Super Scion God, but I was afraid that the leaked news would give birth to more Super Scion gods in the 6th universe, so I used the Dragon Ball of the 6th universe to make a wish to make Gabe and all Scion forget the memory of Super Scion. Is there anything wrong with Mr. Linz coming to Namek? The Great Elder asked. He can feel very dangerous things from Linz, but at the same time Linz has a very good attitude. Strong but not arrogant or impetuous. So he also has a good impression of Linz. There is one thing, I want to borrow your Dragon Ball again this time. Linz said a little embarrassingly. Although he was merciless towards those guys in Kampa, ordinary people like the Great Elder in front of him had completely changed their attitude. Dragon Ball? Does this planet also have Dragon Ball? When they heard the word Dragon Ball, Jiren and Toppo said in shock at the same time. They have never heard of this matter before? Of course. Linz nodded. Although Namek's Dragon Ball and Super Dragon Ball are not comparable, some simple wishes can still be realized. Dragon Ball. Although this thing may not be good if you use it too much, if Mr. Linz wants to use it, then use it. The Great Elder is naturally very interesting. He understands that the strength of the three people in front of him is very powerful, and it can be said that everyone has the ability to destroy Namek. In this case, I can only promise, read more at wuxiax.com. After all, the safety of Dragon Ball and Namek is completely incomparable. Soon Elder Namek took out the 7 Dragon Balls. What? It's exactly the same as the Super Dragon Ball, it's a reduced version of the Super Dragon Ball. Toppo and Jiren both said excitedly. Perhaps as Linz said, these Dragon Balls can help Jiren get the answer he wants. Please call out the Grand Elder General Palunga. Linz said to the Elder. Palunga who summoned Namek had to use Namek, so she really couldn't make a wish. Okay. The Elder nodded, then turned to look at Dragon Ball and said, come out. Shenron, Namek. After the voice of the Great Elder fell, a golden light burst from the top of the 7 Dragon Ball. Soon those rays of light gathered directly, like a golden dragon rising into the sky. Then it turned directly into a huge green toad, wrong, barely called Shenron. Is this Shenron? It seems a bit different. Toppo looked at Palunga with some doubts, and said. This is completely different from Shenron in my imagination. Mr. Linz, what wish do you need? After summoning Palunga, the Elder looked at Linz and asked. Ask Palunga, who is Jiren's genocide enemy in the 11th universe. Linz asked straightforwardly. Okay. The Grand Elder nodded, and then relayed Linz's words to Palunga in Namek. After hearing the question, Palunga seemed to hesitate. There was no sound for a long time. What's wrong? Is it stuck? Linz looked at Palunga and said. This guy, hesitate a wool. You should change the question. I can't give you an answer to this question. Palunga seemed to be somewhat unspeakable, said. It seems that you know the answer to the question, but you dare not say it, do you? Looking at Palungan's hesitant look, Linz asked. You know, Shenron of the Earth was scared and sweated directly after seeing Gods of Destruction Beerus. Although Namek's Palunga is a little more advanced than the Earth's, it still has a big gap with Gods of Destruction. Now Palunga knows the answer but dare not say it, it shows that the answer is a big man. Palunga hesitated and said nothing. Hurry up and tell me who it is, or I will let you disappear now. Jiren obviously wants to know the answer very much. Seeing Palunga's hesitant expression, Jiren stepped forward and said loudly to Palunga. Go back, know what it means to ask for help. Linz glanced coldly, and scolded at Jiren coldly. Jiren, stunned, glanced at Linz, and then obediently backed away. It's really not easy for me to mess around now. I was just too anxious just now, and I didn't control my emotions for a while. Palunga, now I ask you, if it's you, nod your head, if it's not you, shake your head. I just asked if that person is a god. Linz looked at Palunga and asked. In fact, only 2 questions are needed to know who that person is. Hearing Linz's question, Palunga nodded. God. Could it be? Jiren's face suddenly changed, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. The gods who can destroy their whole clan can be guessed with their toes. Also, is that god the god of the 11th universe? Linz asked again. I saw Palunga nodded again. Seeing Shenron nodding twice, Topo's face instantly turned pale. No matter how stupid he is, he has already guessed who is Jiren's enemy. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Lord Vermit. The enemy Jiren has been searching for decades will turn out to be the god of their 11th universe. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Okay, my question is over, you can disappear, Shenron. Linz waved his hand to his expression and said. In fact, the 2 questions I just asked, Jiren and Topo, can guess who they are even if they are stupid. First is the god, and second is the god of the 11th universe. There is always the kind of power to destroy the Jiren clan and kill Jiiking. Supreme Kai K must be unable to do that. Actually, it turned out to be Vermit, that damn bastard. He had hidden it for so many years. Why didn't I think about it before? Jiren clenched his fist tightly, nails into his palm, red blood dripped down the fist to the ground, but he didn't feel any pain at all. I should have thought of it a long time ago. There are only a handful of people who can have that kind of power in the 11th universe. Jiren, calm down. It's not yet certain whether this matter was done by Vermit-sama. The breakthrough on the side looked at Jiren, who was burning with anger, and said quickly. Indeed, this matter has not been investigated, so Vermit may not have done it, haha. Furthermore, even if it is really made by Vermit, you can't help him with gods of destruction. Destruction is a matter of course for him, gods of destruction. Linz also smiled and said. However, Linz's tone and Topo's tone are not the same at all. It's more like a little fanfare. Whether he did it or not, I must ask in person. Jiren's face was very ugly. In fact, he was already 90% sure in his heart that this matter was done by Vermit. Because in the 11th universe, other people simply couldn't destroy their entire clan, but I didn't think about it before. Topo, I am very grateful to you for this incident, but I hope you will not interfere with the next thing. Jiren turned around and said to Topo. If this matter was really done by Vermit, even if he tried desperately, he would definitely kill Vermit and avenge his people. Even if he was killed, he would not hesitate. Ugh. Topo sighed. Actually, he didn't want Jiren and Lord Vermit to fight. In public and private, I don't want this to happen. But if the genocide enemy Jiren is looking for is Lord Vermit, then this battle is probably no one can stop unless Jiren is killed. Do you want me to send you to the 11th universe? Linz looked at Jiren and asked. At this time, of course, I want to join in the fun. Then it will work. Jiren looked at Linz and said. It will take some time for himself and Topo to return to the 11th universe. But if Linz uses instant transmission, it will arrive in an instant. He can't wait to ask Vermit to ask, what the hell is going on? His own family, did he do it? Okay, then you two continue to hold my shoulders. Read more at wuxiax.com. Linz spoke to both Jiren and Topo, and they quickly put their hands on Linz's shoulders. Then there will be a period later, Grand Elder. Linz waved to the Grand Elder of the Namek Ball. Hey! Then disappeared directly into the Namek Ball. And at this time in the gods of destruction world of the 11th universe. Master Vermit, do you think Topo can successfully kill the human Lins? Kay looked at Vermit and asked. In fact, he felt that with Topo's personality, he should disdain to do that kind of thing. And his relationship with Jiren is pretty good, I don't know how he will choose. Don't worry, as long as you get the Super Dragon Ball. You can definitely kill that human. And Kompa probably wants to kill that guy more than I do, so there will be no surprises. Vermit spoke very confidently. And Topo guy, he absolutely dare not go against his will. If he dares. Even if he was his chosen candidate for gods of destruction, he would definitely destroy him. Call out. And just as Vermit was talking, there was a burst of air. Then 3 figures appeared in front of Vermit, Makarita, and Kay. What? Jiren, Topo. And you damn bastard. What the hell is going on? Topo. Ask for flowers. A look of shock appeared on Vermit's face, and then the shock turned into anger. Unexpectedly, this fellow Topo not only did not kill Lins, but also brought him to the gods of destruction world of the 11th universe? What does he want to do? Sorry, Lord Vermit. Topo lowered his head and said something. It's been a long time since I saw the clown, I came to the 11th universe to see you today, Master. By the way, you are so tender. Lin said to Vermit with a happy smile on his face. This guy is really smart enough to use the Super Dragon Ball to kill himself. This kind of smart guy staying in the world is a threat. Damn bug, want to kill me? You don't take a piss and take pictures of yourself. 0. Topo, Jiren, you two quickly kill him for me. Vermit ordered directly to Jiren and Topo. I saw the two indifferent. What are you two doing in a daze? Topo, do you still want to be a candidate for the 11th universe, gods of destruction? Jiren, don't you want to know your genocide enemy? Vermit looked at Jiren and Topo with cold eyes, threatening. Topo frowned, did not speak or act. I have found my nemesis, Vermit. Jiren looked at Vermit with cold eyes, with a strong killing intent in his cold eyes. What? Found your genocide enemy? Vermit was taken aback. This is absolutely impossible, it is absolutely impossible for Jiren to find his annihilating enemy. You decent beast, who destroyed my family and even lied to me to find an enemy of the clan. Today I will take care of you by myself, take it to death, Vermit. At this time Jiren was already extremely angry. The terrifying crimson arrogance exploded directly from the body. Damn it! The clothes on his body were directly shattered, and the veins violent all over his body. Have you been discovered? It must be that bastard. Vermit's face was extremely heavy, and he glanced at Lins. Originally wanted to kill Lins, but now it seems that he lost his wife and broke down. Mountain. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Jiren, calm down first. Topo wanted to stop Jiren, but where he called, Jiren was already furious at this time, so it could be said that he had entered a state of violent anger. There is no way to stop. Hey! Jiren's body flashed out, and instantly came to Vermit's face, and punched Lins directly. The damn thing, I knew I killed you in the first place, and now I'm raising a tiger. Vermit's face was a bit solemn and said, then he also punched Jiren out. Originally, he thought that Jiren's potential was very good, and with hatred as his motivation, he would definitely be able to create a super soldier for the 11th universe. Of course. As I thought, Jiren has indeed become the strongest human being in the 11th universe, even surpassing his own gods of destruction. But he hadn't thought that one day this incident would be exposed, letting Jiren know that he was his enemy. In this way, it is indeed a bit troublesome. Bang! The fists of the two collided heavily. Vermit was directly shocked by Jiren back 10 feet. Left a line of clear footprints. Vermit, die to me. After knocking Vermit back with a punch, Jiren's palm instantly condensed a red energy ball, and blasted it directly at Vermit. Hey! It's undeniable that your strength surpasses me, but do you think this is the opponent of gods of destruction? You take yourself too seriously, Jiren. A fierce killing intent appeared on Vermit's face. Since there is no way to use it for yourself, let him disappear completely in the universe. Damage. Then Vermit's fingertips suddenly shot a beam of purple energy, directly at Jiren's energy ball. Damn it! The moment the two energies touched, Jiren's energy ball disappeared without a trace. No matter how strong you are, human beings are human beings. How big a wave can you make in front of gods of destruction? After easily destroying Jiren's energy ball, Vermit said coldly. It is undeniable that both Jiren and Linz are more powerful than himself, but in his heart, he still feels that humans are humans, and they are not worth mentioning in front of gods of destruction. Hearing this, even Topo's face showed an unpleasant look. Obviously Vermit didn't take them seriously. Call out! At this time, Jiren's body rushed towards Vermit again. Since energy attacks are useless, take revenge with your fists. Bang bang bang! Jiren and Vermit fought together again. The battle was fierce, and Vermit's strength was a bit beyond Lin's expectations. Unexpectedly, this guy is still quite strong, completely not on the same level as Kampa. But in the face of Jiren, Vermit is still at a disadvantage. The two kept exchanging fists, while Vermit's body kept receding. Damn! I didn't expect this bastard's strength to become so powerful. If this goes on, I won't be his opponent at all. Read more at wuxiax.com. Vermit's face was solemn, and he thought to himself. The current situation is no longer just an ordinary battle. It's a life and death battle where either you die or I die. It's a pity, but if you want to die, I will fulfill you. While Vermit kept backing away, a destructive energy suddenly condensed in his palm. Bounced directly at Jiren. Although this guy's strength is indeed strong, he will undoubtedly lose in this battle. But his own destructive energy can give him to gods of destruction. Hey! Vermit's destructive energy came oncoming. Jiren obviously felt that kind of dangerous feeling, his body hurried to one side, and the ultra-time energy ball evaded. Bah! The destructive energy fell on a purple tree not far away, and the big tree instantly disappeared without a trace. While evading the destructive energy, Jiren's body rushed over again, smashing Vermit's face with a thunderous punch. Bang! Vermit was blown away by the terrifying force and hit the palace wall dozens of feet away. Then fell back to the ground. Damn! I still have to fuck things, I don't think I will let you go. Vermit hammered the ground frantically. The anger in his eyes was blazing. I didn't expect Jiren this bastard to dare to be so rude to himself. Although, he killed Jiren's family first. But this is not important for gods of destruction at all, because destruction is the responsibility of gods of destruction. Do you think I will let you go? Vermit! You killed all my people, I must let you disappear today. Jiren roared angrily and attacked Vermit again. Vermit also appeared in a flash. Bang bang bang! The two fists kept colliding, and with each collision, Jiren's momentum would become even higher, and his strength would be greatly improved. The power of anger is absolutely immeasurable, especially Jiren's genocide. The backlog has been in my heart for decades, and now it is suddenly released. That kind of power seems immeasurable. Boom! Rumble! The two fought for a few minutes, and Vermit's body was blasted out by Jiren again. It is heavily embedded in the ground. Die me! You mean clown? Jiren's body was suspended in mid-air, and the palms of both palms were well raised. A huge orange-red energy ball condensed from the palm of his hand. Then he smashed Vermit directly. Hey! At this time, Makarita's body suddenly appeared in front of Vermit. With a light wave of the staff in her hand, Jiren's energy ball disappeared without a trace. It's like being directly erased. You don't need to worry about Makarita, this bastard I will wipe him out myself. Dear, this battle will stop here. No matter who you two is killed, it will be a huge loss for the 11th universe. Makarita looked at Vermit and said lightly. Then he looked at Jiren and said, Jiren, have you ever thought that even if you kill Lord Vermit, your tribe cannot be resurrected? And after killing gods of destruction, you absolutely can't get out. Makarita said to Jiren. This is a bad word for Makarita. The so-called debts to kill and pay for life are justified. If Jiren has no strength, he will recognize it. But Jiren now has the strength to avenge, why should I forget? Isn't these decades of hard work just to kill enemies? At this time, Lin suddenly appeared in front of Jiren and said to Makarita with a sneer. My dear, this is the 11th universe thing. It shouldn't have much to do with my dear, right? Makarita looked at Lin and said flatly. How can it be okay? When this guy conspired to murder me, you, as Angel, didn't know it, did you? I'm more careful, and I must report to you, so do you think it has nothing to do with me? Lin continued to speak to Makarita. This is the end of today's battle. Makarita suddenly spoke lightly. It's more like a command. It seems, she is not as neutral as Whis and Vados. Do you want to stop? Then let me play with you. Lin smiled faintly, and Reader Makarita said. Just so. I can now try to see how different it is from Angel himself. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Jiren, take revenge. Angel Makarita, I'll do it for you. Lin looked at Jiren and said. Thank you. Jiren looked at Lin, a grateful expression appeared in his eyes. Although he hadn't seen Angel's strength, he still heard it slightly. The strength is absolutely above gods of destruction. If Makarita stops her, she can't kill Vermit for revenge. Now if Lin is presenting Makarita on his behalf, he will definitely be able to kill Vermit. Lin, right. Although your strength is very outstanding among humans, and even gods of destruction like Lord Beerus is not your opponent. But don't think that you can fight Angel this way. Angel's strength is definitely not what you can imagine. You want to kill Vermit-sama, as long as I'm here, don't think about it. Makarita looked at Lin, and the pleasant look of the past was completely gone. But with a serious face, he said to Lin. Is it? Since you said that, then I am more interested in Angel's strength. 18 Hearing Angel Makarita's words, Lin smiled faintly and said. With Super Saiyan 5 plus Perfect Ultra Instinct, how could it be as unbearable as Makarita thought? Today, let her see that she is not only better than gods of destruction, but even Angel can surpass it. Haha! Lin roared suddenly and directly changed into the form of Super Saiyan God. Although this may be a bit of a big burden, but you must first understand how powerful the Makarita is. Show your strength little by little in the battle. After all, Super Saiyan 5 consumes much faster than Super Emerald God. If there is a transformation of Super Saiyan 5 at the beginning, it is estimated that it will not last long. And the battle between himself and Angel will definitely be a protracted battle, even if it becomes Super Saiyan, it cannot be resolved in a short time. Sure enough, can you reach the realm of gods? But do you think this will make Angel's opponent? If you think so, it's really naive. Makarita looked at Lin, who had become a super game god, and said faintly. It is undeniable that Lin's current strength far surpasses gods of destruction, but if you want to compete with Angel, it is still a bit worse. Call out. Lin, who transformed into Super Saiyan God, directly attacked Makarita in a flash. Makarita didn't seem to pay attention to Lin's attack. The hands of those staffs were directly behind her back, and one hand went to Lin's attack. Read more at wuxiax.com. Bang! Lin's fist slammed hard at the Makarita. And Makarita was like a shield condensed in front of him. When Lin's touched that invisible energy barrier, he felt a little pain in his fist. since I can easily block my fist. It seems that Angel is indeed different, but the battle has just begun, and I don't even use a tenth of my strength. Linz didn't feel discouraged because an attack didn't work. After all, I just changed into the form of Super Saiyan God, which is to test how strong Angel is. When the temptation is almost the same, I will definitely go all out. Come again. Lin's fists were clenched tightly, and this time he kept alternating punches in both hands. Bang bang bang. The fists kept hitting the invisible shield in front of Makarita, making a low crashing sound. And Makarita's body is also constantly retreating. Although the retreat speed is very slow, it is obvious that under Lin's fierce attack, she can't be completely motionless. It's so strong, Linz actually pushed Makarita back. Toppo was incredible, watching the battle in front of him, muttering to himself in shock. Others may not know the power of Makarita, but they know it very well. Because Makarita is actually his master, most of his skills are taught by Makarita. Therefore, he knows the power of Makarita best. I can't touch her at all. Unexpectedly, Linz could beat Makarita back. This really exceeded his expectations. Bang bang bang. Linz also launched a stormy attack on Makarita. Makarita's feet retreated steadily. Is it so strong? It seems that I underestimated him. Makarita stepped back and said with a little surprise in her heart. I originally thought that this guy was not his opponent at all, but I didn't expect that he would always have such strength. This strength is enough to defeat Lord Vermit in an instant. However, I don't have time to fight a protracted battle with you. Makarita said coldly, and then suddenly shook the staff in her hand and drew it directly towards Linz. Although he didn't kill him, this blow was enough to make him lose his combat effectiveness. But she planned very well, but underestimated Linz's strength. I saw that when Makarita just shot, Linz's body suddenly took a few steps back subconsciously. Directly avoided the attack of Makarita's staff. What? Hide away. A look of shock appeared on Makarita's pretty face. And just when Makarita was shocked, Linz's body rushed over again. A side kick kicked directly towards Makarita. Makarita could only retract the staff, and the gem directly faced Linz's feet. OM. The moment the staff touched the solace of the feet, Linz's body was shaken back dozens of feet. It's really good. It seems that Kaisation is not Angel's opponent at all. If this is the case, then raise your strength again. Haha. Then Linz roared, and the flame-like aura all over his body disappeared. The arrogance directly turned into a silver and lavender aura. Linz's pupils turned directly into silver grey. It seems to have a very illusory feeling. Although the shape is exactly the same as Super Saiyan Mei, there are some differences. That is, the arrogance of Super Saiyan 5 is golden arrogance spreading around like a giant dragon, and the aura is in a state of fullness. But now the arrogance of the whole body is not golden, and there is no feeling of fullness. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Linz's current form is stronger than Super Saiyan 5 and Perfect Ultra Instinct. That is, the two forms are completely fused together, and based on Ultra Instinct, it becomes Super Saiyan 5. This is also the strongest form of Linz. Although it doesn't seem to be able to control this form perfectly, there shouldn't be much problem for Ma to fight Kalita. What's the matter? This guy's anger exploded in an instant. Although it looks similar to when I fought Jiren back then, it is completely different. Look at the silver arrogance around his body, a bit like Ultra Instinct. Makarita looked at Linz after her transformation, with a look of shock on her face. If Linz, who had become a super game god before, didn't pay attention to her at all, then Linz, who had transformed again before her eyes, would no longer allow her to be careless. Because of the calm air, she felt a sense of danger. This is definitely the first time he feels this way since he became Angel. At this time, Jiren, who was fighting Vermit, also looked at Linz. I didn't expect that guy has grown to this level. I originally wanted to have time to discuss with him again, but now it seems that it is absolutely nothing to do. Jiren glanced at Linz, thinking in shock. Although the body rushed to Vermit again, it seemed that he was stimulated by Linz at this moment, and his strength and speed were actually increased. That bastard, are you kidding me? Can you fight Makarita for so long? Vermit was in a hurry. Because Jiren's attack is getting sharper and sharper, he will undoubtedly lose if this continues. As gods of destruction, the strongest means is the destructive energy that destroys everything in the world. But if the opponent's strength far exceeds his own, the destructive energy can't play a big role at all. And now, his destructive energy can hardly hit Jiren. If you want to kill him, it's even more unlikely. If Makarita is by his side, he is not worried at all. Because it is Angel's duty to protect gods of destruction's life from threats. But now Makarita is fighting the damn human Linz. If Makarita can't deal with that human for a while, she will be a bit dangerous. Hey Makarita, don't you hurry up and kill that bastard. Vermit yelled to Makarita. You better take care of yourself. Vermit. Just when Vermit opened his mouth and yelled at Makarita, Jiren's voice suddenly rang. Bang! The next second, Jiren's fist fell heavily on Vermit's face. Directly knocked Vermit flying out. Damn, you damn things dare to be disrespectful to God. Read more at wuxiax.com. Absolutely unforgivable. When he got up again, he was so angry that he was almost violent. Suddenly, his arms flew, and countless balls of destructive energy condensed directly from the top of his head. There are hundreds of destructive energy balls, densely appearing on the top of Vermit's head. Cut, this thing is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Looking at the hundreds of energy balls, Jiren frowned and said in a low tone. Although his strength surpassed Vermit, after all, the gap between the two was not particularly large, so there was no way to resist the destructive energy. Give me all to die. You damn bugs! Vermit yelled, and then pushed with both palms. Hundreds of dense energy balls directly attacked Jiren and Toppo. Be careful Jiren! Toppo quickly reminded him. And then a huge purple energy ball was also blasted out of his palm. Boom boom boom! The moment the two energies collided together disappeared without a trace. Toppo. Jiren glanced at Toppo gratefully, he didn't expect Toppo to do it for himself. Toppo, you eat something inside and out, so you dare to shoot at me, you really don't know how to live or die. Vermit looked at Toppo and scolded Kampa angrily. Jiren didn't care if he shot himself, but he didn't expect Toppo to also shot himself, which made him feel even more angry. After all, Toppo, he entrusted him with a heavy responsibility and cultivated him as a candidate for gods of destruction. Unexpectedly, now he would avenge his revenge, and deal with himself with Jiren this bastard. Toppo just looked very heavy and didn't speak. He didn't know why he shot suddenly just after he took it. At this time, on the other side, Linz used both Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan 5 forms at the same time, and then rushed towards Makarita again. Call out! Linz's body flashed out. I arrived in front of Makarita in an instant. Makarita was surprised because Linz was so fast. This speed is estimated to be no weaker than yourself. After Linz appeared, without any hesitation, he slammed directly at Makarita with a punch. Upon seeing this, Makarita hurriedly stretched out her right palm, forming an invisible shield again in front of him, blocking Linz's fist. Bang! Click! The muffled sound and the crisp crackling sounded almost at the same time. The energy shield in front of Makarita was directly shattered by Linz's punch. And Makarita's body also barely stabilized her body after rubbing her feet on the ground and retreating more than 10 feet away. What a terrifying power, what does this guy do? Makarita opened her eyes wide and looked incredible. I had used almost 80% of his power to block Linz's fist just now, but I didn't expect the energy shield to be shattered. Even himself was repelled by a dozen feet. This kind of power has far exceeded his expectations. Looking at your shock, it seems that Angel is nothing more than that. Looking at Lin's shocked expression, Linz raised the corner of his mouth and said faintly. Perhaps now his strength is no weaker than Angel Makarita. Moreover, he still has a whole card he hasn't shown. That is my own Kaioken without side effects 10 times. Don't be too proud, although your strength far exceeds my expectations, it is impossible to defeat Angel. Makarita frowned and said to Linz. After finishing speaking, the staff in his hand flicked upwards, and an invisible air blade slashed out. Damn it! A trench with a width of 100 feet was directly drawn on the ground, and the invisible terrifying air blade slashed directly towards Linz. With Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Feeling that fierce-slaying ability, Linz's body was slightly on the side. Damn it! A large purple mountain behind him was cut smoothly and directly divided into two. It can be seen that the lethality is very sufficient. Although it does not have the power of the key blast bombing, the power is far more than 1,000 times. It is estimated that even gods of destruction can be killed all at once. But for Linz, such an attack is too slow. Seeing Linz evaded her own attack, Makarita didn't seem to be surprised at all, because based on the strength Linz had previously displayed, such an attack is really hard to hit him. Swish! Then the staff in Makarita's hand swiped again and again in rapid succession, and the terrifying air blade rushed towards Linz like a dense net. Although Linz's ultra instinct can evade by virtue of the body's autonomous response, a big net directly rushes over, and ultra instinct is obviously unable to evade. Aha! Linz suddenly clenched his fists and roared. The vast flames erupted directly from the body. Boom! Boom! When the powerful air wave collided with Makarita's air blade, there was an ear-piercing explosion in the air. The surrounding ground was constantly shaken out of huge sinkholes. The two energies quickly cancel each other out. Call out! At the moment when the energy was offset, Linz's body burst out instantly. He appeared directly in front of Makarita. The fists blasted out like a machine gun. Swish! The fisting air was rustling. And Makarita's body kept evading and moving backwards. Cleverly avoided all Linz's attacks. Ultra Instinct? It seems that Ultra Instinct is indeed a required course for every angel. Seeing Makarita hiding all her attacks, Linz thought secretly in her heart. Makarita's understanding of Ultra Instinct is not inferior to her. Flash time. Seeing that Makarita also used Ultra Instinct, and wanted to hit her again, there was already some difficulty. Linz used his flashing power, and his body instantly appeared behind Makarita. Then he blasted out with a punch. Bang! Linz's fist hit Makarita's back directly. Unexpectedly, there was a low crashing sound. It's like a Makarita, with an energy barrier all over her body. Call out! Even so, the power of Linz's punch was quite huge, and it directly blasted the Makarita out. The body directly smashed a huge rock. Although he was not injured, he still looked quite embarrassed. How is it possible? How could Makarita be knocked into the air by that bastard bug? Read more at wuxiax.com. Makarita is Angel. When Vermit saw the situation here, his face became quite ugly. He never thought that Makarita might be defeated. Even if it was really defeated, it should only be possible for Zeno and Grand Priest. I didn't expect to suffer such a big loss in the hands of a human today. Not to mention Vermit, Topo, and Jiren were also very shocked. They also did not expect that their strength before leaving was so strong. Even Angel was forced to retreat steadily by him. How could this be? This guy obviously has the ability to time. A mere human being can master super transformation, ultra instinct, and the ability to control time at the same time. Makarita's pretty face also became serious. If this continues, although he cannot be killed, Master Vermit will undoubtedly die. If the gods of destruction he assisted was killed, Then he would be dereliction of duty. At that time, as an angel, all functions will stop. You will definitely be convicted by Master Grand Priest and Master Zeno. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. After thinking about it, the staff in Makarita's hand kept waving at Linz. A series of terrifying air blades kept slashing towards Linz. This time, Linz did not use Ultra Instinct to dodge, but directly smashed the air blades with one punch and one punch. At this time, it was on the other side. After nearly half an hour of fighting, Vermit was obviously struggling to fight. Because every time his destructive power of whole cards is displayed, that bastard fellow Topo will block it. So the power of destruction is almost useless. But his own strength was originally not as good as Jiren. After such a long time of fighting, both physical energy and energy had been consumed tremendously. Never have I been so embarrassed like today. And it turned out to be made like this by the humans in his own universe. Vermit, when you destroyed my whole family, you should have thought that there would be today's ending. You killed so many innocent people, go to bury them today. Killing intent flickered in Jiren's eyes. The next second he rushed towards Vermit again. The body instantly reached the top of Vermit's head. Fists clenched tightly and slammed heavily on the top of Vermit's head. Bang! Rumble! Vermit's body fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground directly into a huge sinkhole. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted directly from Vermit's mouth. Vermit, who had already lost his strength, was very embarrassed at this time, and his spirit of God had quickly weakened. Call out! Jiren obviously didn't want to let Vermit go like this, and his body dived down like an eagle hitting the sky. Boom! He knelt heavily on Vermit's chest. Click! Vermit's chest visibly collapsed, and there was a crisp sound of bone cracking. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Vermit's mouth again, and the whole breath wilted instantly. The chest was completely shattered, and the vitality began to flow away. Gee! Jiren, you can't kill me, I am gods of destruction. If you kill me, Zeno and Grand Priest will never let you go. You will definitely be put to death then. I admit my mistake, I will make up for you, don't kill me, please let me go. When his life was threatened, Vermit's lofty stance had completely given up. Looking at Jiren with horror, he began to beg for mercy. If life is gone, then everything will be over. When you destroyed my whole clan, why did you try to bypass them? It doesn't matter if I was killed by the people you said, and you must die. Jiren has been looking for his enemies for decades, and now naturally he will not let him go because of Vermit's threats and begging for mercy. Gee! Jiren, are you really going to kill him? Topo stepped forward, looked at Jiren, and asked. In fact, Master Vermit treats himself well. Vermit must die today. Jiren said coldly. Although Makarita was also very, very anxious, Linz had completely restrained her at this moment. She couldn't spare Vermit at all. Go and confess to those innocent people of mine who were killed by you. Jiren's voice fell, and an energy ball condensed in his palm, directly hitting Vermit's head. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Rumble. Accompanied by the deafening explosion, the huge sinkhole at Jiren's feet expanded again. And Vermit's body has disappeared, and even his divine spirit has completely disappeared. Taste, delicious, my lord was killed. Topo frowned, still a little difficult in confidence. Vermit is the gods of destruction of the 11th universe, and is now killed. The Grand Priest and Zeno will definitely intervene. At that time, Jiren and even himself will definitely be killed. With Vermit being killed, Supreme Kai of the 11th universe also disappeared. After all, gods of destruction and Supreme Kai have the same fate. If one is killed, the other can't live alone. At this time, Makarita also stopped fighting. Because gods of destruction is killed, angels' function will also stop until the next gods of destruction appears. Have you been killed? Linz also looked at Jiren. Jiren seemed relieved on his face at this time. Although he also realized that killing gods of destruction might bring himself a murderous disaster. But this matter has been in my heart for decades, and now that the vengeance has been reported, even if he is really killed, he has no regrets. Call. I finally have my revenge. Jiren can be regarded as a tough guy with clank and iron bones, but at the moment there are glittering tears in his eyes. Over the past few decades, I have been too depressed. Jiren, you killed Lord Vermit now, are you satisfied? At this time, Makarita suddenly asked Jillian. I only know that I have taken revenge, and the hatred that was in my heart finally let go. I know that Gods of Destruction is dead, and you won't let it go. You can lead me to a business deal now. One person does things, one person. Gods of Destruction was killed by me. It has nothing to do with Mr. Linz and Topo. Jiren turned around and said to Makarita. Without the help of Linz and Topo, he would not be able to avenge himself today and would not be able to kill Vermit. So I am very grateful to them in my heart. Especially Linz. If it weren't for Linz, I guess he didn't even know who his enemy was. Until now, like a fool, at the mercy of others. So I am very grateful to Linz, and naturally I don't want them to be punished. Makarita did not speak. After Gods of Destruction was killed, his function as an angel ceased. You can't go to Zeno Temple at all. It is no exaggeration to say that he can't even beat any ordinary soldier now. Moreover, with Zeno-sama's personality, I don't know if such a small matter will be bothered. Read more at wuxiax.com. Don't be so pessimistic, Jiren. I think in Zeno's eyes, Gods of Destruction has no value at all. Furthermore, when Vermit is dead, there is no Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe. Hey, isn't Topo a candidate for Gods of Destruction? After the destruction is dead, the candidate Gods of Destruction directly inherits the position of Gods of Destruction. Isn't it a logical thing? Linz glanced at Topo, and spoke lightly. In fact, I have no interest in taking care of the 11th universe. The reason why I came here was just to see the fate of Vermit, and I have seen it now. It seems, that's the only way to go. Makarita thought to herself. If I want to restore my angel function, I must have a new Gods of Destruction. And Topo has all the conditions to become Gods of Destruction. And it is reasonable to make him become Gods of Destruction. Mr. Linz, thank you very much. As long as you need it in the future, just say it. Even if I try my best, I will definitely finish it. Jiren walked up to Linz and said gratefully. At this time, Jiren seems to have undergone some changes. It may be a revenge, and the big stone in my heart has been put down. Well, if I use you in the future, I will tell you. The next thing is your 11th universe, you can solve it yourself. I go first. After Linz finished speaking, he disappeared in the 11th universe. Naturally, Topo became the Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe. Under Topo's suggestion, Jiren also became the Supreme Kai of the 11th universe. To avenge the genocide, Jiren now wants to protect justice in the 11th universe. This is what he has always dreamed of, but he has always lived in hatred before. Now, it's time to realize my dream. And at this time in the 6th universe, Gods of Destruction. What? You mean Gods of Destruction Vermit in the 11th universe was killed by the big-eyed monster named Jiren? Kampa widened his eyes, looked at Vados in disbelief, and asked. Gods of Destruction was actually killed? This is absolutely a shocking thing. For hundreds of millions of years, Gods of Destruction has never been killed. Because in addition to Gods of Destruction's own strength, there is Angel's personal protection. So except for Angel or the big people above, it is impossible for anyone to kill Gods of Destruction. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded, she was also shocked by the incident. Makarita's strength was about the same as her own. It was not easy to kill Vermit in front of her. That Jiren's strength is indeed very strong, perhaps stronger than Vermit, but Vermit is gods of destruction, with destructive power, how could it be killed by humans? Kampa is still unbelievable, Vermit guy, it's too much rubbing. Master Kampa still remember the candidate gods of destruction called Topo. It was he who helped Jiren block all the destructive energy of Vermit, which allowed Jiren to successfully kill Vermit. Vados explained. That's it. But it's not right, Angel Makarita of the 11th universe just watched Vermit being killed. In Angel's responsibilities, isn't it to protect the life safety of gods of destruction? Kampa asked again. Makarita is held back by Linz and can't help. And Linz seems to have surpassed Angel's strength, so Makarita didn't help. Vados spoke again. Surpassed Angel? What a joke, how is this possible? Kampa naturally didn't believe it. For them, Angel is definitely looking up. That guy even surpassed Angel? I was also surprised, because when we met before, Linz was not that strong yet, that guy is really weird. Vados frowned, and then said to Kampa, so I want to say, Master Kampa, it is best to dispel the idea of dealing with Linz in the future, otherwise Master Kampa might have the same game as Vermit. Hearing Vados' words, Kampa's body trembled, a look of fear appeared in his eyes, and his heart began to be afraid. Mountain. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Linz can defeat Makarita, which means that he also has the strength to defeat himself. In this way, Master Kampa's life safety will not be guaranteed. If he still wants to provoke Linz as before, he will most likely be killed directly. And with the guts of that guy Linz, he must dare to kill Kampa. To provoke? Which bastard provoked me first? Kampa gritted his teeth, obviously very unconvinced. Is it true that when I see that bastard Linz in the future, I can only hide like a mouse crossing the street? I am a dignified gods of destruction. Apart from seeing Zeno and Grand Priest, how can anyone avoid anyone in such a wasteful manner? But who provokes who first? If Master Kampa doesn't want to be killed, I advise you not to provoke him. Otherwise, gods of destruction in the 6th universe might have to be replaced. Vados reminded again. Cut. Kampa frowned tightly, then stopped speaking. Although he knew that Vados was right, it was for his own safety. But if I let myself avoid that bastard ant in the future, I really couldn't do it. And at this time in the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe. The shocked look on gods of destruction Beerus's face was not weaker than Kampa. That fellow Vermit was actually killed by a human in his universe. Beerus looked at Whis in disbelief and asked. When he said this, Linz appeared in Beerus's mind. Will that guy kill himself, gods of destruction, just like the humans in the 11th universe? Yes, now the candidate of the 11th universe, gods of destruction, has taken the position and has become the true gods of destruction. Whis nodded and said. Is the human in the 11th universe so strong? Although Vermit is annoying, he is also very strong. It is not easy to kill him. More importantly, he is protected by Angel. How can he be killed? Gods of destruction Beerus and Kampa have the same doubts. That is, gods of destruction, although it may be surpassed by humans. But Angel is absolutely impossible to be surpassed. To kill gods of destruction in front of Angel, it is no exaggeration to say that it is harder than going to the sky. Don't be surprised if I say that Lord Beerus, the reason why the humans in the 11th universe can kill gods of destruction Vermit is because of Linz's participation. He fought with Makarita, and Makarita couldn't help Vermit, so Vermit would be killed. Read more at wuxiax.com. Whis spoke to Beerus lightly. Sure enough, after Whis' voice fell, a look of horror appeared on Beerus's face. His eyes were round and his mouth opened wide in shock. There was no words to describe his shock at this time. That bastard Linz, since he can resist Angel Makarita. The last time they fought was only half a month ago, although his strength surpassed himself at the time. But it didn't show a crushing advantage. It can be said that there are not many stronger than oneself. It can be 100% sure, it is absolutely impossible to be Angel's opponent. Unexpectedly, hearing his news this time, this guy can compete with Angel? And since I can stop Makarita from trying to rescue Vermit, at least his strength has reached the level of Angel. Maybe better than Angel. At the thought of this, Beerus took a breath. I have been cultivating hard for the past 2 months, with the goal of surpassing Linz, and then giving a good lesson to that arrogant guy. Unexpectedly. At the same time that his strength improved, his strength had already reached the existence he looked up to. Whis, Linz helped the guy in the 11th universe kill Vermit, so will we be held accountable? Beerus thought for a while, then said suddenly. Linz is a human in the 7th universe, and he is now involved in the 11th universe. Although Vermit can no longer complain to Zeno and Grand Priest, the gods of destruction in other universes is not a good thing. And basically, the relationship with myself is not very good. If they take advantage of the problem to complain to Zeno and Grand Priest, not only will Linz suffer, but they will also have to be punished. It's hard to say, Lord Beerus. You usually don't have a good relationship with other gods of destruction, even your own brothers probably want to embarrass you. Whis spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Beerus' brow furrowed even more severely. That bastard Linz, why are you going to get involved in the 11th universe? Now you may have to be punished if you hurt yourself. A day later, the fact that the 11th universe gods of destruction was killed by humans has spread throughout all universes. Of course, only gods of destruction and Angel know it. All the gods of destruction were quite surprised. In the whole thing, Jiren, who really killed gods of destruction Vermit, did not get much attention. But Linz has a big reputation in the universe. Humans who can compete with Angel, this is definitely explosive news. All gods of destruction seem to feel threatened. The human beings in the 7th universe seem to threaten their lives. Although they don't know each other, Linz has no reason to kill them. But this is not the point. The point is that as long as that guy wants to kill them, he has the strength to do it. They don't want this kind of thing to happen. Then the only way to eliminate this danger is to let that human being completely disappear. This is the best way and the only way. And at this time in the 4th universe. Conic, help me contact gods of destruction from other universes. By the way, except for the 7th and 11th universe. Gods of destruction, Quitella of the 4th universe said to Angel Conic next to him. No matter what other gods of destruction think, I will never allow such humans to survive in the universe. Just like a time bomb, it can explode at any time. And there is enough power to kill them directly. Okay, Lord Quitella. Conic nodded beside him, and then began to use his staff to contact gods of destruction in other universes. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Soon, Angel Conic got in touch with gods of destruction from other universes. Except for the 7th universe and the 11th universe, all the other 9 universes participate. Hey Quitella, what do you want us to do? Gods of destruction Rumschi of the 10th universe asked in a loud voice. Yet. Tell us if you have anything to do with us, I'm busy. Gods of destruction in of the 1st universe also asked impatiently. This guy usually doesn't contact them. And never 10 gods of destruction have participated in this kind of private activity together. Everyone, don't worry, it's like this. Presumably you have also heard about the recent emergence of a human being who helped the candidate of the 11th universe, gods of destruction, become the real gods of destruction and killed Vermit, right? Quitella said to the crowd with a bit of yin and yang. Nonsense, do you know that we don't know this kind of thing? Hurry up and talk about the key points, I'm busy. The sea monster in the 12th universe, the 18th god of destruction, said to Quitella coldly. Obviously all gods of destruction are not very good-tempered, and they speak quite aggressively. Hurry up. Don't tell me I'm leaving. Gods of Destruction Iraq from the 5th universe also said impatiently. Okay. Since everyone knows about this, then it should be clear that the 7th human being called Linz is more powerful than Angel. And his existence is like a time bomb for all gods of destruction. We can't guarantee when it will land on our respective planets. He has the strength comparable to Angel, and he can definitely kill all of us easily. Vermit is the best example. Quitella said in a very gloomy tone. After listening to Quitella's words, everyone was still thinking, but Kampa's face was very gloomy. Others may not know Linz's hatefulness, but he is very powerful and clear. That guy is so overwhelmed that he doesn't pay attention to gods of destruction at all. Now that his strength has become so powerful, it is estimated that he will be even more complacent. And the most annoying thing is that they can't help it at all. Indeed. The strength of that human being is too strong, and it can appear in any universe at will. It is a threat to all universes. Gods of Destruction Rumschi of the 10th universe nodded thoughtfully. Quitella's concerns are not unreasonable. Because they don't know if Vermit has offended that guy. I said, Quitella, you wouldn't be naive to say that you would join hands to get rid of him, would you? Read more at wuxiax.com. Gods of Destruction of the 12th universe spoke coldly for Jin. We must know that a human with Angel's strength is absolutely unfathomable and powerful. So each of their gods of destruction has its own abilities. But even if they join forces, they are not necessarily Angel's opponents. Therefore, it seems impossible to join forces to deal with Linz. And what if that guy finds one and goes to death and is out of luck? This matter is too risky. I said, can you stop fighting and killing every day? Wouldn't it be better to make this world more loving? I don't believe in hatred for nothing, so no matter what you do this time, I won't participate in the 2nd universe. The woman of the 2nd universe, Gods of Destruction Herace, left the chat directly after she finished speaking. Because he felt that no matter whether it was a god or a man, there was no unwarranted killing and hatred. Love can affect everything. Cut, what a fool, when you are killed, you will know if there is any unprovoked hatred. Watching Herace leave directly, Quitella frowned tightly and cursed inwardly. Quitella, do you have any ideas to say quickly? At this time, Kampa seemed to be unable to sit still, and asked quickly. When it comes to fear and hatred for Linz, Kampa is definitely the first to bear the brunt. So he can't wait to know what Quitella can do to kill Linz. Listen to me, that guy named Linz must be terrifying. If we really head to head, it is estimated that all of us may not be able to win the game together. So head to head is very unwise. My suggestion is that we should jointly go to Master Zeno's complaint, add some fuel and jealousy, and let Master Zeno erase him personally. In this way, all of us will not get hurt, and we can get rid of this heartache. What do you think? Quitella said to everyone in a very gloomy tone. Although this method may not be in line with the identity of gods of destruction, but this is the best way. All gods of destruction can get rid of that threat without being injured. In fact, I have other ideas. If that guy is a human from another universe, he wouldn't be the leader himself, but since he is a human from Beerus universe, he doesn't need to get rid of him. It would be very uncomfortable to let Beerus universe be rated as a high-level universe by a human being. Is that so? Although it is detrimental to the image of gods of destruction, it can be considered a once-and-for-all solution. After hearing Quitella's suggestion, gods of destruction in from the 1st universe, gods of destruction Likir from the 8th universe, and gods of destruction from the 12th universe all clicked thoughtfully. Without them, there is no danger. Zeno can erase him directly. I agree with Quitella's proposal, that damn human being, if you don't put our gods of destruction in your eyes, you can never spare him. Kampa was the first to stand up and agree with Quitella. Just kidding, he is the most dangerous one now. I usually irritate Linz, and that guy might come to trouble him anytime. So no one hoped that Linz would be quickly wiped out by Master Zeno. I also agree that the human beings that bad gods of destruction regards are too rampant to stay. Gods of destruction Rumsshi of the 10th universe also agreed. Then came the 1st universe In, the 3rd universe Mosque, the 5th universe Iraq, the 8th universe Likir, the 12th universe Jinn, and others all agreed. Hi Sidra, what do you think? Quitella looked at the hesitant 9th universe gods of destruction Sidra and asked. Sorry, I won't participate. My job is to manage the 9th universe well. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me, and I don't believe that Linz will go against gods of destruction for no reason. Sidra did not agree, but left directly. Intuition tells him that it is best to stay out of this matter. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Cut, these two bastards, if you don't join hands with us, let them fend for themselves. But this time, let Zeno-sama eliminate that guy. Quitella said with an extremely gloomy expression. But we still have 8 gods of destruction. After 3 days, we will go to the Zeno temple together to explain the situation and the human threat to the universe. Quitella said to everyone. Okay, then go to Zeno temple in 3 days. Kampa agreed first. After all, it was himself who benefited most from this matter. You can also help yourself get revenge. By this time Linz had already returned to Earth. Naturally, they didn't know that Quitella was plotting this matter. Linz felt that killing a gods of destruction should not make Zeno and Grand Priest trouble him. After all, in the future time and space, Zamasu wiped out all the gods, and Zeno did not appear. Moreover, the current 11th universe is just a vermin dead. Gods of destruction and Supreme Kai are already on the top, and it doesn't have much impact. The most important thing is that he just fought with Makarita, and it was Jiren who killed Vermit. Linz. I want to tell you good news. Back home, the 18th said to Linz with joy. Good news? What's wrong? Looking at the happy number 18, Linz seemed to have guessed it. Just pretending to be curious and asked. I'm pregnant. The 18th spoke to Linz a little shyly. In the past few years, Linz has always felt that his strength is not strong enough, and after having children, he is not strong enough to protect them. Until when I was in the spiritual time house. Really? I want to be a father. Even if I had guessed the result a long time ago, when I heard the 18th, it was still difficult to restrain my excitement. In the Dragon Ball world, I can say that I know the plot very well. So it can be regarded as a familiar road. But to be a father, he has no experience at all. In the past 10 years, he has not had children because his strength is still too weak, so he is afraid that he can't protect the children. But now, I already have the strength to protect them. Unless it is Zeno and Grand Priest, he has few rivals in the universe now. Already have the ability to protect them. Nodded on the 18th, his face was full of happiness. The child is the crystallization of love between two people, and Linz and himself have finally come to this point. Sit down quickly and leave everything to me to do in the future. Read more at wuxiax.com. Linz hurriedly sat down on the 18th, still excited. No, you are pregnant now and can't work anymore. Tomorrow I will find some nanny to take good care of you. No matter how strong Linz is, he is no different from an ordinary man at this time. That kind of excitement is hard to suppress. Oh, it's only 2 months. Besides, I'm different from ordinary women. I'm not so squeamish. You don't need to be so careful. On the 18th stood up and said to Linz. Although you are right, you still have to listen to me about this matter. Linz sat down on the 18 again. Then his right hand suddenly flicked out of thin air, and the entire villa was directly wrapped in an energy barrier. This is Linz's strongest energy, including the barrier that destroys energy condensation. Even if Angel wants to open it takes a long time, ordinary people, including gods of destruction, can't open it at all. In this way, you can ensure the safety of the 18th when you are away. Time passed day by day. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Linz did not go to practice and was always with the 18th. He also hired several babysitters to take care of the 18th. Although on the 18th she despised this behavior, after all, she had never had this habit of being served by others. And at the Zeno Temple at this time, 1st universe, 3rd universe, 4th universe, 5th universe, 6th universe, 8th universe, 10th universe, and 12th universe gods of destruction and angel of the 8 universes have all arrived at Zeno Temple. Yo! Why are so many people here today? Do you have any business? Outside the Zeno Temple, there is a little white dwarf with a white north head, with a white halo behind his head. With a gentle face, he looked at the crowd gods of destruction and angel asked. See Master Grand Priest. Everyone knelt directly, facing the Grand Priest luggage. Get up and talk. Grand Priest said to Linz with a faint voice. Everyone quickly stood up. Master Grand Priest, we want to see Master Zeno, and we have important things to report to Master Zeno. Quitella respectfully said to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest in front of him is a big man, and he also has the ability to control the anger of any of them. Is that so? Then everyone, please come with me. Grand Priest nodded, and then led everyone into the Zeno Temple. Everyone followed the Grand Priest into the Zeno Temple. Pippi was sitting on the throne in the center of the hall, and behind him were 2 guards with super strength. See Master Zeno. Everyone walked into the hall and quickly bowed down and saluted. This little bit, that is really a superpower on the cutting edge of the universe. Just one thought can erase all of them. It's easier than killing a little ant. Hey? What are you doing here? Are you all here to play with me? Great, I'm so bored these days. Zeno looked like a child's, nearly good, disposition, and when he saw Quitella and others, he said with excitement. Master Zeno, I have an important report to Master Zeno. Quitella spoke quickly. Nanini. It wasn't for me to play. Hearing Quitella's words, Zeno looked disappointed, and the excitement disappeared instantly. Master Zeno, let him finish it. Maybe there is something important. Grand Priest said to Zeno. Okay. Let's talk about it. Zeno said to Quitella impatiently. Yes, Master Zeno. Quitella nodded hurriedly, and then explained everything that happened in the 11th universe. Master Zeno, this is what it is. 2. So, the human named Linz in the 7th universe, blasphemy, should be eliminated. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Quitella told Zeno and Grand Priest about the 6th universe truthfully. In fact, he really wanted to exaggerate the matter a little bit more. But he had this heart but didn't have the guts, because once the Grand Priest and Zeno knew that he was lying, he would definitely not be able to eat. Maybe it will be wiped out directly. So I can only tell the truth about this matter. But even so, it should be enough to prevent that human being from turning over. That sounds like Jiren is very powerful. I don't know if it's fun. Zeno didn't seem to grasp the point of Quitella's words at all, but instead focused on Jiren who killed Vermit. After all, it was Jiren who killed gods of destruction Vermit, not Linz. Amount. Although some gods of destruction are stunned. Master Zeno seems to understand what you mean wrong, right? Compa looked at Quitella and whispered. I think so too. Quitella said with an ugly face. At this time, Zeno looked at the Grand Priest and asked, Grand Priest, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Hearing the question of King Chuan, Grand Priest thought for a while and said, Master Zeno, this matter is really serious. But gods of destruction was actually killed by humans. This fully shows that some gods of destruction may be pampered and accustomed to them. After becoming the supreme gods of destruction, they did not regard cultivation as a thing at all, so they would be humans. Beyond, right? Hearing the words of the Grand Priest, the 8 gods of destruction kneeling on the ground were scared into a cold sweat, and their bodies trembled. Obviously gods of destruction was killed and they were in an advantageous position, but a word from the Grand Priest felt that the killing of gods of destruction was the same thing as gods of destruction. But after all, after becoming gods of destruction, none of them really cultivated well. After all, they are the strongest gods in their universe, and they don't need cultivation at all. Well, it makes sense. I also think these guys are a bit too lazy. They haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and their strength doesn't seem to have improved. And it seems that there is still strength going backwards. Zeno looked at the crowd, then gave Kampa one last time. Kampa was shocked and shrank his neck. Not yet. Stealing chickens won't make you lose your rice, right? Yes. Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded and said. But I'm very interested in Jiren who killed Vermit and Lins who was able to fight Angel. Master Grand Priest, can you let them over first? Zeno looked at the Grand Priest and asked. Of course, no problem, Zeno-sama, please wait for me for a while. Grand Priest smiled and nodded, then slowly walked out of the Zeno temple. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, Quitella and others, who were kneeling on the ground, did not dare to show up. Obviously they are here to sue, and now it seems that they are here to be punished. And listening to Master Zeno, there is no intention to erase Lins at all. And he also focused his attention on Jiren. At this time, the 7th universe Earth. The originally clear sky was suddenly rendered purple by the purple arrogance. Lins, who was staying in the room, frowned suddenly. He felt an unprecedented sense of horror and oppression. Far more than Angel, it can be said that there is no comparison at all. What's wrong? Seeing Lins frowning suddenly, the 18th quickly asked. The things that make Lins show such an expression are definitely not ordinary things. I feel a super sense of pressure, a tremendous pressure that I have never felt before. Don't come out, I'll go and see. Lins spoke to the 18th in a low tone. Then the body flashed directly and out of the room. Call out. When Lins appeared again, he was already in mid-air. In front of Lins, there was a figure with a small smile. It is the Grand Priest. Grand Priest. The moment he looked at the Grand Priest, Lins frowned tightly and his face was quite ugly. Could it be because I killed Vermit for Jiren, so Grand Priest came to me? Lins thought vigilantly. Except for this matter, there is absolutely nothing else that can make Grand Priest take the initiative to find itself. You are Mr. Lins, right? Grand Priest still looked at Lins with a smile on his face and asked. Yes, I am, I have seen Grand Priest. Lins nodded, then said respectfully. Although I am a little arrogant sometimes, I have to know that the Grand Priest standing in front of me now. It is definitely not comparable to the level of gods of destruction. Even Angel can't compare to a finger of the Grand Priest, which was said himself. You know me? It's interesting, no wonder you can fight Angel without losing the wind. Grand Priest spoke lightly. The gods and Angel know about his own existence. Unexpectedly, Lins, a human being in a remote universe, would even know himself. I'm here this time. It's mainly for the killing of gods of destruction Vermit before the 11th universe. I heard from other gods of destruction that Mr. Lins was also involved in this matter, so you have to come with me. Grand Priest still said in a very flat tone. Really? Unexpectedly, this incident still shocked Grand Priest and Zeno in the end. Lins glanced sharply at the corner of his eyes, thinking in his heart. Isn't it not going to go now? With his own strength, 90% should not be able to escape the palm of the Grand Priest. But now they take themselves over, won't 100,000 erase themselves, right? It stands to reason not, otherwise the Grand Priest will directly erase itself. Listen to Master Grand Priest. Did gods of destruction from other universes tell you? Lins looked at the Grand Priest and asked tentatively. If it weren't for those guys, I guess Zeno wouldn't care about this kind of thing at all. Yes. Except for the 2nd universe, 7th universe, 9th universe, and 11th universe, all other gods of destruction went to Master Zeno to file a complaint. The Grand Priest didn't hide anything, and said directly to Linz. So, these guys dare to do this. Linz clenched his fists tightly, obviously a little angry. These gods of destruction, one by one, is really unlikable. Okay, Mr. Linz, Zeno-sama asked me to take you to talk about something, please come with me. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Grand Priest looked at Linz calmly and spoke. Okay. Then Grand Priest, wait a moment, I'll be out immediately. Linz could only nod his head. In front of the Grand Priest, he now guesses that he can't even escape. So it seems that no matter what the outcome will be today, I have to meet the little bit of Zeno. Okay, but it's better not to wait too long. Don't worry, I'll tell the family, so I don't worry. After Linz finished speaking, he turned and returned home. Tell the 18th that you want to go out a bit. After 3 minutes, Linz walked out. Let's go. Big Priest. Linz walked to the Grand Priest and said. Okay. Grand Priest nodded, and then Linz and the two disappeared directly into the purple space behind them. When the two reappeared, they did not go to the Zeno Temple, but to the 11th universe. Hey? Aren't we going to the Zeno Temple? Linz asked curiously. As the parties who killed gods of destruction Vermit, Jiren, and Topo of the 11th universe must also go together. Grand Priest spoke lightly. Under the leadership of the Grand Priest, he went straight to the gods of destruction world of the 11th universe. Master Grand Priest, why do you have time to come to the 11th universe? Makarita asked the Grand Priest respectfully. And Topo knelt directly on the ground. As the gods of destruction in the 11th universe, he naturally knew the horror of the Grand Priest in front of him. Such a big thing happened in the 11th universe. The gods of destruction in other universes have been reported to Master Zeno. Can I take a look? Grand Priest spoke lightly. The tone is still very calm. That really messed up Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. In fact, this matter has already been resolved, and the new gods of destruction is already in place, so I didn't want to be troublesome. Makarita looked at the Grand Priest and said. He knows Zeno's character well. Even if he tells Zeno about such a small matter, he doesn't have time to pay attention to it. You don't want to be troublesome, now someone is coming to trouble you. Okay, the three of you also come to Zeno Temple with me. Grand Priest looked at Makarita, Jiren, and Topo, and said. Master Grand Priest, killing gods of destruction Vermit was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with Mr. Linz or Topo. If you want to punish, please punish me alone. Jiren hurried forward and said to the Grand Priest. The killing of Vermit was originally caused by myself, and it was also caused by myself for revenge. Read more at wuxiax.com. So he didn't want too many people involved in this matter, especially Linz who helped him find his genocide enemy. If he was involved, he would feel very guilty. I don't have the final say on this matter. After you meet Zeno-sama, you can say these things again. Grand Priest smiled and said. I am just helping to spread the word, and really need to make a final decision, but Zeno-sama is convicted. Okay. Jiren could only nod his head, and then followed the Grand Priest to the Zeno Temple. The Zeno Temple is very vast, with dozens of Optimus pillars in front of the temple. It's just that the architectural style of the whole temple is more biased towards the style of kindergarten. Linz has seen a lot of Zeno Temple in Dragon Ball Super, so naturally it doesn't feel so strange. Walking into the hall, Linz was the first to see that the style of painting was extremely simple, the little Zeno with the head like an egg. He was touching his head with a boring face, not knowing what he was meditating on. And below, there are 8 people kneeling and 8 people standing. They are all familiar faces. Kampa, Quitella, Rumsshi, Likir, Kim, In, etc. And behind them, is the angel of each universe. Master Zeno, Lins, Jiren, and the new gods of destruction Topo from the 11th universe are here. Grand Priest said to Zeno. Hearing the voice of Grand Priest, everyone's eyes turned towards this side. In fact, among the 8 gods of destruction, only Kampa has seen Lins with his own eyes, and the others have never seen Lins with his own eyes. So I came to see it curiously. Just when their family looked at Lins, Lins also looked at it with cold eyes. Ask for flowers. The other gods of destruction were okay, they were not scared by Lins's cold eyes. After all, they are all strong, and they have not been beaten by Lins. I don't know the horror of Lins. After Kampa was glanced at by Lins, there was a sudden throb in his heart. As if being stared at by the god of death, fear spread in the bottom of my heart. Although reason tells myself that now I am extremely safe in Zeno Temple, I don't have to be afraid of Lins at all. But that kind of fear from the heart is beyond control. See Master Zeno. At this moment Makarita suddenly knelt down. See Master Zeno. Next, Jiren, Topo, and Lins also knelt on one knee. This is not weakness, but awareness of current affairs. 0. The little Zeno in front of him, that is really standing on the cutting edge of the universe. As long as he is unhappy, all the universe will be erased in an instant. So it's not someone you can provoke at all. And this guy is a child's character, too careless in front of him, that is absolutely impossible. You all get up. By the way, which of you 3 is Lins and who is Jiren? Zeno was energized at this time, looking at the 3 people and asking. Master Zeno, I am gods of destruction Kampa from the 11th universe, and this is the new Supreme Kai Jiren from the 11th universe. This is Mr. Lins. Topo directly introduced. Then, why are you killing gods of destruction Vermit? Zeno asked suddenly. Hearing this question, Lins and Topo raised their brows slightly, and Jiren's face became heavier. In contrast, the faces of gods of destruction such as Quitella and Rumsshi also showed playful and gloating expressions. Master Zeno, I do this alone. It was because Vermit destroyed my whole family and deceived me for so many years, so I killed him and avenged the people. This matter has nothing to do with Topo and Mr. Lins. If Zeno-sama wants to punish, please punish me alone. Jiren looked at Zeno seriously and said. Obviously a posture of seeing death as home. Mountain.